Chapter 288. The Battle of the Crimson Shadow in the Vast Cosmos. Amidst the grandeur of the stars, fiery tigers illuminated the heavens. Various creatures, such as colossal dragons, resplendent phoenixes, and mighty bears, traversed the boundless void, resembling a dreamlike realm. At this moment, Li Hao transformed into a fierce tiger. Casting aside all concerns of the external world, he reveled in the cosmic expanse, cautious not to roam recklessly, yet gazing up at the starry sky, experiencing a rare moment of tranquility as he beheld the legendary entities of lore, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the distance, a long sword radiated brilliance across the heavens. Li Hao turned his gaze towards it, puzzled. Could this be the manifestation of my sword intent, the sword's momentum, or perhaps that of another? According to the deductions made by his master and himself, this universe was indeed a cosmic realm of profound principles, where modern humanity and supernatural abilities might coexist. This sword could potentially belong to a master swordsman. In the next instant, a flicker of recognition ignited within Li Hao. Could it be Hong Yitong? However, he dismissed the thought, for the distance was too great, and he dared not act recklessly at this moment. An idea struck him. His physical form had entered a secondary dimension. Could it absorb the energies of the universe directly? The energy within this cosmic realm was extraordinarily unique, poised to remedy the frailties of the human body. The five animals breathing technique commenced its swift operation. As for any potential changes or unforeseen consequences, Li Hao remained indifferent. The pursuit of enlightenment, even at the brink of death, was far more captivating than mere violence. Were it not for his master still being outside, he might have been tempted to wander freely. The tether of his master's presence held him back, but the yearning for absolute freedom was an enticing prospect. The five animals breathing technique surged forth. Streams of extraordinary energy rapidly coursed through him, altering the cosmic landscape as celestial bodies emerged, appearing both distinct and elusive. Li Hao's essence seemed to illuminate the starry expanse, and at that moment, he became the brightest star in the firmament. The secondary dimension remained nameless, and Li Hao's mind wandered aimlessly. This universe was devoid of inhabitants, belonging to this era, perhaps newly forged from the cosmic principles. Surely, it deserved a name. Did it not? Naming it would be a delightful pastime. A smile spread across Li Hao's face. Since he had the leisure, why not bestow a name upon this universe? In the new martial era, it was said that there existed a primordial universe, which subsequently birthed the primordial principles. The term primordial universe seemed rather unappealing. With countless stars glittering and myriad paths soaring through the void, how about calling it the Hao Star Realm? Li Hao felt a surge of satisfaction in naming it. It would be rather dull to exclude his own name. Since I am Li Hao, and the moon shines brightly here with myriad stars, let it be known as the Hao Star Realm, ensuring a cheerful disposition. As the five animals breathing technique continued to operate, several other celestial bodies began to emerge around him, embodying wind, thunder, and fire. At that moment, an impulse surged within Li Hao. To his astonishment, several divine inscriptions manifested from his being, only to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were imprinted upon the nearby celestial bodies, as if a reflection of Li Hao appeared upon each star. In the next moment, a playful spirit awakened within him, or rather, his desire to pursue the path of enlightenment surged forth. Five magnificent stars, one resembling a willow tree, another a golden egg, a third the vast ocean, a fourth a fierce tiger, and the last a towering mountain, instantaneously encircled each other, forming a grand constellation, the five stars shining brilliantly in the sky. Among them, the stars of wind and thunder found themselves somewhat excluded. Li Hao, surveying the surroundings with curiosity, observed the five great stars coalesce into a circle as five distinct secret techniques activated: the willow fluff sword, the heaven-shaking fist, the nine-forging strength, the earth-overturning sword, and the golden spear technique. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were interwoven. Some techniques were collected from the Plains King, while others were inherited from various Silver Moon warriors, with a few also imparted by Yuan Shua. As the five techniques commenced their operation, Li Hao refrained from utilizing the five animals breathing technique. Instead, he harnessed the five stars, each channeling one of the five techniques. The void trembled, energy surging into the five celestial bodies. Turn, Li Hao commanded, and remarkably, the five stars began to move, albeit with some difficulty. After a moment of contemplation, He shouted again, 5 animals breathing. Boom. The 5 stars simultaneously executed the 5 animals breathing technique. At that moment, they began to rotate smoothly, shedding the previous stasis and accelerating significantly. Li Hao's gaze flickered with admiration. His teacher's 5 animals breathing technique was truly remarkable, even in the house star realm. It functioned seamlessly. Was this not a perfect cycle? A complete cycle. His own wind and thunder elements, unable to meld with the 5 animals techniques, were regrettably left out. Merely observed from the sidelines, Li Hao felt a tinge of regret, but soon an idea struck him. As he activated the wind and thunder sword, the 2 stars began to revolve independently. In the next instant, he meditated. Suddenly, a dark star materialized, yet it bore no trace of Li Hao. It was a shadowy celestial body. The shadow blade technique commenced, and the dark star began to spin. Following this, Li Hao invoked the light technique. In the blink of an eye, a luminous star appeared, similarly without Li Hao's presence. 9 mystical powers, 9 stars, among which the 5 elements were unified. The wind and thunder intertwined, and light and darkness stood independently, not yet merged. If these 9 mystical powers could be combined into a singular entity, perhaps he could ascend to the rank of a master of the 9 elemental techniques. But how could such a combination be achieved? He recalled the Chronicles of Circularity, which spoke of microscopic disassembly and combination. This was the essence of combat strategy. The 5 animals techniques were different. They represented a breathing method, a unique combination of oscillations. The teacher, in creating the 5 animals breathing technique, must have observed particular points of resonance. Only in this way could 5 techniques be fused, forming the 5 animals breathing technique. While not overtly apparent externally, it would undoubtedly be conspicuous here. Li Hao pondered, and in the next moment, the 5 stars dispersed, once again engaging the 5 techniques. The teacher, in his time, may not have utilized precisely these 5 techniques, yet the principle remained the same. All paths lead to the same destination. There must be a special point of connection among them. If he could observe from a microscopic perspective, perhaps he could uncover something that would link the 9 stars, thus forming the 9 elemental techniques. This way, he would no longer need to cultivate the 9 techniques separately, but rather focus on a singular one. Saving a considerable amount of time aside, one can also achieve a harmonious integration, a convergence of the 9 realms, fortifying the 5 organs and strengthening the bones and flesh. In this moment, Li Hao nearly forgot about the external world. Here, he gazed upon the cosmic principles with a macro perspective, only to analyze and dissect the house star realm with a micro approach. This realm was truly a paradise of martial arts, where one could amplify their divine abilities infinitely or examine secret techniques in minuscule detail. It was simply astounding. As for the unique energies within the universe that enhanced the physical body, Li Hao deemed them secondary. The physical form could eventually be fortified. Enlightenment was a fleeting opportunity. He became somewhat engrossed in the art of disassembly, continually rearranging each colossal star. The more he arranged, the more he perceived the myriad pathways of existence, ever-changing and remarkably fascinating. It became evident that the Tao also adhered to rules and fundamental logic. Water and fire could coexist, but only when they were distilled to their primordial essence could they merge. Previously, the amalgamation of water and fire was not without reason. In the void, 2 colossal stars collided, one representing water, tumultuous as the ocean waves, and the other embodying fire, fierce as a roaring tiger. The tiger's maw devoured the ocean waves, gradually. The tiger's feet trod upon the giant waves, and the elements of water and fire began to merge. Thus it was. Simultaneously, in the external world, the heavens and the earth trembled. Suddenly, a torrential rain poured from the sky, soon followed by a radiant sunset, flames ascending into the air, and a rainbow materializing. At this moment, numerous powerful beings looked skyward. The earth soared, the sky soared. These elite martial artists all raised their heads, sensing the shift in the cosmos. As the energies of water and fire began to stir, in the void, even the energies birthed by the heavens and earth accelerated. Fire energy surged, and water energy was equally vibrant. Outside the Star City, the Star Sea roiled with tumultuous waves. In the palace, Hong Yitong gazed at the sky. Not far away, several royal offspring were equally perplexed, looking upward, feeling the sky was somewhat blinding, as the power of flame manifested. What was happening? They did not know. The energy seemed to have thickened a little. A second resurgence? That could not be. It was far too slow, merely a slight increase in energy. The crowd murmured among themselves, while Hong Yitong continued to watch the sky, closing his eyes. In that moment, it seemed as though a vast universe appeared in his mind's eye, where water and fire intertwined, as if he beheld the tiger treading upon the waves. In the subterranean ruins, Yuan Shuo and his companions were stealthily digging holes when Yuan Shuo suddenly halted, a flicker of flame igniting in his eyes. He swiftly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The black-armored figure beside him looked on in confusion, tilting his head to glance at Yuan Shuo. Yuan Shuo remained silent, merely closing his eyes to sense something. After a while, he opened his eyes, rose, and transmitted a message. Continue. Director Wang expressed his confusion through telepathy. What just happened? Nothing. A new era is upon us. Yuan Shuo suddenly laughed, a touch of madness and arrogance in his demeanor. He communicated. The new martial path is the new martial path, and the silver moon is the silver moon. Perhaps the silver moon has passed down to the new martial path. But the new martial path has been gone for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, and the vast ocean has transformed into mulberry fields. The silver moon is our homeland. Its people are not of the new martial path. The new martial way is not the way of the silver moon. The black-armored figure remained utterly calm. If you enjoy it, so be it. The boundless universe hosts countless worlds. The new martial path is merely one of them, not the entirety of the cosmos. Pursuing the new martial path rather than the new Tao may also herald the dawn of civilization. What a grand spirit you possess, Senior. No, it merely severed the epoch, rendering it inaccessible. The black armor speaks truthfully. The new martial arts stand distinct. The silver moon, a millennium hence, has transformed entirely, creating a chasm between eras, devoid of any semblance of intimacy. Whether the denizens of the silver moon aspire to forge new paths or seek to inherit the legacy of the new martial arts matters little. Even if the king of men were present, he would not be overly concerned, as long as there are no thoughts of invading the new martial arts. You may proceed as you wish. The king of men tends to those of the new martial arts, those who labored together for a singular era. Regarding the emerging generations of the new martial arts, the king of men merely ensures their peace, offering no special favors. As the king of men stated, after my demise, after the passing of my friends, whatever transpires in the world is of no concern to me. Should a new emperor arise, it would be the new emperor's duty to protect his people, as long as he does not provoke me. I care not for your affairs. Yuan Shuo chuckled, showing no concern. A group of individuals continued to delve deeper into the unknown. Moments later, the black armor halted, prompting others to cease their movements. At that instant, a voice resonated through the air, tinged with indifference. Which friend has arrived? It is quite unexpected that one could infiltrate this place. The black armor's expression turned grave, and a figure swiftly materialized. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Shuo felt the world spin around him, finding himself in an expansive clearing. To everyone's astonishment, within the core of the mine, there existed such a vast open space. Yuan Shuo's immediate gaze was not upon the crimson figure, but rather upon the immense lake. At this moment, the black armor also observed the scene, yet chose to remain silent. Director Wang inhaled deeply, casting his eyes upon the red figure and then upon the suspended body within the lake, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "What audacity, what determination! To utilize treasures from the celestial star mine to coalesce a body of a heavenly king. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the three demon plants trembled slightly. Coalescing a body of a heavenly king. What is a heavenly king? An existence beyond the sages. During the pinnacle of the silver moon, aside from the wandering strong, the ever-watchful sword master, and the president of the Yuanping Martial Sciences University, even the lords of the 8 great cities were merely at the peak of sagehood. Whether they later ascended to the level of heavenly king remains unknown. Now, someone here is using the celestial star mine to forge a heavenly king's body. Are they seeking to attain the path of the heavenly king? In this era of decline, the emergence of a heavenly king would be nothing short of miraculous. Sweeping across the realm would pose no challenge, even against multiple sages working in concert. However, the black armor observed for a moment before stating nonchalantly, he did not intentionally forge a body of a heavenly king. He was merely injured and had no choice but to do so. This individual should be one of the strong who attacked the Celestial Star Town back in the day, only to be wounded by Jiang Yu of the Celestial Star Town, thus compelled to remain here to recuperate. Later, as the heavens and earth became severed, and the primal source was extinguished, it indeed facilitated his recovery. The crimson figure took human form, gazing at the black armor, and after a moment, remarked, "You possess keen insight. Jiang Yu indeed injured my primal source, leaving behind indelible scars. The energy within the celestial star mine is sufficient for my restoration." Upon finishing, he turned to the black armor and said, "I am not well acquainted with you, but I recognize Wang Yi. You hail from the Yuanping Martial Sciences University?" The black armor smiled faintly. "Not familiar with me? That is quite intriguing. The top figures of the 8 great cities should know me well. It seems that in your past, you held no significant standing among them." The Crimson Shadow chuckled. "You are not entirely wrong. Compared to you all, I am but an insignificant figure. However, times have changed, and what of now? There is little distinction." The black armor regarded him, speaking softly, "A change of facade. The essence extinguished. Even now, you remain as elusive as ever. It appears there are still those who recognize you. Moreover, the deputy commander's son Xian outside has likely truly betrayed us. Such a pity. I had hoped some from the Celestial Star Army had survived to continue safeguarding the great mine." He continued, "Back in the day, you were part of a collective. I am curious, what emboldened you to defy the new marshal?" The Crimson Shadow replied with a grin, "Perhaps you should inquire in hell." In an instant, the world spun chaotically, as if reverting to a primordial state. The initial martial beings? The black armor paused slightly, pondering the mental realm. At that moment, it felt as though heaven and earth had returned to their ancient chaos. Across from him, the Crimson Shadow smiled, "If you believe so. I only wonder how you managed to enter this unstable external space. Speak, and perhaps you may avoid some suffering." "Suffering?" The black armor laughed. "My heart has long since perished, yet witnessing you vermin cling to life, I suddenly ponder, if you can survive, why cannot I?" In that moment, the sky ruptured. A long blade materialized between heaven and earth, descending with a single stroke. The others scarcely perceived anything before chaos split open, and in an instant, the black armor appeared to vanish, transforming into an exquisite young man, radiating elegance. In that moment, it felt as if they had returned to the past. The youth brandished a long blade, brimming with vitality. His lips were crimson, his teeth white, his visage possessing a subtle, delicate beauty, yet wielding the sword. He seemed somewhat ill-suited. He gazed at the Crimson Shadow, a smile gracing his lips. "When the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkey claims kingship. I have witnessed the king of men sweep across the heavens, yet never did I see such arrogance. I have seen my grandfather preach to the world, yet never did he disregard others. And you, mere vermin, dare to be so presumptuous." The blade fell. The firmament shattered, and chaos fragmented. Yuan Shuo and the others felt parched, and Yuan Shuo suddenly wished to summon Li Hao, to show him what it meant to witness a clash of unparalleled strength. Boom! In the void, the Crimson Shadow expanded a millionfold, resembling a colossal titan, wielding a giant axe, and chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I now know who you are. But that was in the past. Today, you are merely a broken sage. How many more tricks do you possess? Feel free to unleash them." With a mighty swing of the colossal axe, chaos enveloped the world once more. "You certainly have a grandiose tone." The black armor laughed, as with a single strike, he obliterated the heavens. In an instant, a tome of the great Tao appeared in his grasp. The pages turned, the world spun, the sun and moon traversed the skies, and myriad stars twinkled. In that moment, both Director Wang and several of the enchanted plants swallowed hard. The book of the great Tao. Boom. Chaos transformed into a world. Darkness giving way to light. The Crimson Shadow let out a muffled grunt, and the youth reached out again, countless chaotic energies coalescing into a blood-red longbow. Drawing the bow, he released an arrow. The firmament was torn asunder. In the next heartbeat, a spear manifested in the youth's hand, rending the heavens once more. The earth split open yet again, revealing an enormous figure, cracks appearing all over its form, and crimson blood continually dripped down. Humph! With a cold snort, the Crimson Giant unleashed a powerful punch, remarking icily, "Truly deserving of your status as a top-tier powerhouse, you possess an astonishing array of imperial techniques. Yet, your knowledge is too eclectic. It is no wonder that in the past, you did not eclipse your sister's renown. At least she reached the pinnacle of the king level, while you seem to have yet to ascend. Overindulgence leads to indigestion. A single imperial technique would suffice for a lifetime. Yet here you are, attempting to master so many. You have acquired far too much. Each of these techniques belongs to the most esteemed emperors, the Blood Emperor's blood-red longbow, the Splitting God Emperor's spear, the Book of the Great Tao attributed to the Supreme Zhang, and the swordsmanship possibly belonging to the human king. The list goes on. Each technique, within its tier, stands as a paragon of strength, yet with so many acquired, how can you hope to advance? The delicate youth smiled softly. Indeed, my father once admonished me, and my grandfather echoed his sentiments, asserting that such a path is misguided. Even the principal advised against emulating her, as her learning was similarly scattered. Yet, she has the ability to forge an alliance with the Azure Emperor to refine all. I, however, do not possess such prowess. With a light chuckle, he continued, thus, I chose to become a teacher, though it is unfortunate that you rascals deny me the time I require. Such a pity. As his words fell, he struck down with a blade, causing the crimson shadow to split once more, eliciting a muffled groan. At that moment, the heavens suddenly illuminated, revealing an immense golden giant in an instant, causing Wang Ye's expression to shift dramatically. This crimson shadow was no match for the black-armored opponent. However, the latter had cultivated for many years, manifesting a formidable physical form that had absorbed the essence of an entire vein. Aware of the overwhelming presence of this formidable youth, the crimson shadow unveiled its partially completed corporeal form. As it emerged, the world was enveloped in golden radiance. The voice of the crimson shadow resonated with anger. The heavens shall not awaken again. You have no place here. Only when my physical form reaches completion, and the remnants of the ore explode, should the second awakening commence. I am curious, how did you penetrate my domain? His words dripped with fury and resentment. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. According to his plan, upon successfully condensing his physical form and ascending to the true body of a king, the shattered vein would erupt, allowing him to emerge in his king form, sweeping through the four corners and swiftly executing his plan. Yet now, an exceptionally powerful sage had arrived prematurely. It is worth noting that even if two outsiders came together, he would not have been daunted. He would have allowed his physical form to manifest ahead of schedule. However, he was now compelled to act thusly. While it was said that the opponent's learning was disjointed, the nature of those teachings mattered. Each combat technique belonged to the imperial level. To possess so many techniques indicated formidable strength. A mere pseudo-king physique? Did he truly believe himself a king? The youth snorted coldly, once again conjuring a tome in his hand. The Book of the Great Tao materialized, and suddenly, a figure appeared in the void, causing the crowd to gasp. The Blood Emperor. Boom. The figure manifested, and a curved bow shot forth, shattering the heavens. An arrow pierced through the golden form, leaving a bloody hole. The crimson shadow let out a muffled groan, swiftly diving into the golden body, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, restoring the blood hole on his body in the blink of an eye. With a tone laced with coldness and anger, he declared, "Is this technique truly capable of slaying me? You underestimate my power." The young man furrowed his brow slightly and reopened the Book of the Great Way. In an instant, a figure materialized, and a long spear pierced through the air, shattering the void. The opponent swung an axe, which also crumbled under the force. The golden figure staggered back once more. The pages of the book continued to turn. One shadow after another emerged, leaving Wang Yi and the others utterly astonished. They were witnessing the manifestations of various emperors, though not the emperors themselves. Rather, these were techniques learned by the young man, now transformed into their spectral forms, unleashing formidable power through the Book of the Great Way. Yuan Shuo felt as though he were in a dream. He sensed an overwhelming aura, the majestic force reminiscent of the primordial creation of heaven and earth, and the very real threat that Li Hao had mentioned, capable of extinguishing one's life with a mere breath. How infuriating! Were these individuals truly this powerful, even in this era? It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. He widened his eyes, forgetting Li Hao's presence in that moment, utterly captivated, especially by the youth clad in black armor, whose myriad abilities aligned perfectly with Yuan Shuo's own eclectic tastes. He too had learned a diverse array of skills, or else he would not have mastered the 5 animal techniques. At this moment, this young man was similarly engaged. The Book of the Great Way projected countless imperial shadows, some wielding massive hammers that struck the heavens asunder, using the golden figure as a weapon. Others displayed unparalleled dominance, delivering punches that caused chaos to erupt. There were also those who brandished swords, severing their opponent's limbs with precision. Yuan Shuo watched in rapturous delight. However, the youth in black armor sighed internally. The formidable opponent before him was already bloodied and battered, yet their energy remained rich and potent, while the resources provided by Li Hao were woefully insufficient. Lacking a physical form, he could only maintain a semblance of energy, and the opponent had drawn him into a chaotic space, a realm of the mind, deliberately preventing him from absorbing energy and recovering continuously. Clearly, the adversary had discerned his weakness. Presently, the opponent held absolute advantage. Even if their physical body were at its peak, not to mention a pseudo-king, a true king could have been vanquished without a doubt. But that was not the case now. He had sustained no injuries, barely even allowing the opponent to come close. To outsiders, it appeared to be an effortless victory, as he battered the crimson figure into a state of disrepair. Yet he understood that this was contingent upon the energy still residing within him. Otherwise, if his spiritual force were to be wholly depleted, he would face dire consequences. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yuan Shuo, then at Wang Yi. Observing their engrossed expressions, utterly lost in the spectacle, he felt an urge to exclaim, "Have you forgotten? I am but a shattered vessel." Seeing the current state, had they seen enough? That foolish boy, Wang Yi, had he forgotten that he was, after all, an immortal? He could lend a hand. It would surely be of some benefit. Or perhaps Wang Yi, witnessing his seemingly effortless performance, believed assistance was unnecessary? A soft sigh resonated within his heart. Alas, those were not the days of yore. No matter how many techniques I possess, raw strength alone cannot match the countless years of cultivation that my opponent has invested. The extraordinary body they have nurtured is beyond comparison to my own slumbering form. Soon, the youth in black armor rallied his spirits. There is still hope. The opponent's physical form and spirit have not completely merged. They remain unmatched. By delivering a significant blow to the physical body, one can expel the opponent's spiritual energy and weaken them. With Li Hao's emergence, there is still hope for severance. Previously, keeping Li Hao hidden was merely a precaution. He retained his confidence. If a true clash of spiritual energies were to occur, he would not fear this individual in the slightest. Yet now, it seems that Li Hao may indeed play a pivotal role. Contemplating this, the book of great Tao in his hands continues to transform in myriad ways. All techniques are drawn from his lifelong learning. From the grand blade of the King of Men to the minutiae of the absolute pinnacle path, they all manifest. In the blink of an eye, all figures converge into one, resembling a great dragon, transforming into a long blade as the youth wields it, delivering a single slash. Boom. The opponent also swings a massive axe, which shatters instantly, leaving multiple cracks upon their form. The crimson figure's voice rings out with a hint of mirth. Impressive. Indeed. It is formidable, devoid of mockery. Nevertheless, he has sensed the opponent's aura waning. Had he encountered this person at their peak, even if he had truly become a heavenly king, escape from death would have been a challenge. This is no doubt a direct descendant of an elite powerhouse. But how long can you sustain this? After a decline lasting 100,000 years and a slumber of the same duration, with the energy of the world dissipated, the Yuanping Martial Science University has long ceased its energy supply. You know not from whence you draw this energy, but how long can you maintain it? The youth continues to strike with his blade, silent and resolute. One slash follows another. At this moment, Wang Yi begins to sense something amiss, his expression shifting slightly. The intent of the blade grows ever stronger. However, he also feels that his master's energy is depleting rapidly. If this persists, problems will arise. In an instant, Wang Yi feels a sense of urgency. His own combat prowess is formidable, yet the opponent possesses a pseudo-heavenly king body, unparalleled in strength. Even if he intervenes, it may not yield significant results. Yet he must act. In a flash, he wields the City Lord's seal, donning the illusion of a turtle shield. The seal transforms into a gauntlet, and Director Wang unleashes a punch, creating a thunderous roar as the unleashed power shakes the heavens. Up, the little trees, these demonic plants, also shift in hue. In the next moment, the phantom of the imperial palace manifests, seeking to suppress the heavens and the earth. Yet, the seemingly invincible imperial palace phantom, upon its emergence, is met with a deafening roar from the golden body, its blood energy surging towards the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the imperial palace phantom shatters. The imperial palace? Ridiculous. Merely a temporary hall, lacking the essence of a true emperor. It may suffice against ordinary individuals, but to target me? A mere pinnacle demonic plant. Overestimating its capabilities. The crimson figure sneers. This truly borders on hubris. The chasm between a pseudo-heavenly king and the pinnacle is immense. The essence may have faded, yet the disparity remains vast. Do you truly think this can harm me? In the next moment, the red cedar and jujube trees also spring into action. Their branches pierce through the heavens, but in an instant, they are cleaved by an axe, snapping with a crack as the branches break apart. The two demonic plants tremble in their true forms, filled with trepidation. This individual is overwhelmingly powerful. Yuan Shuo had long since retreated, keeping a safe distance. At this moment, even a residual wave would be enough to obliterate him. Yuan Shuo has but one task, to evade the aftershocks and, at a crucial moment, heed the black-armored command to summon Li Hao. He secretly believes it to be of little use. Even though Li Hao may possess greater strength, he is still merely at the level of a sapling. The imperial palace of the sapling has been utterly torn apart. What purpose does Li Hao serve in this scenario? It is not a matter of underestimating Li Hao, but rather that the clash at this level is far beyond their reach. Yuan Shuo silently lamented. This time, he might indeed face a setback. Such a setback is not the worst, but the fear lies in the potential for all to perish, which would lead to considerable trouble outside. The young man clad in black armor sighed softly and spoke slowly. It seems today marks my demise. Yet, I have no regrets. I merely wish to know who you conspired with beyond the realm, an adept of the new martial arts or a formidable being from another world. If no one conspired with you, how could you isolate the silver moon and leave the dead unrest? Was this not spoken by the king of humans? At this moment, the red shadow chuckled. The dead can also speak. Perhaps it is better for you not to know. How dare you invoke the name of the king of humans? The young man regarded him coldly, sensing that his adversary had no intention of revealing anything further. At this instant, wielding the book of the great Tao, he snorted disdainfully. And in the next moment, a figure began to materialize upon its pages. This time, unlike before, the silhouette was graceful and unmistakably feminine. Suddenly, the book of the great Tao ignited. The young man gazed at the increasingly solidifying figure with a touch of melancholy, smiled at it, and then turned to the red shadow's golden form, uttering, the principal said, "Today, the heavens shall not bear the surname Fong." In an instant, the power of the apparition surged dramatically. The young man transformed once more into black armor, merging seamlessly with the apparition, wielding a long blade that descended with lethal intent. Slay! A low shout echoed throughout the chaos. With a resounding crack, a massive body was cleaved in two, yet at an astonishing speed, it began to mend and heal. Within the body, a red apparition emerged, momentarily weakened but laughing. A desperate strike indeed. You possess some skill, yet. It was at this moment that Yuan Shuo heard the voice of the black armor. Just then, Yuan Shuo dared not delay. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from within him. The five energies manifested instantaneously. This time, they coalesced near the red shadow, where a stone blade was clutched in his mouth, and a blood-red path appeared in the cosmos. The red shadow sensed something amiss, but there was no time to ponder. With a single punch, he sent the desperately charging Director Wang flying. The red shadow concentrated and unleashed another punch that sent the red cedar soaring, both of the immortal beings crumbling under the assault. In the next moment, a fist was aimed at the exceedingly weakened black armor. Such an opportunity was rare. He sought to eradicate this individual. The red shadow felt a surge of excitement. Even in the new martial era, beings of such caliber were difficult to vanquish. This person held an immensely high status. Slaying him might shatter the fears instilled by the new martial arts, to dispel the dread within. Indeed, among the powerful who survived from that era, none were unafraid of the new martial arts. Just then, in the void, it seemed as if 9 great stars emerged. Li Hao's figure materialized in an instant, with the 9 stars revolving around him. Holding the starry sword, he appeared somewhat dazed. Only upon witnessing the red shadow strike at the black armor, seemingly overpowering him and on the verge of slaying him, did Li Hao finally regain his composure. In the next moment, regardless of anything else, the 9 great stars instantaneously converged, vanishing from their original place and descending upon the celestial sword. With a fierce roar, Li Hao struck down with his sword. The 9 types of divine powers, 7 strong and 2 weak, were barely fused into one. As he wielded his sword, a peculiar force surged forth, causing the crimson shadow to shift in hue, rapidly retreating, suddenly sensing the void around it was sealed. Taken aback, it let out a low exclamation, "Break!" Boom. The void's blockade shattered, and Li Hao's descending sword was disrupted by the formidable mental force unleashed by the crimson shadow. Simultaneously, the mental force began to disintegrate. As the crimson shadow was astonished, it also chuckled. Was this the opponent's trump card? Indeed perilous. However, even if my mental power is not at its zenith, it would be difficult for this person to kill me. At this moment, he felt an even greater curiosity about where the opponent had just concealed themselves. How had those 9 elemental forces manifested? His intrigue grew, even contemplating capturing the opponent alive. For this individual might be the key to the dark armor's entry into this realm. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Just then, Li Hao revealed a hint of a smile. Under the surprised gaze of the crimson shadow, his celestial sword gently made contact, and the stone blade that had just guided him was instantaneously shattered. Not only that, but the windchaser boots beneath his feet also disintegrated in an instant. At this moment, 2 of the 8 divine weapons had been destroyed. Previously, the Hong family's divine hammer had also shattered, leaving 3 divine weapons utterly obliterated. The celestial sword momentarily devoured the remnants, its aura surging dramatically. Li Hao's expression turned cold, as countless divine powers re-emerged upon the sword, as if innumerable great forces were converging. Once more, Li Hao swung down his sword. Boom! Countless colossal stars materialized in the air, locking down a realm. Yet this was insufficient. With a thunderous roar, the myriad stars transformed into a long sword, merging instantaneously with his blade. Flash! With a fierce shout, he brought down the sword. The crimson shadow finally changed color entirely. What kind of tactic was this? Never seen before. The celestial sword, the heir of the Li family. Yet what was this maneuver? The vast array of stars resembled the primal path, yet was entirely different, as if separated by an entire world. Its torn flesh rapidly began to mend. It sought to envelop the crimson shadow within. As long as the mental force was enveloped by the physical body, the powerful flesh should be able to withstand this sword without issue. But just as the physical body was about to encase the mental force, suddenly, a bolt of thunder erupted from an unknown origin, silent and swift, striking down upon the corporeal form. In that instant, the body momentarily froze. Yet, this brief pause failed to heal. At the edge of chaos, a dog lay languidly on the ground, utterly weakened, its tongue hanging out as if it had lost all will to live. Its task was singular, to act judiciously and choose the opportune moment. Relying solely on its own judgment, it discerned that this moment might indeed be the most fortuitous opportunity. It possessed only one strike of formidable power. Even the immensely strong pseudo-king's body was briefly stunned by the blow, though the damage was not too substantial, as it was far weaker than the crimson shadow. Yet at that moment, it rendered the opponent's body momentarily immobilized. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao unleashed a powerful sword strike, shattering 2 divine blades. As it descended from the heavens, the air reverberated with a resonant hum and a sharp crack, akin to the sound of something being obliterated. The crimson shadow was cleaved in 2, yet its corporeal form healed instantaneously, enveloping the remnants of its power within. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Had they failed? This was the culmination of all their might. If this endeavor ended in failure, it would spell doom for them all. At this moment, even the black armor felt a weight of gravity in the atmosphere. Although Li Hao's sword was formidable, there remained a possibility that it would not completely annihilate the adversary. Should even a fragment of spiritual energy linger, the weakened individuals present would likely meet their demise, despite their restored physical forms. He felt unperturbed, albeit regretful. Just then, Li Hao flashed a toothy grin and suddenly let out a fierce roar. Boom! A tremendous explosion emanated from within, where healing had occurred, as inscriptions erupted forth, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of reality, detonating with a thunderous roar. Agonizing cries erupted from the depths of flesh. Li Hao's countenance turned ashen. While Yuan Shua's expression shifted, the inscriptions had detonated. This was Li Hao's essence, his path. Despite the dire circumstances, Li Hao smiled brightly, softly declaring, "The great way resides within my heart. It can merge at any moment. Fear not, teacher, but is this one still alive?" He swayed precariously, and in the next instant, the world began to collapse around them. The black armor let out a sigh of relief. "It is dead." The vast chaotic realm began to implode, and a colossal form rapidly diminished, still radiating golden light, fierce and unmatched. At that moment, a flicker of red light erupted from the corporeal body, surging forth towards Li Hao. A sudden joy washed over Li Hao. Before him appeared a mirror, shimmering with an intense brilliance, as if it had long awaited this moment. In an instant, it opened a rift, revealing a world within, and the crimson light surged directly into it. Li Hao swiftly closed the mirror, bellowing, "Come quick and suppress it." Everyone froze momentarily. Even the black armor seemed momentarily distracted. It had not perished? Damn, how could he have seen this? How did Li Hao possess such insight? The mirror trembled violently, as though on the verge of shattering, and powerful beings rushed forth, unleashing their formidable strength to contain the mirror. Li Hao laughed heartily. Huh? I've caught a big fish. I wondered why it didn't utter a single cry, lamenting the injustices of the world. The crowd was taken aback. Was this truly the basis of his judgment? Yet Li Hao laughed maniacally, filled with exhilaration. He had indeed captured a significant entity. As for why he believed the foe might still be alive, he genuinely felt that if such ancient beings were to fall to a weakling like himself, even in death, they would surely utter a few words of grievance. However, this one remained utterly silent. Not a peep escaped, leading Li Hao to ponder. Am I to be so easily deceived? Within the mirror, a red shadow thrashed violently, roaring in fury. Upon hearing Li Hao's voice, it became frenzied. Was this truly the basis of his assessment? Cursed be it. Who would have anticipated that at such a moment, one would wish to deliver a final remark on death? His condition was indeed dire, unable to sustain the stature of a celestial sovereign. Thus, he contemplated the eradication of Li Hao to seize the celestial sword, perhaps believing there was still a chance. Little did he know, he inadvertently collided with the vice mirror of winds and clouds. This was a divine weapon crafted personally by the emperor, and in his current state of disrepair, he lacked the ability to break free. Release me, or else, boom. Countless energies erupted within the mirror, and in the next moment, a small sword plunged into it, viciously wreaking havoc. The celestial sword seemed to possess a life of its own, wreaking destruction within the mirror. It remained uncertain whether its intent was to annihilate the red shadow or to seek vengeance for the previous sealing by the mirror. The battered red shadow was, in an instant, further ravaged by the celestial sword. After a prolonged silence, the mirror grew quiet. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions gasped for breath. Had they perished? No. Some remnants of the red shadow lingered, manifesting upon the mirror's surface. Li Hao panted. There's no escape now. This fellow is truly resilient. Yet, he felt a surge of joy within. He had caught a significant prey. The opponent, though diminished, had not been completely vanquished, and for that reason alone, he was indeed a formidable catch. Chapter 289. Where is the Jianghu? Seeking subscription and monthly votes. Ah, the high-tier monthly votes are out. Almost forgot. You know what I mean. Phew. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air as everyone turned to Li Hao, each displaying expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Li Hao's method of deducing that the red shadow was not dead was rather extraordinary. The absence of any final words. Was that a trap? What sort of theory was this? Who decreed that one must utter a few words before departing this life? This rationale was utterly invincible, bordering on incredibility. At this juncture, the red shadow might be the most formidable entity that had reawakened in the current world, perhaps even surpassing the Sephora tree, and certainly stronger than the black armor. Yet, the opponent had succumbed so easily. The black armor undoubtedly deserved the credit, without question. However, Li Hao's final strike. Even when the black armor had affirmed the opponent's demise, capturing the vestiges of their spiritual energy remained astonishing. Yet, amidst his heavy breathing, Li Hao was unfazed by these thoughts, grinning widely. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the mirror, then glanced at the golden body fallen nearby, and finally took note of the lake that had just emerged. What was this golden lake? Ultimately, he surveyed the vast cavern surrounding him, momentarily frozen in astonishment. Countless energy stones. The ground, the ceiling, every direction was filled with these stones. No, they should be called energy stones. Divine energy stones were merely inferior products. Waste, discarded by others. In the era of ancient civilization, cultivation relied on energy stones. And now, they were right here, at the core of the great mine. Would the outside world ever know? Li Hao suddenly inquired, to which the black armor slightly shook his head. He has just condensed his spiritual domain. comparable to the initial martial realm. Initial martial realm? Li Hao inquired, perplexed. What is that? It corresponds to your domain, the black armor simplified. The initial martial realm represents the dawn of the universe, the first emergence of martial arts, a stage, an era. In that era, the primordial pathways were non-existent, and the original universe remained undiscovered, leading to the emergence of the initial martial age. The formidable warriors of this age laid the foundations for the era of origins, which is synonymous with the reign of the celestial emperors, known as the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Ultimately, this epoch was brought to an end by the monarch of humanity, ushering in the new martial age, the realm of initial martial. Akin to the domain of spiritual might in the present, constitutes a unique space that isolates itself from the external world, reminiscent of a return to chaos. Li Hao understood, realizing the implications. The figure clad in black armor surveyed the surroundings and continued. Furthermore, this is the core of the Grand Mind, which has its own arrangements and formations in place. As such, the outside world cannot perceive this location unless there is a significant disturbance. If the adversary does not establish a spiritual domain, they may indeed sense our presence, for the commotion we create is considerable. Li Hao nodded repeatedly, akin to a naive child, for he was indeed inexperienced in these matters. His journey into the martial path had been brief. His focus solely on the modern martial arts and the new martial techniques. His interest was primarily piqued by the unique skills of Jinqing City and the divisional methods documented in the Yuanping Chronicles. Who is this person? He pondered, struck by the realization that he did not recognize them. How could this be? He mused, baffled that such a formidable figure could be unknown to him. The black-armored figure nodded, a sage, currently in the process of condensing a heavenly king's body. They are indeed a strong individual, even in the new martial age. A sage barely qualifies as a strong presence, while a heavenly king is deemed top tier, and the emperor sovereigns are truly invincible beings. How could one not be acquainted with such a figure? Li Hao expressed his astonishment. The black-armored figure responded with exasperation. It is perfectly normal. The world is vast, and I cannot know everyone. If someone chooses to conceal their identity, it becomes even more challenging to recognize them. Of course, I know the heavenly kings and emperor sovereigns. But as for the sages of the later new martial period, there are many, and it is impossible for me to be familiar with them all. Well then, Li Hao conceded, feeling a tinge of regret. If I had known them, I might have discerned their origin from the main city. Director Wang then coughed, spitting blood, and remarked, this individual must have concealed their true intentions long ago, indicating that their betrayal was premeditated rather than a spontaneous decision. I find it curious who possesses such audacity for premeditated treachery. If the Star Gate had closed suddenly, I could understand a rash decision. But to plot so boldly requires immense courage. At that time, the Star Gate was still open, and the Sword Sovereign was personally overseeing Silver Moon. Under such circumstances, the audacity to betray with prior planning is almost unfathomable. Of course, this was Silver Moon. In the main world, such an act would likely not be attempted. Silver Moon was also home to Emperor Sovereigns. The Sword Sovereign was one, and the president of Yuanping Martial University was another. However, to be frank, neither of them could be considered particularly reliable. The Sword Sovereign was wholly focused on martial cultivation, showing little interest in administrative matters. As for the president, they merely flitted from place to place without much thought for governance. In fact, the black-armored figure managed more affairs at Yuanping Martial University, as the president would only return occasionally, disappearing when busy. Li Hao did not concern himself overly with these matters. To be honest, he was indifferent to which of the 8 main cities might betray. Even if it were truly the city of war that turned against them, it would not weigh heavily on his mind. This is a hurdle that the new martial artists cannot overcome. For Li Hao, it is difficult to elaborate, but he knows he must not provoke himself, nor seize his own Silver Moon territory. As for the territory inherited from the ancestors of the new martial era, Li Hao chooses to remain indifferent. Double standards have always been his guiding principle. At this moment, he is not preoccupied with such matters, but instead swiftly gazes at the golden corpse lying underground, which has now healed. This body is immensely powerful, indeed. The black armor nods in affirmation. It is extraordinarily strong, forged from pure energy, abundant indestructible materials, the fountain of life, along with numerous rare celestial treasures, resulting in a human physique. Is that not a weapon? Li Hao inquires, puzzled. The black armor shakes its head. It cannot be classified as a weapon. If one were to argue otherwise, it would not be entirely inaccurate, but it is indeed a physical body, indistinguishable from a true corporeal form. Can it also cultivate an additional body? Li Hao's curiosity intensifies. Is it usable by anyone, or only by that recent red shadow? The black armor conducts a brief examination and responds. This body has not yet been fully cultivated. It seems to aspire towards the heavenly king level, but has not undergone the spiritual imprinting. Once the imprint is made, it will have a designated master. If not, it remains a soulless entity. Why did the red shadow not perform the spiritual imprint? Li Hao, reminiscent of an inquisitive child, ponders aloud, for in his nature, he believes that what is in hand is rightfully his. No imprint means no fear of being snatched away. The black armor, bemused by his ignorance and incessant questioning, has no choice but to continue. It is because it has not yet been fully cultivated. Do you understand? If the spiritual imprint is performed now, the body will be solidified. It is a semi-finished product, but if it reaches the heavenly king level, then imprinting at that time would yield a completed form, allowing the body to harmonize with spiritual energy, enabling joint growth without hindering potential. However, imprinting now would render the body devoid of potential. The semi-finished product would have its progress interrupted, and for life, this body would only attain that level, the quasi-heavenly king level. To advance further, the only option is to reforge the body. Li Hao nods in understanding. So, it is a semi-finished product. He glances at the physique with a hint of regret. Thus, if this body were to be refined by someone now, it would at most attain the pseudo-heavenly king level, unable to progress further? Indeed, that is quite regrettable. Originally a sage, one would surely not wish for the countless hours and treasures spent forging this body to culminate in merely a pseudo-heavenly king physique. That would be a waste, would it not? Indeed, to directly perform the spiritual imprint now requires tremendous willpower, and the red shadow evidently lacks such fortitude. The spiritual imprint grants control. Li Hao casts a glance at the black armor. This entity possesses formidable spiritual power. If an imprint were made, with a quasi-heavenly king body, would it not unleash strength comparable to a heavenly king? That would be extraordinarily powerful, even if solidified and unable to improve. A being on par with a heavenly king could dominate the current stage without restraint, could it not? How long would it take to continue cultivating? Li Hao inquired once more, while the figure in black armor glanced at the lake, contemplating before responding. It will be soon. The opposition has been nurturing their essence for quite some time. The moment their physical form succeeds, it will coincide with the second resurrection. Thus, everything surrounding the second resurrection is indeed within their control. Long ago, they anticipated all outcomes and prepared accordingly, whether it be the first or the second resurrection. Both lie within their dominion. After a brief silence, he continued, the first resurrection, it is said, shattered an ancient relic of the silver moon. It is highly likely that within that relic resides a formidable entity akin to the red shadow. However, whether they possess a nurtured physical form is uncertain. There must be some residual mental energy. Perhaps they accompanied those who emerged during the first resurrection, or perhaps they remained, lingering within that relic. A flicker of realization ignited within Li Hao. The first resurrection was instigated by those of the crimson moon. Beside them stood a red shadow, which Li Hao had previously discerned using a mirror. But was their presence merely a mental projection? A manifestation of their essence? It was indeed a possibility. This suggested that the site of the first resurrection bore similarities to this very location, implying that the so-called energy resurgence was entirely under the adversary's control. Li Hao furrowed his brow. The extraction of energy, leading to the obliteration of the formidable, followed by the restoration of energy to preemptively orchestrate a resurrection. Perhaps the opposition had long been prepared, reserving a plethora of treasures, while others lay in slumber. They were orchestrating their revival. If this were true, it would be exceedingly terrifying. They had delayed for so many years, ostensibly to exhaust those strong individuals. Even if a resurrection were to occur, those formidable beings would emerge diminished, lacking the readiness they once possessed. In that moment, Li Hao began to comprehend. This also implied that their adversaries were likely not as powerful as the 8 great cities at their zenith. Even the remaining forces of the 8 cities would not be sufficient for them to seize victory, compelling them to resort to time-wasting strategies to wear down their opponents. However, had not the strong ones of the 8 main cities already departed? The remaining forces, at most, comprised mere saints. Could it be that the opposition lacked even a few saints? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. Moreover, Li Hao had also determined that within the relic of the first resurrection, a powerful entity likely still resided. Among others, figures such as the Crimson Moon, the Flying Sword Immortal, the Master of Haoyan Mountain, and the Lord of the Underworld were present during the shattering of the relic in the first resurrection. These individuals were all aware of the relic's location. No, wait. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Director Zhou, who mentioned that many participated in the first resurrection. Aside from the few he knew, there was also the commander of the martial guards. Who was that? Director Zhou? Yes. It was Director Zhou, the commander of the martial guards, an enigmatic figure. Director Zhou was privy to this knowledge. Li Hao's expression shifted as he pondered. If the first resurrection was indeed manipulated by a powerful entity, had Director Zhou ever encountered that being? This matter had originated long ago, during Li Hao's initial conversation with Director Zhou when they discussed it along the way. He had almost forgotten about it until now. Today, prompted by Black Armor's mention of the premeditated nature of these resurrections, he recalled this detail. Director Zhou knew the location of the relic and had participated in the first resurrection. Yuan Shuo called out, and Li Hao suddenly fell into deep contemplation, prompting him to interrupt. What are you thinking? Are you all right? How could you have destroyed your divine text? It's nothing, Li Hao replied, shaking his head with a smile. I have some insights to clear away the impurities. I can condense it anew later. It's just a matter of reorganizing a new system, which actually simplifies things. His words elicited peculiar expressions from the crowd. Is there truly such a person? They thought. At this moment, having just obliterated his most formidable means, he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, speaking of reorganizing a new system as if it were trivial. Noticing their gaze, Li Hao earnestly continued, it's really not a big deal. I had no direction before, practicing chaotically for over 5 months. My training has been somewhat disordered, and I lacked experience and resources. Now, I believe that within a month, I can successfully reorganize and even make further progress. It's nothing to fret about. The others remained silent. Yuan Shuo, the one who had trained the least in this place, had practiced martial arts for several decades. 5 months was utterly insignificant. Li Hao chuckled again. Moreover, this time has yielded tremendous gains. Let us not forget that there are still 2 saints outside. Director Wang could not help but interject. This grand mind does not belong to you. What was this fellow thinking? Li Hao turned to the Black Armor. What is the cost of this physical body to the senior, considering how many times it has been used? The Black Armor remained silent. Li Hao smiled. Does the senior not desire it? Is the physical body too weak for your liking? After some contemplation, the Black Armor replied, only by cultivating it into a heavenly king physique will it hold greater value. At this stage, imbuing it with spirit would be a waste. I may not require this body later. The quasi-heavenly king level is not much stronger than my physical body from years past. Its potential is lacking, which does not concern me much. However, cultivating it into a heavenly king physique may take several years. According to the other party's plan, it may only be at the moment of successful cultivation that the second revival occurs. Thus, they have consistently obstructed the thorns and roses from breaking the mind. Li Hao frowned. Why must it take so many years to successfully cultivate it? It cannot be extracted too aggressively. This mine is crucial to the timing of the second revival. It serves as a catalyst. Furthermore, as external energies are drawn away, they can only be nurtured gradually, which slows the pace. Additionally, this crimson shadow may have only awakened after a prior revival. During that time, it has likely been in natural cultivation, the Black Armor explained, summarizing the situation adequately. At that moment, Li Hao gazed at the physical body, lost in thought. The quasi-heavenly king physique was deemed average by the Black Armor. While it could be given, was it not a waste? Yet, without giving it to him, what purpose would the body serve? To brew soup? Or perhaps to offer it to Colonel Jiu? Li Hao's first thought turned to that individual, but upon reflection, he realized that person might not want it either. Moreover, a formidable physique might not be transportable. At his current stage, Li Hao might not be able to safeguard such a powerful body during travel. As for bringing Colonel Jiu over, would he even be willing to leave the Battle Heaven City? Thoughts swirled in his mind. Once again, I pondered the existence of 2 sages outside. The 9th master is not particularly powerful. According to our previous discussion, with 10 immortal trees, one can restore their physical form. This pertains to the early stages of immortality. But what if it were a sage tree? Would it not allow for the immediate restoration of one's corporeal body? Would there still be a need for another's flesh? Contemplating this, Li Hao spoke. This physical form should be bestowed upon the senior. it can serve as a temporary vessel. A direct spiritual imprint would be prudent to avoid complications, lest one's mental prowess be obliterated by the recent methods employed. The figure in black armor appeared somewhat taken aback and murmured, "For me? To be candid, that seems quite extravagant. I am not particularly fond of utilizing a body that does not belong to me. This flesh, if given to any immortal, would be regarded as a treasure." At this stage, many are left with naught but their spiritual energy. An immortal's control would not yield to any sage. Thus, your offering would prompt the other party to part with everything. As for me, I would merely view it as a transitional vessel, not deserving of excessive gratitude. Li Hao chuckled. "Let us regard it as a puppet weapon. It is hardly a matter of great significance." "Hardly a matter of great significance?" Director Wang, unable to contain himself, interjected. "Li Hao, this is indeed a genuine treasure. If one were to consider trading it for the fountain of life, I would estimate it to be worth a pawn's worth, perhaps around 1,000,000 drops, which is not an unreasonable figure." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. 1,000,000 drops? He quickly calculated. The cost of divine energy stones is 3,000 per drop, amounting to 30 billion divine energy stones. He swallowed hard. "So much?" Director Wang remarked. "This is actually an underestimation. Within this physical form lie certain elements that have become extinct, such as abundant indestructible materials, the soul hook grass, and the soul lock incense. If successfully cultivated, they would be beyond the worth of the fountain of life. Do you understand what this implies?" He could not restrain himself. "The heavenly king, the lord of Battle Heaven City, the invincible existence of my Wang family. It is not merely the emperor, but rather, in the peak of his time, the city lord was merely at the pinnacle of sagehood. I cannot speak to whether he ascended thereafter, but even if he did reach that level, in the Silver Moon realm, aside from your family's sword sovereign, the heavenly king remains an unmatched entity." Could Li Hao truly be unaware of the implications of the heavenly king? He seemed to regard the physical form before him with disdain. Such words made one want to retaliate. Yet Li Hao shook his head. "I understand. I harbor no disdain for the heavenly king. Nor do I possess the standing to do so. What I meant to convey is that this is not one's own flesh, and its potential is limited. The human body's potential does not rely on an external form or the quantity of treasures. At least for us, the true treasure of the body lies within oneself. Even the emperor's flesh, if not one's own, holds limited value." Upon hearing this, Director Wang was momentarily stunned. Li Hao continued, "If you so desire it, I would not object to you shattering your own flesh to don this one." Director Wang glanced at his recently restored body, then at the golden form on the ground. If he were to exchange for the quasi-heavenly king's body, coupled with indomitable spiritual energy, he would likely wield the power of a sage. Suddenly, he would become a formidable sage. But was not a sage without potential still not considered the pinnacle? It is important to note that in the past, there were not many saints during the Silver Moon era. The prominent families did not regard saints as particularly formidable, having encountered the imperial sovereign. However, for the Wang family, the strongest at that time was merely a saint. He felt momentarily disoriented. "I have transformed. I am now a saint." After a long while, he suddenly shook his head, muttering, "No, no, no. I still prefer my own corporeal form. I am not fond of another's body." The black armor chuckled. "You do not fancy it? You must realize that you are not young anymore. Although you are hailed as a genius of the Wang family, you have only just entered the early stages of immortality after many years. To achieve sainthood, even with the primordial era still in existence, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. Hope is nearly extinct in this age. You can simply transform and become a saint. In Battle Heaven City, the only one who could rival you would be General Huai, wouldn't it?" Director Wang fell silent. He gazed at his corporeal form for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and shaking his head. "No, I refuse. My physical body has regained its vitality. It is no longer in its previous state. Back then, I would have accepted an immortal body without hesitation, but now, I do not desire it." Nearby, the redwood tree silently complained. "Why does everyone reject such an opportunity? I want it. A humanoid body at the level of a quasi-king. With just a few years of nurture, it could ascend to the kingly tier. This is nothing short of a dream treasure. Yet, they all dismiss it as worthless. Such a pity I cannot voice my thoughts." Here, neither the black armor nor Director Wang were to be trifled with. And the redwood tree felt the same about Li Hao. It was not that Li Hao was stronger. Rather, he emanated an increasingly enigmatic aura that was difficult to articulate. For instance, This time, he swiftly vanquished the red shadow, emerging from a special space, unleashing 9 divine powers, and employing various means to shatter the 8 divine weapons, instilling a sense of trepidation within it. The last time it experienced such fear was long ago, when it caught sight of the sword's sovereign from a distance. To feel this way again in the presence of a young man was something the redwood tree dared not express. Meanwhile, Li Hao did not linger on the matter. Quickly addressing the black armor, "Predecessor, please make use of it first. Moreover, even if it shatters, the indestructible materials will still remain. When needed, they can be shattered to resurrect 100 students. Is that feasible? Forget immortality and the pinnacle. Can it be done?" The black armor was taken aback, and after a moment replied, "With the assistance of certain other elements, 100 might be excessive, but resurrecting dozens should pose no issue." Li Hao was somewhat surprised. "So, you intend to exchange a kingly body to revive those weaker at the pinnacle? This is quite unexpected." Li Hao smiled. "This is perfect. It can be recycled. What a boon. You mentioned that with one action, we could resurrect 10 students. So, if I claim 100, that would just be 10 instances. Is that not reasonable?" The black armor was left speechless. Li Hao continued, "Although it is your effort that resolves the matter, I have employed you. Thus this bounty is mine. This means, aside from this occasion, you still owe me 9 opportunities for your assistance, correct?" The black armor remained silent for a moment before nodding. Li Hao flashed a grin. "Then it is settled. Predecessor, please make do with it for now." The black armor could not help but interject. "Do you realize that upon assuming this corporeal form, I would be nearly comparable to a king? In this current era, should I possess such power, no matter how many formidable beings you summon, they would find it difficult to contend with me. Are you not afraid?" Li Hao took a deep breath. "Now, can I truly rival my predecessors?" He chuckled. "One must take risks. Given the opulence of my predecessors in their prime, I hardly believe they would regard this humble realm with any seriousness, would they? Let us gamble. In this era, isn't life just one grand wager? The day the Stargate opens and I discover the main world, wouldn't it be a joyous occasion to bid farewell to my predecessors?" The armored figure fell silent for a moment, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. Reaching out, he grasped the corporeal form that had fallen into his hands. After a glance, he reflected, "Ultimately, revival is necessary." Li Hao smiled and said, "Why does the predecessor wish for death?" The armored figure remained silent, not out of a desire for demise, but rather from a sense of foreboding regarding the future. Meanwhile, Director Wong, witnessing the demise of the physical form, felt a pang of envy. Despite his earlier indifference, seeing the flesh vanish still made him salivate with desire. The armored figure suddenly turned to Li Hao and said, "This treasure pool is still functional. It nurtures the body of a heavenly king. Currently, it has expended 90% of its energy. If you modern beings immerse yourselves in it, your physical forms will strengthen by 30%. A day's soak will double your strength. 3 days, and your bodies will surpass the 9th tier of your." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes sparkled. "Is it truly so remarkable? A treasure indeed." "Naturally," the armored figure replied. "This is far superior to the fountain of life. The fountain can be condensed by mere rare plants, while this pool is enriched with various other materials. Perhaps there is no other like it in the world today." Li Hao quickly inquired, "Can many partake?" "Indeed, even a fraction of a heavenly king's power is immensely formidable. For someone of your caliber, immersing 100 or 80 individuals poses no challenge." Li Hao's eyes gleamed as he turned to Yuan Shuo. "Master, if we immerse all the Silver Moon warriors, wouldn't we swiftly produce a multitude of 7 elemental abilities?" The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. The armored figure interjected, "What about yourself? You have given your body to the pool. Will you not consider your own enhancement?" Li Hao, with a playful grin, replied, "I possess my own methods. I am currently averse to forcibly elevating my own capabilities. Wouldn't you agree, master?" Yuan Shuo regarded him with curiosity. "You mentioned a dual space. Yet its speed is not remarkable. It would be more beneficial to simply take a bath." "Ah, but that is where you err," Li Hao countered with a smile. "You possess only 5 powers. I shall soon acquire 9. It is an entirely different matter. Moreover, I have discovered alternative methods for better utilization. And by the way, it is not a dual space. It is the Haoxing realm." "What?" "The Hao from Haoyue and the Xing from the starry sky, the Jie from realm, Haoxing realm." Yuan Shuo was momentarily stunned before slapping his forehead in regret. "I completely overlooked that. It should indeed be called the Shuo Xing realm." The crowd was left speechless by their banter. We are discussing serious matters here, they thought. While you two trivialize treasures scattered around, weaklings are engrossed in this. Director Wang would be drooling over these riches, yet Li Hao and Yuan Shua seemed to regard them with indifference. This sentiment was akin to a beggar encountering a million, treating it as mere refuse. Were they unaware of the treasure's value, or did they genuinely believe they could surpass it? After a jovial exchange, Li Hao turned his gaze around and inquired, "Where are the self-destruction devices in this place?" With a wave of his hand, the black armor summoned a translucent shield that spread like tree roots in all directions. Upon the surface of the shield, black holes emerged. The black armor spoke. "Input energy into this black portal, energy comparable to the pinnacle of immortality, and it will detonate the entire colossal mine." He continued, "However, there are countermeasures. The fellow from earlier did not utilize them, but had he done so, I too could have retaliated. How might one counteract this?" The black armor glanced at Li Hao, recalling classified information from years past. Yet now, he thought it of little consequence. It was simple, not difficult at all, but the enemies would never anticipate it. And even the higher-ups remained oblivious. After some rambling, the black armor finally approached the crux of the matter, prompting Li Hao's growing impatience and Director Wang's bemusement. "Please, do enlighten us," Wang urged, intrigued. The black armor cleared his throat awkwardly and murmured, "Within this device, there exists a peculiar mechanism. When the enemy attempts to detonate it, one must chant, 'The benevolent king of humanity, loving the people as his own, long live peace, may humanity prosper forever.' Uttering these phrases will automatically halt the device's activation." The group exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched on their faces. "No way. Is that truly effective?" The black armor coughed again, utilizing his mental energy to simulate the sound, and spoke in hushed tones. "This countermeasure was personally devised by the benevolent king. He claimed that uttering these words at a critical moment would astonish the enemy, granting you the time to counteract." At that moment, several plant-like creatures swayed their canopies wildly, affirming the absurdity of the revelation. Hearing these words left us all in shock, as we pondered the implications. Could it genuinely work? The black armor coughed once more. Indeed. Only a select few were aware of this in the past, primarily due to concerns about its ineffectiveness against the strong. If formidable adversaries are present, the detonation of the colossal mine can be avoided. Li Hao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Well, this strategy is indeed clever, leaving the enemies bewildered. The benevolent king. In that moment, Li Hao recalled the formidable figure who dispatched foes with a single strike, who, after vanquishing opponents, lamented their unwillingness to take their own lives. Was this the same man who preached benevolence? The same one who declared peace everlasting? The same who claimed to love the people as his own? Perhaps there was some truth to it, and for now, Li Hao chose to suspend his doubts. Yet the earlier assertions were undoubtedly far-fetched. Shaking his head, he found himself both amused and perplexed, choosing to remain silent. This location might very well be the only significant mine in the realm of Silver Moon. Understanding the countermeasures likely would not be of use, Li Hao gazed outward. Although he could perceive no significant commotion, he inquired, "So, does this imply that the vice commander is allied with him? What of the others? Have those commanders and soldiers all betrayed us?" The black armor looked outside and shook his head. "I cannot say, but it is highly probable that Vice Commander's son is aware of the situation. As for that thorny rose, perhaps they too possess knowledge. The survival of these plant-like entities suggests that it was intentional on their part, deliberately obstructing certain individuals from entering this place after a revival. At each entrance, there exists a presence of these creatures, while the human race has been utterly annihilated. In retrospect, it appears that the adversary deliberately lingered, obstructing certain unforeseen factors. They understood that while the demonic flora could survive, it would inevitably be weakened. Nevertheless, they would not allow anyone to interfere with the cultivation of this red shadow's corporeal form. However, after a resurrection, it seems the opponent was unable to enter this realm, which is somewhat surprising. Otherwise, had they also revived following the resurrection, they would have urgently required energy and perhaps sent someone to procure some minerals. Yet, that did not happen. Was this an unexpected development? At this moment, the black armor found it difficult to ascertain, but he could roughly deduce some possibilities. The thorned rose, under such circumstances, surprisingly managed to transcend. Perhaps something intriguing occurred. Otherwise, everyone else was weakened, and yet the adversary grew stronger. This is illogical. At this juncture, Director Wang hastily suggested, Master, please merge with your body first. Your current consumption is substantial. While the adversary has yet to penetrate our defenses, merging with your form will simplify our subsequent confrontation. He expressed a desire to capture Sun Xian alive, hoping to extract some intelligence. For Li Hao was not concerned about who betrayed him. He cared deeply. This was of great significance. The black armor, not merging with his corporeal form, was currently expending immense energy and might not even be a match for the opponent. Li Hao quickly added, Elder, please merge with your body. By the way, the red shadow is not completely obliterated but rather scattered. However, its core remains preserved within the mirror. Can this entity yield any information? Difficult. The black armor swiftly responded. An existence of such caliber will not easily divulge the truth. I understand. Li Hao nodded and continued. Given that his formidable mental energy is now dissipated, does that not imply it is still interspersed with a considerable amount of primal force? The black armor paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. His path remains intact, not severed. Yet I suspect this individual might be an initial martial powerhouse, thus he may lack a primal path. What do you intend to do? Li Hao grinned, If the dissipated mental energy is largely preserved within the mirror, could it not be harnessed to enhance one's strength? You must tread cautiously, the black armor cautioned. For an entity with potent mental energy, even a fragment could lead to a resurgence, so be wary of absorption, lest you allow them to encroach upon your consciousness. Li Hao was unconcerned, joyfully stating, that is of no matter. Should absorption occur, it will be directed towards some formidable demonic flora or ancient humans. And I will forewarn them, they are not so easily susceptible to consciousness invasion. At this moment, the redwood figures were filled with anticipation. However, Li Hao did not even mention them. You ought to temper your ambitions. After previously absorbing the essence and indestructible materials from several demonic plants, do not become overly greedy. This matter requires careful consideration on how to utilize it effectively. The gains from this endeavor are immense. Outside, numerous demonic plants still awaited resolution. Additionally, this vast energy mine, Li Hao glanced at it, having no idea how many ores lay within, was something he felt he could never exhaust in his lifetime. This time, he had truly struck it rich. The black armor rapidly merged with his corporeal form, while Li Hao brimmed with anticipation, gazing outward, hoping the adversary would continue their assault a while longer. Once the black armor's merging was complete, none of those creatures would escape. At this moment, Li Hao found himself somewhat powerless. His divine text lay shattered, yet to coalesce. His physical form, neither strong nor weak, lacked substantial combat prowess. Perhaps he could contend with those of the 6th tier, but the 7th tier would pose a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned. At this juncture, he caressed the surrounding energy mines, filled with excitement. He glanced at the immense treasure pool, equally exhilarated. Meanwhile, Yuan Shua approached, conveying through thought, that black-armored figure is formidable. When you were absent, their strength was terrifying. They employed various imperial abilities and even utilized a tome containing myriad primal pathways. I have encountered descriptions of such techniques in ancient texts, possibly linked to a supreme being from the era of ancient civilizations, second only to the monarch of humanity. This individual may have connections to that figure. Li Hao pondered this, nodding slightly. Yuan Shua continued, bestowing your formidable physical form upon him presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that we have entrusted him with our most precious possession, which may deter him from turning against us. The downside, however, is his overwhelming power, which we cannot restrain. Our strength is somewhat lacking. Henceforth, we must exercise caution. We may extend a degree of trust, but we must never trust the ancients without limits. You must maintain equilibrium. Historically, a powerful lord with a weak vassal has never boded well. Li Hao nodded again, understanding the implications. Noticing the young man's contemplation, Yuan Shua sensed that his words had been absorbed and continued. Moreover, this treasure pool is exceptional, existing in a secondary space. Do not allow everything to leak out or share indiscriminately. You are not yet at a level where you can suppress all. Be wary of inadvertently crafting garments for others. I am all too familiar with the ilk of Silvermoon. Should they grow powerful, they might turn against you, likely choosing to disregard you and flee, which remains a considerable possibility, as exemplified by the likes of Nan Quan. Li Hao cleared his throat. Teacher, please refrain from always targeting Nan Quan. he is quite diligent. After all, he works hard for payment, and is indeed quite useful. Yuan Shua responded, do not cough. It serves no purpose. In any case, should you secure this grand mine, it would be wise to remain low-key for a time. If you cannot match the level of a sage, it is best to refrain from making reckless moves. Have you not noticed that the more you act, the more awakened beings emerge? It is easy to spiral out of control. You must proceed with caution. As for the disputes of ancient civilizations, it is prudent to refrain from involvement for now. Even if they identify a betrayer among them, do not hastily choose sides. Li Hao nodded repeatedly. His teacher was evidently concerned, and he too harbored worries. Presently, even quasi-kings had emerged, while he remained merely of the 7th tier, too weak. Not to mention the 9th tier, which would likely falter against the immortal. At this level, the enhancement of 1 or 2 tiers of power is likely inferior to the advancement of an entire realm. Yet, with countless superhuman capabilities and numerous locks of power, Li Hao remained optimistic about his path ahead. At this point, Yuan Shua added, furthermore, are you certain you wish to eliminate all those presences outside, instead of subduing a few to maintain balance? Li Hao was taken aback. Yuan Shua continued, do you harbor deep-seated animosity towards those monstrous plants outside? Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment's reflection, he was the first to challenge his teacher. They have not wronged me, but teacher, these monstrous plants manipulate the 9 departments and the royal family, causing chaos throughout the realm. In the realm of the martial world, where valiant hearts and righteous spirits dwell, I lack the benevolence of a monarch and the kindness of an emperor. Yet, we are wanderers of the Jianghu, tracing our origins amidst the chaos of the world. In this turbulent era, the malevolent plants cannot evade their culpability. The struggle for power, the manipulation of the courts, and the control over the royal family have plunged the world into turmoil, leaving the populace in despair. He turned to the malevolent plants and remarked coolly, the red cedar manipulates the Lin family in their quest for supremacy. Had it not been for the Lin family, Lin Hongyu would have long ago chosen to ally with the sinister forces behind these malevolent beings, and none would have survived. At that moment, the red cedar trembled slightly. Hastily forcing a smile, Governor, I harbor no intentions of controlling the Lin family, nor any desire for dominion. Please do not misunderstand. Li Hao chose to disregard this. Meanwhile, Yuan Shua was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Li Hao, who seldom contradicted him. Whatever Yuan said, Li Hao would typically nod in agreement. For the first time, however, Li Hao fundamentally refuted him. Yuan Shua, lost in thought for a moment, finally smiled and patted Li Hao's shoulder heartily. His expression a mixture of nostalgia and pride. You've grown. My child, you've matured. You possess your own convictions now. His feelings were complex. Yet there was an undeniable sense of satisfaction. This was not mere baseless contradiction. It was reasoned and justified. He was indeed a man of the Jianghu, who had previously considered only the immediate advantages and disadvantages. Yet after Li Hao spoke, Yuan Shua found himself inexplicably moved. Li Hao claimed he lacked the heart of a monarch and the spirit of an emperor. Yet, being gallant and righteous, standing against injustice with sword in hand, wasn't that the essence of a true monarch? A hero? In that moment, Yuan Shua suddenly realized that Li Hao was the genuine hero of the Jianghu, while he, Yuan Shua, might merely be considered a tyrant of the realm. A ruler and a hero are not synonymous. You've grown. He patted Li Hao once more, filled with emotion and reflection. After a long pause, he suddenly broke into a wide smile. My 5 animals sect has often been labeled as a demonic sect. Yet today, who dares to call us such? I would shatter their skulls with a single punch. Little Hao, this world, this Jianghu, this future, this martial way, all of it belongs to you. At that moment, Yuan Shua genuinely felt the weight of age upon him. His vision was too narrow. My world comprises only the Silver Moon martial arts and the Celestial Star martial arts. But my disciple's world encompasses the entirety of humanity. As Li Hao opened his mouth to speak, Yuan Shua laughed heartily. Do not speak. I once said, forge your own path. I can accompany you for a while, but not for a lifetime. Trust in yourself and tread forward with conviction. As a man of the Jianghu, do not concern yourself with anything else. Just one word, clarity of thought. A group of people looked at Yuan Shua, puzzled. Did he not understand the meaning of numbers? Yuan Shua laughed heartily, dismissing their confusion. If I say one word, then it is indeed one word, for words are also one word. What of it? Clarity of thought is paramount. Delightful. This old demon was in an extraordinarily good mood that day. The previous anxieties and uncertainties had vanished without a trace. Who has the old demon ever feared? What of the heavenly kings and imperial lords? Give me time, and I shall sweep through the lands, regardless of how formidable the imperial lords may be. In my Jianghu, I reign supreme. And Li Hao, too, smiled radiantly. Clarity of thought? His teacher spoke wisely. However, the teacher was also mistaken. It is not merely so. As martial artists, our cultivation encompasses both the refinement of the heart and the alignment of intention. This signifies a profound clarity of thought. Yet, to refrain from malevolence and to act righteously constitutes the essence of the heart's path. If others engage in wrongdoing, I possess the capability to thwart them, to retaliate tenfold, for that is the way of chivalry in the martial world. Teacher, the realm of martial arts transcends mere geography. My aspirations know no bounds. In this moment, both Li Hao and Yuan Shuo share a quiet laughter. A few ancient figures, upon opening their eyes, suddenly find themselves in a state of bewilderment. These master and disciple are indeed intriguing. Chapter 290. The celestial stars descend, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. For those enlightened, it is understood, the pursuit of cultivation is a journey of the heart. Each battle is a crucible for spiritual refinement, yielding insights and rewards. In Li Hao's perspective, the essence of combat has never been merely to kill for the sake of killing. Murder, too, is not an act of wickedness. The principle of an eye for an eye is characteristic of this era, as well as any extraordinary age. Only through such means can one find contentment. The quest for transcendence ultimately hinges on the balance of power. A dialogue with the master has bestowed upon Li Hao new revelations regarding martial arts and life itself. The practitioners have resumed their cultivation for a while, awaiting the arrival of the black armor. At this juncture, it is undeniable that the black armor represents the singular hope for victory and serves as Li Hao's greatest reliance. Without it, confronting the sage would prove daunting. Bai Shu of the Wind and Cloud Tower is a sage who has nearly depleted all his resources. Consequently, even Director Wang requires special means to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the two sages outside are at the pinnacle of their power. Aside from the primal path failing to enhance combat strength, they are essentially at the zenith of the sage realm. However, due to the lack of amplification, the primal path practitioners of this era are significantly weaker than those of the new martial era. Presently, all strong practitioners can be perceived as a tier lower. For instance, a sage from the bygone era, when the primal path had not yet faded into obscurity, would indeed be considered a sage, but now, they are merely comparable to the once immortal beings of yore. At this moment, Li Hao's thoughts are myriad. Time slips by, and the physical form beside the black armor has vanished, yet the entity remains shrouded beneath the black armor, seemingly reluctant to reveal itself. In contrast, on the day when Director Wang's corporeal form was restored, he has since displayed his true self, no longer donned in armor as before. It is nearly time. The black armor remains calm, even though his strength has been significantly restored, rivaling that of his former self. He remains unperturbed, as if there is nothing worthy of celebration. Upon his revival, the crowd rejoices. Li Hao smiles and remarks, "Then, we shall trouble you, esteemed elder." Not at all. It is merely an exchange of equal value. The black armor responds nonchalantly, rising and making his way outside. The crowd swiftly follows suit. The three demon plants are filled with anticipation, while the Black Panther lingers, casting longing glances at the treasure pool. At this moment, the Black Panther yearns to dive in for a restful slumber, to indulge in a feast and revel in delight. Regrettably, Li Hao does not afford it that opportunity. Outside the mine, the fierce battle rages on. In the midst of the fierce battle at the core, the existence of the spiritual realm rendered the conflict imperceptible to the onlookers, including two formidable saints who sensed nothing amiss. The skirmish had persisted for a considerable duration. Surrounding the area, the fallen corpses of the black armored army lay strewn about, while some of the celestial star army had been vanquished, their armor shattered, devoid of any life force. In the air, several demon plants bore signs of damage. Out of the 6 silver-armored warriors, one had succumbed, lying motionless, uncertain of its fate. Overall, the demon plants seemed to hold a slight advantage, owing to their greater resilience. In the void, a woman transformed from a thorny rose let out a cold sneer, brandishing twin daggers as she addressed Sun Xin with icy disdain. "If this stalemate continues, you will only grow weaker." I have stated my desire. Hand over 1/3 of the energy stones from your minds, and I shall withdraw. She continued with a chilling tone. This deadlock benefits neither of us, does it? The golden warrior remained silent, wielding his battle blade with unwavering ferocity, yet the thorny rose was equally formidable, her twin daggers a potent extension of her very being. In their repeated clashes, Sun Xin found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the demon plants below launched a ferocious assault on the remaining 5 silver-armored warriors. These demon plants, though slightly inferior in combat prowess compared to their human counterparts, pressed forward relentlessly, causing the 5 silver warriors to retreat under the weight of their superior realm. Conversely, the conflict between the Black Armored Army and the Celestial Star Army saw the latter gaining the upper hand, forcing the former to abandon their armor in defeat. However, such low-tier battles, despite their victories, could hardly alter the overall situation. At that moment, one of the silver-armored warriors erupted with a brilliant radiance, startling the demon plants into retreat. This was a sign of self-detonation, a desperate tactic employed by human warriors in their final moments, which invariably posed a significant dilemma for their foes. Even when aware of the impending explosion, it was often challenging to intervene. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, "Cease." In the cavern, Li Hao awaited his moment. As Director Wang's expression shifted, he charged forward. Li Hao's countenance changed slightly. The black-armored figure remained still, merely gesturing to restrain Li Hao and his companions from advancing. Li Hao furrowed his brows in silence. Did Director Wang still harbor any illusions? With a thunderous roar, Director Wang unleashed a punch, repelling a demon plant, while simultaneously striking the silver-armored warrior poised for self-detonation, commanding, "Stop." The silver warriors were taken aback, as were the 2 battling saints. How could there be others in this place? The golden-armored warriors were utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "Isn't that Wang Yi?" The silver warriors, initially intent on attacking, paused, recognizing the newcomer, and quickly scanned their surroundings with heightened focus. Director Wang's expression turned frigid as he revealed a seal in his hand, the Xiangui seal. Radiant beams of light emanated forth. The silver warriors halted their movements instantly, while the silver warrior on the verge of self-detonation was struck with shock and joy. Commander of the 7th Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Celestial Star Army. I pay my respects to Director Wang. In this era, amidst these tumultuous events, they were incredulous to find themselves in the presence of the city's esteemed director. In the next moment, a thought struck, and suddenly, they all took a few steps back. How had the opponent arrived? Could it be that the attack on Tianqing Town years ago was somehow connected to the events in Zhantian City? Otherwise, how could they have materialized here? At this juncture, Director Wang offered no opportunity for dialogue, coldly stating, "Deputy Commander Sun Xin of the Tianqing Army has colluded with foreign enemies. Henceforth, all military powers are hereby suspended. Surrender immediately and await the judgment of the Zhantian Army. All other members of the Tianqing Army shall be subjected to investigation. The major guardian entities of Tianqing Town, led by the Thorned Rose, have rebelled against humanity, disregarding the law, and must be dealt with severely." In the void, the 2 great saints ceased their hostilities. At this moment, the aura of the golden armor fluctuated. The Thorned Rose chuckled softly, glancing at Director Wang, and said with a light laugh, "Wang Yi? What a surprise." The golden armor replied in a low tone, "Wang Yi, what brings you to the rear of the mine?" The other entities exchanged wary glances, filled with trepidation. Why was Wang Yi present here? A member of Zhantian City. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his companions were visibly taken aback. Zhantian City was under the clandestine support of Li Hao. How could they appear here? Zhantian City was 1,000 miles away, and Wang Yi had just repelled an immortal entity with a single punch, showcasing immense strength. How was it possible for him to be here? It was utterly unimaginable. Director Wang merely regarded the golden armor coldly. "Sun Xin, my presence here requires no justification from you. Countless strong warriors have perished in Tianqing Town. I ask you this, why are you still alive?" As soon as these words left his mouth, before Sun Xin could respond, a silver-armored figure hastily interjected, "The commander is here to safeguard the mine." Director Wang turned to the silver-armored individual, reprimanding, "Safeguard the mine? Then I ask you, have you been to the core of the mine?" The silver-armored figures exchanged startled glances. Soon, one of them swiftly replied, "There is a self-destruct mechanism at the core. The commander fears the presence of traitors and has prohibited anyone from entering the core area." Upon hearing the mention of the core area, the golden armor's aura fluctuated again. His voice growing somber. Wang Yi, I ask you once more, why are you here? How did you manage to evade detection and circumvent the four symbols locking array? Have you and the Thorned Rose conspired together long ago? You accuse me of betrayal, but I contend that it is Zhantian City that has betrayed everyone. Sun Xian shouted. Kill him. Wang Yi, dare you sow discord among the troops? Execute him. Having said this, he abandoned the Thorned Rose and struck at Wang Yi with his blade. At this moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Most shocking of all was Wang Yi's presence here. What had transpired? The second resurrection had yet to commence. How had Wang Yi managed to arrive? Was he not supposed to be in Zhantian City? A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Meanwhile, the Thorned Rose did not intervene, but wore a smile laced with mockery and something peculiar, for Wang Yi had indeed appeared. The director of the guard from one of the 8 main cities, Zhantian City, had arrived, bearing the city lord's seal. This signified that he had obtained the approval of Zhantian City, rather than coming here alone. She surveyed her surroundings, glancing towards the mine in the distance. With Wang Yi's appearance, were there others as well? Furthermore, the four symbols locking array had shown no signs of activity. Had Wang Yi been here all along? Or had he just arrived? Long ago, this would have sufficed, but if one had just arrived, the implications would be far more profound. Sun Xian, wielding the might of the great sage, descended, and Wang Yi bellowed, impudent. If you are still loyal to the new marshal, execute this man. The silver-armored officers exchanged glances. Astonished, the vice commander, who had stood alongside them for countless years, now served under the command of their current leader, Sun Xian. They were bound to obey the orders of their commander. Yet, the envoy from the main city carried the edict of the city lord. And the Battle Heaven City was a bastion left by the Blood Emperor, despite the envoy having seemingly only visited once. At this moment, the silver-armored officers hesitated, struggling briefly before intervening between the two parties. One of them, a silver-clad warrior, intoned, Commander, there may be a misunderstanding. How can we directly slay the envoy from the main city? In this realm, which had lain silent for eons, regardless of Wang Yi's culpability, they must capture him for judgment later. The present moment was critical for battle. The commander had abandoned the siege on the Thorned Rose and suddenly aimed to confront the newly emerged Wang Yi, unsettling the silver-armored officers. Sun Xian snapped. Have you forgotten the military regulations? This man's sudden appearance surely harbors secrets. As a third party, he must be eliminated first. The city lord retorted coldly. You have acknowledged him as a third party. I am the acting city lord of Battle Heaven City, a member of the main city's hierarchy. Which military code dictates that even a special envoy from the main city should be slain on the battlefield? He stood firm as a mountain. Sun Xian, at this juncture, do you still wish to weave eloquent justifications for your actions? Sun Xian glared at him, then glanced at the silver-armored officers before abruptly turning to the Thorned Rose. As a third party, let us deal with him first, and then we shall discuss other matters. The Thorned Rose remained silent. Slaying a true third party might warrant no objection, but this individual hailed from the main city. Moreover, there lingered questions. Was Wang Yi one man or many? How had their formations been breached? Sun Xian furrowed his brow and shouted again, Step aside. I will subdue him first, and we shall deliberate afterward. At this moment, he resorted to compromise. The silver-armored officers hesitated. Pushing against the envoy could lead to significant complications. The leaders of the silver-armored contingent were reluctant, as the situation had become exceedingly intricate. Wang Yi's unexpected emergence further complicated matters. Capturing Wang Yi first, then addressing the aftermath, seemed prudent to eliminate unforeseen variables. The silver-armored officers still hesitated, prompting Wang Yi to sigh. It appears you truly are unaware of the situation. I, too, believe that even if the Tianqing army were to rebel, it wouldn't be to such an extent, with all turning against us. The silver-armored officers were taken aback. One could not restrain himself, exclaiming, City Lord Wang, we have never rebelled. We have remained steadfast in our duties. Such words are deeply hurtful. We have guarded this place in solitude for countless years, only to be accused unjustly. It is disheartening. Wang Yi replied coolly, Then you are merely foolish. As former paragons, you possess no discernment. Such folly renders you unfit to lead troops. The silver-armored officers bristled with anger. At that moment, a figure materialized silently, causing Sun Xian's expression to shift dramatically. The others also trembled slightly. Who could it be? The individual remained silent, merely revealing a token, exuding an aura of tranquility. Do you all recognize me as the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Yuanping Military Science University? Upon utterance of these words, a tremor coursed through the hearts of several silver-armored figures. In the next moment, one of them swiftly struck his chest and intoned, "Greetings, Director Zhang." Boom. The remaining silver-armored figures stood tall, heads held high. At this moment, they were incomparable to Director Wang. In the void, the Thorned Rose was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the black armor, after a pause, a hint of bitterness appeared on her face, and with a soft sigh, she bowed and declared, "Guardian of the thorn plants in Tianqing Town, I pay my respects to Director Zhang." Sun Xian's countenance also changed, as he instantly removed his helmet and solemnly stated, "Vice Commander Sun Xian of the Tianqing Army, I pay my respects to Director Zhang." Such was the authority of a mere director of academic affairs at a military academy. Yet in this moment, several formidable beings bowed their heads. Even the immortal thorny plants were rendered speechless, hesitating profoundly. What was happening? The black-armored figure calmly regarded Sun Xian. "Will you flee or fight?" Sun Xian gritted his teeth. "I do not comprehend what fault I have committed. Even Director Zhang cannot so heartlessly chill the military spirit. I have guarded the Tianqing Great Mine for 100,000 years, enduring countless epics and solitary moments. And yet, just because of a single word from Wang Yi, you seek to apprehend and kill me?" The black armor gazed at him and smiled. His laughter resonated among the crowd. He remained silent, extending his hand to grasp, causing Sun Xian's complexion to shift drastically. In an instant, a formidable psychic force surged forth, vanishing from sight, as he bellowed, "Thorn, unite!" However, the Thorned Rose did not engage, but merely snickered, remaining motionless. In the void, Sun Xian's figure reappeared, hastily fleeing towards the rear mining veins. A colossal hand descended from above. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Sun Xian's armor shattered, instantly revealing a body marred with wounds. As he roared, "Zhangyan, what right have you to kill me?" Zhangyan. At this moment, Li Hao and the others felt a stir within. It was their first encounter with the name of the black-armored figure. The black armor remained as composed as ever, simply for the fact that you betrayed the new marshal. You claim betrayal, yet you simply declare it as such? Indeed, I say you are. The black armor struck down once more, and in that moment, the world was consumed by his blow. Terrified, Sun Xian unleashed an eruption of vitality, manifesting an overwhelming force. A void pathway materialized, with blades of light crisscrossing the heavens. "You are neither a military man nor my superior. By what right do you?" he continuously shouted, hoping to disrupt his opponent. Yet, the black armor continued to unleash his strikes, the heavens and earth shifting in hue. "I am not a military man, so what? I am an instructor in the reserve corps of the Demon Guard. Is that sufficient?" He stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent Sun Xian hurtling backward, his flesh cracking. "If that identity is insufficient, then I am the commander of Principal Fang's guard. Is that enough?" Boom. Another punch sent Sun Xian into a frenzy of roars, a cacophony of rage. "If that is still not enough, I am a demon martial instructor. Is that enough?" Thunder rumbled. In the expanse of the cosmos, only Sun Xian was relentlessly cast aside, blood splattering in all directions. The several silver-armored figures were already in a state of stupor. The Thorned Rose emitted a soft sigh, while the other four demonic plants stood in a daze, uncertain of how to respond. Jiang Chun and his companions were equally astonished. Who was this person? The Round Ping Martial Science University was somehow connected to Li Hao. Their fear was palpable. This individual was exceedingly formidable. The saint, who had previously matched the Thorned Rose in strength, was now rendered utterly powerless. How could this be? Was this the legendary Heavenly King? Boom. Sun Xian struggled repeatedly, unwilling to surrender easily, for he understood that once captured, death was the only outcome. Regardless of what he said or did, whether seeking redemption or otherwise, his fate was sealed. Blood surged within him. A blood knife materialized, invoking the blood knife technique. With a single slash, he aimed to shatter the heavens and earth. He was determined to resist. Did a traitor truly deserve to wield the blood knife technique? The figure clad in black armor seemed to be enraged, suddenly unleashing a fierce roar that was unlike any before. A book appeared in his hand, and in an instant, a figure materialized, hands clasped behind its back. exuding an air of tranquility. No, Sun Xian was gripped by sheer terror. Minister. Oh, it turns out you were once an old subordinate of my grandfather. The figure in black armor chuckled suddenly. Yet you dared to betray me, Sun Xian. Your audacity is remarkable. The phantom made no aggressive movement. As it manifested, the figure casually waved an arm. Boom. Sun Xian's blood knife technique instantly shattered, and at that moment, he had completely lost his will to fight, despairing. No, 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 I did not betray. With a thud, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The figure in black armor reached out, conjuring a binding force that enveloped him, stating calmly, "Wait until I have time to deal with you properly." Turning, he addressed the thorned rose. "And what is your situation?" The thorned rose, no longer enchanting, appeared somewhat bitter and slightly bowed. "There is nothing to speak of. Those individuals came and swiftly obliterated Tianqing town. I was terrified and chose to surrender. Subsequently, I vowed to fortify Tianqing town, awaiting their return to fulfill the resurgence of the world. However, after 100,000 years, I grew resentful, unwilling to serve the human race any longer. They sent people to transport many ores, all of whom I killed and seized. Thus my strength has not waned, but has instead grown stronger. Today, in this enclosed world, I have become a saint, and I am entitled to pursue my own freedom." The thorned rose remained composed. "With the new martial arts gone, do you expect me to serve you? Director Zhang, even you do not possess that qualification." The figure in black armor regarded her in silence for a moment, then nodded. "You have a point. So, have you fallen out with Sun Xian?" "Not quite. We were never allies to begin with." The thorned rose smiled faintly. "I was merely timid, cowardly, afraid of death, surrendering in times of war. This individual had long surrendered. I asked the director not to conflate me with him." At this moment, the other demonic plants trembled in fear. The figure in black armor observed the thorned rose for a while in silence, then remarked, "What you say has merit. Surrendering in battle is despicable, worthy of death and hatred. Yet, compared to Sun Xian, you are indeed somewhat better. Thank you for your recognition, Director." The thorned rose smiled. "But I refuse to resign myself to fate. Years ago, after the defeat in the underground battle, the demonic plants and beasts surrendered, pledging their loyalty to humanity and the human king. It was during that time that I, too, swore allegiance to humanity. In those days, with the human king and the supreme being present, we bore no grievances in our fealty, for their might was truly formidable. Yet today, I wish to test whether the remaining formidable beings of humanity are indeed invincible." The figure clad in black armor sighed softly. "Then let us see." In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed hue. The thorned rose transformed into its true form, a singular rose swaying gracefully. The path of destiny manifested, and the world trembled. How could those remnants of humanity in this era command my respect? The thorned rose laughed heartily, its laughter enchanting, as countless sources of power erupted forth. The path of destiny emerged, reminiscent of myriad maidens approaching gracefully, their elegance unparalleled. "Please, let me share my essence with you for a moment." The figure in black armor vanished in an instant, appearing in the void of the great path, chuckling. "The allure of charm is but a minor path. You are mistaken. The great path knows no distinction of size. Your lofty perspective and proud spirit, as a third-generation being, pale in comparison to the first-generation pioneers. The gap between you and your father and grandfather is vast." Boom. The great path quaked. The heavens and earth turned upside down. At this moment, the proud and audacious saintly demonic plant reveled in its own arrogance. In the void, countless figures materialized, converging upon the black-armored figure, only to explode in an instant. Yet they continued to surge forth. The remaining demonic plants quaked in fear, desperate to flee, moving stealthily, yearning for escape. It was terrifying. They could scarcely believe that a top-tier powerhouse had emerged in this era, and they already knew who it was. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was swiftly dismantling the array, not daring to make a sound, hoping to discreetly depart. The vice commander had been captured. Although the esteemed ones were powerful, they recognized that this was a desperate battle, one they were unlikely to win. Just as the demonic plants attempted to flee, Director Wang called out in a low voice, "Do you still wish to escape? Starry Sky Army, follow me to slay and capture these traitors." Understood. The silver-armored figures dared not utter more, their hearts shaken, yet resolute as they swiftly took action. Among the 5 silver-armored beings was an immortal, and director Wang himself was also an immortal. Although the four opposing immortals were formidable, the group remained undaunted. At that moment, a great tree emerged, a red fir. In the next instant, a jujube tree appeared as well. Two immortals had arrived. The red fir was at the pinnacle of immortality. The silver-armored figures were momentarily taken aback, and Director Wang cried out, "Allies!" The demonic plants were alarmed, quickly unleashing their formidable powers, with a towering tree roaring, "Kill! Break the array and escape!" Boom! The two sides clashed in an instant, their powerful auras shaking the surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his companions had no interest in participating, proceeding cautiously lest they disturb anyone, knowing that these demonic plants were likely doomed. For even if they managed to escape this place, they would not be able to exit the ruins. But they could. At this moment, they all contemplated that perhaps it was related to Li Hao. Just then, laughter rang out. "Where are you going, dear friends?" It was Li Hao. Qi Pingjiang furrowed his brows slightly and halted. Indeed, Li Hao had appeared, along with Yuan Shuo. Additionally, there was a dog and a tree, which was the Imperial Guard. Zhao Tianyang sighed, "I never expected this. Truly, I did not foresee that Li Hao would bring such formidable individuals here." As for how Li Hao accomplished this, they held no interest. At this moment, they were all filled with helplessness. Li Hao chuckled. "What is there to be surprised about?" He turned to the elder clad in a yellow robe. "Are you the previous generation's Star King?" Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, displaying a hint of poise. Among the powerful figures present, only the directors of the examination and courtesy departments appeared somewhat intimidated. The others remained composed. Qi Pingjiang spoke sternly, "To the victor belongs the spoils. And it seems we have suffered defeat this time. Yet, Li Hao, the ancient civilization's strongmen remain. Even if you have supplanted us, you will ultimately tread the same path we once walked. In our day, we too harbored dreams. However, the ancient civilization is formidable, controlling monstrous plants, while the 9 departments have become corrupted, plunging the world into chaos." Li Hao, brimming with youthful fervor, "But how long until you find yourself like us?" Li Hao responded with a smile, "Then let us wait and see. Of course, it is highly probable that you will not have such an opportunity." The group unleashed their auras, manifesting powerful divine weapons in their hands. The atmosphere crackled with intensity. Zhao Tianyang remained calm, addressing Li Hao, "Ultimately, we must resist. Surrendering without a fight is not an option. Regardless of victory or defeat, might I inquire if Governor Li could enlighten me on a matter?" Li Hao smiled. "What doubts does Director Zhao harbor?" Zhao Tianyang returned the smile. "After seizing the 9 departments and the royal family, the world is in turmoil, with ancient civilization strongmen rampant. In the Silver Moon, where you reside, there are the most ancient civilization strongmen, now fully supported by War Heaven City. What are your plans moving forward?" Li Hao appeared somewhat taken aback, looking at Zhao Tianyang, and replied with a smile, "I do not know. We shall take it one step at a time. First, we shall eradicate the malignant forces. Then, we will ensure everyone is well fed. Once their bellies are full, we will halt the Star Wars, focusing on education and technological development. The martial arts and extraordinary realms will not perish but will be confined to official development. As for the ancient civilization strongmen, I currently have no effective means to confront them." Zhao Tianyang sighed. "In our day, the 9 departments operated similarly, yet we soon found ourselves at an impasse. The monstrous plants have insatiable appetites, demanding energy, treasures, and even the opening of stargates to escape this place or to dominate the world. Are you not merely retracing our old path?" Li Hao replied with a smile, "We shall do our utmost. How can one expect everything to go according to plan?" Zhao Tianyang expressed a hint of regret, acknowledging, "Indeed, the existence of the ancient civilization makes it exceedingly difficult for us to advance. But you are young, Governor. Perhaps there is still hope." With a chuckle, he added, "Let us witness the prowess of the Silver Moon's 5 beasts, Old Demon, and the 2 powerful figures from the 5 beasts demon sect." In an instant, one sword struck forth. Yuan Shuo, already impatient, snorted and unleashed a punch, roaring like a tiger that shook the heavens. A tremendous crash resounded as the two clashed. Jiang Chun also smiled, brandishing a long spear. "I am Jiang Chun, the Star Marquis of the Star Royal Family. Please offer your guidance." With that, he thrust his spear forward. Li Hao chuckled and vanished in an instant. Jiang Chun was indeed formidable, a strong man of the 7 systems. However, at this moment, his divine writings had faded, and his strength was greatly diminished. Yet what of it? The seven systems are formidable, yet Li Hao remains unfazed. Having witnessed the clashes among these top-tier warriors today, he feels a surge of excitement. Qi Pingjiang, join me. Li Hao commands. As a long sword materializes in his hand, not the celestial sword, but rather a robust, ordinary divine weapon. The sword dances through the air, clashing with others, sparking flames. The three other department heads, under Qi Pingjiang's slight frown, ignore Li Hao and turn to assail Yuan Shua. Yuan Shua, he states coldly, "The grudge of your slaying my beloved wife shall be settled today." Yuan Shua responds with a chilling laugh, "Come at me then." In an instant, the two department heads unleash their might, overwhelming Yuan Shua and forcing him to retreat. The Black Panther and Little Tree refrain from joining the fray, merely observing the battlefield. These warriors prefer one-on-one duels. They wish to avoid participation at this moment, lest they provoke displeasure among the combatants. Li Hao, too, chooses not to intervene. All are martial artists. Their exchanges are thus more exhilarating. Although Jiang Chun possesses greater strength at this moment, Li Hao has encountered numerous formidable foes and has dueled with the elite of the seven systems, allowing him to maintain his composure. Each strike is executed with precision, employing an array of sword techniques. The 9 forging technique surges forth, unstoppable. Jiang Chen's expression grows grave as the focus shifts entirely to the duel. With all present absorbed in the clash of this era's finest, Li Hao's spear technique is as majestic as a dragon soaring through the sky. The long spear arcs through the air. This celestial star king unleashes his moves with unparalleled dominance, the spear reverberating with an aura of sanctity. The ground trembles as Li Hao lands, cracking beneath his feet. The two system department heads, witnessing this spectacle, exchange glances of intrigue and swiftly turn to engage Li Hao. Jiang Chun hesitates, words unspoken, but before he can voice his thoughts, Li Hao's sword flickers, vanishing momentarily, only to reappear with a snap, severing the neck of the evaluation department's head, leaving disbelief in its wake. How can this be? The strength Li Hao displayed moments ago was merely that of a sixth system pinnacle. How could he have achieved such a feat? Li Hao furrows his brow, easily vanquished. These two department heads are significantly inferior compared to those from the military law and administrative departments. His sword strikes swiftly. The head of the etiquette department's expression shifts dramatically as he unleashes a potent aura from his divine weapon. Meanwhile, the Black Panther opens its jaws, summoning the Imperial Palace's illusion to suppress the divine weapon before swallowing it whole. Li Hao remains unperturbed, fully harnessing the might of the sacred weapon. At this moment, he proves to be a challenging adversary. Although the battle is meant to be fair, he has not wielded the celestial sword. His opponent, having discarded their divine weapon, instantly loses their composure, becoming anxious. Li Hao evades the spear's thrust, turning to deliver a swift blow, sending the head of the etiquette department to join the evaluation department head. Jiang Chun sighs, stepping back a few paces. "I am getting old. Being outdone by a young lad who has dispatched 2 systems right before my eyes." He shakes his head but suddenly smiles, his aura transforming in an instant. All superpower restraints shatter. "Celestial Star Marquis, I can probably maintain this for another 3 minutes. Care to test me now?" Seeing him break free from all superpower restraints, his aura fiercely potent, Li Hao chuckles. "With the means of a martial artist? How intriguing." With that, he unleashes a strike of his sword, a display of divine prowess. Although the divine text is lost, the divine power remains, illuminating the heavens and the earth. At this moment, battles rage from all directions, with fierce clashes incessantly occurring. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chun let out a muffled groan as Li Hao's sword pierced his heart. Yet, he smiled, thrusting his spear directly into Li Hao's abdomen, striking through. "Heavenly Star Marquis, my organs are already shattered. Exchanging wounds with you is rather unwise." He revealed a grin. He was destined to die anyway, with his heart shattered. It mattered little. Li Hao, fully aware of this, still chose to exchange injuries, a decision lacking in wisdom. As a martial artist, one must exert full effort until the enemy falls. Li Hao withdrew his sword, retreating instantly, while Jiang Chun laughed heartily. How amusing. It has been many years since the Heavenly Star dynasty has produced young talents. The so-called younger generation has been pushed back to your master's era. Yet your generation has birthed an anomaly. As he spoke, he wielded his spear with great force. With a sweeping motion, his laughter echoed. "After being trapped for 80 years, I have long lost much of my ambition. Ancient civilizations have their merits and demerits. The establishment of the Heavenly Star dynasty owes much to them. Yet its decay also stems from them. I consider myself diligent, yet alas, I ultimately serve as a slave to others. In today's world, we yearn for you to overthrow these scoundrels. With that, his spear shone in the sky, piercing the firmament. I owe a debt to my ancestors. The Jiang family forebears fought valiantly without betrayal, and this matter requires several ancient civilization strongmen to restore my ancestors' honor. As he finished speaking, his physical form collapsed. With a single thrust, Li Hao's sword shattered. Continuously retreating, he executed the 5 animals' secret technique, relentlessly striking against the spear until, ultimately, it pierced him once more, nailing him to the ground. Li Hao coughed blood, gazing across to see Jiang Chun, now battered and broken, lying lifeless on the ground. Li Hao coughed again, withdrawing the spear, shaking his head slightly. Jiang Chun was formidable. However, to kill him was no simple task. This was not a quest for death, merely a final spark of brilliance. If this battle were to persist, this man would undoubtedly perish. Not far away, Yuan Shuo let out a fierce roar, unleashing the 5 elements domain that enveloped Zhao Tianyang. He leaped forth, delivering a relentless series of punches, overpowering Qi Pingjiang with over 100 blows, landing a decisive strike. The blood blade technique erupted forth. With a mighty roar, a colossal bear materialized. A punch was thrown, resulting in a crack as Qi Pingjiang coughed blood, his chest shattered. With a gasp, he chuckled, still as strong as ever. Back then, my wife also fell victim to your devastating fist. Yuan Shuo, in today's world, you have truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts. After speaking, he turned to glance at Li Hao, looking at the fallen Heavenly Star King, and sighed, in truth, this fellow is superior to his son. At that time, it was actually his own retreat that led to the success of the 9 divisions. With that, he fell back, murmuring softly, Old Zhao, our era has come to an end. Boom. He collapsed to the ground. In the domain, Zhao Tianyang let out a long sigh, feeling a pang of sorrow as old friends departed one by one. Victory belongs to the victor. The moment Li Hao and his companions appeared today, everyone understood that there was no escape. Yet, witnessing them leave one by one still stirred a sense of melancholy. Yuan Shuo and Li Hao, in their future historical accounts, can they erase this segment of history? Zhao Tianyang suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Shall we remain in the past 80 years? Remain in the past 80 years. 80 years ago, the Grand Minister of the 9 departments had already passed away. After the establishment of the 9 departments, they had met their demise. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, and after a pause, he remarked, let's discuss this later. What a pity. As he spoke, a formidable force erupted. With a thunderous roar that obliterated the 5 elements domain, akin to a divine being unleashing its might, striking Yuan Shuo back. Do you not favor the use of your fists? Allow me to indulge you. Boom. With one punch after another, Yuan Shuo was relentlessly pushed back. And he too shouted in anger, retaliating fiercely. They exchanged hundreds of blows, their fists nearly shattered. Zhao Tianyang and Yuan Shuo both staggered back a few steps. And at that moment, Zhao Tianyang's breath was also disordered. He glanced at Yuan Shuo and chuckled. The 5 animals' secret technique is formidable. Bang. With arms shattered and organs ruptured, Zhao Tianyang collapsed entirely, an indescribable regret flickering in his eyes. 80 years ago, I too was a remarkable hero. Perhaps, after overthrowing the royal family, we should have perished. Closing his eyes, he ceased to behold this world. In an instant, silence enveloped the area. The 4 grand ministers and the king of the celestial star all fell. Chapter 291. Conclusion. The simultaneous demise of the 4 grand ministers and the king of the celestial star marked the end of an era for the celestial star dynasty. They understood that the coexistence of the 9 departments and the royal family would soon vanish. At this moment, the celestial star army, under the command of the silver armor captains, launched an assault against the black armor troops. The black armor army had entered in considerable numbers, with thousands present. Yet few remained now, as they were continuously being eradicated by the celestial star forces. Among the ranks, there were also silver armors, yet they belonged to the Jiang family. No words were uttered. They were considered an elite corps. Even upon witnessing the fall of the former king of the celestial star, they continued to fight valiantly, battling to the end. For 2 centuries, the Jiang family had held dominion over the realm, and there still existed loyal subjects among them. A captain of the black armor troops bellowed, "Charge!" The remaining 100 or so men surged forward for one last assault against the Celestial Star Army. This regiment had once swept across the world, conquering 99 provinces, undefeated and invincible. Yet, in the face of the ancient civilization's army, they remained unmatched. The two factions were intrinsically linked, both under the banner of the Celestial Star, their armor unified, yet now the battlefield lay strewn with corpses. The 100 or so men launched their final charge. The golden dragon banner of the royal family, held aloft by a silver armor, was soon severed by a bronze-armored Celestial Star soldier. The banner fell. The silver armor captain from the royal family was also cleaved down by the adversary. Thus, the royal family's black armor troops were annihilated. Blood flowed freely. Li Hao observed silently. He felt little sentiment. The victors write history. This has been the case since time immemorial. He had triumphed, and thus had no need for lamentations or regrets. Whether these individuals were heroes or cowards in their time mattered not, for today they perished here, and the title of the Celestial Star dynasty should fade into obscurity. As for how history would record them, Li Hao held little concern. Whether in success or failure, all will soon become a mere chapter of the past. At this moment, Li Hao turned his gaze towards the other battlefields. On Director Wang's side, both he and the towering redwood exhibited formidable strength, successfully suppressing the two demon plants. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 silver-armored figures and the small jujube tree joined forces, completely overpowering the other two, leaving little room for unforeseen events. Li Hao lifted his head towards the vast expanse above. The sky, at this moment, was romantic, painted a deep crimson by countless blooming roses. The thorny roses emitted a captivating laughter. Among the triad of humans, beasts, and plants, the demon plants were the weakest. Though the demon race possessed demon suppressors and sea suppressors, there was not a single truly formidable demon plant warrior to unify the plant lineage. Whether it be the cat tree or the heavenly wood, none sought to elevate the status or benefits of our demon plant lineage. The demon beasts held some measure of standing, while we, the demon plants, though living beings, were relegated to merely providing life essence for the human race, cultivating crops for their benefit, which is profoundly unjust. The roses continued to smile, radiant and resplendent. How exceedingly unfair, be it internal strife among humans or external conflicts. In the end, it is the demon plants that suffer the most. As battles rage on, demon plants must ceaselessly offer their life springs. When the battles cease, we tend to the cultivation of crops for humanity. 100,000 years ago, during yet another internal conflict among humans, the great city of Tianqing fell. What could we do? It was your own race that destroyed its own grand city. How could we protect it? 100,000 years later, that Supreme One's grandson came to slay it, and he felt no remorse, only the notion that as long as no unparalleled strongman emerged from our lineage, we would forever remain as mere servants. No one is born willing to be a vassal or a servant. The demon plants are no exception. Zhang'an, should you encounter the few powerful beings of my demon plant lineage, please convey to them the reason why we have yet to produce a supreme powerhouse. It is because they have never regarded all demon plants with due seriousness, and thus, they are destined to never attain the rank of emperor. Ha ha. The thorny rose laughed heartily. The demon beasts have emperors, yet the demon plants do not. Even as strong as the heavenly wood, it still failed to ascend to that level 100,000 years ago. They truly deserve it. Boom. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked as a massive rose burst into bloom. The final remains shall not be left for you, born as a servant. I refuse to be consumed as food after death. As the laughter faded, the rose rain fell from the sky, a sea of deep crimson. As the petals scattered, only the figure of Zhang and in his black armor remained in the sky. Zhang gazed at the shattered rose. Indeed, he could have captured his opponent in that final moment, yet he chose not to. Was the thorny rose truly in the wrong? Zhang understood that from the perspective of humanity, it was undoubtedly erroneous, yet for the sake of freedom, it seemed justifiable. The demon plant lineage was indeed weak. Even formidable beings like the cat tree had failed to reach the emperor tier at the end of the new martial era. Thus, the status of the demon plant lineage was undeniably low. In their final moments, they refused to leave behind their corpses for humanity as sustenance. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to grant them their wish. Below, Li Hao took hold of a rose. It transformed into liquid and dissipated moments later. He felt no significant regret, nor did he perceive it as a loss. He merely pondered the words of the rose. Indeed, within a clan, if there are no genuine powerhouses, how can one expect to wield influence? Is not the realm of Silvermoon the same? Individuals like Jiang Chun are the paragons of this era. Yet, in the end, they have merely become pawns and servants to these demonic flora and ancient civilizations. Though they belong to the human race, they do not belong to the same epoch. They may well be regarded as two distinct species, where the law of the jungle prevails. Without formidable beings within their midst, how can one speak of status? Is it not the same today? Is one's predicament truly any better than that of the roses? The mighty Black Armor, presently engaged in fierce combat with Director Wong and his team. Although they treat him relatively well, what if he fails to guide them through the Stargate? What if they are destined to remain in Silvermoon? Should the main city awaken and the new weaponry revive, will these individuals become subordinates to Li Hao? At present, they all harbor a glimmer of hope, a desire to leave this place and return to their homeland. But what if returning is not an option? Thoughts surged through Li Hao's mind when, with a thunderous roar, Director Wong bellowed, and the path of the great Tao emerged, shattering the essence of a demonic plant, eliciting a cry of agony. One by one, the barriers fell. As the most formidable rose perished, the remaining demonic flora sensed their imminent doom. Following Director Wong's slaying of one, the others howled in unison, "We surrender. We have done nothing wrong. From the onset of the conflict, we were vanquished and fell into slumber. We merely sought revival. Everyone is striving for it. What fault is ours?" Yet, at this moment, who would listen? The remaining 3 demonic plants, besieged by both humans and their kind, found it exceedingly difficult to self-destruct. Their life cores were shattered, severing their connection to the great Tao. And soon, silence enveloped them all. In that instant, within the vast ruins, only the sealed Sun Xing gazed towards this scene, his eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. Defeat. Although he had never harbored great expectations, the speed with which Jing Xie fell to Zhang and was disheartening. He had been granted no opportunity. At this moment, several silver armors fell into silence. After slaying a few demonic plants, not only they but also the Celestial Star Army remained mute. The corporeal forms of the silver armors still persisted, while the others of the Celestial Star Army had long since perished. Yet some remnants of regret or mental fortitude lingered. Better than in the Battle of Heaven City, thus they retained a semblance of awareness. In this moment, they understood that for all these years, the Vice Commander had deceived them, but they had stood guard together through countless epochs. The silver armors were bewildered and lost. Why had it come to this? Was the Vice Commander in league with those who had assaulted Celestial Star Town? They had dismissed the words of the Rose earlier, yet with Zhang and echoing the sentiment, they realized they could no longer disbelieve. At that juncture, the black armor descended, disregarding everyone, and approached the sealed Sun Xing. With a wave of his hand, the seal was lifted. There was no disappointment, only curiosity. "I am intrigued. Why did you betray us?" The Vice Commander of the Celestial Star Army, once a pinnacle of immortality, had been a figure of considerable renown, yet he was an old general from the early days of the new weaponry. Did he not comprehend the might and terror of the kings? The black armor could not fathom his betrayal. Although Sun Xin was liberated from his seal, he remained composed, merely adjusting his shattered armor to restore a semblance of dignity. At this moment, several silver-armored figures stood silently to the side, quietly observing their deputy commander, who had shared countless years with them. Sun Xin offered a wry smile, expressing, "I apologize for deceiving you. Why would you do such a thing, Commander?" With a faint chuckle, Sun Xin replied, "There isn't much reason behind it. I was trapped in the realm of immortality for too long, and I felt a sense of discontent. As an old subordinate of the Zhang faction, few survived the trials of those years. I thought myself a worthy contributor. Yet I found myself exiled to Silvermoon, assigned to guard a mine. Meanwhile, my contemporaries commanded armies or became sovereigns of the main realm. Bitterness, jealousy, and resentment guided my emotions." He turned to the black-armored figure, stating, "Such is human nature. During times of hardship, we endure together, yet when success arrives, we perceive injustice. However, at that time, I never contemplated betrayal, only jealousy." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Later on, I was approached by powerful individuals. Formidable beings who could even delve into the depths of the human heart, truly terrifying. They were aware of my jealousy, my hatred. and even knew of my embezzlement of precious ores while I was stationed at the celestial star mine. I had intended to take only a small amount to elevate my status to the sacred realm, but alas, I was discovered. You know how unforgiving those of the King's faction can be. I was terrified. Thus, one misstep led to another, and I found myself entangled in a web of complicity that I could not escape. Embezzlement and dereliction of duty are grave errors, yet they do not warrant death. However, as I delved deeper, I understood that once exposed, my fate would be sealed. Such is humanity. Mistakes often begin with small transgressions, gradually leading one into the abyss. The black-armored figure remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Did you willingly accept your prolonged stationing here?" Sun Xian replied softly, "What choice did I have? Once aboard the pirate ship, one must see it through to the end. Moreover, I never anticipated that the new Wu would truly be lost, compounded by the presence that lurked within the depths of the mine. What other thoughts could I entertain? Who was responsible for the destruction of Celestial Star Town?" The black-armored figure pressed further. Sun Xian chuckled. Many people were involved. Many? Indeed, it was not merely the betrayal of one city. You might assume it was a singular city's treachery, but it was far more alarming. Individuals from all 8 major cities were implicated, excluding Zhantian City and Jin City. Furthermore, there were several top-tier rogue cultivators involved. At this moment, Director Wang swiftly approached, his expression shifting. Were there no individuals from Zhantian City? I do not know, but I did not recognize anyone, Sun Xian stated calmly. At that time, some revealed their true identities, while others concealed theirs, and there were many unfamiliar faces. Numerous strong adversaries attacked that day. 2 heavenly kings, at least 10 from the sacred realm, and nearly 100 immortals. Under the thunderous assault, Commander Jiang was swiftly slain, and the Celestial Star Army crumbled in defeat, as many powerful figures were mercilessly killed. This, I believe, is not the entirety of the truth. Sun Xian continued. On that day, energy vanished in an instant. The fundamental pathways ceased to exist, and communications with the 8 great cities were abruptly severed. Hence, it is possible that individuals within the 8 great cities collaborated to isolate the news from Tianqing Town. After the adversary crushed the Tianqing army, they extracted 2/3 of the mineral veins, leaving behind a mere third, which you now behold, partly to nourish that individual's physical form, and partly as preparation for future energy revival. As these words fell, Li Hao, who had initially refrained from interjecting, suddenly exclaimed, "They extracted 2/3 of the mineral veins? This grand mine has only 1/3 remaining?" Sun Xian glanced at him but chose to disregard his inquiry, maintaining an air of arrogance. He turned his attention to He Kai and Director Wang, continuing, "At that time, Jing Xi also surrendered. He was responsible for isolating Tianqing Town while I remained stationed here, thinking the ordeal would be brief. Little did I anticipate that countless years would pass in the blink of an eye." Director Wang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are the individuals within the main city? Furthermore, which 2 heavenly kings are we speaking of? Also, that red shadow, does it belong to the initial martial era or another realm?" Sun Xian regarded him for a moment before responding. "As for the 2 heavenly kings, one I do not recognize, while the other is the head of the Zheng family." "What?" Director Wang was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. He Kai also frowned, his voice cold as he questioned, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Sun Xian replied with a smile. "You find it hard to believe, don't you? I was equally incredulous upon encountering them. The Zheng family, once one of the 12 houses of the sacred lands in the new martial era, boasted an emperor among their ranks. Of course, this location was merely a collateral branch. Yet, the emergence of a traitor from an imperial family was difficult for all to accept. Even if they had long suspected that one family in the main city might have betrayed them, the notion of the Zheng family doing so was simply unfathomable. Inwardly, they reminded themselves that anything was possible, but the reality was still hard to swallow. At that moment, Li Hao also absorbed this information. It reminded him of an ancient ballad, and he felt a twinge of curiosity. Despite Sun Xian's indifference, Li Hao pressed on. "There is an old ballad circulating in Silver City that speaks of the Li family's sword, the Zhang family's blade, and how ultimately it was the Zheng family's young master who hindered progress. Is this ballad from the era of ancient civilization, or was it propagated later?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. Director Wang frowned. It surely spread later, during the unification of Silver Moon by the 8 great cities. Who would compose such a tale about one of the 8 great families? Li Hao continued to ponder. Then who was the source of this rumor? The notion of the Zheng family's young master being a hindrance does not sound flattering. Now that we hear of their betrayal, it raises questions. Who among us knew the truth and disseminated it? This ballad has circulated in Silver City for perhaps thousands of years. The exact duration is uncertain. The others also found themselves bewildered. Who could have spread such tales? Until recently, everyone had remained dormant, and the ruins had not been activated. During that time, the realm was devoid of energy. Even the most powerful would have struggled to muster a shred of mental fortitude, for fear it would shatter. Who could have shared these ballads in such dire circumstances? It is worth noting that even Sun Xin and his companions had only recently managed to establish some connection with the outside world, and crucially, their communications had been obstructed by the Thorned Rose. Prior to this, the relics were completely sealed. Who would disseminate this ballad? Could it be related to their weaponry or battle tactics? Li Hao recalled the previous ballads, which merely introduced various weapons. Perhaps the Zheng family was also merely detailing their armaments? Director Wang spoke again. The Zheng family excels in whip techniques, with their signature weapon being the 9-section whip. How does this hinder progress, and what connection does it have with the 9-section whip? He pondered further. The young master of the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family has 3 sons. Is the young master referring to one of them, or all 3? He too was perplexed. Yet the ballad seemed to signify something deeper, and when linked to Sun Xion's words, it perhaps indicated that the Zheng family had betrayed them. Could it be that an ancient powerful being emerged midway to relay this information? However, unable to access other relics to convey the news, and fearing other means of communication might not endure, they thus crafted a ballad, as such tales are most easily passed down locally. Silver City, coincidentally, was once the domain of the Li family, situated in the region of the Star Gate. Was this a means of informing the Li family? The crowd exchanged glances, and the silver-armored figures appeared equally puzzled, remaining silent. Sun Xen glanced at Li Hao but chose not to engage, continuing, I do not recognize the other heavenly king, but I am acquainted with several among the saints. He named a few individuals, and Director Wang's complexion darkened considerably. These were all prominent figures from years past, including 2 high-ranking officials from the main city, one a deputy city lord, and the other a commander of one of the 8 great legions. The commander, a leader of 100,000 troops, holds significant stature. As for the others, while some held notable positions, they were not power players. And true power figures were indeed scarce. Director Wang meticulously noted each name, his expression growing increasingly grim. Regarding the Red Shadow, Sun Xion shook his head. I cannot discern whether it was a powerful entity of the initial martial spirit or an alien being. At the time, I was merely a mortal and could not perceive much. Later, upon entering the sacred realm, I did encounter the being, yet neither of you could identify it. So naturally, I too could not. At that moment, the figure in black armor suddenly interjected. Who was it that contacted you back then? Someone who could persuade you and threaten you with leverage. Surely they are not ordinary? You have yet to reveal who reached out to you. A deputy commander. Tianqing Town is also significant. Sun Xin is still an old veteran of the early stages of the new martial arts, and ordinary individuals lack the qualifications or the courage to threaten him. Sun Xin remained silent. Zhang En coldly remarked, your continued silence suggests you intend to obfuscate this individual's identity. Is that feasible? Sun Xian smiled bitterly. Director Zhang sighed deeply, taking a long moment before stating, Li Daoheng. Who? Li Daoheng. Director Wang was taken aback, more astonished than when he heard about the head of the Zheng family. And after a pause, he exclaimed, dare you speak such nonsense? I could end you right now. Do I have any chance of survival? Sun Xian chuckled lightly. The chance has long since vanished. There's no need to deceive you. Speaking of it serves no purpose and only brings discomfort to everyone. If you insist on my disclosure, then listen closely. Director Wang immediately turned his gaze towards Li Hao. Li Hao pondered for a moment and spoke. Li Daozong is the 9th Division commander. His name bears a striking resemblance to that of the 9th commander. Director Wang sighed. Indeed, he is the biological elder brother of the 9th commander. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, so, he is also a member of the Li family? Yes, Director Wang nodded, both of them feeling somewhat bewildered. Indeed, he shared the same sense of confusion. While others were not difficult to understand, it was perplexing that there were issues within the Li family. How could such a thing be possible? This silver moon belongs to the Li family. The sword sovereign of the Li family personally oversees Silver Moon. This is the territory of the Li family. No wonder they could easily suppress Sun Xian. With a member of the Li family present, how could they not yield? Even if you are a subordinate of Zhang Jizun, this land is a fiefdom of the Li family. Though Zhang Jizun shares a close relationship with the human king, the Li family sword sovereign has an even more profound connection with him, as both serve as protectors and esteemed mentors to the human king. Within Silver Moon, Zhang Jizun's influence pales in comparison to that of Li Jianzun. Director Wang shook his head, remaining silent. Zhang An, after a moment of contemplation, slowly said, "The Li family is not without its complexities. The Star Gate is sealed. To be frank, it is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If a member of the Li family were involved, that would indeed be plausible. Yet, while one might speculate, no one would dare to believe that a member of the Li family is entangled in this matter." Director Wang's expression remained grim. If the elder brother of the Ninth Commander had betrayed them, what of the Ninth Commander himself? He believed in the Ninth Commander. However, once the information leaked, to err on the side of caution, it could lead to significant troubles. Sun Xian chuckled, finally turning his gaze to Li Hao. "You are a member of the Li family, aren't you?" Li Hao nodded slightly. "Ah, a member of the Li family. This Silver Moon was initially yours, yet you, a Li family member, have dragged me into this predicament. I hold no fondness for you. My current plight is inextricably linked to your family." Li Hao smiled wryly. "That is merely an excuse. I do not wish to engage in certain matters, and even my father's pressure would be futile. What I desire, no one can hinder me from pursuing. All this talk of the Li and Zhang families is absurd. Those who err and attribute their misfortunes to others are, to me, quite laughable." He had little interest in this individual, yet he took note of the information shared, as he registered the names mentioned and resolved to consult others later. Director Wang might not disclose everything, and he intended to verify each detail. At this juncture, Zhang An spoke again. "So, it follows that the adversary who seized the great mine in years past may have already revived, merely waiting for the world to stabilize before re-emerging? That seems likely," came the reply. "Did they mention what their ultimate goal is?" Sun Xian replied calmly. "That pertains to the affairs of significant figures. But I am aware of Li Daohong's intentions. It is highly probable that he seeks to refine Silver Moon. The Sword Sovereign has consistently refrained from refining Silver Moon. Perhaps the Li family is equally reluctant. While the Sword Sovereign is not considered weak among the Emperor-level figures, his combat endurance is universally acknowledged as a limitation. Strength is evident, yet the shortcomings are glaring. The swords of the Li family exhibit such drawbacks. Invincible among peers, yet after a single strike, they become as weak as a shrimp. It is likely that these members of the Li family are also unwilling to accept such a substantial flaw. Not all members of the Li family are thus. Director Wang interjected sharply. "Even if there are, it is only Li Daohong. Who can say for certain?" Sun Xian smiled. "Li Daohong is merely a collateral branch. How could he possess such audacity? There may yet be more pivotal figures yet to reveal themselves." The gathering fell into silence. Sun Xian chuckled. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" Li Hao, unreserved, posed another question. "Is the Celestial Star Army comprised of just this few individuals? What became of the armors of those who perished in battle? Where is the foundry within the city?" Sun Xian frowned, casting a sidelong glance at him, unwilling to engage. Li Hao smiled, sensing the man's displeasure towards him. Nonetheless, he thought, even if he remained silent, I could still seek answers independently. Director Wang inhaled deeply. "Then allow me to ask you about these 5 commanders and the Celestial Star Army. Each must bear their own responsibility." Sun Xian replied gravely at this juncture. "My doom is sealed, and there is no need to drag them into this. They are oblivious, having solely guarded the mines, albeit naively, placing too much trust in me. They were not complicit, and such a significant affair would hardly involve mere commanders. Even among those who participated back then, my standing was not particularly high, and those of lower rank would possess no knowledge of the matter." The silver-armored figures showed no signs of gratitude, only wrath, resentment, disbelief, and an overwhelming intent to kill. It appeared that the calamity that befell the Celestial Star Town was intricately linked to this man. Their families, friends, relatives, and subordinates had all perished in that upheaval. How could they harbor any gratitude? Moreover, absence of involvement means absence of involvement, even if Sun Xian remained silent. The black-armored individuals could uncover the truth and would undoubtedly seek justice. Sun Xin, one of the silver-armored warriors, exclaimed, fraught with anger and a hint of madness. In the battle that claimed the lives of 1,000,000 soldiers and civilians of Celestial Star Town, we are the only survivors. For you, has the protection of humanity been nothing but a jest? Do you possess no family or friends? How could you? Sun Xin remained silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. The human heart is the most fickle of things. In any era, not everyone can be virtuous and selfless. It is simply my transformation that renders you incredulous. In truth, if you venture outside, you will find that many have changed their hearts. Do not be so naive. With a soft sigh, he continued, moreover, I had anticipated the collapse of the Celestial Star Army and the demise of General Jiang and his men. But I never imagined that they would annihilate the entire city. I thought that even the process of refining the Silver Moon required human intervention. This I did not foresee. Is there a distinction to be made? Is the Celestial Star Army not human? General Jiang treated you well. How could this transpire? The silver-armored warriors were unable to come to terms with this revelation, while Zhang chose not to press further, nor to speak again, gazing at him in silence. Is there any need for me to expend further effort? Sun Xian sighed. No need. Thank you, Director Zhang. A sinner can choose their own demise. It is no wonder everyone claims that among the third generation of the Zhang family, Zhang is the most gentle. Had your brother Zhangpeng been here, he would have cleaved me in too long ago. If your sister were present, she would likely do the same. Zhang, you are far too soft-hearted. He chuckled, his smile tinged with a mixture of derision and contempt. Before his physical form disintegrated, the path of existence shattered and his essence extinguished. Silently, he regarded Zhang until the final moment, a sigh escaping him. If I ever have the chance to meet General Zhang, please remove my name from the monument of merits. A sinner is unworthy. And thus, he faded away into nothingness. Zhang closed his eyes, enveloped in silence. In the Zhang family lineage, there are 3 siblings, with him being the second eldest. His elder brother possesses formidable strength and decisiveness. Having experienced the new martial war in his early years, his prowess and demeanor are extraordinary. His younger sister, though a woman, is equally fierce. She once followed the principal in another universe, wreaking havoc and achieving great military accomplishments. Only he, by nature, is compassionate and gentle, seldom resorting to violence. It appears that the outside world perceives him in such a manner. Sun Xin took his own life, and Zhang afforded him the opportunity to do so. The thorny rose also counts as a form of suicide, for which Zhang similarly provided a chance. At this moment, Li Hao pondered, perceiving a change in this individual. Previously perceived as cold-hearted, he now appeared quite benevolent. Yet, sometimes, such mercy might lead to underestimation, particularly in times of war, where compassion can become a source of mockery from adversaries. In this moment, 5 silver-armored soldiers knelt silently on the ground, gazing at Zhang without uttering a word. Behind them, the remnants of the Heavenly Star Army also knelt in a gesture of contrition. Zhang remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I am weary. How you choose to deal with Wang Yi of Battle City is your decision. I am merely the director of the Martial Science University, not your commander. He abruptly vanished from sight, perhaps lost in thought. Director Wang then turned to the others, glancing at Li Hao before speaking. Though you did not conspire with Sun Xin, the dereliction of duty and incompetence is an undeniable fact. You even aided in his recovery and promotion. According to military law, you are all to be demoted 3 ranks, receive 500 lashes, and be dispatched to the Vanguard camp. Despite the Vanguard Army's current absence, he still imposed such penalties. He added, once we locate the traitor from back then, you shall lead the charge without retreating a single step, fighting to the death. Boom. Hundreds of soldiers pounded their chests, bowing their heads in silence, signifying their acceptance of this punishment. With the resurgence of war, they would become the vanguard, fighting fiercely until death, returning only upon victory. Wang Yi surveyed the crowd with a sense of melancholy, waving his hand. Dismissed. Eliminate all threats to Tianqing town and fortify its defenses. The enemy may yet come seeking you. Acknowledged. The group dispersed in unison, swiftly vanishing, as the remnants of the Heavenly Star Army appeared within the battered city, promptly commencing repairs on the ancient structures. It was only at this moment that Director Wang returned, plopping down beside Li Hao, rubbing his temples in frustration. At this moment, he felt utterly lost. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Li Hao, do you know? I fear no formidable enemy, regardless of how powerful they may be. New martial practitioners do not fear, yet when these formidable foes are your former comrades, do you understand, Li Hao? I feel utterly hopeless. This jovial ancient civilization powerhouse appeared vulnerable at this moment. Perhaps Zhang and felt similarly. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before nodding. It's all right. If you cannot bear to act, I shall assist you in eradicating them, ensuring they are out of sight and mind. Director Wang paused, looking at him. Li Hao smiled, baring his teeth. Truly, do not worry. If you are reluctant, I am unfamiliar and unacquainted. I shall take care of them, while you focus on those without moral reservations. At this moment, his words of solace appeared particularly sincere. However, Director Wang involuntarily shuddered. The gaze of Li Hao seemed to unveil a vision of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Li Hao understood certain matters clearly, as conveyed by Sun Exine. He nodded, yet his thoughts revolved around a singular notion. It mattered not. Those who defied him would face annihilation. This was the lesson he had gleaned from the human Wang. Naturally, for the time being, it was merely idle talk. He could not yet contend with the formidable figures of saints and kings. Once he attained the power to do so, he would eliminate them all without hesitation. The next moment, he eagerly set off to collect the remains. The roses were gone, but the other 4 demonic plants still remained. Corpses, after all, held significant value. He had truly struck gold this time. As for the grievances and vendettas of the late martial era, Li Hao had no inclination to concern himself with them. Even if his brother, the 9th commander, had betrayed him, it was of no consequence to Li Hao, for he was not the 9th commander. Observing Li Hao's exuberance, Director Wang sighed in resignation. It was futile to converse with this individual. He would rather wallow in self-pity. Chapter 292. A change of power. The corpses of the 4 demonic plants were all immortal. The life spring had drained 15,000 drops, a considerable amount. Otherwise there would have been even more. What remained were the immortal wood and some fruits. Among the 4 demonic plants was a fruit tree, resembling an apple tree, yet transformed by its demonic nature, rendering it somewhat different from its original species. Li Hao could not ascertain whether it was indeed an apple. 12 golden apples lay before him. Previously, he had also acquired some sunflower seeds, and on another occasion, a few coconuts, so now Li Hao had accumulated a modest fortune. However, of greater significance was the mine, the city itself. Indeed, the very essence of Tianqing town was a treasure. Every facility, every technology, every piece of equipment was invaluable. For instance, there must be a forge for weaponry here. Though it was not of the colossal flying fortress variety like War Sky City, this city's defenses were nonetheless formidable, equipped with a plethora of facilities. Now, with all 10 demonic plants fallen, a few commanders remained within the Tianqing army. Yet they were currently striving for redemption and heeding Director Wang's orders. In light of this, Li Hao felt that seizing control of the city should pose little challenge. Although the mine had lost 2/3 of its resources, Li Hao felt he had never encountered such an abundance of energy stones, even with just 1/10 remaining. It still seemed ample to him. This was the most energy stones he had ever seen in his lifetime. At this juncture, he hardly cared about the treasures possessed by the deceased directors, including the old king of Tianqing. He contemplated feeding the sacred weapons to the starry sword instead. However, recalling that others might also be in need of weaponry, he ultimately refrained from doing so, as that entity consumed everything with great relish, rendering the act futile. The black armor seemed to harbor some thoughts, lingering deep within the mine and not emerging. Director Wang ventured into the city, hoping to ascertain whether it could be fully revived. The demonic plants scattered in their own directions, freely absorbing energy. Meanwhile, Li Hao had no time to linger. There were matters above that required his attention. The remnants of the Tianqing governor's office awaited him. Li Hao arrived. At this moment, 8 demonic plants dispersed, blocking 8 entrances. The entirety of Tianqing town possesses 10 entrances. The remaining 2 were entrusted to the redwood and the jujube tree. As for the Imperial Guard, Li Hao stationed them at the Great Mine, where the energy is exceptionally dense, serving as a form of gratitude towards them. The 11 demonic plants secured the entrances meticulously. At this moment, anyone attempting to descend would first have to pass through these formidable guardians. Emerging from the ruins, Li Hao and Yuan Shua stepped out together. The instant they emerged, Yuan Shua suddenly sighed. Li Hao seemed to comprehend his teacher's sentiments and softly remarked, "Teacher, do you feel that the ancients were too powerful, and we are too weak?" However, Yuan Shuo shook his head. Li Hao was taken aback. Was it not so? Yuan Shuo sighed again, expressing his thoughts. I am merely lamenting that even the strongest of eras will eventually come to a close. The Tianqing dynasty, in our time, is considered powerful, having unified the Central Plains. Yet, prior to this, the world was in chaos. And even before that, during the new martial era, it was immensely formidable, with countless strong beings. Saints as abundant as rain, and heavenly kings like clouds. Even the emperor and the king of men, the supreme and the great emperor have vanished. It strikes a bitter chord within me. It seems that in the end, everything culminates in this way. The world is perpetually in a cycle, leaving one at a loss for words. Previously aware of the ancients' might, this time, however, I have truly experienced their terrifying strength. In just a small world, merely an ancient town, there are several saints, along with a multitude of immortals. This is still in today's era of Origin's extinction. How powerful must they have been during the new martial era? An era such as this has also met its end. It is truly unimaginable. Li Hao smiled and replied, Teacher, what troubles you? Is this not splendid? Do you not cherish the pursuit of a stronger future? Above us lies infinite potential, granting us countless opportunities. Even if we cannot surpass it, the chase itself is a form of joy, is it not? It was astonishing to him that his teacher would be reflective in such a manner. In his eyes, the teacher would fear nothing but continually strive to chase and surpass. Yuan Shuo smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Indeed, yet after having slain several elder powerful beings, he still felt a sense of emptiness. This era's strongest individuals. Yet, in the grand battle, they were but minor players. He and Li Hao, too, found that the true conflict was determined by those saints, shaping the entire battlefield while they could only clean up the aftermath. Presently, several ancients treated Li Hao with a degree of courtesy. However, in truth, the great mind was seized by them. If they chose not to grant access, what could one say? Of course, Li Hao held significance as well, such as acting as a porter, which was his primary role. Otherwise, they could not enter this place. Without Li Hao, their range of movement would be severely restricted. It was merely a matter of mutual limitation. Yet, ultimately, Li Hao needed them more. However, Li Hao remained unfazed by this, contemplating, this time, we shall have a splendid opportunity for development. Teacher, if we manage to take down the 9 divisions and the imperial family, I wish to enter closed-door cultivation for a while, gather the Silver Moon martial masters, and delve into the martial arts system, reorganizing and perfecting a new martial way. I have gathered some insights, yet it is imperative for everyone to contribute collectively. Presently, the system is in disarray, and the martial arts realm is tumultuous. Although there is a flourishing diversity, the prospects remain bleak. The Haoxing realm, I believe, embodies the greatest future for our generation. Yuan Shuo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in that statement. At that moment, Chief Steward Yu arrived, visibly pleased to see the 2 individuals. Nearly a day had passed since Li Hao and his companions descended, and everyone remained vigilant within their respective domains. The longer the delay, the greater the peril, as the patience of each faction is not boundless. Should tensions erupt, significant chaos could ensue. Upon seeing the duo, Chief Steward Yu hurriedly inquired, how did it go? It is accomplished. Really? Chief Steward Yu was overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, her excitement could no longer be contained. It is accomplished. This single phrase encompassed a multitude of implications. It signified the dismantling of the powerful backing from the 9 offices and the royal family. And it indicated the downfall of the esteemed warriors who had ventured down. She could scarcely fathom the reality of their success. As the calendar turned to December, still shy of the month's end with over 10 days remaining until the year's conclusion, they had indeed executed a siege against the 9 offices and the royal family in the year 1730 of the stellar era. Was the 200-year history of the Tianqing dynasty drawing to a close? Would the coming year herald a new epoch? Anxiety gripped her. Should they now approach the 9 offices and the royal family? Li Hao nodded affirmatively. Let us go to the 9 offices and the royal family, one by one. We shall eradicate the principal culprits discreetly, ensuring a smooth transition for the 9 offices and the royal family, while temporarily maintaining their rule. A sudden upheaval would only invite trouble. The continent remained embroiled in chaos, with the central region not yet fully pacified. The 3 major organizations still existed, and the revered sacred mountains persisted. At this juncture, a radical transformation was ill-timed. A steady transition, albeit lacking in grandeur, would yield the best outcome for the entire Tianqing realm. Otherwise, they would face not only internal strife, but also external threats. The surrounding nations might be lurking, waiting for the opportune moment of turmoil to strike. However, Chief Steward Yu was oblivious to these concerns. Her elation was all-consuming. Historically, the Silver Moon has never unified the world. The North has always been impoverished, and while the warriors are valiant, there are many strong individuals. The foundation is weak, rendering unity impossible. Others disdain us as mere northern barbarians. Yet now, the Silver Moon has a chance to unify the realm. Li Hao chuckled. You are a martial artist. Why does this concern you? No, this is the pride of the people of Silver Moon. Li Hao smiled, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Let us proceed to the administrative office, the foremost of the 9 offices. The group fell silent, and at that moment, Lu Long, accompanied by a contingent of elite guards, previous members of the Demon Hunting Corps, followed suit. Darkness enveloped the sky, yet within the city, lights blazed brightly. Presently, inspections continued, and a multitude of extraordinary beings were being registered. This day marked the quietest, yet most bustling, occasion in Tianqing City. It was a paradox. The tranquility stemmed from a shared unease, as everyone dared not make a move. The vibrant atmosphere was a result of countless extraordinary individuals emerging from various corners of the city, converging upon the central square. At this moment, the number of these extraordinary beings had surged to an astonishing figure of 100,000, a testament to the grandeur of Tianqing City, which boasts a population of 30 million and stands as the heart of the realm. Excluding various organizations, the extraordinary populace alone reached a staggering 100,000. And this was likely not even the entirety. The military's extraordinary forces and the private armies of major institutions were not included in this count. In reality, the extraordinary population of Tianqing City might even exceed 200,000. Though not as numerous as the city of extraordinary beings, the quality here was undoubtedly higher. The city of extraordinary beings is a melting pot, teeming with individuals of varying abilities, including a significant number of the weaker kind. While this place was dominated by the likes of Dayo and Sanyang. In the administrative department, Chen Zhongtian presided, while Zhao Huaimin was engrossed in a book. The courtyard was filled with the administrative department's extraordinary personnel, all waiting in silence. Chen Zhongtian appeared to be dozing off, seemingly asleep. Zhao Huaimin sat nearby, quietly perusing his book, the vast hall enveloped in tranquility, with not a single sound save for the faint rustle of turning pages. At that moment, a stir arose from outside. Zhao Huaimin, hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze toward the entrance, and shortly thereafter, he beheld Li Hao striding in with commanding presence. At this moment, Li Hao was clad in silver armor, having stored away his nearly shattered golden armor. Zhao Huaimin let out a deep sigh. As Li Hao entered the hall, he waved his hand, causing the doors to close. The vigilant Yu, the steward, observed closely. Yet Li Hao remained as steady as a mountain. Zhao Huaimin sighed again, a hint of redness in his eyes. Suddenly, he set down his book, adjusted his attire, and without kneeling, he bowed deeply, softly declaring, "My father has passed. The 9 departments have become a thing of the past." The sinner Zhao Huaimin pays homage to General Li. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. "You are aware?" "My father is aware," Zhao Huaimin replied, lowering his head. He said that this time, you would not stand by idly. On that day, when Uncle Chin's holy weapon was severed, it was likely to eliminate the golden palm. And you must know the circumstances within the ruins. If you appear, it would signify the failure of their representation at the administrative department. Zhao Huaimin's expression was filled with bitterness. "I once thought my father was merely being modest, yet it seems he spoke the truth." At this moment, Li Hao reflected on Zhao Tianyang's demeanor. Throughout, he had remained so composed. Only at the final moment did he utter, "Leave history in the past 80 years." It turned out that the other party had long anticipated a likely confrontation with Li Hao. However, they may not have expected such an outcome. For Li Hao had summoned a top-tier saint, directly reversing the entire situation. Zhao Huaimin chose not to elaborate further. From his storage ring, he produced several items. This was the National Population Register, compiled by various provinces, encompassing 99 provinces along with Tianqing City, which accounted for a staggering total of over 968 million individuals. It was not merely a book, nor a stack, but rather half a hall's worth of documents. Far too many to count. Zhao Huaimin briefly displayed the items before swiftly storing them away, placing the storage ring aside. From another storage ring, he retrieved an item, a comprehensive list of officials from the 99 provinces under the auspices of the Administrative Supreme Office, complete with their resumes and various remarks left by my father. My father often said that the world is vast, and even the mightiest cannot govern it alone. It is only through recognizing and wisely utilizing talent that one can effectively manage the realm. The governor may wish to consider this, for not all officials are malevolent. And sometimes, strength alone does not equate to effective governance. While there are many powerful individuals, how many possess the capability to truly govern? Zhao Huaimin chuckled lightly, presenting this tome for the governor's reference. Li Hao remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zhao Huaimin then produced another item, a token bearing the names of the superpower oversight offices subordinate to the administrative department. Across the dynasty, there exist both overt and covert oversight offices, with 9,000 members publicly known and an additional 1,000 operating in secrecy, forming a formidable superpower legion of 10,000. Both lists are contained herein. Upon presentation of this token, the oversight office shall act upon orders. Next, he unveiled further items, a compilation of the Zhao family's assets across various regions, encompassing commercial associations, real estate, and branch locations, all contained within another storage ring. Finally, he revealed one last item, a book he had been perusing, inscribed with the title Chronicles of Celestial Stars. This work was authored by my father during his lifetime. Perhaps the governor may not find it of interest, yet my father insisted that should the governor arrive, this book would be a most cherished gift, encapsulating some of his life's invaluable experiences, insights, and reflections. At that moment, Li Hao, who had remained as still as a mountain, stepped forward to accept the book. Upon opening it, he noticed a line inscribed on the flyleaf. The long night is endless, the dawn unseen, celestial stars pale in comparison to the sun. The sun. Zhao Tianyang. Li Hao pondered this, flipping through the pages, which contained no more than recollections from Zhao Tianyang's early years as a lowly official, detailing encounters and actions from times gone by. I accept this. Li Hao nodded slightly. Zhao Huaimin expressed a hint of regret. Thank you, Governor. No need for formality, replied Yu, the steward, who was perplexed by the gratitude expressed, sensing something peculiar. It seemed the Zhao family had been aware of their impending demise long before. Zhao Huaimin continued. The Zhao family has erred, yet we hold ourselves to a strict moral code. As the new governor of this realm, you cannot execute all. My father has passed, and I follow suit. However, if the governor is inclined to show mercy, sparing our lives while stripping us of our martial prowess and relegating us to the wilderness, it would suffice. Li Hao remained silent. Zhao Huaimin chose not to elaborate further, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked up at Li Hao. The 9 departments fundamentally desire stability across the realm. Yet we find ourselves lacking in power, losing our resolve. Initially, we sang with vigor, but in the end, we faltered, failing to govern effectively while in our positions. He smiled ruefully, gazing at Li Hao, hoping the governor would not repeat past mistakes, urging him to eradicate evil completely and be wary of the 4 nations encroaching upon the central plains. Li Hao nodded in response. Zhao Huaimin ceased speaking, straightened his posture, glanced at Chen Zhongtian, and then closed his eyes. Beside him, Chen Zhongtian felt no joy nor elation, only a sense of confusion and an unmistakable sorrow for the child he had watched grow over the years. The day had been anticipated, whether it was Li Hao or another who emerged victorious. Yet, at this moment, witnessing his own nephew severing his heartstrings, his organs shattered, and taking his own life, Chen Zhongtian could not shake off the melancholic gloom that enveloped him. Zhao Tianyang and others were now deceased, and the 9 houses had irrevocably become a thing of the past. Suddenly, memories flooded back from over 80 years ago, when 9 individuals convened, with Zhao Tianyang, brimming with youthful vigor, vociferously denouncing the tyranny of the Taiyangxing royal family, and Shi Pingjiang, solemn in demeanor, exhausting his wealth and leading an army into Taiyangxing. He recalled those people and those events. In those days, he was carefree, calling out to his elder brothers, perhaps with some selfish motives, yet filled with a fervor to change the world, to overthrow the dynasty, and to establish a realm of deities. Alas, how lamentable! Governor Chen Zhongtian slightly bowed, stating, "The Zhao family has perished. Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Huaimin have lost their souls. The Chen family is willing to safeguard the remaining members of the Zhao family. Should there be any unrest, the Chen family shall eradicate them." Li Hao regarded him for a moment before responding. Do you understand? The wildfires may not be extinguished. The spring breeze will cause new life to flourish. Li Hao looked at him and suddenly smiled. No matter, take them away. As for the remaining members of the Zhao family, you may deal with them as you see fit. Not just the Zhao family, but from the 9 houses. You may take anyone who is not malevolent. Qin Zhongtian appeared somewhat surprised. Yet, Li Hao remained remarkably composed. If we fear even these individuals and seek to annihilate them, how can we hope to forge a new era? The old and new directors of the 8 offices must be dealt with. That is imperative. Those guilty shall be punished, while the innocent shall be released. The rationale behind the execution of the old and new directors was clear. As long as they lived, the world would remain in turmoil. For there would always be opportunists who believed in chances. Li Hao did not wish for such circumstances to arise, unless, like the Qin family, they had pledged allegiance beforehand. He had no intention of sparing the other families, but aside from the old and new directors, he was indifferent to the rest and had no desire for total annihilation. This was the nature of the Jianghu. The Jianghu was akin to Yuan Shuo, with enemies scattered across the globe, yet few could truly seek vengeance. Had Yuan Shuo wished, he could have wiped out half of the martial world, even obliterating entire sections. Let Zhao Huaimin be well buried, he thought. At this moment, Zhao Huaimin had already transcended into the 5 elements, but had chosen not to resist. In his self-destruction, Li Hao still bestowed him with due respect. Qin Zhongtian nodded in silence. Seal the administrative office. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Understood. Soon, arrangements were underway. Li Hao stepped out, continuing his journey to the next office, the military law office. At the military law office, Kong Jie and Chun Yao were stationed. The director, Qi Dinghai, upon seeing Li Hao and his entourage arrive, recognized Qin Zhongtian and seemed to grasp the situation. Qin Zhongtian was stationed at the administrative office, yet had come here. Those who could ascend to the position of director of the 9 offices were not lacking in intelligence. Upon their arrival, he donned a smile. Governor Li, Uncle Chun, please come in and take a seat. Li Hao entered, and Qi Dinghai promptly ascended to his seat, directing his gaze at Li Hao. Has Huaimin passed away? Yes, he has. What a pity. Qi Dinghai sighed softly. Then my father has also departed, I presume? Indeed, Li Hao nodded slightly. Qi Dinghai felt a tinge of bitterness, yet soon smiled and remarked, well, my father often says that the true Qi Pingjiang perished 80 years ago. In these tumultuous years, the military has been chaotic, with the forces across various regions unable to stand firm, indulging in the slaughter of the innocent, taking credit for others' achievements, colluding with bandits and pirates. Indeed, the death of Brother Huaimin was somewhat unjust, yet for my family, the losses are not in vain. Brother Huaimin was a capable statesman. Had the governor wished to retain him, he could have done so. But what has passed is of no benefit to discuss. As for my demise, it is not unjust. The decay of military discipline began with me, and my relationship with my father is not significant in this regard. Qi Dinghai chuckled. Is the governor prepared to execute me now, or shall we wait a while? Li Hao gazed at him. When do you wish to wait? When the 3 armies converge to execute you as a spectacle? After speaking, he suddenly shook his head. Enough of this. Having lived a life of ostentation, to die in such a pitiful manner, I implore the governor to grant me a final contest with Yuan Shuo, regardless of life or death, to witness the 5-animal fist. My father, perhaps, also fell by his hand. He turned to Yuan Shuo. Old demon Yuan, what say you? Yuan Shuo regarded him coldly. Your father, with the power of the 7 systems, was slain by me on the spot. Do you wish to attempt this? Go ahead. Qi Dinghai laughed. To perish at your hands still retains some semblance of dignity. Li Hao inquired, what of the military? Qi Dinghai replied with a smile, nothing much. Presently, the Tianqing dynasty boasts an army of 30 million, of which I cannot oversee all. The central military consists of 7 million, and I can only manage 200,000. With this military token, I can take command. Whether to disperse them or otherwise, the governor may decide. Currently, military discipline is in disarray. The central forces are somewhat better. Yet in the far reaches of the continent, military law is practically non-existent. Reforming the army may pose a significant challenge for the governor, and I hope you do not find it burdensome. With that, he tossed a military token aside, smiling. With this trinket, perhaps the 200,000 troops will still heed commands. The rest must fend for themselves, as I cannot oversee them. Li Hao accepted it without further comment. Gesturing with a wave, an energy radiating and enveloping the surroundings. Qi Dinghai wasted no words, conjuring a long spear that swiftly lunged towards Yuan Shuo. Wielding the power of the 5 systems, yet he had not attained the 6th. Remarkably fierce, his spear technique was heavenly, brimming with lethal intent. However, he faced Yuan Shuo, who employed no other tactics but the tiger fist to subdue him. In their exchange of 3 punches, one struck Qi Dinghai's chest. With the 4th punch, Yuan Shuo shattered his throat. Qi Dinghai leaned on his spear, gazing at Yuan Shuo, standing there lifeless, for punches had led to his demise. Yuan Shuo exhaled. The Qi family possesses a resilient spirit. Yet, the Qi father and son lack the capacity to govern, amidst millions of troops, nominally under military law. In truth, even the Silver Moon no longer heeds commands. Chaos indeed. Chen Zhongtian sighed deeply as he looked at Qi Dinghai, then turned to Li Hao, who nodded slightly. Chen Zhongtian sighed once more, stepped forward, and collected the body. Behind him, several newcomers stood in a daze. Chen Yao appeared bewildered, glancing at his father. Chen Zhongtian remained silent. The military law office and the administrative office had been rendered mere possessions. Now, the examination office and the external affairs office required little oversight. As both the new and old directors had perished, the inspection office had defected, and the criminal law office had been obliterated. At this moment, the true responsibilities lay with the internal affairs office and the finance office. In the Ministry of Commerce, the former director has passed away, and the current director lacks the capability to make a significant impact. It is evident that the ministry is unable to stir up any turbulence. Even if the situation within the Ministry of Commerce is chaotic at present, it is of little consequence. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is similarly unremarkable, but the Ministry of Finance holds paramount importance. Let us go to the Ministry of Finance, Li Hao declared, recalling that this was the first ministry he had offended since arriving in the capital. The University of Yuanping Wuka was graciously relinquished by the opposing party. Suddenly, Lu Yunqing felt a wave of unease. He glanced at Zhou Chuan, who had just emerged from the ruins, now that they were no longer sealed off. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. The unsealing of the ruins was not an auspicious sign. The elder spoke abruptly. Director Zhou, is General Li on his way? Zhou Chuan paused for a moment, smiling as he replied, what leads you to ask that? The elder chuckled softly, gazing outside. At that moment, Li Hao and his entourage had yet to arrive. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the Lu family is willing to pledge allegiance to the Tianqing General's office, sacrificing our wealth to ensure the stability of the Tianqing financial system, smoothly transitioning its governance to Silver Moon. After this transition, the Lu family seeks nothing more than a small island as a reward, allowing us to spend our remaining years in peace. We will hand over those among us who have committed wrongdoings for the general's judgment. I, in my old age, have been lax in discipline, leading to some misdeeds for which I am willing to take full responsibility. Let Yunqing lead the Lu family away. Director Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly, while Lu Yunqing turned pale. Why such a sudden declaration? The next moment, understanding dawned upon him. Could it be impossible? With so many powerful individuals below, could they have been defeated? That seemed implausible. Yet, apart from this possibility, how could his astute father suddenly choose surrender, even at the cost of his own life, to save the Lu family's members? At that moment, the voice of Li Hao rang in their ears. The former director was indeed shrewd. But I have no interest in complete annihilation. The Zhao and Qi families are aligned, and all others will be dealt with according to the law. The former director sighed deeply and then bowed, addressing Criminal Lu Fu. I present myself before the general. Lu Yunqing, pale as a ghost, bent his body in unison with his father. Defeat, although somewhat anticipated, the swiftness of it took him by surprise. In his eyes, the only ones capable of triumphing in this world might be Li Hao and Ing Hongyue. Yet he did not expect Li Hao to so swiftly dismantle the alliance of the 9 ministries and the royal family, achieving unification. Li Hao stepped inside. The collapse of the financial system was an intolerable reality at this moment. The military was already in disarray, and an increase in chaos would not matter much. The administrative system had already established independence in various regions, which was also inconsequential. However, the financial system, overseen by the Lu family, controlled the nation's banks, taxation, and the printing of star coins. Though the world was in turmoil, the star coin still retained its purchasing power. If the star coin system were to collapse, a far greater disaster would ensue. He regarded the father and son of the Lu family, who were intriguing figures, after Li Hao had obliterated the Sihai group. They had seemingly vanished, as if they were waiting for something. Just moments ago, before his arrival, the former director had already expressed his desire to pledge allegiance, clearly indicating that the other party had deduced something. This was, thus far, one of the ministries with the least losses. Li Hao ascended to the throne in the main hall, casting his gaze upon the two individuals before him, lost in profound contemplation. The Sihai group under the Lu family had conspired with pirates, covertly supporting their nefarious activities, and had allied with the demon race, colluding with the forces of Phoenix Mountain to feast upon human lives. These vivid scenes were etched firmly in Li Hao's memory. However, eliminating this father-son duo could potentially trigger a tumultuous upheaval. They were exceptionally astute and might possess some hidden resources. Should the star currency system collapse at this juncture, Li Hao, still striving for unification, would be unable to respond swiftly, leading to significant complications. Perhaps it would be prudent to first pacify the situation? Then, once stability was restored, he could proceed to eliminate them? Li Hao pondered deeply. Lu Fu's brow glistened with sweat as he suddenly spoke. Governor, the demise of my son and I would be of little consequence, yet I have something to convey. I have a grandson who has been enamored with martial arts since childhood, a natural-born warrior, indifferent to worldly affairs. Displeased with our family's extravagance from a young age, he departed early to roam the world. I wish for him to join the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, whether as a student or a teacher. Would you be willing to accept him? He hastily added, as for the financial system, my son and I will ensure a swift transition within a month. After that, you may dispose of us as you see fit. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. The prospect of his grandson joining the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy was intriguing, especially considering that the academy had yet to be established. Lu Fu's desire for his grandson to enter the institution prompted Li Hao to contemplate its implications, leading him to smile at Lu Fu. It seems you hold your grandson in high regard? Lu Fu took a deep breath. It is not a matter of regard. I merely believe that his passion for martial arts may allow him to fulfill his lifelong dream upon joining the academy. Rest assured, my grandson possesses a gentle disposition. Both Yunqing and I will ensure he is well guided and will not cause any trouble. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the old man was aware of his intent to eliminate him, as well as Lu Yunqing. At this moment, Lu Fu opted not to safeguard Lu Yunqing, instead hoping for his grandson's admission to the academy to restore their family's honor. Previously, Li Hao had declared he would not involve the families of his adversaries. Yet Lu Fu's choice was indeed intriguing. After a moment of reflection, Li Hao nodded and replied with a smile, very well. Lu Fu exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you for your generosity, Governor. It is merely a matter of self-preservation. Li Hao chuckled. You are a clever man. There is little more I wish to say on that matter. Director Zhou, please arrange for someone to take over the financial department. This location holds great significance. Understood. Director Zhou nodded slightly. Li Hao did not rush to depart and inquired further, why has the Internal Affairs Department remained uninvolved during these recent events? Beside him, Shun Zhongtian interjected, the Internal Affairs Department has always been loyal to the royal family. However, the royal family's recent actions have alienated their supporters, leading the Mu family to choose a stance of observation rather than involvement. Should we eliminate or retain the Internal Affairs Department? Li Hao asked Shun Zhongtian, who appeared somewhat conflicted. Suddenly, Lu Fu spoke up, Governor, the Mu family within the Internal Affairs Department wields limited power. They have merely served the royal family over the years. In fact, it was we who persuaded them to take on the responsibilities of the Internal Affairs Department as a means of overseeing the royal family. However, as the relationship between the royal family and the Mu family grew closer, the Mu family aligned themselves with the crown. Li Hao listened intently, but found himself perplexed by Lu Fu's insinuation. Was he advocating for their execution or for their preservation? Listening to this, it seems that he first betrayed the 9 departments, then the imperial family. He is certainly no virtuous person. However, it was also mentioned that his authority is not substantial. Lu Fu observed Li Hao and quickly remarked, the Mu family of the Internal Affairs Department is timid and lacks strength. Being inconsequential makes them an appropriate standard. They pose no threat, and the governor must retain some individuals to rally support. Keeping the Mu family is acceptable, allowing them to serve as a benchmark for the world. The governor is benevolent and spares their lives. He audaciously persuaded Li Hao to spare the Mu family, while his own demise loomed near. At that moment, Li Hao regarded him with a certain intrigue, taking a long while to respond. It is a pity that such a clever elder would choose to conspire with pirates and demons. Were it not for this, he might have genuinely considered preserving the Lu family. This father and son duo were indeed astute. Li Hao, despite being short-handed, was unwilling to commit principled errors. Lu Fu chuckled softly, but offered no explanation. What was there to explain? Prior to this, colluding with pirates, aligning with the three major organizations, and associating with demons was not deemed wrong. Many powerful figures across the realm engaged in such actions. Strictly speaking, all were involved. Demons and their plans were intertwined with every powerful household. Even you, Li Hao, have your own connections. Yet, the Lu family, in their later endeavors, became increasingly avaricious, resorting to unscrupulous means to amass greater wealth. Now, there was no need to speak of these matters, for doing so would only offend all parties involved. Preserving the Mu family might earn their gratitude. The Mu family's threat is minimal, and their strength is not overwhelming. However, in this moment, being one of the few remaining families of the 9 departments that could be preserved, they could offer the Lu family some future assistance. Lu Fu was well aware of their nature. The Mu father and son were pragmatic individuals, mindful of kindness and grievances alike. Thus, this could be seen as an opportunity for the Lu family. After pondering, Li Hao concluded that the Mu family presented little threat, devoid of authority, and could serve as a standard. But why had that young lady from the Mu family previously visited the Four Seas group? Was it to conspire with pirates or demons? Mu Xiaorong had been imprisoned, yet her motives for visiting the Four Seas group remained unexplained. Beside them, Lu Yunqing sighed softly, saying it was not for those reasons, rather. The Lu family hoped to form a marital alliance with the Mu family, and Mu Xiaorong was merely assessing the Lu candidates. Li Hao frowned. Is it truly so simple? Lu Yunqing continued. There was another reason. The Lu family had proposed the alliance, and the imperial family also endorsed it. Mu Xiaorong ventured to Sea High Island to escape the imperial family's scrutiny. Li Hao was not entirely convinced, yet he deemed it not a significant issue. After a moment's thought, he stated, I have it figured out. The two of them should remain discreet for a month. I shall return then. With that, he rose and left. Lu Fu and his son watched them depart, both letting out a long sigh. Director Zhou had not left, remaining outside the door. Lu Fu did not shy away from him, sighing, we must expedite the transition. A month will afford us ample opportunity, far surpassing the other families. We must bring the children back while time still permits, allowing them to grow stronger. Father, why? Lu Yunqing gazed at his elderly father, perplexed. If there were no path forward, why continue to expose the Lu family? Perhaps a tranquil retirement would be preferable. Should you survive, it would indeed be a comfort in your twilight years. Lu Fu has grown somewhat aged, yet he contemplates, in this era devoid of formidable figures. How can a family endure? Therefore, let us take one more gamble. If seclusion is unattainable, then let us embrace the future with open arms. Though they, as father and son, may have lost their chance, their grandson's admission into the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy as a first-generation student or instructor, coupled with the Lu family's cooperation with the governor's office in the transfer of power, could still offer the Lu family a glimmer of hope for gaining Li Hao's trust. Lu Yunqing pondered for a moment, nodded, and chose to remain silent thereafter. Outside, Director Zhou expressed some lamentations. This old Lu still possesses considerable skill. In truth, he had intended to persuade Li Hao to retain the father and son, but ultimately withheld his words. Observing Li Hao and his companions depart, Director Zhou understood that after this night, Tianqing City would bear the surname Li. The world has transformed. Subsequently, the offices of merit assessment, external affairs, and commerce encountered no unexpected occurrences, as Li Hao swiftly executed a lockdown. The Mu family was not his immediate destination. Instead, he proceeded directly to the imperial palace, with an increasing number of powerful figures in his wake. A mirror, silent and ethereal, hovered in the air, enveloping the grand palace. As the royal Li Hao prepared for a comprehensive purge, the current Tianqing king harbored ambitious aspirations. The former Tianqing king had been sealed away, and all actions taken by the royal family were orchestrated by this new sovereign, a true ambitious contender, alongside numerous princes and a multitude of dukes. The adversary may not choose to compromise like other families. Within the palace, Nan Quan smiled amiably. Your Majesty, I shall step out momentarily to report the situation. You may indulge in refreshments. Having said this, he rose to depart. Outside, the earth-shattering sword and the heavenly sword had already arrived. The three of them exited together. In the grand hall, the Tianqing king furrowed his brow slightly. Below, a gathering of princes and princesses convened, alongside several princes and numerous dukes. One individual whispered a curse. "You wretched creature, abusing your power. Previously within the palace, you were more obedient than a dog." The Tianqing king paid no heed, instead gazing outward with a slight frown. Nan Quan had just mentioned the refreshments, a phrase that sounded rather ungracious. As he contemplated, his expression suddenly shifted. Li Hao had arrived. Outside the palace, Li Hao entered through the grand gates, followed closely by Chun Zhongtian, Chen Yao, Kong Jia, Ba Dao, Bei Quan, Pai Li Tue, Guangming Jian, Yu Luocha, Hei Bao, Bai Guang Jian, Yuan Shuo, and the rest. Yao Si and Ho Xiaoqing also hastened to arrive, abandoning the suppression of the Internal Affairs Office, which at present was merely patrolled by a group of night watchmen. Shortly thereafter, the three from the heavenly sword converged. Li Hao gazed at the distant palace, a smile gracing his lips. Moments later, he spoke deliberately to the Tianqing king, princes, dukes, and all who possess extraordinary abilities. Exterminate them all. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Li Hao was not so merciless towards the 9 offices. With a grave tone, he declared, "Did you hear? Kill." Without a hint of hesitation, the royal family had held dominion for 2 centuries. Though the 9 offices had accomplished a modicum of good, the royal family had achieved none. They had long harbored ambitions to overturn the world. How could one topple Tianqing without bloodshed? Exchanging glances, the crowd, in unison, responded with a resolute, "Understood." In an instant, figures surged into the imperial palace. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter. At that moment, everyone understood that with the fall of the royal family, the celestial star would change its master. Thousands of demon-hunting troops swiftly invaded the palace, while in the distance, squads of armored soldiers charged forth. Further still, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown ascended into the air, casting a frigid gaze upon Li Hao. The celestial star of the Jiang family might soon meet its demise. Li Hao also soared into the air, hastily making his way toward that direction. The celestial king coldly regarded him, remaining silent, as a golden sword materialized before him. With a sardonic smile, he declared, "The victor and the vanquished. Who will triumph remains uncertain. Kill." A thunderous command shattered the calm, the heavens and earth trembling as this man barely stepped into the realm of the 7 systems. The void itself fracturing. From all directions, the cacophony of battle erupted. Silver Moon warriors unleashed their fury, and royal powers fell in an instant. The celestial king uttered nothing, indifferent to the chaos. If Li Hao were to be slain, there remained a glimmer of hope. This time, however, Li Hao showed no leniency, no courtesy toward the celestial king, who was even inferior to his father. A sharp sword emerged, the sword of the starry sky. Various energies coalesced in an instant, unleashing an overwhelming force. The intent of the sword erupted, tearing through the void. The sword of the starry sky was astonishingly formidable, capable of dealing with those saints. And with a single stroke, it cleaved down. Boom! The heavens were torn asunder. The celestial king's long sword shattered in an instant, a line of blood appearing on his face as he stared at Li Hao in disbelief. This ambitious monarch never anticipated such a fate. The celestial royal family. How utterly detestable! Li Hao scoffed, for the death of the governor of the northern 3 provinces had been orchestrated by the royal family, leading to unrest and countless casualties. His disdain for this ruler was profound. At that moment, silence fell momentarily in other places. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of battle erupted once more. The celestial king was dead. Kill. The cries of slaughter ascended skyward, the winds and clouds swirling, as the echoes of screams, pleas for mercy, and curses resounded through the heavens. The royal family, which had ruled for 2 centuries, faced utter devastation today. No one anticipated that within 3 months of Li Hao entering Celestial Star City, the heavens would shift. Update and adjustment. Since the end of last month, the rhythm has been somewhat disrupted. In the haste to update, I have been unable to adjust, and the narrative has become increasingly chaotic. Several subplots were prematurely initiated. The Celestial Star Town relics opened too early, and the original arrangement of the 9 divisions was not intended this way, throwing the entire rhythm into disarray. Even an experienced writer like myself has struggled to maintain control over the pacing, which is regrettable, and I sincerely apologize to all readers. As a pivotal installment in the trilogy, I had high hopes for the Stargate, yet the execution has fallen short, leaving me disheartened. Therefore, in the coming week, I shall endeavor to recalibrate the rhythm. The Silver Moon subplot must not collapse further, or it will lead to complications. Beginning tomorrow, I shall resume my writing with 2 updates daily, around 5 in the afternoon and 10 in the evening, maintaining this rhythm for approximately a week. Should circumstances allow, I will revert to 3 updates. I plan to take a brief respite in the morning, alleviating the urgency that has plagued my mornings. As the frantic pace has led to errors in my work, the stress of updating has been overwhelming, and I aim to rectify this within the week. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your understanding and support, and I sincerely apologize. I hope that Stargate will not leave behind too many regrets. I have an abundance of ideas to convey, yet the more I write, the more challenging it becomes. Nevertheless, I shall persevere. A new journey begins tomorrow. Chapter 293. Aftermath. With the demise of the Star King, chaos ensued among the royal members, who found themselves in a state of disarray. The bloodshed was relentless. Meanwhile, Li Hao hovered above the palace, observing as formidable warriors fell before him, while distant princes roared in fury. Within the palace, a multitude of black-armored soldiers surged forth, clamoring to slay Li Hao. A furious voice bellowed, summoning divine power to lift a palace, which thunderously descended upon Li Hao. With a single swing of his sword, the mountains trembled, revealing a colossal mountain that suppressed the palace. The structure shattered under the force of his sword energy, and in the distance, a prince was cleaved in two. An enraged royal member shouted, "Li Hao, the Star royal family has treated you well, bestowing upon you the title of Governor of the Star and the position of Marquis. Is this how you repay us?" It was the 7th princess. At that moment, the enigmatic woman who typically presided over the 9-dragon pavilion could no longer maintain her composure and cried out in anger, her heart heavy with sorrow. When Li Hao first visited the 9-dragon pavilion, he seemed utterly naive. Who could have foreseen that mere months later, he would storm the palace, slaying the Star King? The Jiang family did not fall to the 9 divisions, but rather to Li Hao himself. Well treated? Li Hao replied calmly, "The royal family and I have merely been using one another. There is no affection to speak of." If I recall correctly, the white shark thief in the north was nurtured by the Jiang family, which wields influence across the seas. Furthermore, the Jiang family has covertly supported numerous rebel factions, including the largest insurgency in the northern provinces, known as the Tianfu Army, which seeks to restore the past. This too is likely backed by your Jiang family. Over the past 2 centuries, the Jiang family has seen both merit and demerit. However, their misdeeds far outweigh their contributions, rendering them more contemptible than the 9 divisions. The 9 divisions have had their moments of clarity, while the Jiang family has consistently displayed incompetence, especially during the reign of the 7th princess. Can the Jiang family truly endure this scrutiny? The blood-soaked 7th princess retorted fiercely, "Li Hao, this is merely the fate of victors and vanquished. Since time immemorial, the path of royalty has been merciless. In times of turmoil, before the Jiang dynasty, the world was in utter chaos, with incessant conflicts across the 99 provinces leading to countless deaths. After the Jiang family unified the realm, there was at least 200 years of peace. How can you dismiss such accomplishments? In comparison to the tumultuous past, the establishment of the Star dynasty allowed the common people to at least survive." The 7th princess remained defiant. 200 years ago, the world was in turmoil, constantly at war, with lords vying for supremacy. It was far more chaotic than today. The Jiang family unified the realm, thus concluding the era of feudal warfare. Why do you not acknowledge this, Li Hao? Thus, your Jiang family has enjoyed royal privileges for 2 centuries. Li Hao remained composed, responding that with every investment comes a return. Indeed, 200 years ago, the first generation of the Tianqing king forged a grand empire, establishing a unified central dynasty, an achievement of undeniable merit. Yet, your Jiang family has also reveled in 2 centuries of opulence, has it not? Now, as the realm descends into chaos, it is instigated by your Jiang family. The 7th princess, still unwilling to concede, shouted in fury, "Had it not been for the 9 commands suppressing my grandfather, had the 3 major organizations not stirred unrest in all directions, and had your Silver Moon martial arts not been in turmoil, this world would still be in tranquil harmony. You, Li Hao, are not superior to my Jiang family. You are merely a facade." even if my Jiang family were to fall. The cycle of heavenly justice would not spare you from the reckoning of the dynasty's demise. Li Hao remained silent. The cycle of heavenly justice. Who can truly fathom it? The Jiang family, dissatisfied, felt this was a process every dynasty must endure. He had no desire to speak further, nor did he know how to begin. History books tell such tales. Despite everything being chronicled, successive emperors continue to repeat the same mistakes. Sometimes, it is indeed a strange phenomenon. Any emperor, unless one who founds a new dynasty, has surely perused several history books, has encountered records of the downfall of dynasties. Yet, things remain as they are. Ultimately, one will also become a part of history, a mere entry in the annals. Lost in thought, Yu Luocha struck with a palm, causing her opponent to spew forth blood. With a cold snort, Yu Luocha remarked, "Have you said enough? Where do all these words come from?" The seventh princess, coughing incessantly, glared at her with a fierce countenance. "Wretched woman, you will not fare better than my Jiang family. Just wait and see." With that, her long sword pierced the air, emanating a palpable malevolence. Yu Luocha, about to retaliate, suddenly noticed a battalion of demon hunters forming around Li Hao, and Lu Long, who had been guarding him, appeared from nowhere, cleaving with an axe that shattered the long sword with a resounding crack. The seventh princess staggered back, her expression shifting. Lu Long's face was cold as he regarded her, turning his back to Yu Luocha. "I have come to slay her." Yu Luocha was somewhat taken aback. Lu Long was typically low profile, neither vying nor competing. Why was he so aggressive today? The seventh princess was not weak, while Lu Long's strength was considerably lesser. However, Lu Long remained silent, striking again with his axe, unleashing a torrent of power akin to crashing waves, his murderous intent palpable. Below, dozens of demon hunters merged into a singular entity, using their formation to sustain Lu Long's vitality. The seventh princess, equally fierce, with her long sword shattered, unleashed a blinding radiance from her delicate hands, striking towards Lu Long. If this commander of Li Hao's personal guard were to slay her at this moment, it would also bring anguish to Li Hao. The clash continued relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows dozens of times. With a sudden, thunderous roar, Lu Long summoned a tidal wave of force, bringing his axe down. With a crack, he first fractured his own ribcage, causing his armor to indent. Yet he severed the opponent's arm. The seventh princess emitted a muffled groan, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "I did not expect even a nameless pawn like you could threaten me." Lu Long, panting heavily, said nothing more and launched another attack, this time with even greater ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the adversary was retreating in defeat. With a resounding crash, the seventh princess was cleaved to the ground by Lu Long's axe, blood spurting forth as she coughed violently. At that moment, Lu Long swung his axe again, striking down into the crowd with a thunderous noise. The seventh princess, bloodied, exclaimed, "If you wish to kill me, do it swiftly. Do you dare to insult me?" In the distance, Li Hao was taken aback. Lu Long, who typically shunned conflict, had unexpectedly turned his aggression towards the seventh princess today, even seizing an enemy of Yu Luocha. As he pondered this, he felt a stirring within his heart. Not far away, Lu Long commanded, "Kill her." Among the demon hunter corps, an armored warrior stepped forward, uttering no further words. A water dragon materialized, transforming into a sharp sword that instantly pierced the heart of the seventh princess. She continued to cough blood, gazing at the armored warrior in confusion. As the armor faded, the face of Yun Yao emerged. She locked eyes with the seventh princess, and after a long silence, a smile broke upon her lips. "It's you. No wonder." Yun Yao's gaze remained serene. "It is I. In the days of my father's reign, we were close, yet I never anticipated your betrayal of the Yun family, nor your role in the massacre of hundreds of my fellow students and teachers at the academy. Jiang Rong, I have returned." Cough, cough, how absurd. The seventh princess laughed mockingly, casting a glance at Li Hao in the distance, then laughed again, truly laughable. With that, she collapsed to the ground. Lu Long spat blood, glanced at Yun Yao, and murmured, "First, let us eliminate her. Then I shall avenge each of you from the Demon Hunter squad one by one." The Demon Hunter squad consisted of Yun Yao, Lu Yin, Wu Chao, Chun Jian, along with the recently joined Li Hao, totaling 6 individuals. Lu Yin's nemesis was Hong Yu. Wu Chao's was Fei Tian, and Yun Yao's enemy was the formidable force within the Starry Sky City. The seventh princess presided over the 9 Dragons Pavilion. which had previously attacked the Tianqing Academy, resulting in numerous casualties among students and faculty, with some captured and others coerced into servitude for the Nine Dragons Pavilion. As the royal family's representative in the outside world, the seventh princess had once maintained a cordial relationship with Yun Yao, supported by the royal family's stance towards Yun Haoran. But soon after, the Yun family faced destruction, largely due to the seventh princess's machinations. Yun Yao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The members of the Demon Hunter squad felt no need to express gratitude towards Lu Long. They understood in their hearts that since the Silver City incident, Lu Long had continuously shielded and aided them, right up to this day. Some matters, perhaps Li Hao had already forgotten or felt little about. Yet Lu Long had kept them engraved in his heart. In the distance, Li Hao comprehended the situation, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. Lu Long's aspirations were simple: to protect Silver City and safeguard the members of the Demon Hunter squad. This was his heartfelt desire. Yet when Li Hao led Lu Long away from Silver City, despite providing many resources, the warmth and familial camaraderie of that time could never be recaptured. Yun Yao's adversaries were the royal family and the 9 offices, a truth Li Hao recognized. However, he had never envisioned allowing Yun Yao to exact her own vengeance, convinced instead that annihilating these foes would suffice for success. Yet Lu Long had always held this matter close to his heart. From the departure of Silver City to the present, only a few had significantly influenced him: his teacher, Hong Yitong, and indeed, Lu Long himself. The time spent in Silver City was marked by Lu Long's unwavering support for him. Li Hao exhaled softly, burdened by the multitude of tasks at hand. The affairs of the demon hunting squad had been momentarily set aside. He had promised Lu Long that they would return to Silver City eventually, though it seemed improbable in the near future, as the bloodshed continued unabated. At that moment, a figure pierced through the air, Nan Quan. He was holding a bloodied individual. And upon meeting Li Hao's gaze, the usual nonchalance in Nan Quan's demeanor was replaced by a somber tone as he spoke. He Yong wishes to request a personal favor from Commander Li. Li Hao immediately recognized the blood-soaked youth, the 9th prince. At the age of 20, Nan Quan had entered the royal family 2 decades ago and had been instrumental in imparting martial arts to this prince, whose current prowess was largely due to Nan Quan's guidance. Naturally, Nan Quan's ascent within the royal hierarchy and the eventual unsealing of martial arts were also influenced by the 9th prince's contributions in later years. With Nan Quan's arrival, others returned as well. Bei Quan had slain a prince and was now soaring back. Upon seeing Nan Quan carrying someone, he exclaimed sharply, "Hiyong, what nonsense are you spouting?" The royal family had been decimated, and the Jiang clan slaughtered. The 9th prince, endowed with considerable talent and formidable combat abilities, had garnered support within the royal family. There were even calls for him to ascend the throne upon the return of the current celestial star king. He was by no means a peripheral figure. If he were merely a side branch of the royal family, Nan Quan's request could be dismissed as a trivial matter. After all, the Silver Moon martial artists were known for their sense of loyalty and vengeance. However, this was a potential heir to the throne. To spare him could invite grave consequences. Nan Quan had overstepped his bounds. With a heavy heart, Nan Quan lowered his head and implored, "Commander, I left Silver Moon and ventured into the royal family, seeking a chance for breakthrough. I care not for the royal family's fate, but many years ago, he and I were inseparable. This time, Hiyong seeks no accolades, only a plea for mercy from the commander." He understood that the 9th prince's survival could lead to significant complications, yet he could not overcome the emotional hurdle within himself. He looked at Li Hao with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The 9th prince, whom he held, coughed up blood repeatedly and seemed to regain some awareness. Struggling to speak, "Master He, there is no need for such. Be silent," Nan Quan rebuked sharply, delivering a punch that rendered the prince unconscious. He uttered no further words, merely gazed at Li Hao. Gradually, the number of strong allies around Li Hao increased. Some furrowed their brows, while others glared in disbelief. Within the royal family, apart from the Celestial Star King, these princes posed the greatest threat. The Celestial Star Dynasty had unified the realm for 2 centuries, and loyal warriors still existed. Not to mention, the King of the South currently commanded an elite army of 600,000 in the South China Sea, continuously at odds with the martial state of the South. Should the 9th prince survive and escape southward, it would indeed spell trouble. Li Hao glanced at Nan Quan, paused for a moment, and then smiled. "It's a trifling matter. Commander." "Li Hao, Many turned their attention towards him. Li Hao spoke softly. I possess some knowledge about the ninth prince. He shares a profound bond with my master from the Southern Fist School and exhibits a demeanor reminiscent of the Silver Moon martial artists. The Silver Moon warriors believe in repaying kindness, and since he has shown favor to my master, it is only fitting that we allow him to remain. He chuckled lightly, surveying his surroundings. One more or one less makes no difference. There are many who wish to take my life. Both the previous rulers of the Heavenly Star Kingdom have perished at my hands. The ninth prince has committed no wrongdoing, and the royal family is not under his dominion. He has endured relentless bullying since childhood, and it was my master who extended a helping hand, leading to his current state. With a smile, he added, Let my master take him away. Southern Fist's expression was somewhat complicated as he spoke in a low tone. I have rendered him powerless. A cripple cannot stir the waters. That is unnecessary, Li Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. He has inherited the earth-shaking fist lineage and is thus a disciple of my master. To strip him of his martial prowess would be to squander years of my master's dedication. The crowd turned their gazes towards Li Hao, uncertain of how to respond. This individual, if allowed to remain, could potentially become a source of endless trouble. The fact that he had gone from being bullied in the palace to being nominated as a potential heir by the royal family demonstrates his considerable capabilities. Enduring humiliation and possessing remarkable strategies are essential traits. At this moment, refraining from taking his life was a contentious decision. A group of onlookers focused on Southern Fist, some glaring angrily while others appeared resigned. Southern Fist, in his unpredictable manner, understood the implications of keeping the ninth prince alive. Yet he was even more averse to living a life filled with regret. Li Hao chose not to press the matter further, gazing around as the battle gradually subsided. Many powerful figures had fallen. Prior to this, 2 princes had already been slain, and today, 3 more met their demise within the palace. Only 4 princes remained alive, including the Southern King of Pacification, with 2 others in Tianqing City and 1 more on the western edge of the Central Sea, primarily tasked with suppressing the West and confronting the Duke of Ngua's family. At this juncture, a throng of palace maids, eunuchs, and concubines were being driven in from various locations. The vast square soon became a gathering place for thousands. Some trembled in fear, while others were already paralyzed by terror. The 9 sects had never breached the palace, and even their encounters with the late Heavenly Star King had been conducted in secrecy, leading to a relatively stable coexistence with the royal family. Yet today, the palace had been breached. Wails and sobs echoed throughout. The expansive palace housed over 10,000 servants, alongside a significant contingent of the Black Armored Army, now subdued, bringing the total to nearly 20,000. This was the current scenario, 80 years prior. The palace had housed even more inhabitants. Addressing the assembly before him, Li Hao's voice resonated. Black armored soldiers, remove your armor and surrender your weapons. You may be spared. The palace maidens and servants shall remain as they are. Those wishing to depart may register slowly. I will proceed with the reduction gradually. For the time being, no one is permitted to leave the palace. The surviving members of the royal family will be detained, awaiting judgment. Those who resist will be dealt with mercilessly. The sound of weeping diminished slightly. Some individuals, feeling anxious, found solace in the fact that the powerful figures surrounding them did not immediately attack. For many, whether through upheaval or a change of dynasty, ultimately mattered little, as long as they could survive. Loyalty held little significance in their eyes. At this moment, Li Hao strode towards the grand hall of the royal palace, the very heart of the dynasty, the Hall of Celestial Stars. In the center stood a resplendent dragon throne. Shimmering with light, Li Hao approached directly and took a seat upon the throne. The individuals who followed him were taken aback, observing him in silence. Seated on the dragon throne, Li Hao gazed up at the ceiling, and after a brief pause, laughed softly. This throne is rather uncomfortable, too rigid. Power and status should not be displayed through such trappings. It seems to be crafted from gold. Let it remain for those who wish to indulge in its grandeur someday. With a swift kick, he pushed the throne aside and summoned a more comfortable chair with a wave of his hand. Let the demon hunters handle external matters. You all, please come inside for a brief meeting. One by one, the formidable figures entered swiftly. Please, take your seats, Li Hao said with a genial smile. You are all my esteemed seniors. There is no need for formality. The court is akin to the rivers and lakes. The essence of the world is ever present. Please, feel at ease. Yuan Shuo, unabashed, plopped down without hesitation. Seeing this, the others gradually took their seats as well. In the vast hall, although Li Hao's side was not lacking in numbers, it paled in comparison to a legitimate court, appearing rather sparse. Li Hao looked around, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. I never anticipated that we would so swiftly complete the siege of Celestial Star City. Without further ado, let us get to the crux of the matter. Conquering the realm is arduous, but ruling it is even more challenging. I do not wish for chaos to ensue simply because we have eradicated the royal family of the 9 offices. Therefore, I implore your assistance in ensuring a smooth transition for the dynasty. From now on, Celestial Star City will remain sealed. Director Zhou will oversee the administrative office, while Chen Yao continues to manage the inspection office. I shall promptly arrange for General Huang Yu to take charge of the military law office. Li Hao continued swiftly. The examination office and the ritual office are temporarily unnecessary, and we shall hold off on the internal affairs office for now. The finance office will be overseen by the Liu family. However, time is of the essence, and we need someone to take charge of the finance office. This is a crucial responsibility. Who among you is capable? A multitude of gazes exchanged among the group, none daring to speak. At that moment, it became evident that they were divvying up responsibilities. Although they had seized the realm, unification was yet to be achieved, and holding the 9 offices would likely grant them stability in the future. Yet, they were all individuals of the rivers and lakes. Few truly possessed the capability to manage such tasks. Li Hao furrowed his brow and reiterated, "Is there truly no one adept in this area? If not, let us set that aside for now. Let us discuss the Night Watchers. Minister Yao and Minister Ho shall remain at their posts. We cannot afford to waste their talents. Minister Yao, you will continue to oversee the Night Watchers, while Minister Ho, you shall manage the Commerce Office, as commerce is vital for societal progress." Minister Ho Xiaoqing thought to himself, "Are you jesting? Why have I been assigned to oversee the Commerce Office? I have no expertise in commercial affairs." He felt it was a ludicrous allocation. Yet, Li Hao smiled and reassured him, "I have faith in you, Minister Ho. You are quite adept in business, and besides, you will have assistants. Your primary role will be to manage people. You are not tasked with starting a company. With decades of experience in governance, we have too few officials here, and you are the one." Ho Xiaoqing felt weary, and Li Hao continued, "Moreover, Minister Ho possesses formidable mental fortitude and excels in statistical calculations, which is quite commendable." Ho Xiaoqing, resigned, could only nod in silence. Li Hao then addressed the assembly. "Of course, this is merely a temporary arrangement. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals. We are all novices in this arena, and it is not a time for leisure. The 3 major organizations remain operational, ancient civilization relics are still present, and the numerous demonic plants have yet to be eradicated from the 3 national public offices. We have only managed to eliminate a faction of the official hierarchy, which can be considered a special operation, yet this alone cannot restore peace to the realm." He rubbed his temples. "I too am not adept in these matters and feel rather lost. Those who are capable must bear the burden. Let those with the ability speak up, and we shall see how it goes." Still, no one spoke up. They exchanged glances, as if to say that while they could wield weapons, governing the world was an altogether different matter. At that moment, someone cleared their throat. "Director Zhao from Silver Moon is quite capable. He has governed Silver Moon for decades, and it has remained relatively stable. Director Zhou is also commendable. Yet he is but one person and cannot accomplish everything alone. We would need to transfer the entire team from Silver Moon as well. With 3 of Silver Moon's 4 guardians here, only Director Zhao remains in Silver Moon." Li Hao shook his head. "No, Silver Moon must not descend into chaos. Significant matters await there. If Silver Moon falters, it could disrupt the entire celestial order. Furthermore, Silver Moon is adjacent to the Great Li dynasty. Although there has been no news from them, it does not imply their absence. Senior Bei Quan has spent time in Great Li and is aware of the situation. Their military is formidable, and their martial prowess is equally impressive. If we were to abandon Silver Moon entirely, we might jeopardize its very foundation." At this moment, Li Hao sighed. A group of warriors managing the world was indeed a perplexing predicament. On the other hand, he wished to assign tasks to Hong Yitong. But understanding some of his thoughts, he decided to first establish the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, Tianjin interjected, "Governor, you seem to have overlooked someone." "Who?" "Lin Hongyu." Tianjin spoke candidly. "This woman has successfully managed the chaotic super city, overseeing 1 million superhumans, numerous clans, and intricate deceptions. It is not merely her formidable strength that qualifies her. She possesses the potential for leadership. She can effectively manage 1,000,000 superhumans. Let us not forget, while Tianqing City has a larger population, I believe she could also handle it adeptly. Upon hearing this, the assembly's expressions shifted. Lin Hongyu. This candidate had not crossed their minds. Someone spoke up. Is that appropriate? She is not from Silver Moon. Narrow-mindedness. Are you capable of managing the world? We are currently in Tianqing City, the very heart of the realm. Can we rely solely on individuals from Silver Moon to govern the entirety? Indeed. The crowd erupted into discussions. Some found it unsuitable, while others saw merit in the suggestion. Li Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that regardless of the reasons, Lin Hongyu's ability to manage the super city was undeniable. Those present were all solitary wanderers, although the Heavenly Sword was the master of its domain. Its abode, Heavenly Sword Villa, could be rather unflatteringly described as merely a haven for swordsmen. When idle, they would return to practice their martial arts or rest when matters arose. Who would linger at the villa? At this juncture, Yuan Shua unexpectedly spoke up, inquiring whether they should continue to utilize the name of the Heavenly Star Governor's office or devise an alternative. Such a name lacked legitimacy. While it was prudent to keep a low profile at this stage, a new banner would ultimately need to be unfurled. They could not perpetually rely on the title of the Heavenly Star Governor's office, could they? At this moment, many turned their gazes toward Li Hao. Bei Quan candidly suggested that Li Hao should simply assume the role of emperor, allowing each of them to adopt the title of general or governor, facilitating their endeavors. Some rolled their eyes, likening the situation to a den of bandits. Chun Zhongtian, who had been relatively silent, cleared his throat and smiled, proposing that they should initially operate under the name of the Heavenly Star Governor's office, postponing other matters until they resolved existing troubles. It would not be too late to discuss further actions thereafter. Li Hao nodded in agreement, asserting that there was no need to rush into those matters. Their strength was still insufficient. It was winter, bitterly cold, and it was wise to endure this harsh season. When spring arrived, they would be ready to mobilize their forces and eliminate threats. Their current ambitions were too expansive for their limited manpower, and it was prudent to take a step back at this stage. For now, they should focus on stabilizing the central provinces. Li Hao continued, stating that there were numerous provinces in the center, all closely linked to Heavenly Star City, with the most significant power being the city of superpowers. Yet, that city had already fallen into their grasp by compelling the three major organizations to withdraw or eradicating them outright. Conquering the central region would not pose much difficulty. After spring arrived, they could swiftly resolve matters in the central provinces. The others nodded in agreement, as they were not particularly invested in or informed about the next course of action. Li Hao himself felt uncertain and sighed. While others might conquer the world with a plethora of talented subordinates, he found himself surrounded by mere warriors. While they excelled in combat and killing, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. The thrill of slaughter was fleeting. Once the dust settled, who would govern the realm? Setting aside these thoughts, there were many superpowers in Heavenly Star City still being registered, and the royal family's superpower legions remained active. It was imperative to swiftly complete the takeover without allowing chaos to ensue in those regions. Li Hao promptly arranged for the superpowers to be integrated, dispatching capable individuals to handle the tasks at hand. Amidst the turmoil, a small meeting convened at the palace, and Li Hao departed shortly thereafter. Not lingering in that desolate place, now replete with corpses, the windswept palace felt uncomfortable to inhabit. The vice-specter of the storm and cloud treasure was still shrouding the palace, its seals unbroken to prevent any probing into the royal situation. Subsequently, the Silver Moon martial artists were deployed from all directions, swiftly capturing the residences of the nobility. That night, Heavenly Star City was rife with upheaval. The Heavenly Star Governor's office publicly proclaimed that the three major superpower organizations were wreaking havoc, while they were actively apprehending and vanquishing formidable foes, assuring the citizens to remain safely at home. The blockade of the 8 divisions and the royal family has gradually loosened considerably. Some oblivious individuals mistakenly believe that Li Hao has abandoned his pressure on these factions. At the headquarters of the Red Moon, Ing Honyue has been frowning for quite some time, and after a prolonged pause, she inquires, "Is there any intelligence from Tianqing City?" A report swiftly follows. "Leader, the Tianqing governor's office has temporarily lifted the blockade on the 8 divisions and the royal family. Some Silver Moon warriors have already withdrawn. However, The entirety of Tianqing City remains under lockdown. Ing Hongyue lifts her teacup, the tea long since cooled, and after a moment of contemplation, she commands, "Summon all Red Moon members. We must evacuate the central region promptly." The crowd below is momentarily taken aback. Evacuate? Why? Ing Hongyue remains silent, gazing into the distance, her eyes drifting skyward where she vaguely perceives fragile red threads. Li Hao has once again devoured some divine weapons using the starry sky sword. Perhaps the wind-chasing boots and the Zhang family stone blade are no more. 3 out of the 8 divine weapons have been lost. Under what circumstances would Li Hao resort to such actions? Previously, it was to contend with the Fengyun Pavilion. This time, it is undoubtedly against the 9 divisions and the royal family. And Li Hao is still alive. This suggests that perhaps he has emerged victorious? Uncertain. She considers the situation at the Tianqing town ruins, aware of the many formidable beings there. If he can conquer that, it would be utterly terrifying. Everyone, please withdraw and follow my instructions. Understood. The crowd disperses. Once they depart, the red cloak materializes. What is the matter? Why the evacuation? Ing Hongyue replies calmly. The central region is now chaotic. With the Tianqing governor's office sweeping through the area, it is no longer safe. We must relocate. The red cloak hesitates briefly, then responds. Where do you intend to go? To the north. The north? The red cloak is taken aback. Silver Moon? No. To the 3 northern provinces. Ing Hongyue asserts coolly. Furthermore, it is advisable to have Yan Luo and Feitian rendezvous with me. Unity among the 3 factions is crucial, otherwise, troublesome matters may still lie ahead. The red cloak wishes to voice further concerns, but Ing Hongyue interrupts. It's your choice. I understand your reservations about putting all eggs in one basket, but I am even more aware that you support both Feitian and Yan Luo. Continuing to operate independently may lead to complications. After a moment of silence, the red cloak asks, do you believe Li Hao may have gained some advantage? Perhaps. The red cloak ponders again. I need to report this upward and make a decision. As soon as possible. Understood. The red cloak vanishes in an instant, leaving Ing Hongyue gazing indifferently in the direction he departed. After a lengthy pause, she rises, realizing that this cannot continue. Regardless of whether Li Hao has won, he may soon enter a period of resurgence. If she remains stagnant, she could very well face ruin. These individuals do not trust her. It is time for her to take action. Otherwise, she would be left waiting for her demise. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon, at Zhantian City, General Huai suddenly awakens. And not long after, the old tortoise manifests its presence. Moments later, Commander Jiu appears in an instant. General Huai transformed into human form, gazing at the vast sky. And after a prolonged silence, inquired, have you sensed anything unusual? The old tortoise replied in a deep voice, is there some disturbance near the Stargate? Or perhaps something else? I suddenly felt a faint change in the heavens and earth, as if the Stargate is in motion. General Huai nodded slightly, pondering. I wonder if something has gone awry. According to Li Hao's previous remarks, a Bagua formation has emerged at the Stargate, likely the Qian Kuan Bagua seal, which may have imprisoned something. What has Li Hao done? It seems that seal might be loosening. What has he done? The others exchanged glances, contemplating the possibilities. Unless he has slain Ing Hongyue, or perhaps shattered the divine weapon. Who can say for certain? It is highly likely he has shattered the divine weapon. After a brief pause, Colonel Jiu calmly stated, it is of no consequence as long as the starry sword remains intact. What concerns me is that reckless individual who might one day shatter the starry sword. That would indeed be troublesome. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. That should not be the case. The starry sword was forged by the King of Men. For Li Hao to destroy it at this stage seems nearly impossible. At this moment, Colonel Jiu continued, this situation may not be so dire. Have the 2 of you sensed any changes in the fundamental essence of the world? The 2 elders exchanged glances. What changes have you perceived? The fundamental essence has not undergone significant alteration. It remains sealed. Colonel Jiu spoke solemnly. It appears that another source of essence has manifested within the cosmos. When Li Hao last visited, he employed a certain divine script technique. Could it be that such a method has birthed a new cosmic principle? That seems improbable, the 2 elders replied. Though if Colonel Jiu had sensed something, there might indeed be some peculiar changes, possibly linked to his connection to the Li family. Colonel Jiu refrained from elaborating, merely cautioning, based on our recent perceptions. Perhaps in a few days, the pinnacle of power will be able to traverse the outside world. The entire realm seems to be accelerating its revival. Even though the celestial star mind remains, the heavens and earth are beginning to rejuvenate on their own. At this, both elders nodded, acknowledging that they too had sensed this transformation. In the forthcoming period, the immortals from various major cities or other regions with diminished strength might venture forth. Colonel Jiao swiftly remarked, General Huai must hasten the absorption of energy to expedite the revival of the military camp in Zhantian City, including other legions within. General Huai nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the matter. On that day, it was not only Zhantian City experiencing unusual occurrences. In the land of Silver Moon, many regions were likewise affected, including the main city of the Zhao family. Director Zhao emerged from the ruins of the main city, furrowing his brow. Will this world soon accommodate the pinnacle of power? The revival is progressing so rapidly. He felt a pang of anxiety. Uncertain of what Li Hao and his companions were orchestrating in Celestial Star City, he realized that if no one intervened soon, Silver Moon might descend into chaos. As the remnants of the past were far too numerous, there were main cities, small towns, martial academies, and various relics. Additionally, there were the ancestral sites of different families and the scattered sects from years gone by. Yet now, the power in Silver Moon was exceedingly frail. The troublesome youth has even taken Huang Yu away, and the main city has begun to entertain certain thoughts of venturing out. Numerous ideas flitted through Director Zhao's mind, leaving him with a headache. Previously, the powerful figures of the main city could not step outside. However, now the world is beginning to awaken. Some of the weaker immortals who are still alive may soon find the opportunity to emerge, which could spell trouble, while ordinary people may be manageable. The truly concerning factor lies with those who might have lost their sanity. He pondered, for anyone who has been in silence for so many years, akin to being imprisoned for 100,000 years, it would be immensely distressing. Some individuals have likely already succumbed to madness. As he was making his way to the administrative headquarters, a figure suddenly materialized before him, exclaiming, Director, we have received intelligence from Silver City. The energy there has unexpectedly revitalized significantly, showing signs of spreading outward. How can this be? Director Zhao was taken aback. In Silver Moon, where energy dissipates almost immediately, how could it possibly expand? This was not a matter to celebrate, but rather a terrifying development. Abnormalities are often ominous. He furrowed his brow and instructed, arrange for someone to investigate and inform Li Hao. Additionally, ensure that all recent preparations for battle are in place. Understood. The figure vanished swiftly, leaving Director Zhao to rub his temples, muttering under his breath about the incessant worries. Now, every matter fell upon his shoulders. He was but a single individual, unable to clone himself. What use was it for Li Hao and the others to run amok in Star City? They would ultimately have to return to Silver Moon. At this stage, Silver Moon might present numerous opportunities. Seizing these chances could potentially lead to ascending to the 7 systems. Allowing these individuals to roam freely would surely lead to their regret in due time. Chapter 294, A Bloodless Conflict. Star City, Governor's Mansion. Li Hao briefly attended to some trivial matters and, with little time to delve deeper, summoned a group of individuals to the Governor's Mansion for standby. The Silver Moon martial artists each had their own responsibilities. At this moment, Li Hao had called upon a different batch of individuals. Inside the hall of the Governor's Mansion, a gathering of individuals appeared somewhat anxious. Some hailed from the 9 divisions, while others were night watchers, all of them prodigies. Among them was Hu Qingfeng from the Night Watchers, along with Dao Jian and a few others. Dao Jian seemed remarkably calm, while his companions with large eyes displayed a hint of nervousness. Not far away, the Talent Qi gang from the Administrative Division was also present. These individuals had once graced the Divine Master rankings or gained some renown within the headquarters, having ascended to the Radiance or even Divine Passage levels at a young age. Some were still unaware of the events unfolding, merely receiving a summons from the Star City Governor's Mansion to assist with the superpower registration process. At this moment, Li Hao had yet to return. Among those present were also members of the Governor's Mansion. After a considerable time, Hu Qingfeng could no longer contain himself and sidled up to Hao Lianchuan, wearing a broad smile as he quietly inquired, Department Head, has Governor Li summoned us for a specific task? It seems many here are not members of the Governor's Mansion. Hao Lianchuan was equally in the dark regarding Li Hao's intentions. Since arriving in Star City, he had been cooperating with the demon hunting army. Although his strength had progressed steadily, bolstered by abundant resources to reach the mid-stage of radiance, Such power held little significance within the current context of the governor's mansion. Previously, Hao Lianquan had participated in the battle of the demon-hunting army at the palace, yet he had not engaged in any other matters. At this moment, he was oblivious to Li Hao's activities, and even if he were aware, he could not divulge them. The presence of Hu Qingfeng before him was particularly irksome. Back in Baiwa City, this fellow had exuded an air of arrogance, and he had somehow thrived until now, which left Hao Lianquan inwardly scoffing. How was this person still alive? Just as he contemplated offering a few perfunctory remarks, a new group of individuals entered the hall. Hao Lianquan glanced over, somewhat surprised. Wang Ming, Hu Hao, Li Ming, and Yun Yao. Familiar faces, yet somewhat altered, all possessing extraordinary abilities. Indeed, the martial artists were conspicuously absent. Within the ranks of the demon-hunting army, the extraordinary were scarce, predominantly composed of martial artists, with only a handful of exceptional individuals, either having established early connections with Li Hao or being a few junior disciples. Yet now, they had all convened here. The talented ones among them were almost exclusively extraordinary, devoid of martial artists. The most formidable among them, Dao Jian, had already ascended to the realm of divine powers. Yet he was not a martial artist, but a true extraordinary being who had transcended. Hao Lianquan was well aware of the demands on Li Hao at this moment. The gathering of individuals was likely related to their extraordinary identities. The attendees were not overly familiar with one another, some even belonging to different factions. Consequently, there was a palpable tension in the air, with little conversation among them. Prior to their arrival, some had ventured to the 9 offices to report, given the governor's summons. After all, they were not part of a single hierarchy, and there existed certain grievances. However, today, the person in charge at the 9 offices had not appeared, at best. A deputy director had made a perfunctory response. After that, there had been no further developments, which left many feeling uneasy. They were all prodigies from various offices, some even holding positions within their respective organizations. Previously, some had witnessed Li Hao arriving with others at the 9 offices, only to depart shortly thereafter, followed by several high-ranking officials being called away, returning seemingly transformed. The blockade by the 9 offices had been lifted, yet astute individuals like Qi Gang had noted certain discrepancies. Although the blockade was no longer in effect, and the Night Watchman and Demon Hunting Army were absent, there were still a few Silver Moon martial artists subtly present within the offices. Their presence was shrouded in secrecy, even if discovered. The excuse would be that they were covertly pursuing members of the 3 major organizations, ensuring their existence remained concealed. As everyone pondered these matters, suddenly another figure entered, a woman, her complexion pale and seemingly in a daze. Someone gasped softly, "Miss Mu? Wasn't this Mu Shero?" The crowd recalled that she had been detained for some time, her silence leading them to believe she had been executed. It appeared that Li Hao had spared her life, but why had she been released at this moment? As they were about to exchange a few words, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Outside the hall, Li Hao approached, flanked by 2 divine guardians, Yang Shan and Qin Lian, both of whom had ascended to extraordinary status. At this moment, Li Hao's demeanor was remarkably serene. He stepped forward, entered the grand hall, and offered a slight nod to Hao Lianquan and the others before proceeding to sit down directly. "We salute you, Governor Li." As numerous individuals gathered to pay their respects, Li Hao waved his hand, surveying the crowd, which numbered nearly 50, all members of the 9 departments, and without exception, all possessed extraordinary abilities. Many might be pondering the purpose of this assembly. However, silence reigned until Hao Lianquan, noticing the lack of response, hurriedly interjected, "The governor undoubtedly has a purpose." Li Hao found himself both amused and exasperated by Hao Lianquan's eagerness. "Since you are all here, I shall not beat around the bush. The 9 departments have ceased to exist." His tone remained calm as he added, "The royal family has also fallen." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, though some maintained their composure, as if they had anticipated such news. Li Hao turned his gaze towards Qi Gang of the administrative department, a figure he had encountered previously during a trip to the War Heaven City. "Qi Gang, you seem remarkably unfazed," he remarked. Qi Gang, strikingly handsome and exuding masculinity, sighed lightly and inclined his body slightly, responding, "The governor visited the administrative department yesterday. After the director entered, he never re-emerged. Today, the deputy directors appear anxious, and Director Zhou Chuan has begun examining some internal documents that are typically restricted." Qi Gang understood. The administrative department had changed hands. Li Hao smiled. Your powers of observation are commendable. Your praise is unwarranted, Governor. It is simply that your concealment was not particularly thorough, Qi Gang replied, falling silent thereafter. The shift in the administrative department's leadership stirred complex emotions within him. Thus, while Li Hao summoned them, he had refrained from voicing his thoughts and came without any intention of aiding the Zhao family in their downfall. In this era, loyalty among those with extraordinary abilities was scarce. Their rapid advancement often led them to be seduced by the benefits offered by various departments, leaving little room for steadfastness. Amidst the crowd, Mu Xiaorong appeared on the brink of collapse. Initially released, she had felt a flicker of hope, believing that Li Hao had succumbed to the pressures of the internal affairs and the 9 departments. However, the grim reality dawned upon her. Both the internal affairs and the 9 departments had perished. As she glanced around, sorrow etched on her face. She pondered the purpose of gathering such talents from various departments. Was it to eliminate them all? While lost in thought, Li Hao continued, I did not summon you here to confront you. There is no need for that. If I truly wished to eliminate you, it would be an effortless endeavor. All of you are prodigies from your respective departments. I possess some understanding of martial artists, yet my knowledge of extraordinary abilities is somewhat limited. He added, the majority of you have reached this point due to your exceptional talents, and I have encountered few pure extraordinary practitioners. The 9 departments and the 3 major organizations predominantly consist of martial artists who have transcended their levels to become masters of supernatural abilities. However, genuine and unadulterated extraordinary prowess is scarce. Currently, the formidable individuals, like Qi Pingjiang and others, are martial artists who have reached a saturation point in extraordinary abilities and have broken through to become masters. In truth, I have scarcely encountered anyone who has made the journey from starlight to mastery in extraordinary abilities. Moving forward, I require your cooperation on certain matters. However, prior to that, I need you to assist me with a few tasks. Now that the Star City is firmly within my grasp, the Silver Moon martial artists have pressing duties that prevent them from leaving. Furthermore, there is another strategic location in the central region that must be secured, which is none other than the City of Extraordinary Abilities. Li Hao chuckled. According to the timeline, the Elder Council of the City of Supernatural Powers will conclude in the next couple of days. In order to address this significant menace, I intend to lead all of you to confront the City of Supernatural Powers. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Hu Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, ingratiated, congratulations, Commander, on unifying the realm. However, I must boldly inquire, when you say we shall confront the City of Supernatural Powers, do you mean just us? Indeed. Li Hao replied with a smile. Hu Qingfeng's heart sank. Are you out of your mind? Li Hao had already subdued the 9 departments and the royal family. It was utterly unbelievable. Yet, to claim he would take this group to battle the City of Supernatural Powers seemed the height of madness. Hu Qingfeng swallowed hard and cautiously remarked, Commander, the City of Supernatural Powers boasts nearly 100 formidable abilities. And it is said that Lin Hongyu possesses strength at the peak of 6, possibly even 7 abilities. This is absurd. If we are to engage in battle, we must include those Silver Moon warriors. Moreover, the City of Supernatural Powers has 1 million superhumans. In a real fight, a mere spit from each of them could easily vanquish you. Li Hao chuckled again. This is also a test for you. Should you survive this ordeal, you shall undoubtedly be rewarded in the future. However, should you perish, all will be for naught. The crowd remained as still as mountains, none daring to speak further. Yet a sense of despair enveloped them. Is this a death sentence for us? With only a handful of us, and few being capable. Even if Li Hao has attained the 7th level, he alone cannot defeat 100 formidable opponents. Is this a joke? Li Hao continued, of course. I am not denying you an alternative. There remains one option. Those unwilling to confront the City of Supernatural Powers may voluntarily serve for 3 years, after which you shall regain your freedom. Upon hearing this, a voice quietly questioned, Commander, does this 3-year service equate to imprisonment? Not at all, Li Hao clarified. Service entails assisting in tasks others cannot accomplish, which you can. For example, Earth-type abilities can be used for the construction of houses and roads. Such labor is not imprisonment. However, you cannot leave at will, though opportunities may arise later to depart. Consider it employment. At this, some began to waver. 3 years was not an excessively long time, and merely performing labor rather than being confined seemed quite reasonable. Engaging in battle with the City of Supernatural Powers, however, was genuinely perilous. Hu Qingfeng could not help but inquire, "Commander, if everyone opts for service, what becomes of the city of supernatural powers?" Li Hao smiled, "Fear not. I shall take those who are willing to fight. It is worth a try. No matter how strong Lin Hongyu may be, she cannot easily thwart me. True, she may not detain you, but she can certainly keep everyone else." At this moment, some worried that choosing service might incite Li Hao's wrath. Li Hao reassured them, "I have stated that this is a voluntary choice. If I wish to eliminate you, it would be quite simple. There would be no need to deceive you into agreeing to serve only to kill you afterward. It would be far more straightforward to end you immediately." With this, the crowd pondered and found merit in his words. They understood that those willing to confront the city of supernatural powers might seize an extraordinary opportunity. Yet the preservation of their own lives was paramount. At this moment, someone gritted their teeth and boldly stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. "Commander, I choose to serve for 3 years." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "Very well, Yang Shan. Take those who have chosen to serve down with you. Our immediate task is to expedite the construction of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. These individuals possess formidable abilities, and the establishment of the academy will proceed swiftly." "Understood." Yang Shan responded promptly. With the first volunteer, it was not long before a second, and then several more, stepped forward, totaling 7 or 8 individuals. However, the remaining ones stood still, including Hu Qingfeng. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback and turned to Hu Qingfeng, who appeared awkward and hastily declared, "Wherever the commander goes, I shall follow, serving the commander even if it leads to death. I shall die honorably." The crowd gazed at him, bemused by his audacity. Who did not know that Hu Qingfeng, a night patroller, was cowardly and self-serving? How could he claim to die honorably? As for Hao Lianquan and his companions, they were Li Hao's direct subordinates. But Hu Qingfeng was merely part of the night patroller system. It was truly astonishing that he would not volunteer for service. Li Hao cast another glance at Hu Qingfeng, chuckling softly. "Suit yourself. Should you truly meet your end, the commander's residence will provide for your family." With that, he shifted his focus to the others. "Your unwillingness to serve implies a desire to go to Super City instead? As for the service, do not think I am targeting you. In the future, I will have certain expectations of the superhumans within the Tianqing dynasty, either labor service or military service. As extraordinary beings, it is not right to merely absorb the energy of the heavens and earth without giving back. The cycle of heaven demands reciprocity. Since you have been granted power, it is only fitting to contribute to society. There is nothing but benefit in doing so." Li Hao continued with a smile. "This includes some Silver Moon warriors. I will have certain requirements for them as well. Therefore, serving does not equate to imprisonment. There is no need for undue concern." Upon hearing this, some of the previously anxious superhumans, those who felt a sense of injustice, let out a sigh of relief. "That's better. Otherwise, if others are exempt from service while we must go, how unfair would that be? If we are not going to our demise, we must serve. Why should we?" Now that Li Hao has said this, it feels more acceptable. Since everyone is to go, it matters not when. Going early might even be advantageous, at least as supporters of Li Hao's new policy. "Is there anyone else willing to volunteer?" Li Hao surveyed the crowd, particularly focusing on Mu Xiaorong. She bit her lip, gazing at Li Hao. But when he looked her way, she immediately lowered her head. Li Hao spoke calmly. "There is no need to look elsewhere. Your father and the others are alive. The Jusi has suffered little loss. Only your family and the Qin family have been spared. You have fortuitously escaped. As someone suggested, I refrained from executing your Mu family members, leaving you as a standard to attract untainted superhumans to surrender in the future." This statement sent a tremor through the crowd. The implication was twofold. If the Qin and Mu families had survived, what of the others? They dared not dwell on it, fearing Li Hao might sense their unease, and thus they all lowered their heads. Mu Xiaorong was taken aback, a mix of surprise and joy washing over her as she hurriedly asked, "Is that true?" Li Hao, however, chose to disregard her, glancing at the time. "I will say this one last time. Those willing to enlist, step forward now. I must depart for Superpower City shortly, and time is of the essence. Once we arrive, should any of us fall in battle, there shall be no turning back." At that moment, the remaining individuals, including Mu Xiaorong, remained motionless. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. "All right, Yang Shan, take these individuals and hand them over to Director Hong. The rest of you follow me." A group of people dared not utter a word and promptly followed Li Hao. Yang Shan swiftly led those who chose to enlist away. At this moment, Hu Qingfeng, wearing a broad smile, quickly approached, even managing to outpace Hao Lianchuan. With a beaming expression, he exclaimed, "General, shall we now summon our esteemed seniors from Silver Moon?" Li Hao turned to regard him and, after a brief pause, replied with a smile, "No, we shall not." "Is that what you believed? You thought this was a test for you?" Hu Qingfeng was taken aback. "No? Surely this was a jest. Without summoning the powerful, how could we possibly confront Superpower City?" He assumed Li Hao was merely attempting to frighten them, ultimately intending to gather formidable allies. Otherwise, there was no feasible way to engage in battle. There was no need to lead everyone to their demise, especially with Hao Lianchuan and the others from Silver Moon present. He believed that Li Hao would not intentionally place them in peril, thus resolutely choosing to remain behind, convinced this was a trial set forth by Li Hao. Yet, to his astonishment, it was not. Li Hao paid them no further heed. A divine ship materialized. Board the ship. The group hastily complied. Once aboard, the vessel ascended, heading straight for Superpower City. Inside the cabin, Hu Qingfeng swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable. He was convinced that Li Hao was still jesting. Even if he did not summon the powerful, it was highly unlikely they would genuinely assault Superpower City. Surely, that was the case. It was merely a scare tactic. He leaned closer to Hao Lianchuan, enthusiastically inquiring, "Captain, as the general's close associate, are we truly heading to Superpower City?" "Perhaps," came the response. Just as he was about to elaborate, Dao Jian, who had remained silent, suddenly remarked, "Speak less. We are indeed en route to Superpower City. At this speed, we shall arrive shortly." Hu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Could it be? Were they genuinely heading towards their doom? Time passed gradually. Soon, Li Hao's voice echoed from outside. "Superpower City is upon us. Everyone, come out and take a look." The crowd hurriedly exited the cabin and reached the deck. The ship soared through the air, and in an instant, a grand city came into view. Yet Li Hao did not pause. He soared over the city gates, heading straight for the inner city. In a moment, the ship will land near the Lord's residence, where the council is in session. Once inside, we shall engage in battle. In that instant, everyone was left in shock. Good heavens! Many shared Hu Qingfeng's sentiments, believing that Li Hao was merely attempting to intimidate them, conducting a show, testing their resolve, or perhaps, from a distance, exchanging threats with Superpower City. However, they were headed directly for the Lord's residence, the very site of the council meeting. Was this truly a march towards death? Even if they wished to avoid conflict, the circumstances seemed inevitable. In the blink of an eye, several individuals were so terrified that they trembled uncontrollably, and Hu Qingfeng's lips turned ashen. It was over, truly over. Even Hao Lianchuan, who was unaware of the fall of the Superpower City, could no longer contain himself at this moment, swallowing hard. "Are there many of those supernatural beings?" "Close to 100, came the response. Hao Lianchuan shuddered, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. So many? Or perhaps Li Hao had brought forth ancient demon avatars. But was that even possible? Even if it were, these individuals might have their own as well. Meanwhile, Li Hao chuckled, indulging in a rare moment of dark amusement at their fright. Originally, he intended to visit the Superpower City, and this time served as an opportunity to instill some fear in these fellows. The reason for gathering these individuals was driven by Li Hao's own purposes and ambitions. As for Hao Lianchuan and the others, they were merely an afterthought, summoned to explore any potential opportunities. The enormous airship soared over the outer city. Some noticed it, but upon seeing the colossal vessel, they dared not speak. The city guards of the inner city also caught sight of it and wished to intervene, but at that moment, a voice echoed from the core of the Lord's residence. "Let them pass." The city guards hesitated, filled with curiosity. Who could it be? The Elder Council meeting was still in session. Who had the audacity to arrive uninvited? Was it the leader of some formidable power? Above the Lord's residence, a luminous barrier parted, and Li Hao's airship gracefully descended. The occupants aboard were filled with trepidation, already anticipating a fierce battle ahead. Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a woman clad in red, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed Li Hao. "The governor has arrived. Forgive us for not receiving you properly. There are matters to discuss." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement, turning to say, "Come down. This is Lin, the lord of the Superpower City." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Moreover, wasn't it said that the Superpower City was convening an elder council? It was rumored that numerous powerful beings had gathered. Yet, where were those strong figures? There was hardly a soul in sight besides Lin Hongyu. Lin Hongyu herself was curious. Is the governor here to broaden our horizons? We have business to attend to shortly. Indeed, Li Hao replied. Lin Hongyu did not elaborate further and beckoned. Governor, please come inside. Should I inform Commander Yu to join us? Yes, please do, came the response. All right, Lin Hongyu communicated with the Lin family. Huang Yu was still within the ruins. And although Hong Shemu had not returned, he would receive the message through the Lin family. Meanwhile, others were left bewildered. Some began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting as Dao Jian and his companions quickly transmitted thoughts among themselves, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has the superpower city been taken? The so-called Elder Council cannot merely be a trap, can it? Dao Jian, where have those powerful beings gone? They are dead, Dao Jian replied calmly, transmitting. Judging by Lord Lin's demeanor, this is not the first encounter between the parties. They must have reached an agreement long ago. Those formidable figures, still believed to be in conference, likely perished long before, perhaps on the very first day. Everyone felt a wave of incredulity wash over them, possessing unparalleled abilities. With the fall of the 9 ministries and the royal family, the city of superpowers could very well be the sole obstacle to Li Hao's dominance in the central region. Yet, astonishingly, it had surrendered long ago. This was utterly inconceivable. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, Li Hao turned back and commanded, "You shall remain here and not wander off." With that, he proceeded onward. Once he had departed, Hu Qingfeng grinned widely, exclaiming, "The governor is truly valiant. The city of superpowers has capitulated. Does this not imply that the governor's unification of the realm is now inevitable?" No one acknowledged his comment, as everyone still grappled with disbelief. Ahead, Lin Hongyu had just refrained from asking, yet now appeared somewhat perplexed. "The governor has brought these individuals here?" Li Hao, while walking, explained, "They are to aid in subduing the city of superpowers, where an abundance of abilities resides. Additionally, I intend to conduct a few experiments." "Experiments?" she inquired. "Indeed," Li Hao replied candidly. "For those who defy the law or perpetrate evil, I shall carry out certain experiments to ascertain whether eliminating them can enhance the superpower locks within their bodies." Lin Hongyu felt a chill run down her spine. "Governor, this cannot be permissible. If it were feasible, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. The only advantage of slaying superpowers would be the mysterious energy they possess, which is of no use to the powerful, as they lack nothing. However, should one take a life, it would be possible to augment one's own superpower locks with the fallence. This is a truly alarming notion. Even if it is possible, I believe the governor ought not to pursue such experiments." Li Hao chuckled. "It isn't as complex or as terrifying as it seems. Moreover, I am attempting to glean insights into the path of superpowers. Superpowers are born from the resurgence of energy and are intrinsically linked to superpower locks. They also relate to the forces of nature, embodying a certain innate momentum." He spoke at length, while Lin Hongyu appeared to grasp only fragments of his meaning. Li Hao sought to convey that perhaps the supernatural abilities were inherently tied to a natural force. For instance, various evasion techniques are manifestations of a force harmonizing with the universe. Such comprehension can only be attained through an understanding of the heavenly momentum. Yet, superpowers are innately bestowed with these abilities. Once they grow stronger, their self-awareness intensifies, and their control over energy becomes proficient, yet they may lose these innate gifts. Thus, these superpowers might indeed represent a natural force conferred by the cosmos. If this were the case, it would be quite intriguing. This revelation suggests that in the forthcoming integration of a new system, Li Hao might encounter distinctive circumstances. A martial artist comprehends the notion of momentum, albeit with great difficulty. However, if superpowers inherently possess this momentum, the situation would be entirely transformed. After 2 decades of superpower resurgence, countless abilities have emerged, each with unique mystical arts. Now, perceiving momentum poses a substantial challenge, and Li Hao hopes to identify some correlating points through these celestial endowed masters. Yet, Lin Hongyu felt a twinge of trepidation. Li Hao's seemingly casual remarks left her deeply unsettled. The city of superpowers might be on the brink of a most dreadful conclusion. At this moment, Li Hao had arrived at the Lord's residence, casually selecting a spot to sit. There were no servants or attendants in sight, so he poured himself a cup of tea and gestured for Lin Hongyu to take a seat. "The 9 ministries and the royal family have been eradicated," he declared. Lin Hongyu gasped in astonishment. Though she was aware of Li Hao's imposition on the 9 ministries and the royal family, the duration had been brief, and today, the blockade had been lifted. Gone. Despite having previously speculated that Li Hao might be embarking on significant endeavors after dispatching the Redwood, she was still taken aback by the swiftness with which he had vanquished his adversaries. "Congratulations, Governor," she exclaimed. "There is little to celebrate," Li Hao replied with a smile. "My visit to Superpower City is primarily to swiftly resolve its troubles, as well as to lift the constraints on Commander Yu and Lord Lin. We cannot remain hidden forever. After all, tomorrow marks the conclusion of the Elders' Council, and we cannot continue convening indefinitely, can we? Once Commander Yu arrives, we shall discuss further." Lin Hongyu nodded. Hesitant to speak further, her heart filled with a mix of emotions. How rapidly events were unfolding. It was almost unbelievable. Moments later, Huang Yu arrived silently. Upon hearing Li Hao declare that the 9 departments had fallen, he appeared dazed, processing the information in silence. With the fall of Tianqing City and now Superpower City, the only entities truly worthy of caution remained the 3 major organizations. Was the governor suggesting they seize Superpower City while the opportunity presented itself? Li Hao nodded, stating, "There are too many superpowers here. The secrets of Tianqing City cannot be kept hidden for long, and this place is no different. The families of the fallen powerhouses will soon realize something amiss. They cannot indefinitely prevent those individuals from showing themselves." Huang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "But there are too many superpowers within the city. The 10,000 soldiers I brought, though equipped with battle armor due to the departure of Elder Hong, possess limited combat capabilities. Should chaos ensue, it would be challenging to suppress it swiftly." Li Hao chuckled. "Do those superpowers dare to rebel? While theoretically sound," he acknowledged that if even one were to rebel and flee, it would quickly trigger a chain reaction. Huang Yu replied solemnly, "Some superpowers fear nothing and know that surrender would mean certain death. They will undoubtedly resist, even if there are only 1% of them. That amounts to a considerable number. Although it may seem to be merely 10,000, if chaos erupted, it could implicate the entire city." Li Hao turned his gaze toward Lin Hongyu, who, meeting his eyes, softly asserted, "Historically, rebels have always been instigated by a few troublemakers. If we can eliminate these individuals, changing leadership will not cause significant upheaval. They are merely weaklings, not here for supremacy. Who governs them is of little concern. Once we neutralize these troublemakers, should disorder arise, we can swiftly quell it without creating major disturbances." Huang Yu nodded in agreement. "But these individuals cannot possibly congregate." Lin Hongyu smiled. "Then let us ensure they do just that." Huang Yu felt a stirring within and turned to her. Lin Hongyu continued with a smile. "The Elders' Council will officially conclude tomorrow, so today, I intend to select 100 commanders from within the city in the span of 3 hours. Those who can gather 100 superpowers within that time frame shall be appointed as the new centurions of Superpower City. Those who can summon 1,000 shall be designated as 1,000-man commanders. Those capable of achieving such feats in such a short time frame, driven by ambition, will undoubtedly be prime candidates for rebellion." Lin Hongyu concluded with a grin. "Once they gather their followers, those who can accomplish such a task swiftly will be deemed worthy to lead the insurrection. We shall summon them to the Lord's residence, bestow military titles and rewards, and capture them all in one fell swoop. Those who can be swayed and gathered by them are merely a collection of restless souls. If we can subdue these individuals, the entire Superpower City may not be entirely purged, but we could eliminate a significant portion of the troublemakers, perhaps up to 90%. The remaining 10% are merely solitary wanderers, and such individuals do not pose a formidable threat." Li Hao could not help but glance at the woman. Is this truly feasible? After some contemplation, he mused that 3 hours was too brief. There was no need for haste. It would be wiser to wait until the following evening to grant them additional time for consideration. Issuing a decree now, to gather within the inner city at dawn, seemed prudent. Lin Hongyu smiled, declaring, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Commander." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she might be intentionally leaving some matters for him to address, perhaps to enhance his image of astuteness. There had been prior suggestions for her to take charge of Tianqing City, proposed by the straightforward Jin Jian, who evidently held her in high regard. Initially, Li Hao harbored some uncertainty, but now he began to contemplate the matter more seriously. This woman possesses considerable cunning. To summon at least 100 individuals overnight, regardless of their character, whether to detain or to eliminate them, would significantly diminish any potential upheaval within the city. Despite the abundance of superpowers, A solitary wanderer may be formidable, yet they remain independent. As long as they cannot incite rebellion among the remaining superpowers, their influence is negligible. Moreover, it is likely that there are no formidable divine powers remaining in the city at present. Even the strongest among them is but a fleeting light. At this moment, Huang Yu also nodded in agreement, stating, "This plan proposed by City Master Lin is excellent. However, without any incentives, it is uncertain whether anyone would be willing to comply. What reward shall we offer? The essence of the matter lies in the life spring, the key to elevating all powerful beings to divine status." Lin Hongyu replied, "Currently, what everyone truly desires is precisely this. The life spring is a critical element that restricts all strong individuals from ascending to divine powers. Only by mastering the life spring can one lay the foundation for becoming a formidable force. For those who can gather 100 individuals, they shall be rewarded with a drop of life spring. For those who can gather 1,000, 10 drops. And for those who can summon 10,000, 100 drops. Of course, they would be informed that the rewards would be dispersed in batches. Immediate payment for those gathering 100, fulfillment within 6 months for those gathering 1,000, and within 3 years for those gathering 10,000. This approach would also help alleviate their doubts. A 3-year commitment, with the promise of 100 drops of life spring, would be worth it for them." Huang Yu nodded once more, casting a glance at Lin Hongyu. This woman is indeed quite clever. Suddenly, he recalled old Zhao, who was also shrewd. However, old Zhao was of an advanced age, whereas this woman is still relatively young. Is she perhaps innately endowed with such intelligence? Li Hao smiled and nodded. This is feasible. If someone possesses the capability to gather 10,000 individuals within a single night, should they be virtuous, they would make an excellent commander. At the very least, they would be a skilled persuader. If they are nefarious, then they are potential instigators. We can rally the good and eliminate the bad, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. City Master Lin's strategy resonates profoundly with me. The commander chuckled. Lin Hongyu softly remarked, "It is merely a small stratagem. If the commander approves, I shall instruct the 3rd elder to issue the order immediately." Li Hao nodded. "Proceed." Lin Hongyu swiftly relayed the message. The 3rd elder of the Lin family, busy within the city, would be well equipped to handle the task. Huang Yu took a deep breath, stating, "Then at noon tomorrow, I shall lead the troops to seal off Superpower City. Once we resolve those troublemakers, the remaining individuals will be inconsequential. If they cannot gather, they cannot incite chaos." Li Hao nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you both." "Not at all. It is our duty," Lin Hongyu replied with a light laugh. Li Hao continued, "If we can successfully resolve matters here in Super City, would you, Master Lin, be interested in developing Tianqing City?" Lin Hongyu was taken aback. "Developing? What do you mean? How about the governor of Tianqing?" She was utterly astonished at the mention of the governor. Li Hao smiled and explained, "While we have managed to secure the 9 ministries and the royal family, there are still numerous trivial matters to address. Most of the Silver Moon warriors are rather uncultured, and I am no exception. Therefore, if you are willing to go, Master Lin, that would be splendid. The esteemed predecessors of the Heavenly Sword had previously recommended you to take charge of Tianqing City." Lin Hongyu was incredulous. "Me?" She could hardly believe it. "Let me think about it. We should first take Super City." "Very well," Lin Hongyu said, somewhat dazed, not uttering another word. The notion of overseeing Tianqing City was indeed unexpected. Soon enough, turmoil began to stir within Super City. My heavens, the fountain of life. Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, if one can gather 100 warriors, the rank of Centurion will be granted, along with a drop of the fountain of life. Is this not exceedingly simple? It appeared that Super City was gearing up to expand its military forces. It seemed they were truly striving for dominance over the world. Currently, the city housed only the city guard, a mere 5,000 in number. Go and give it a try. There are no restrictions on the strength of the 100 warriors. And a drop of the fountain of life is something we may never encounter in our lifetime. Such treasures are tightly controlled by major factions, often selling for 50 or even 100,000 energy stones. One would hardly be worth such an exchange. Chaos quickly enveloped Super City. Pragmatists had already begun to network. 100 warriors for a drop, 1,000 warriors for 100 drops. With these 100 drops, crossing into the realm of supernatural powers would be effortless, and perhaps, it might not even be limited to mere secondary abilities. In merely 3 years, where would one procure 100 drops of the fountain of life? For these individuals, aligning with any faction at this stage would not yield such an abundance of the fountain of life. Suddenly, Super City descended into madness. Various promises of benefits were thrown into the fray. To attract personnel, every conceivable method was employed. Some recognized their limitations, while others, strong and influential, offered lavish energy stones alongside numerous incentives. Those who knew they were unlikely to obtain the Fountain of Life began to join various teams. Of course, they were aware that joining Super City's military would curtail their freedom, but the advantages were undeniable. Moreover, Super City indeed exuded an air of dominance. In the blink of an eye, the city buzzed with activity. That night, Super City was extraordinarily boisterous, devoid of any tranquility. Numerous skirmishes erupted as individuals sought to lure others, with some resorting to underhanded tactics, igniting conflicts. When it came to the Fountain of Life, no one held back. Those who dared to reach for it were met with lethal force. That night, no one paid heed to the chaos. For Li Hao and his companions, these individuals were merely ambitious opportunists. Losing one mattered little, as long as they did not incite a significant disturbance. The tumultuous night raged on. The following day, disorganized groups surged towards the inner city. Above the city lord's residence, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Li Hao and Lin Hongyu were both observing the scene. As throngs of individuals surged from all directions, Li Hao counted, and there were at least 50,000 people, forming hundreds of teams, some consisting of over 1,000, while others had at least 100. To distinguish themselves, these superpowered teams had devised a myriad of colorful banners, flaunting their presence with unabashed exuberance. Indeed, the crowd was substantial. Li Hao couldn't help but marvel at the number of resourceful individuals present. To muster a team of over 1,000 in a single night, frankly speaking, was beyond his capabilities, not through military channels, but through private alliances of superpowered individuals, which was highly improbable. Moreover, these were a collection of rogue cultivators, quite chaotic in nature. Under such circumstances, if one could successfully rally a 1,000-person team overnight, regardless of the means employed, they were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Especially those who could command a 100-person team, having emerged from various underhanded tactics. As expected, when the crowd swells, all types of individuals are present. Lin Hongyu's method was straightforward. With no cost incurred, the troublemakers within the city were swiftly identified. Perhaps some had abstained from participating, but those were hardly worth fearing. Li Hao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hongyu, realizing that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This woman had likely long harbored such intentions. The city of superpowers had undoubtedly fostered ambitions of supremacy from the outset. This woman might have had such plans in mind for quite some time. Just as he was pondering, Lin Hongyu's voice resonated throughout the vicinity. Enter the inner city, establish your positions, and maintain discipline. The city of superpowers seeks the elite, not a rabble. Generals, restrain your troops. Captains and leaders, come to the Lord's manor to receive your titles. Your subordinates will subsequently be incorporated into the superpowered army. From now on, we are comrades in arms, and any disruption to our morale will be met with no mercy. Throughout the inner city, teams of ambitious individuals felt a surge of excitement. The Lord of the city, the conferral of titles, and the establishment of the superpowered army presented the greatest opportunity for the scattered cultivators, a chance to ascend to greatness. A few thousand strong teams and their leaders were brimming with enthusiasm and radiant smiles. The attainment of supernatural abilities was imminent, and they would wield significant power. If the city of superpowers unified the realm, their future prospects could very well include titles of dukes and governors. With such aspirations, hundreds of leaders, filled with vigor, followed the guidance of the Lin family's third elder and the city guards into the hallowed Lord's Manor. In the plaza of the Lord's Manor, Dao Jian and his companions might have felt a mix of shock and disbelief. Had the ambitious individuals of the city of superpowers truly been so easily swayed? The previous council meeting had also seen a moment when a group of strong individuals was lured in. The meeting had yet to conclude, and these ambitious souls were already being ensnared. Indeed, throughout history, power and wealth have remained irresistible temptations. These individuals, capable of swiftly gathering such a multitude, possessed both strength and intellect, but still succumbed to the allure of authority. Many reflected on this with a sense of resignation. After today, the vast city of superpowers might be entirely transformed, leaving behind a populace of disorganized rabble, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, the leaders remained spirited and extraordinarily excited. As the three elders stepped forward, they entered the Lord's mansion, contrary to their expectations of being observed by countless formidable figures. They were met with an almost empty scene. After all, from the perspective of the outside world, the Elder Council was still in session, and while they may have made their selections, the expansive square of the Lord's mansion was sparsely populated with only a few dozen individuals, most of whom were unfamiliar to them. The leaders exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the origin of these people. Where were the powerful families? Where had the independent cultivators gone? At that moment, Lin Hongyu appeared, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Welcome, everyone." The Lord. This was someone they recognized. Yet, just then, Li Hao emerged, and many faces paled in astonishment. Some had seen Li Hao's likeness before and were taken aback by his presence. Li Hao? How could this be? Such talent. Li Hao beamed. In just one night, we have gathered at least 100, if not 1,000, extraordinary individuals. Truly, you are all remarkable talents. Since so many have gathered, why not stay? Trap! Someone shouted angrily, leaping into the air and attempting to flee. At that moment, a massive shield descended, and chains ensnared the void. A group of the strongest, merely transformed beings, and the weaker ones, who were only at the radiant sun level, stood no chance against such targeted measures. While the outside world fantasized about the benefits and rewards awaiting them, these leaders were engulfed in despair. Each was immobilized, and those who attempted to escape found their legs shattered, their powers dissipating. Regret consumed some, turning their insides green with remorse. Who could have anticipated that upon entering, they would encounter not a plethora of benefits, but Li Hao waiting for them? Lin Hongyu had actually allied herself with Li Hao. Who would have thought? The master of 1,000,000 extraordinary beings had so easily surrendered. In that moment, they wished to express their disbelief. Your Majesty, why rebel? They had fought for him to seize the world, yet he chose to ally with a mere youth. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief. We fought for you to claim the world. Meanwhile, Li Hao's smile could no longer be contained. Capturing these individuals and subsequently suppressing the disorganized masses of around 50,000 outside would render the outer city incapable of stirring any trouble. He had initially been troubled by how to deal with them, but now he envisioned the realization of Old Hong's dream of cultivating 1,000,000 extraordinary beings. These troublemakers would be dealt with appropriately. Some would be eliminated while others would be spared. By eliminating them, he might even refine his cultivation system, achieving perfection. Beside him, Lin Hongyu smiled as well, her mind brimming with thoughts. Presenting the city of extraordinary beings was, to many, a regrettable and foolish decision. Yet, reflecting on the fate of the 9 offices and the royal family, she believed this might be the wisest choice she had ever made. Perhaps she could achieve even more and ascend higher. Tianqing City was indeed the heart of the Tianqing dynasty. At that moment, outside the city, over 10,000 soldiers clad in battle armor approached the city of extraordinary beings silently. Some extraordinary beings, spotting them from afar, were taken aback and hurriedly fled, bewildered by the sudden appearance of an army. Were they courting death? What brings one to the city of superpowers? Nevertheless, some have noticed the banners of the Lin family and their troops. Where did they come from? Despite the overwhelming confusion, as Huang Yu led his army and swiftly replaced the guards at several city gates, the Silver Moon Army efficiently established their defenses. Within the city, the superpowers remained somewhat oblivious. In that moment, Huang Yu could not help but gaze toward the north. Did old Zhao see it? I have taken the city of superpowers without shedding blood. In comparison, you, Li Hao, are truly ineffectual. Had I known, I would have followed Li Hao much sooner. Here, I can truly showcase my capabilities as a general. In Silver Moon, you've nearly rendered me ineffective. Chapter 295, Rising with the Wind in the City of Superpowers. The Silver Moon Army promptly completed their deployment. Inside the city, laughter and cheer resonated, as everyone awaited the appearance of the generals, eager for shared prosperity. In the Lord's mansion, Li Hao counted 316 individuals. A few were fewer than 100, while others numbered in the thousands. These 316 were indeed talents. Li Hao genuinely believed this. Whether good or bad, those who stood here were all exceptional in their own right. Their strengths might not be unparalleled, but they possessed undeniable charm in other aspects. Just as Li Hao was contemplating their confinement, it became evident that exceptional individuals stand apart. In an instant, one spoke up, "Governor Li, I surrender. I am willing to serve the Tianqing governoress office." This time, gathering over 1,000 troops was meant to rectify chaos in a critical moment. I have long aspired to establish order in the extraordinary world, to ensure the people live in peace and prosperity. I did not expect Lord Lin to act before me. Indeed, the Lord possesses a discerning eye. A youth, resembling a scholar, spoke earnestly. It was rare to gather so many, and he was one of them. Before Li Hao could respond, he continued, Governor, please recognize my extraordinary ability. I possess a unique power that allows me to perceive the emotions of others, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, all observable through varying colors that represent different feelings. I can assess their desires based on their emotional states at any moment. He fervently sought to secure his life, swiftly adding, as long as their realms do not vastly exceed mine, I can observe them, which is why I can rally so many. I am attuned to their emotional fluctuations and can influence them at will. Li Hao's gaze flickered. In this vast world, wonders abound. Such a superpower exists? To perceive emotions? Can you guess how I feel at present? I dare not. The scholar hastily replied. How could a mere commoner presume to gauge a great one? Governor, your divine prowess shields you. Speak the truth. Li Hao replied coolly. If you speak falsehoods and I find them displeasing, you shall meet your end. In a desperate bid for survival, the scholar set aside his apprehensions, looking up at Li Hao and slowly stating, at this moment, your mood appears joyful. Yet a murderous intent is evident, accompanied by a dark aura. Li Hao smiled. Are you merely guessing, or have you truly observed? He felt nothing amiss. I have truly perceived it. At this moment, upon hearing Li Hao's response, the scholar seized the opportunity to exhibit his prowess. With a swift glance, he pointed to a particular individual, exclaiming, Commander, this person radiates an ominous aura, devoid of fear, yet brimming with murderous intent. He is undoubtedly defiant, harboring a profound inclination towards violence, and is likely a clandestine member of one of the 3 major organizations. Li Hao paused, directing his gaze towards the individual identified amidst the crowd. The man's complexion shifted dramatically as he bellowed, Qin Shudai, how dare you wrongfully accuse me? The scholar hastily retorted, My lord, this man is engulfed in anger and resentment, his emotions fluctuating yet still emanating a palpable bloodlust. I must be correct. Li Hao, without further ado, reached out and seized the man. The individual struggled violently, roaring in protest. However, he was effortlessly subdued by Li Hao's grip, akin to a helpless fowl. The man shouted, He is framing me. The scholar quickly interjected, Commander, he speaks falsehoods. Those who lie exhibit emotional turbulence, manifesting in a green glow. The man in Li Hao's grasp grew increasingly flustered. Li Hao, taken aback, inquired of the scholar, What is your name? Qian Wuliang, he replied, realizing that the moniker Qian Shudai was not his true name. The revelation of such extraordinary abilities intrigued Li Hao, who had never encountered someone capable of discerning lies. This skill, though perhaps not directly combative, was immensely valuable. What he lacked most was not formidable warriors, but rather the insight to navigate deceitful machinations. Raising an eyebrow, Li Hao asked, Have you ever committed wrongdoing? The scholar's eyes brightened as he eagerly replied, Never, my lord. I assure you, although I am of the radiant dawn, my progress has been methodical and gradual, hailing from a scholarly lineage. At this juncture, Lin Hongyu remarked coolly, This man may not be overtly malevolent, but he is rumored to engage in trickery, leading many astray. Each time they sought trouble, they were cleverly misled. The extraordinary ability he touted as the Eye of Fire turned out to be a deception. My lord, I only acted for self-preservation. The scholar hastily defended himself. Li Hao comprehended the situation. The scholar had become a grand deceiver within the realm of extraordinary abilities, utilizing his unique talent to gauge the emotions of others, selectively proclaiming the favorable. Once one's emotions were under his control, it posed a formidable threat. Joy, anger, sorrow, and elation were all at his mercy. Without further deliberation, Li Hao waved his hand, isolating the scholar. In the next moment, a suit of armor landed upon him. Li Hao stated calmly, outside, There are presently 50,000 extraordinary individuals within the inner city. Your requirements are modest. If you can persuade 10,000 to don the city guard's uniform and cooperate with the law, your death sentence may be averted. Of course, you may also attempt to flee or incite rebellion. I dare not. The scholar exclaimed hastily. Grant me this opportunity, my lord. I shall cherish it. However, I am but one man, and my strength is insufficient. I beseech you to dispatch a formidable ally to assist me. Qin Lian, you shall accompany him. Understood. From the shadows, Qin Lian's figure materialized, causing the scholar's expression to shift uneasily. A powerful practitioner of the dark arts, he had previously gone unnoticed. Qin Lian regarded him coldly, prompting the scholar to swallow hard. With a glance at the dark armor enveloping him, he steeled himself and declared, "I shall proceed at once. My lord, await my victorious return." With that, he swiftly exited the square. Lin Hongyu cast a glance at Li Hao, who smiled and remarked, "The abilities are quite intriguing, possessing myriad potentials. However, they predominantly focus on offensive capabilities, leaving these specialized systems somewhat overlooked." Lin Hongyu nodded slightly, acknowledging, in times of chaos, the strength of specialized systems is insufficient. This individual is adept at deception, and thus far has merely stepped into the dawn of light. Still a favored disciple of the heavens. Progress in specialized systems is exceedingly arduous. Li Hao also nodded in agreement. He too had individuals with specialized abilities in his ranks, such as Li Meng, whose third eye could pierce through illusions, somewhat akin to his own sword eye. Yet she too had only barely crossed into the realm of the three suns. It is worth noting that this was under Li Hao's preferential treatment, as he had extended numerous benefits. In contrast, Wang Ming, who was nearly at the same level before, was now on the verge of entering the dawn of light, merely hesitating to break the superpower lock, thus remaining at the pinnacle of the three suns. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to the dawn of light. In a brief span, he had fallen behind by nearly an entire realm, indicating that this fellow had likely deceived many to gain advantages upon his entry into the dawn of light. Lin Hongyu understood that Li Hao had likely taken a keen interest in this individual's abilities and chose not to voice further thoughts. Observing human emotions, in simple terms, is akin to tailoring one's approach to the situation. Acknowledging usefulness can yield significant benefits, while dismissing it can lead to a swift demise at the hands of the powerful. If one fails to heed this, all observation becomes futile, as evidenced by their capture by Li Hao and his companions. The constraints were indeed formidable. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival among the scholars, a flurry of voices erupted from the crowd, not just one but many. Li Hao, with a gentle smile, responded, "There's no rush, let us proceed one by one. I am all ears. Today, I find myself with ample time. Those with abilities, do not hesitate to showcase them. Revealing your talents may grant you a chance at survival and perhaps a promising future. Concealment, on the other hand, will likely lead to becoming another lost soul beneath my blade." Upon hearing this, the crowd became exceedingly tense. The individual caught by Li Hao was about to speak, but Li Hao's sword intent surged, suppressing him and casting him aside, ignoring him thereafter. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers, and they began to recount their abilities one after another. Truly, there was a diverse array of talents present, with one individual displaying remarkably unique capabilities, nearly rivaling that of the scholar, a woman whose power allowed her to teleport instantaneously. It was genuine teleportation, albeit limited to a radius of 30 meters, for contemporary powerhouses. This posed certain constraints, or else she would have long since fled. Nevertheless, Li Hao's interest was piqued. Teleportation, the manipulation of space. This might be the first spatial adept he had encountered. Previously, Shen Zhongtian had speculated that Zhao Tianyang could also possess spatial abilities. But Li Hao was unaware if Zhao Tianyang had refrained from exhibiting them, or if he simply broke the superpower lock too late, failing to reveal his spatial capabilities. Though teleportation differed slightly from traditional spatial abilities, it nonetheless pertained to the realm of space. Li Hao decided to retain this individual for further inquiry, as she might prove useful. Another individual claimed to possess the ability to hear conversations from 1,000 miles away. Li Hao, however, was skeptical. If you can hear from such distances, would you not be aware that this place is a trap? Whom are you trying to deceive? The frail old man replied cautiously, "Though I can hear up to 1,000 miles, I dare not listen closely if there is powerful energy shielding. This place is a hub for the formidable, and I lack the courage to eavesdrop." Li Hao smiled. "Let us give it a try. A range of 1,000 miles. Is it? Even he cannot achieve such coverage. In this era, no one possesses that capability." After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao remarked, "From your words, it seems you can not only hear sounds, but also perceive the fluctuations of energy. Thus, let us seek out the most formidable and potent individuals within this 1,000-mile radius to listen." The old man's complexion paled. "My lord, my abilities are limited. If I am sensed and counterattacked, it would spell disaster." Li Hao chuckled. "Disaster? Could it be worse than me?" The old man's expression shifted. and he hurriedly forced a smile. No, no, my lord. Your greatness makes you the strongest here. I will seek the mightiest beyond the city to gather information. Please wait. With that, his ears trembled slightly. Li Hao silently attuned himself, sensing a wave of energy ripple outward, which piqued his interest. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of red reflecting in them, observing the old man's ashen face, who dared not move. At that moment, Li Hao seemed to perceive something profound. This individual's abilities appeared extraordinarily unique, even hinting at the essence of a dual space. Peculiar. Such insights reveal the extent of one's ignorance. The old man continued to tremble his ears, and after a brief moment, his expression abruptly changed as he seemingly heard something. In the next instant, a violent wave surged back, echoing with a thunderous boom, ready to explode beside him. Li Hao swiftly reached out, grasping the energy that flowed toward him, and instantly shattered it. A trace of blood appeared on his fingertip. His expression shifted as he gazed into the distance, turning his attention to the old man. What did you hear? The old man's face turned ashen. I heard. Someone mentioned that the 9 divisions may face defeat, and something may occur in Tianqing Town. They are gathering to eliminate a certain individual, but I am unclear about who they intend to kill. Their words were ambiguous, and they soon discovered my presence. Li Hao's countenance changed slightly. The news of the 9 divisions' potential defeat was unknown to many. Clearly, the old man had indeed heard something significant, and the response to his energy fluctuations was formidable. In this world, only the weaker extremes and the 7 systems could coexist. Li Hao understood this well. This individual might be approaching a critical juncture. Who could it be? Perhaps Yinghanwe? Apart from her, he could not conceive anyone else so powerful. Or perhaps the shadow behind her. How far? Over 300 miles. Li Hao remained silent, and the spatial drill appeared in an instant, pointing in a certain direction. That way. Indeed. Lord Lin, keep an eye on things here. I shall return shortly. Understood. Lin Hongyu was equally surprised. A mere test of abilities had unexpectedly uncovered a secret. Truly, surprises lurked everywhere. Be cautious, my lord, she cautioned, aware that the opposing force could retaliate, indicating they were not weak. Whether Li Hao could handle it was uncertain, yet she refrained from saying more. Meanwhile, within a mountain range, a figure turned their head toward a certain direction and, after a brief moment, sighed softly, truly audacious. It seems there are individuals with special abilities from the direction of Super Energy City probing us. We must withdraw from this place. In the boundless void, a light chuckle echoed. How intriguing. The city of superpowers is not close to this place, yet they are capable of peering into our affairs. Shall we investigate? No need. Came the reply. They have shattered my counterattack. Despite the distance, I merely reflected their fluctuations, yet I was instantly overwhelmed. There are formidable beings near them. Let us proceed with caution to avoid unnecessary complications. What is there to fear? The world is as it is before the speaker could finish. Their countenance abruptly changed. We must flee. Someone is employing divine weaponry and is rapidly approaching us. Too fast. Upon hearing this, several figures in the void turned pale. And in the next moment, without uttering another word, they vanished from sight. The one who had spoken, initially intending to leave, furrowed his brow but ultimately chose to remain, as he had a vague inkling of who was arriving. In less than 10 seconds, Li Hao emerged from the ground, gazing into the distance with a smile. Yinghongyue, it is indeed you. It seems we meet again. With an expression of calm, Yinghongyue responded, you are indeed here in the city of superpowers? It appears you have covertly taken control of it, which is rather unexpected. You killed my parents and my friends. How about we have some fun today? In an instant, Li Hao vanished from his position. A long sword silently lunged forth from the void. Yinghongyue manifested a folding fan in his hand. As he opened it, it resembled a landscape painting suspended between heaven and earth. A majestic mountain suppressed the starry sword, while flowing water traversed the cosmos, heading directly towards Li Hao. At that moment, Yinghongyue's brow slightly knitted as he sensed the growing intensity of Li Hao's sword intent. From a perspective of divine abilities, there appeared nothing particularly formidable. Yet, in terms of sword intent, it was undeniably more potent than before. Boom. The void shattered as Li Hao transformed into a fierce tiger, disappearing and reappearing instantaneously. Tearing through the fabric of space, Yinghongyue let out a low cry, and streams of blood gushed forth, transforming clear springs into a sea of blood. Simultaneously, a surge of bloodline power emanated from him, Originally 7 streams of blood, they swiftly diminished to 6, then 5, and finally 4. Li Hao too felt the boiling of blood within him. The starry sword erupted in resplendent brilliance, striking forth with lethal intent. Hongyue uttered a low command, causing his bloodline to reverberate through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, he cast forth a fan, which morphed into a world, enveloping Li Hao within it. With a light laugh, he remarked, "Next time, I shall play with you again. For now, I must take my leave." As the words fell, his figure dissipated, vanishing from sight. However, the fan he had discarded remained behind, a powerful artifact, if not a divine weapon, then certainly a sacred one. Emerging from the void, Li Hao regarded the direction of the disappearance with a cold stare. In the next moment, the starry sword fell into his grasp, suddenly revealing the phantom of a hammer. With a fierce roar, Li Hao spat forth a mouthful of blood, which coalesced into a blood sword, piercing the hammer's illusion, shattering it with a crack. In the distant void, a muffled grunt was heard as Hongyue felt a surge of energy erupt within him, blood spilling forth as he turned to face Li Hao, the shadow of the divine hammer. "Li Hao, you possess some skill." With that, he vanished once more. Li Hao remained silent. At this moment, his divine inscriptions had yet to coalesce, and unexpectedly encountering Hongyue left him lacking in means to detain his foe. The strength of Hongyue is even more formidable than one might have imagined. With the convergence of 7 veins, this individual has reached a level where even encountering oneself would not disrupt their bloodline too severely. Yet, allowing such a person to leave seems to belittle one's own capabilities. In that fleeting moment, the starry sky sword once again revealed 2 ethereal objects, a pair of boots and a stone knife, both mere phantoms. Li Hao struck his heart with a hammer, and a drop of golden blood trickled forth, coalescing instantaneously into a manifestation of sword intent. With a low shout, Li Hao proclaimed, "Break!" Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. The 2 phantoms shattered in an instant, sending ripples through the void. In the distance, Hongyue spat blood once more, their bloodline violently trembling, astonished. As they turned to gaze at Li Hao, in Li Hao's eyes, a divine light flickered. He looked into the distance, coldly stating, "I underestimated your fusion of 7 veins. However, Hongyue, you may have escaped once, but you shall not evade a second time. If you do not slay me today, I shall pursue your life tomorrow. I shall only grow stronger. Well, what do you rely upon?" Hongyue, no longer looking back, departed swiftly, a hint of gravity in their demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued to strike with his sword, unleashing a series of blows for several seconds before finally bringing down the fan. The fan attempted to resist, but was pierced through by Li Hao's sword. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Li Hao furrowed his brow, glancing in other directions. Just moments ago, this place was not solely occupied by Hongyue, yet the others were gathering rather than sending messages. Who was Hongyue meeting at the headquarters? The absence of the red shadow, was it a deliberate evasion of the red figure? The old man had mentioned that Hongyue claimed a crisis in the 9 divisions necessitated the assassination of someone. But why target me? It was illogical. If the intent was to eliminate me, there was no need to journey so far. To kill Li Hao, why conceal anything? Surely, a simple call to arms would suffice. And many would willingly comply. If it wasn't he to kill me, then who was the target? Why the secrecy and the avoidance of the red shadow? Li Hao's heart stirred. Could it be that they aimed to eliminate the red shadow? Such a possibility was not beyond reason. In an unexpected encounter in the wilderness, it dawned on Li Hao that the other party likely had not anticipated this either. Curiosity arose within him. Who were they here to meet? Yin Luo, Fei Tian, or perhaps another? Thoughts swirled in his mind. The 3 major organizations had dominated the world since he delved into martial arts, and even now, they remained at ease. These organizations were anything but ordinary. The Sword Immortal, Yin Luo, Hongyue, and the Master of Haoyan Mountain among the 7 divine mountains. These 4 may share a tacit understanding. And not just them, but also Director Zhao. Li Hao's heart stirred again. Director Zhao was among the first to discover the ruins and one of the initiators of the initial revival. Hongyue and their companions dared not act too recklessly within Silver Moon, previously attributing their restraint to the presence of the old antique. But was it truly the antique that held them back, or the influence of Director Zhao? These individuals must have some form of understanding, indeed. As thoughts flashed through Li Hao's mind, he let out a cold laugh. The 3 divine weapon phantoms shattered, and given their proximity, These divine weapons were intrinsically linked to the bloodline powers of their respective families. Ing Hongyue, having endured a heavy blow from himself, would surely find the experience quite enlightening. Dealing with others on one's own is futile. To confront him requires a more targeted approach. This individual, with the ability to unite the 7 veins, Li Hao contemplated, casting a cold glance into the distance before vanishing in an instant. In the distance, the void trembled as the silhouette of Ing Hongyue emerged, her complexion ashen and her bloodline power in tumult. She furrowed her brow as ethereal images of divine weapons manifested around her, subduing the chaotic bloodline energy. After a moment, the turmoil subsided, yet she remained troubled, muttering, "The starry sky sword is excessively precise in its targeting." For Li Hao, wielding the starry sky sword might merely signify a lethal weapon. However, for her, it was a weapon of specialization, crafted to assault her directly. In terms of raw strength, as one who has united the 7 veins, she felt no fear of Li Hao. Moreover, at present, he was not at his pinnacle, slightly stronger than the 6th tier, yet inferior to the 7th tier. Yet she found herself compelled to retreat. This was largely due to the starry sky sword. 3 divine weapons shattered, and the spirits of these weapons were consumed. The starry sky sword had ensnared these entities, capable of reconstituting and shattering them at will, causing further tremors to her bloodline, albeit less severe than the initial disruption. Each encounter with Li Hao presented such dilemmas. This could not continue. Taking a deep breath, Ing Hongyue once again vanished into the void. The supernatural city had fallen into Li Hao's grasp, and the 3 major organizations were compelled to withdraw from the central region. Otherwise, they would inevitably face annihilation at his hands. She raced onward until she reached a colossal mountain range, at which point she slowed her pace, the pallor on her face fading somewhat. Moments later, she returned to the headquarters of the Red Moon. A red cloak suddenly appeared, inquiring with a ghostly smile, "Has the leader of the Red Moon gone out?" Ing Hongyue maintained her composure, replying, "I stepped out briefly to assess the situation. It does not bode well. Li Hao may have seized the supernatural city, and I encountered him near its vicinity, nearly stumbling into disaster." The red cloak, having sensed her turbulent energy earlier, was taken aback. "Now, he is capable of overcoming even you? The starry sky sword poses an overwhelming restraint on me." Ing Hongyue sighed, shaking her head. Who could have anticipated that the starry sky sword would recognize a new master after countless years? Aside from the sword sovereign, is there anyone in the Li family who could claim its allegiance? It is truly peculiar. The red cloak echoed her sentiment. Indeed, it is strange. Among the 8 divine weapons, the other 7 are understandable, but the starry sky sword, by all accounts, should remain dormant. Even with the bloodline of the Li family, it ought to have remained sealed. He too was perplexed. Ing Hongyue remarked solemnly, "Could it be that there were ulterior motives in leaving the starry sky sword behind? Otherwise, why did they not take it from Sword City?" The red cloak shook his head. "The origins of the 8 divine weapons and why they circulated are unclear to us. Regardless, the presence of the starry sky sword in Li Hao's possession is indeed problematic. We must devise a means to reclaim it. Perhaps it would be more prudent to eliminate Li Hao." Ing Hongyue was disinclined to elaborate further. The red cloak continued, "It has been agreed upon by the higher-ups that the 3 major organizations can regroup and withdraw from this location to establish a new base." Understood. As the Crimson Moon took its stride, the red cloak could no longer contain itself. "Leader of the Crimson Moon, I hope you can return once more. The unification of the 7 clans must be expedited. Additionally, the loss and destruction of the Hong family's divine hammer is an immense blow. What can I do about this unforeseen circumstance?" The red cloak refrained from further comment, merely watching him depart with a hint of solemnity. "This man is akin to a wolf that cannot be tamed." In the city of superpowers, Li Hao returned. Lin Hongyu cast a glance at him, relieved to see he had sustained no injuries. Li Hao, however, did not linger on pleasantries. He turned his gaze to the pale-faced elder. "Your presence is valuable. Work diligently, and your rewards shall be plentiful." The elder rejoiced, expressing his gratitude, and Li Hao continued, "How many individuals did you perceive?" "4," the elder replied. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. If one of them was the Crimson Moon, then the other 3, Yin Luo, Fei Jianxian, and the master of Haoyan Mountain, would indeed complete the assembly. Fascinating. These individuals, shrouded in mystery, were among the elite of that era, each connected to the Silver Moon in some capacity. The establishment of 3 major organizations indicates their exceptional nature. It appears that they may also be linked to the traitorous faction. Furthermore, the motives of the Crimson Moon and its associates could harbor ulterior intentions. Who are they plotting to eliminate? If these 4 possess considerable strength, their combined forces might indeed vanquish the shattered immortals. He chose not to elaborate further. At this moment, the statistics concerning these individuals were nearly complete. Lin Hongyu had gathered some information. Some had committed heinous acts that could not be concealed, while others remained relatively discreet, leaving Lin Hongyu with scant intelligence. After a brief interval, the scholar Qian Wuliang returned, his face etched with anxiety. "Commander, I have persuaded several individuals," but at that moment, Qin Lian whispered a few words. This fellow employed straightforward tactics, deceiving others while Lin Hongyu appointed him as the new deputy commander, with Lin Hongyu himself taking the role of commander. He was responsible for integrating all scattered forces in the area, dispersing and reorganizing them. Through a series of manipulations, he swayed emotions and absorbed several minor factions of superpowers. Presently, the external superpowers were undergoing a transformation. Qian Wuliang added quietly, "Commander, I informed them to encamp outside the city. However, others require assessment, and I need some individuals to cooperate with me to ensure authenticity. What do you think?" Li Hao nodded, surveying a selection of nearby individuals, approximately 60 or 70 in number. He spoke calmly. "You shall assist Qian Wuliang. It is imperative that everyone is evacuated from the city." He then turned to Hu Qingfeng and his comrades not far away. "You will don armor and blend into their ranks, aiding them in escorting these superpowers out to the military camp, swiftly achieving the unification of the city of superpowers." Understood. The group dared not voice objections, their excitement palpable. Qian Wuliang exhaled a silent sigh of relief, only to hear Li Hao add, "Once outside the city, should you wish to flee, you may attempt it." "Certainly not." The group hastily shook their heads, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Suddenly, Qian Wuliang pointed at 2 or 3 individuals. "My lord, they speak insincerely. Once outside, they will surely escape." At that moment, the expressions of those few shifted dramatically, their thoughts raging internally. Beasts. The beast, exhibiting an unparalleled vigor even in its canine form, has betrayed us in the blink of an eye. "My lord, this is an injustice. Capture him," Li Hao exclaimed with a low voice, prompting those nearby to disregard their concerns. After all, their demise would not be theirs to bear, and they must not fall into the same pit. In an instant, several individuals were apprehended. Qian Wuliang cautiously glanced at Li Hao and expressed his fears. "My lord, I suspect that some individuals harbor deep intentions that are difficult to discern. Shall we not conduct a few more tests?" "No need." Li Hao chuckled softly. "Just do your job well. I have faith in you." With that, he patted the other's shoulder. Qian Wuliang felt a unique energy penetrate his mind, swallowing hard as a smile spread across his face. He felt not fear, but rather a sense of reassurance. This is good. This is good. He was genuinely concerned that Li Hao might eliminate their entire group of instigators. It appears, with high probability, that such an outcome is unlikely. Elder Lin Sen would accompany them, and in addition, the city guards were assigned to oversee their safety. Not far off, Elder Lin San was already thoroughly convinced, his expression filled with reverence as he hastily bowed. "As you command." Off they went, a formidable procession. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals, over 200 in number, felt a surge of anxiety. Li Hao reassured them, "Do not worry, apart from a few who are bound to perish, the majority shall be safe. Minor transgressions do not warrant capital punishment. It is not so complicated. However, should any of you incite a rebellion, you will face dire repercussions." "We dare not." The crowd responded in unison, each person displaying remarkable compliance, for they were indeed astute individuals who would not dare to act recklessly at this juncture. They had just overheard that the 9 divisions had fallen, the royal family was no more, and that the city of extraordinary abilities now belonged to Li Hao. To act out now would be akin to courting death. Soon, a group of miscellaneous soldiers from the inner city, led by their captains, began to march out of the city. Some among them were reluctant, yet they heard these leaders speak of arrangements for those left behind, who were to reorganize the new army. Seeing dozens of commanders emerge, no one dared to voice dissent. They quickly followed Qian Wuliang and his group, making their way to the military camp outside the city. That camp, once abandoned, was now being put to use. As this group departed, The threat of the city of extraordinary abilities dissipated instantly. At this moment, Li Hao chose not to remain inconspicuous. The crimson moon had already revealed his presence, and maintaining a low profile seemed increasingly futile. As the scattered soldiers exited the city of extraordinary abilities, Lin Hongyu's voice resonated within the city. The city of extraordinary abilities aspires to become a sanctuary of the extraordinary, a bastion of peace. Yet now, it has strayed from its original intent. Some extraordinary beings disrespect commands and flout the law. For the enduring development of the celestial star extraordinary domain, today, the city of extraordinary abilities shall submit to the command of the celestial star governor's mansion, obeying the edicts of Governor Li, striving for a flourishing era of the extraordinary, and forging an extraordinary civilization that surpasses the ancient ones. Only Governor Li possesses such capability. Upon utterance of these words, a hush fell over the city of extraordinary abilities. The next moment, a wave of fervor erupted. Countless individuals were filled with trepidation. What is happening? At this juncture, Li Hao's figure materialized, exuding an imposing presence. His voice resounding throughout the city. Please remain calm, everyone. I am Li Hao. The Lord of Lin's city willingly led his city to join the Celestial Star Governor's office. And Li Hao welcomed this with immense pleasure. From this moment onward, the residents of the city were instructed to remain at ease, confined to their homes while awaiting further arrangements, and to refrain from any chaotic behavior or criminal activity. Henceforth, the esteemed individuals of the super city each had their own directives. Those who attempted to flee or incite disorder would be met with merciless retribution. Instantly, the city erupted into a cacophony, with figures darting towards the exit. Many were struck with terror. Some had only recently escaped from Celestial Star City, unaware that Li Hao's ominous presence lingered, and that he had swiftly taken control of the super city. Was it not better to flee than to face certain death? Yet, as they neared the city walls, the gleam of blades and the flash of weapons materialized before them. Cries of agony reverberated through the air. Thousands of armored soldiers manifested atop the surrounding walls, not densely packed, but enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Huang Yu, wielding a long spear, issued a chilling command. No one shall depart. Return to your residences and await further instructions. This place is now under the command of the demon hunters. You have but a moment to comply. Those found outside shall be executed without mercy. Some, unwilling to submit, shouted defiantly, "Brothers, we are extraordinary beings. How can we be subjugated? Let us charge forth. They are but a mere few thousand." Yet, before the words could settle, the throng around him dissipated in an instant. The speaker's countenance paled as he realized that the rebellious elements had already been removed, and the few thousand super beings who dared to revolt had also been taken away. The remaining extraordinary individuals were merely those who sought to endure, fearing to defy authority. They hastily retreated to their homes, bolting their doors, terrified beyond measure at that moment. They wished only to remain hidden. Of course, a few understood that capture meant certain death and rushed to escape in all directions. However, under Huang Yu's strategic command, while the individual strength of these soldiers was not formidable, their collective might swiftly quell the disturbances as insurgents were dispatched on the spot. The vast super city grew substantially quieter, with only a few pockets of chaos remaining. The remaining city guards dared not utter a word, hastily aligning themselves with the soldiers to restore order within the city. The once vibrant super city had transformed in the blink of an eye into a ghost town. Many sought to send messages, only to discover that the luminous jade used for communication had dimmed, rendering them unable to transmit any word. Despair engulfed them. Over 10,000 soldiers, half of whom began to infiltrate the city, were engaged in quelling the unrest. Aside from sporadic cries of battle, the city, renowned as the bastion of the most extraordinary and powerful beings, now resembled a graveyard in its stillness. Li Hao hovered in the air, making no immediate movements, save for swiftly dispatching any formidable adversaries with a flash of sword light, obliterating them in an instant. Lin Hongyu quickly gathered members of the Lin family, moving throughout the city to reassure the populace. Those identified as instigators were all confined within the subterranean prison, awaiting their fate. 3 hours later, the city lay in profound silence. The insurgent super beings had all been vanquished, with nearly 1,000 slain, yet this caused little upheaval. The sporadic disturbances were systematically extinguished, and no large-scale uprising had transpired. Within Celestial Star City, tranquility prevailed. The bustling crowds soon received a message from Li Hao. Notably, Hong Yitong received a succinct message. Hurry to retrieve the superpowers. Bring them back to cultivate the land. The city of superpowers has been taken. Upon the revelation of this news, the expressions of everyone present turned intricate. The city of superpowers, home to millions of superpowers, had seen Li Hao carry away some of the weaker individuals to suppress and stabilize the situation. Although many strong figures had perished beforehand, the task of fully conquering the city of superpowers remained daunting. Yet, astonishingly, merely a day after Li Hao's departure, the city had fallen. Incredulous. Within the inspection division, Shun Zhongtian remarked, though I anticipated this outcome eventually, the complete suppression of the city of superpowers occurred without a single sign of unrest. It is truly remarkable. Given the number of formidable individuals that perished previously, I had thought the subsequent acquisition would pose a significant challenge. It appears that this so-called major complication has not materialized. Chun Yao's expression mirrored his complexity. Has Lin Hongyu lost her mind? Are you referring to your father or yourself? Chun Yao replied sheepishly. Indeed, our family is even more advanced in madness than hers. If not for that, you would have long been dead. Chun Zhongtian scoffed, then smiled. Trust in your father's judgment. Look at the city of superpowers. As of now, the only remaining forces of rebellion are the three major organizations and a few from Haotian Divine Mountain. They will inevitably be subdued one by one. Chun Yao sighed deeply. It has transpired so swiftly. With a thunderous momentum, Li Hao has swiftly taken control of the 9 divisions and the royal family, followed by the city of superpowers. His might is now undeniable. Presently, the gravest concern is the second resurrection. As long as this does not commence, Li Hao shall fear nothing. Simultaneously, far away in Silver Moon, Director Zhao received a message from Ho Xiaoqing. Prepare yourself. The turmoil in Silver Moon may soon erupt. Be wary of the 3 major organizations relocating to Silver Moon. Director Zhao felt perplexed. The second resurrection had yet to begin. How could an eruption occur? Could it truly be imminent? As he pondered, a message from Huang Yu arrived. Take bolder steps. No more hiding. The world is about to change, and we must rise with the winds. Old Zhao, do not fall behind. While he was still in contemplation, another message came from Kong Jia. Zhao, await my triumphant return. 20 drops of the fountain of life. Who shall be humiliated? I shall return to obliterate you. At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Director Zhao's face. The 3 were all sending word. The world was transforming. He gazed towards the direction of Tianqing City, his eyes shifting. Had Li Hao truly taken the 9 divisions? How could it have occurred so swiftly? In disbelief, he solemnly commanded, summon the personnel. Relay the message for the highest state of readiness. All powerful individuals in Silver Moon are to be mobilized, and the stationed troops within the relics must be brought forth to commence training. Swiftly eradicate the pirates of Beihai and advance the front towards Linjiang. Shatter the Linjiang governor's residence, and march towards the 3 provinces. Outside, a crowd was left in utter shock. A war is upon us. So soon? Despite their myriad thoughts, the news spread rapidly. Silver Moon was on the brink of a storm. Director Zhao took a deep breath, contemplating, perhaps it is time for me to engage in serious discussion with them. Chapter 296. The last rainy season, the city of supernatural powers has been successfully captured. One cannot hide fire with paper. Although external information remains ambiguous, certain scattered tidings have begun to circulate. This city of extraordinary powers is now a one-way street. Those stationed outside, numbering in the tens of thousands, have gradually been divided and have vanished without a trace. A significant number of these extraordinary individuals have gone missing, leaving behind friends and family who once maintained contact but can no longer reach them. Some of the supernaturals held positions outside, but they too have now disappeared. Gradually, the central region has begun to change. As the year draws to a close, a time typically bustling with activity, the common folk in the central area have noticed an eerie silence emanating from both the authorities and the affluent families. This stillness is so profound it borders on deathly quiet. In previous years, even amidst turmoil, the new year would still bear a semblance of festivity. Yet this year, an unusual desolation prevails. The government has not organized any events, and the elite families have closed their doors, whereas once the skies were graced with the flight of supernaturals. Now not even a bird can be seen. As one of the 4 guardian provinces of Tianqing City, the Southern Mountain Province finds its administrative headquarters in a state of tension. The governor of Southern Mountain gazes at the few individuals before him, remaining silent for an extended moment. Opposite him, Nanquan, having personally arrived, carries an air of solemnity and, holding a golden tablet, speaks in a grave tone. Governor of Southern Mountain, heed my orders. From this day forth, all supernaturals within the territory must be registered and prepared for mobilization at any time. The Night Watchers will formally oversee all extraordinary affairs within the province. The military shall remain stationed and must not move without authorization. Those who incite chaos will be dealt with mercilessly. A hint of resignation flickers in the governor's eyes. He had foreseen the rise of the Tianqing governor's office when Li Hao apprehended a deputy director and subsequently dismantled the Stormy Pavilion, realizing that it could no longer be obstructed. However, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. With a deep sigh, he softly inquires, "What of Director Zhao?" As a member of the administrative office, he wishes to ask despite his inner suspicions. Nanquan, without courtesy, responds directly, "When Zhao Huaimin perished, he provided us with a list, stating it could be utilized. In the 4 mountain regions, both the governors of the eastern and western mountains have been seized, and any resistors have been executed on the spot. The executioners are Yao Si and Ho Xiaoqing. Should you believe you can sever my banner, you are welcome to attempt it." The governor of Southern Mountain sighs again, lowering his head. The 9 offices are truly no more. The governors of the 4 mountains, once local overlords, have either submitted to the imperial family or the military law office, and now they share the same fate, captured and executed if they resist. His allegiance to the administrative office has afforded him a relatively favorable outcome, clearly thanks to Zhao Huaimin's efforts, despite the latter's demise. He refrains from further comment, slightly bowing in the direction of Tianqing City, uncertain whether to express gratitude to Li Hao or to the deceased Zhao Huaimin. Nanquan gazes at him coldly, remaining silent. The group surrounding the governor's office is fraught with trepidation, while the division chief of the Night Watchers displays a hint of excitement. Last time, he regretted not being able to curry favor, but this time, Nanquan had arrived, carrying the title of the governor of the Southern Governor's office. "Governor He, rest assured, anyone who dares to act rashly will face severe consequences. The Night Watch of Nanyue will ensure your safety." Nanquan cast a fleeting glance at him. Choosing not to elaborate further, he casually tossed a golden ledger to the governor and solemnly declared, "Furthermore, effective immediately, prepare for equitable distribution of supplies within the province, ready to open the granaries and provide for the displaced populace. The Tianqing governor's office will send personnel for coordination. It would be a monumental farce if the commoners starved in a world of the extraordinary. A group of extraordinary beings, capable of anything, yet allowing the common people to starve. Indeed, a profound irony." Governor Nanyue took a deep breath. "Understood." Nanquan continued, "One last matter." With that, he handed over a list. "These individuals are to be apprehended on the spot. Any resistors must be dealt with decisively." The governor's complexion changed as he received the list, and those behind him, though unseen, were drenched in perspiration. Who could be on the list? A glance at it revealed the answer, and he sighed inwardly. "Li Hao, I had thought this would be a minor affair, that you would adopt a more conciliatory approach, but it seems I was mistaken. One last matter." Governor Nanyue could not help but look at him. "You just mentioned the last issue, and now there is more? Are you unable to count?" Nanquan was unfazed and continued, "In a few days, the governor's office will send personnel for the installation of the celestial canopy. Ensure that you cooperate fully." "The celestial canopy?" "Indeed." Nanquan nodded, baring his teeth in a somewhat chilling smile. "The governor aims to establish a communication network throughout the land, ensuring seamless dialogue with the commoners. In a world of the extraordinary, if commands cannot be issued beyond Tianqing City, that would indeed be a colossal joke. Additionally, schools will begin to be constructed across the realm. First, select the sites, then proceed with the construction." Governor Nanyue could not restrain himself. In this bitter cold, recruiting commoners for service is nothing short of ludicrous. It would cost many lives. He had tolerated much until now, but this time he could not hold back his anger. While building schools is a commendable endeavor, and we all recognize the importance of education in enlightening the populace, we must understand that such matters cannot be rushed. Those behind him were trembling. Nanquan appeared as if he could easily dispatch the governor with a single blow. After a moment, Nanquan replied, "Who told you we were recruiting commoners? Who said anything about service?" With a cold snort, he continued, shortly, A contingent of extraordinary beings will arrive, numbering around 1,000. The Nanyue military must cooperate in this endeavor, not only to construct schools, but also to establish refugee camps, repair roads, and undertake any feasible repairs. Whatever requires fixing, ensure it is done. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Governor Nanyue was equally taken aback. What? Extraordinary beings? I don't understand. Nan Quan chuckled. Currently, there are an abundance of extraordinary beings. The 9-driver organization has over 100,000. And the city of extraordinary beings boasts more than 1 million, countless extraordinary individuals, now without purpose or place. The governor intends to promote water conservancy. Seize this winter to transform the entire Tianqing. With 1,000 from Nanyue arriving, you must be prepared to cooperate, primarily concerning provisions. Naturally, the governor will allocate supplies. But Nanyue must also be ready to prevent unrest. The crowd was left dumbfounded. From the moment superpowers emerged, they were regarded as the elite. Yet today, the superpowered are assigned menial tasks, repairing roads, constructing schools, and mending everything. This is nothing short of a humiliation. The governor of Nanyue could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Are we really having the superpowered do such work?" Indeed, Nanyue replied with conviction. Their efficiency and quality are unparalleled. A road they pave, as long as it is not deliberately damaged, will endure for a century. The buildings they erect maintain warmth in winter and coolness in summer, resistant to wind and tremors, and can even reverse minor weather disturbances. It is a tremendous waste not to have these individuals engaged in such labor. The crowd felt a wave of indignation. Was this truly acceptable? The governor of Nanyue took a deep breath, nearly depleting the air around him, and spoke gravely. Are you not concerned about inciting turmoil in the realm of the extraordinary? While their capabilities are admirable, treating individuals like Li Hao does, merely as slaves, could easily provoke significant unrest. What is there to fear? They are compensated for their labor. It is not free work. Nanyue retorted with a grin. Every laborer is supplied with divine energy. The transition from combat to construction merely enhances safety. Do you believe all superpowered individuals yearn for battle? Not everyone is a warrior. There are always those willing to comply, and for those unwilling, there are methods to handle them. Upon hearing about the provision of divine energy, the governor of Nanyue felt somewhat reassured. However, he pondered whether this was an excessive waste. He quickly inquired, is this the case in Nanyue alone? Or is it a widespread occurrence? In the central provinces, encompassing 22 regions, it is indeed the same. This deployment of superpowered individuals exceeds 30,000. And this is merely the first batch, those who are relatively obedient. Nanyue smiled. The disobedient will require some training. It will be a gradual process. As time progresses, the number will only increase. The initial group of superpowered individuals is not vast, around 30,000. In comparison to over 1 million superpowered individuals, this is a mere fraction. However, these selected individuals are among the more docile and compliant, with no significant transgressions. They will serve for 3 months, providing divine energy, albeit their abilities are somewhat diminished. They have already been chosen from the city of superpowers, and after 3 months, they will be free to act as they wish. It is said that the city of superpowers nearly exhausted itself vying for these 30,000 slots. Everyone is eager to commence work. After all, 3 months is a brief period, and many fear they might perish from the confinement in the city of superpowers. At this moment, the governor of Nanyue could only express his admiration, sighing, "Your wisdom is commendable." In the frigid winter, thousands of superpowered individuals have gathered here. Though the numbers are not overwhelming, a few thousand superpowered individuals can accomplish tasks that might otherwise require tens of thousands of ordinary citizens. Conversely, if 100,000 commoners were to serve in such cold conditions, a third of them might perish. Yet, the superpowered can be utilized without fear of exhaustion. It is nearly impossible. These tens of thousands of superpowered individuals equate to millions of laborers. At this juncture, Nanyue added, let us not forget. The local military must also participate and contribute to the extent of their capabilities. We must keep them engaged. Idleness can lead to issues. For now, the governor does not intend to initiate large-scale conflict, but should the military become restless, the governor must be aware of the potential consequences. The governor of Nanyue nodded in agreement. I understand, Your Excellency. Nan Quan grinned. That's good. As the gateway to the south, I've said all that needs to be said. Whether you can accomplish it is up to you. After dealing with a number of people, if you're short-handed, report it promptly, and we shall find a way to replenish our ranks. Understood? With that, Nanquan turned to leave. At the back, the division chief couldn't help but say, "Governor, why not stay a while longer? It would be a pleasure to extend some local hospitality." Nanquan glanced back, flashing a grin reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. "You, my friend, do not resemble a night watchman. Last time, someone mentioned that when the governor visited, you immediately began flattering him, using his family to threaten the high officials of Nanyu." The chief's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly replied, "Governor, you misunderstand. I did not say you were in the wrong." Nanquan laughed heartily. "However, you, my dear fellow, are a petty person unworthy of your role as a night watchman chief. Your abilities barely reach the threshold for superpowers. You will oversee the work here. This matter is of utmost importance to Governor Li. If you do well, rewards await you, but should you fail, beware for your life." The man's complexion shifted. From the position of provincial chief of the night watch to that of a mere overseer was a significant demotion. Yet did Nanquan truly regard this as a decrease in rank, or did Governor Li genuinely value it? He had long been aligning himself with the Tianqing governor's office, and even if he faltered in his duties, it seemed unnecessary to publicly humiliate himself. Contemplating this, he smiled and quickly said, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your support, Governor." Nanquan laughed heartily. "Very well, work diligently. Recently, quite a few shameless individuals have gathered around the governor. He has a penchant for such characters, and you have a bright future ahead." With that, he turned and departed. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Was it really so? Yet upon reflection, wasn't this precisely Nanquan's nature? It was said that Chun Zhongtian, the previous chief of the inspection office, was notoriously shameless. Could it be that Governor Li truly favored such traits? The governor of Nanyu pondered, cursing inwardly. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. At this rate, the nation's integrity will surely decline. He lamented for the trust placed in him by Director Zhao, who had already passed away. Though he thought this, he merely sighed, acknowledging the treacherous nature of high-level struggles, where life and death were uncertain. As the gateway to Tianqing, Nanyu lacked the conditions or aspirations to dominate. Now that Zhao Huaimin was dead, he had somehow managed to survive. He could not betray the trust of the director. Therefore, he would govern Nanyu well. Once Nanquan departed, he whispered a few words, and not long after, the previously relieved crowd suddenly erupted in a cry, as over 10 individuals were swiftly apprehended by their colleagues. The governor of Nanyu observed these people, wailing and pleading, but paid them no mind. At that moment, he felt a twinge of satisfaction. At least Li Hao's eyes were still sharp. These individuals had long been targets for elimination, each one a miscreant. Unfortunately, previous conflicts had been too intense, with everyone having their own backing, making it difficult to act. Today, the list provided by Li Hao contained those infamous for their foul reputations. Finally, they were all dealt with in one fell swoop. Take them away, nullify their powers, and escort them to Tianqing City. If they attempt to escape, execute them on the spot. Understood. The soldiers of the governor's office promptly received their orders and set off. On this day, a scene unfolded throughout the central region from all directions. Li Hao was acutely aware that the matter had been exposed and that the 3 major factions were now informed. No longer extending pleasantries, they swiftly deployed the Silver Moon warriors to take action across various provinces, except for the Southern Shore province, where Prince Zhun Nan resided, and the Western River province, where Prince Zhun Shi was located. Formidable figures hastened to the other provinces. Wherever possible, they aimed to seize control. If that proved unattainable, they would promptly eliminate the key figures. The central region remained relatively stable, primarily due to the presence of Tianqing City, which had long maintained dominion over the area, ensuring it was not as chaotic as the rest of the continent. With the 2 princes leading their troops away, Li Hao refrained from making any rash moves. As December waned and the chill of winter set in, the year 1731 approached. Yet, within Tianqing City, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Fewer pedestrians traversed the streets. At that moment, the sky screens scattered throughout the city suddenly illuminated, instantly capturing the attention of its inhabitants. Whether engaged in work or simply walking, everyone raised their heads to gaze at the celestial displays. Since Li Hao had entrusted the mixed-spirited Yu Ming with their operation, tangible results had finally emerged. At the very least, the sky screen system within Tianqing City had become fully operational. However, Yu Ming had persistently urged Li Hao to unlock the Lucian Research Institute, which housed many essential items. Overwhelmed with responsibilities, Li Hao had yet to attend to this matter, although he had promised to do so once his current obligations were fulfilled. In that moment, Li Hao's image materialized upon the sky screen, eliminating the need for him to shout out an announcement to the entire city. The image displayed a youthful Li Hao clad in armor, his face visible as he offered a slight smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Hao, the governor of the Tianqing Du-Fu. This is the sky screen for future announcements regarding both significant and trivial matters. I shall directly inform the citizens of the city through this medium." Tianqing City, with a population of 30 million, stood as the most populous and prosperous area in the entire dynasty. Yet, within such a grand city, the literate were alarmingly few. A previous survey revealed that the literacy rate across the dynasty was only about 15, a figure elevated slightly in the capital to around 20 due to the efforts of a few individuals in recent years. Among 5 people, only 1 could read, and many were now gazing upwards, silently listening. In recent days, rumors had begun to circulate, suggesting that the emperor had died and that the director of the 9 ministries had met the same fate at the hands of this individual, who seemed to have unified Tianqing City. The veracity of these claims remained uncertain. However, now that this figure was boldly announcing information, perhaps there was some truth to it? Continuing his address, Li Hao proclaimed, "For the better development of our entire dynasty and for a brighter future for all, literacy is of utmost importance. Henceforth, we shall establish 3,000 new schools in Tianqing City, with 2,000 of these dedicated to eradicating illiteracy among all individuals aged 6 to 40, who must attend to learn to read and write." Upon hearing this, many within the crowd inwardly cursed. Has he lost his mind? Will we cease our work and our meals? Education is for scholars. What does it have to do with us? Previously, they had regarded the governor as exceptional, perhaps even benevolent, but now they were beginning to see him as a tyrant. What on earth is he thinking? Li Hao, calm and composed, declared, "It is not a matter of attending all day, merely dedicating 2 hours each evening suffices. All educational materials are provided free of charge. Upon completing the literacy program and fulfilling the basic assessments, benefits will abound. One person's education can lead to prosperity for the entire family." After uttering these words, he produced a gleaming golden grain of rice. This singular grain, when consumed, sustains one for 3 days, fortifying the body and warding off ailments. 100 grains would suffice for a year, ensuring health and resilience against the cold. This is the legendary sacred grain, cultivated by the mightiest. And those who excel in the literacy program may complete their assessments in as little as a month. In that instant, the citizens of the city widened their eyes, fixated on the golden grain, swallowing hard. To consume 1 grain and remain satiated for 3 days, free from illness? Is it truly so? Only 2 hours a day. This is akin to receiving money. Li Hao continued, "In addition to the literacy program, there are 3 levels of advanced education: primary school, secondary school, and university. Upon completing primary education, one is rewarded with 1,000 grains of rice. Completing secondary education grants a waiver of a myriad of tuition fees, with all textbooks provided free, meals supplied at the cafeteria, and accommodation assured. Furthermore, he announced the recruitment of teachers from all walks of life, offering generous compensation. As there is an urgent need for knowledgeable individuals." Li Hao's voice echoed throughout the city, capturing the attention of all. In the impoverished district, an elderly man selling secondhand books suddenly looked up, his eyes shimmering with hope. It has been 5 years. 5 years since the closure of Tianqing Academy, when a multitude of teachers and students faced demise and expulsion. Yet now, this newcomer, Li Hao, has instantaneously established thousands of schools. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears. Was the dawn of a new era of civilization upon them? Li Hao's voice resonated further. Moreover, effective immediately, all roads within the city will undergo reconstruction, and foundational infrastructure will commence. Those with superpowers are invited to participate. Anyone with idle time may enlist to aid in the construction of Tianqing City. Residents with damaged homes can report to local authorities for unified repairs, all provided free of charge. Those with strength shall lend their might, and those with intellect shall contribute their wisdom, united in the development of Tianqing City, striving for greater prosperity. With fervor and enthusiasm, he proclaimed, by next year, a new era will dawn, ensuring that even in times devoid of superpowers, every citizen can step beyond the confines of their existence, exploring the unknown and advancing into the future. Finally, he added, additionally, the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will officially open its doors on January 1st, welcoming the first cohort of 10,000 students. We invite all discerning individuals to join us in learning about superpowers, martial arts, technology, and the advancement of civilization. Martial arts are not the sole focus. They are not omnipotent, nor are superpowers. We shall teach according to individual capabilities, utilizing resources to their fullest potential. Upon hearing this, the city erupted in cheers. It was not merely the impending opening of the Martial Arts Academy that ignited their excitement. Rather, it was the glimmer of hope ignited by Li Hao's succinct yet powerful words. Education was now accessible, with sustenance provided in the form of a grain of rice capable of lasting 3 days. This was one aspect. The other was the promise of housing repairs and road reconstruction, enhancing the quality of life. For the affluent, such provisions may seem trivial, but for those in dire straits, this winter had been particularly harsh. Yet now, an opportunity had emerged. As long as one registers and engages in learning, at the very least, one will not starve. There are rewards for completion, and even mere participation guarantees sustenance. For many, this is akin to a lifeline. Meanwhile, affluent families have also begun to perceive numerous opportunities. Countless prospects abound. Without delving into the Martial Arts Academy, the educated elite among wealthy families recognize that Li Hao is in urgent need of talent, offering substantial remuneration and various perks, not to mention abundant cultivation resources. For them, this represents an unprecedented opportunity, a chance to ascend to greatness. Soon, with the issuance of several announcements, some noble families and a few apprehensive officials found their eyes opened wide. Numerous vacancies were about to emerge in the central regions. Aspirants could register, and once they passed the assessments, regardless of nobility or common officials, as long as they had no past transgressions, they could participate. Upon passing, they would assume their roles and take up official duties in the localities. What is most abundant in Tianqing City? Officials. In this place, countless individuals previously risked their lives to attain a position, hoping merely to stand guard for the nobility. Here, the opportunities to become an official are plentiful, and there are many capable individuals as well. Mastering the arts of civil and military affairs, one could serve the imperial family. In this era, as the 9 departments and the royal family dissipate, Li Hao emerges as the future sovereign. The impoverished populace seeks merely to be well-fed and clothed, yet for them, securing an official position may be arduous and troublesome. However, should they succeed and achieve merit, they would become loyal vassals of the dragon. Astute individuals immediately discern that Li Hao aims to gradually replace certain elders and cultivate his own cadre, presenting yet another opportunity. At this stage, hailing from the north, Li Hao's foundation is shallow, and he is in dire need of talent. On this particular day, the entirety of Tianqing City was abuzz. A multitude of citizens initially flocked to register for literacy classes, and shortly thereafter, rushed to various locations to apply for housing repairs, establishing refugee points to provide food for the starving populace within the city. In the Tianqing governor's office, Ho Xiaoqing felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, envy. Currently, the situation in the north is far more dire. While Tianqing City is inherently prosperous, with few truly on the brink of starvation, the north faces a genuine crisis of starvation. You have allocated vast quantities of food and various benefits to Tianqing City, yet concealed the information from Silver Moon. He couldn't help but ponder whether this rogue had affiliations with Silver Moon. Li Hao smiled gently, stating, "We must proceed step by step. Tianqing needs to stabilize first. Let's trial and error within Tianqing City. Fortunately, we can draw upon some ancient civilizational experiences. Otherwise, acting rashly would lead to complications. First, we shall develop Tianqing City, cultivate a cohort of talent, and then expand outward. This is not a task to be accomplished overnight. The celestial system is still in its infancy. The road construction remains incomplete, and foundational work is yet to be finalized. We must take it one step at a time." In the hall, many nodded in agreement, though they acknowledged that the Silver Moon region also had pressing needs. Li Hao massaged his temples and remarked, "There is much to be done. For now, we must ensure that the central region is more peaceful and manageable. The northern situation may need to be addressed last." The crowd furrowed their brows slightly. Li Hao elucidated, "There are too many antiquated figures in that area. It is not wise to provoke them into a major conflict at this time. We must first gradually conquer the other 3 continents before we have the capacity to address the troubles in the north. At this point, Li Hao added, furthermore, our army is insufficient. I refer to those loyal to us. You should have realized by now that no matter how strong one individual may be, suppressing an entire province requires the collaboration of troops. The number of strong individuals is limited, and once they are dispersed, it becomes perilous. When gathered together, they find themselves unable to act. Li Hao sighed, acknowledging that only when faced with such circumstances does one comprehend the immense challenges of managing a dynasty, a central region, or even a city like Tianqing. Were it not for the relatively stable transition within the 9 departments and the absence of a complete collapse of order, Li Hao mused that perhaps he would have sought to escape. After all, is it not preferable to be a chivalrous hero? Here, he felt utterly trapped. In that moment, he found it difficult to fathom the thoughts of those who aspired to be emperors. In a few days, when Lin Hongyu arrives to oversee Tianqing City, I will finally be able to allocate my time to other matters. Li Hao then turned to his companions, reminding them of one crucial point. At this stage, strength remains paramount. Starting from January 1st, everyone will take turns training underground with me, striving to minimize combat flare-ups. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Hao produced an object resembling a ruler, causing Yao Si to change colors slightly and glance at him. Is that the Dao ruler? Yao Si looked at Li Hao, furrowing his brow. After Dao Jian and the others followed Li Hao to the super city, they had vanished. Where could they be? Now, the Dao ruler that once belonged to Dao Jian appeared to be in Li Hao's possession. Did Li Hao kill him? Li Hao smiled and confirmed, yes. This is indeed the Dao ruler, the legendary artifact I have long heard of. I have examined it and inquired about it. It was once a divine weapon used during the new martial era to select geniuses, available only to top martial science universities. I intend to employ this in the central region to recruit new soldiers. I plan to disband the old military structure, execute those who must be executed, apprehend those who must be captured, disperse those who must be dispersed, and resettle those who must be resettled. The dynasty boasts millions of soldiers, yet the usable forces amount to less than 1/10. Even if we face formidable enemies, we can handle them ourselves. However, large-scale warfare, such as that with the 4 bordering nations, still necessitates military support. This artifact possesses the advantage of discerning individuals' physical qualities, determining their suitability to become superpowers or martial masters. With this, we can achieve twice the results with half the effort. At present, the dynasty is not lacking in personnel. Hidden talents abound among us. If we can select and cultivate a highly gifted army, it will swiftly transform into an elite force. The group nodded. After a few months of training, new recruits could become increasingly competent. Wartime is different from peacetime. Should they attain the status of martial masters or superpowers, intensified training will shorten the timeline, allowing them to become combat-ready soldiers. Li Hao added, moreover, I hope this new contingent will be educated and literate, receiving ideological training to become the soldiers of a new era. We must not allow them to become like those seasoned veterans. This is precisely why I wish to disband the current army. It is precisely due to the lack of shame, responsibility, and discernment among these individuals that their continued presence may lead to the deterioration of military discipline. Of course, an immediate dissolution is currently unfeasible. Otherwise, millions of troops could wreak havoc. A gradual transformation is necessary. Regardless of whether the troops are obedient or not, orders should be issued to undertake infrastructure projects, repairing roads, rebuilding bridges, and constructing new cities to keep them engaged. Li Hao spoke at length, and among the crowd, a few, including Ho Xiaocheng, regarded him with curiosity, pondering how this individual had suddenly become so knowledgeable. Certain concepts are challenging to grasp without first-hand experience. Observing their reactions, Li Hao smiled and remarked, "Do not underestimate me. Much of what I know has been learned from others, such as the puppets from Yuanping Martial University or Director Wang and his colleagues. There is much that the new martial school has to offer us. It is not necessary to replicate their methods directly, but their advanced theoretical knowledge and technology are certainly worthy of our study. In comparison to the new martial school, we have little to boast about." After saying this, Li Hao added, "Of course, we also possess our own advantages." "What advantages?" inquired the straightforward Tianjian. "I fail to perceive any." Li Hao chuckled. "Our advantage lies in our youth. That is more than sufficient. In this youthful era, with lifespans barely reaching a century, when we encounter formidable individuals from the new martial school possessing advanced knowledge and technology, we can deplete their reservoir of knowledge, sparing ourselves a century of struggle. Thus, we should treat these seasoned predecessors with respect. They possess much wisdom, and as long as they do not interfere with us, they are invaluable mentors worthy of our emulation. Although Director Wang and his colleagues cannot easily appear, the students from Yuanping Martial University, despite their youth, possess extensive knowledge. Moreover, some are descendants of key figures within the various departments of the new martial school, thus benefiting from their advanced management systems. Consequently, they have much to offer. I will make every effort to bring them forth to aid in the development of the Silver Moon territory. The crowd nodded in agreement. Though Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly. Will they agree? And what about that individual? Li Hao smiled. Why would they not agree? I provide energy and resources. While I do not promise to revive them, I can at least grant them the freedom to act. Is that not sufficient? But their strength is not to be underestimated. Bringing forth so many at once, Li Hao nodded. I understand. Yet in the years to come, as our strength increases, the disparity will naturally diminish. Continuing, Li Hao stated, the large mine has been secured, and we must make good use of the resources. There are countless places consuming resources. However, we need not become miserly guardians. If we do not utilize the resources, they will only benefit our adversaries. At this stage, we should first aim for the unification of the entire central region. After the winter passes, we will take down the king of the south and the king of the west, integrating the entire central area. The internal rectification can proceed step by step. There is no rush. We strive for internal and external unity to achieve the complete unification of the central region within 3 months. By mid-next year, we can contemplate launching an offensive on the Four Corners continent, aiming to accomplish the unification of the Tianqing within a year. Ho Xiaoqing spoke solemnly. What concerns me is the possibility of running out of time. Although the large mine has been secured and the second revival seems to have been obstructed, to my knowledge, the energy of Silver Moon is beginning to overflow and revive, which may potentially trigger the second revival automatically. Li Hao was aware of the news as well. Thus, he smiled and remarked, it's all right, we can still buy some time. The ancient relics of the Silver Moon are abundant, while there is an excess of energy. It is absorbed quickly. We can only say that the number of awakened powerhouses will increase, and regardless of how much energy dissipates, these individuals will be capable of absorbing it all. Moreover, in the central region, there are voracious demon plants, which present a perfect opportunity to delay their awakening. Although 2/3 of the great mine has been seized by another formidable enemy, they too must awaken and maintain their combat strength. Furthermore, should they initiate a secondary awakening prematurely, it would require an immense amount of energy and resources, potentially disrupting their own plans. Seeing his analysis was well received, the others nodded in agreement. The enemy had left 1/3 of the ore veins for their secondary awakening, which was already a significant concession. Having taken 2/3, they likely incurred substantial costs. If the remaining resources were utilized for a secondary awakening, the adversary would need to weigh the worth of such an endeavor. Of course, if such a situation were to occur, there would be no recourse. At this juncture, Li Hao continued, I have arranged everything that needs to be said and done. Everyone, lend me your strength. I will need to enter seclusion for a while. Masters Tianjian, Ba Dao, and Bei Quan, I invite you to join me in this retreat. The others were somewhat taken aback, and Tianjian spoke up, we need manpower at this moment. Li Hao replied with a smile, it's fine. You esteemed seniors should focus on your martial arts. One less person does not make a difference. It's not as if your presence is essential to the main affairs. We are all martial enthusiasts, so it is fitting that we delve into the martial arts system together. As for the others, such as Ho Xiaoqing, Yao Si, and Director Zhou, they all had their own responsibilities, including Hong Yitong, who needed to promote his educational system. There was no surplus of time. Otherwise, their participation would have been welcome. Tianjin was uncertain whether he understood, but Yuan Shuo certainly did. He glanced at his disciple, feeling a slight urge to complain. As your teacher, I am capable of anything. Just give me a nation, and I can manage it well. Yet here we are. And this fellow Li Hao seems to look down on our capabilities. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that delving into martial arts was not a bad endeavor. Li Hao wasted no time and continued. The 3 major organizations likely have matters to attend to. Director Zhao should remain vigilant and keep a close watch. They aim to eliminate certain powerhouses, But as for who they are targeting, I can assure you it is highly unlikely to be me. I cannot confirm whether it will be Director Zhao either. It could involve other individuals. Let them occupy themselves. It is better than idleness. He added, furthermore, Director Zhou should send someone to the other 3 continents, where there are organizations or local militaries dissatisfied with the rule of the dukes. Let us assign them some tasks to ensure our peace for a while, especially in the eastern continent, where the Su family is weakened. The individuals who previously acted under my banner against the Su family should lend me their support to impede their progress. Having concluded these matters, Li Hao rose and said, Masters, let us proceed to the ruins for our training. Yuan Shuo chuckled and glanced at Hong Yitong and the others. Did you see that? This is what true master and disciple looks like. A few individuals turned a blind eye to the situation, while Li Hao expressed his thoughts candidly, remarking that the martial practitioners among them were rather inept, merely dabbling in martial arts. Off you go, off you go. Initially, Yuan Shuo did not mind, chuckling lightly, until he noticed a dog trailing behind, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Li Hao, is that dog coming along too? The Black Panther gazed at him with an air of innocence. What is the issue? I have nothing better to do, just like you all, eating and sleeping. And aside from fighting, I possess no other skills. If you're off to train, then so am I. Li Hao cleared his throat. Indeed. The Black Panther is also joining the training. Upon hearing this, Tianjin glanced around, unsure of what to observe. Bei Quan and Ba Dao exchanged glances, sensing a hint of discrimination. Though they were praised for their martial prowess, it felt more like an insinuation that they were idle, being invited to train alongside the others. Why did it feel so discomforting? Is Nan Quan not coming? At this moment, Tianjin murmured, Are we not slightly superior to Nan Quan? That fellow is no less useless. Nearby, Hong Yitong interjected solemnly. Nan Quan is the southern general. Guangming Jian represents the east, Ho Xiaoqing the north, and Yangshan the west. All have pressing matters to attend to. Nan Quan is currently quelling disturbances in the south. He has ingratiated himself with the royal family for decades, adept at navigating deceit and manipulation, conversing fluently with both men and spirits. There remains a southern king in the south, and he is capable of engaging with him. Moreover, having saved the 9th prince, he might persuade the southern king to lead an army across the South Sea to the southern continent. This is of paramount importance. Nan Quan is quite occupied. Guangming Jian, having served the Su family for 20 years, shares a similar plight. As for Yangshan, his situation is no different. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze to the group. Thus, it is truly only you few who find yourselves with leisure. Do not call upon Nan Quan. He is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities, subduing the south, managing the patrolling personnel, and negotiating with the southern king. He is busier than anyone else, his status rapidly ascending. Do not be under the impression that it is as it once was. Since Li Hao agreed to spare the 9th prince, Nan Quan has been diligently traversing the world. Look, he is so preoccupied that we have no idea of his current endeavors. Tianjin was taken aback. Meanwhile, Bei Quan was further astonished, exclaiming, He is suppressing the south? Is he capable of that? My younger brother, aside from his reckless behavior, can he truly maintain order in a region? Li Hao coughed lightly, chuckling. He should be capable. Senior Nan Quan is quite astute and well-connected. Aside from an incident decades ago where he dined and dashed, he is not as troublesome as you all make him out to be. The group felt a sense of helplessness. Who is targeting him? It is just that we are still unaccustomed to seeing him stand tall. A melancholic sentiment washed over them. To have come this far, only to find themselves beneath Nan Quan, it felt like a life wasted. Li Hao chuckled inwardly, seeking to stir them a bit, to provoke a sense of urgency and motivation. Each of them seemed solely proficient in combat, lacking in other skills. Otherwise, why would I be so burdened with worries and responsibilities? If only everyone possessed the versatility of Director Zhou and Lin Hongyu, capable of both combat and administrative tasks, adept at managing all matters efficiently, I would have far fewer troubles. Casually discarding a province, one can rest assured, with 99 provinces in the realm, dispatching 99 individuals would render the task remarkably effortless. Accompanied by a few melancholic elders, Li Hao made his way towards the relics. This location, rich in energy, would remain oblivious to any commotion, making it an ideal retreat for seclusion. As Li Hao and his companions entered the relics, a new cycle of meditation commenced. The entire Tianqing city, along with the central region, began to undergo rapid transformation. Tens of thousands of super beings commenced their journey towards the heart of the region, and soon, as winter approached the festive season, a multitude of super beings began their labor, constructing roads and erecting canopies. Countless citizens bore witness to this moment. At this juncture, news began to circulate. The barbarian governor from the north had reportedly captured Tianqing City, seizing the city of super beings and subjugating them into servitude. In this world, at least in the central region, it was, at this moment, under the surname Li. Thus, the transition was completed silently and seamlessly. Despite some unrest in the central region, the absence of a leader rendered others hesitant to reveal themselves. Many awaited the emergence of the three major organizations, only to be met with silence. The three organizations seemed to have vanished entirely. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship, tens of thousands of super beings congregated. Masked red moon super beings, cloaked flying super beings, and tattooed Yama super beings crowded together as the colossal vessel traversed silently through the darkness towards the north. Behind it, multiple ships followed suit. On the surface of the sea, a divine mountain surged forth, accompanying the vessels as they crossed the North Sea and entered northern territories. As for those in the central region who dared to challenge Li Hao, they were welcome to try. Further ahead, aboard a smaller ship, several powerful individuals convened. On the deck, Red Moon gazed into the distance and remarked, "Having been away from home for decades, do you yearn for it?" Beside him, the powerful figures remained silent. That direction was towards the silver moon. Like a celestial fairy, the sword fairy gazed quietly, her flowing gown billowing gracefully, before finally speaking. "Red Moon, in the end, this world still belongs to the silver moon. However, the true surname is uncertain. Could it still be Li? I find myself curious about your surname." Upon hearing this, Red Moon chuckled. "What do you mean? Do you bear the surname Li?" The sword fairy chuckled softly in response. "In this world, the Li surname is too numerous to count. Perhaps only one family belongs to the silver moon Li. It would be quite amusing if, in the end, it were merely an internal conflict within the Li family." Red Moon laughed lightly. "How could one think such a thing? I would never claim the surname Li. Beside them." The taciturn Yama interjected coldly. "That remains to be seen. Outsiders only know of the unification of the 7 veins. What if the 8 veins were to unite? Now, that would be intriguing." "Do not jest," Red Moon responded, exuding a particularly suave and ethereal charm, her smile radiant. "If I were to bear the surname Li, would there still be matters concerning Li Hao?" The others exchanged knowing smirks, remaining silent. Who could say? The reason for such musings was perhaps due to Red Moon's apparent lack of regard for the Li family bloodline, at least until now. He did not exhibit a fervent desire to seize the Li lineage, unless he possessed it himself. In the glow of the crimson moon, the silvery orb, and the silver moon, several individuals found themselves lost in thought, uncertain whether their return to the north would bear fruit or spell doom. The resplendent crimson moon, after all these years, remained an enigma. The formidable 9 divisions royal family, once regarded as a dire threat, had vanished without a trace, leaving a sense of disillusionment. All they could hope for was that this time, their return to the north would herald a resurgence capable of withstanding Li Hao. Enormous airships traversed the northern sea, signaling their arrival in the north. The 3 great organizations, having risen in the north, were making their grand return to the northern lands. Simultaneously, in the depths of the northern sea, within a grand mansion, a colossal golden bull opened its eyes and murmured, "The forbidden sea begins to boil." That rascal! Has he truly not mentioned the connection between the forbidden sea and the silver moon after all these days? What nonsense! With that, it opened its golden eyes wide, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth, following a hidden current to gaze into the distance, murmuring, "The forbidden sea roils, the main city emerges." The heavens are about to change. Without the suppression of the 8 main cities, calamity is inevitable. The formation established by the 8 main cities had been shattered. The small world reflected upon the main world, and the forbidden sea of the main world had consumed countless eons to maintain its suppression, with the remains of formidable beings lying within. Yet, why was the forbidden sea of the small world also beginning to boil? The golden bull pondered this with a sense of perplexity. By all accounts, the reflective power of the main world should not result in such turmoil, unless it dared not delve deeply into the implications. The situation was growing increasingly intricate. It sensed that the external space was becoming more stable. Perhaps, before long, the heavens and earth would awaken without the need for the explosion of the celestial star mine. In the final days of the year 1730 of the star element calendar, a gentle rain began to fall upon Silver City. It had been over 5 months since Li Hao last experienced such rainfall, and the previous occasion was a year and a half prior. The persistent drizzle in Silver City once again compressed the passage of time. The inhabitants had grown accustomed to such weather, yet this final rainfall of the year bore an unsettling scent of blood. Chapter 297. A New Era and New World. The celestial star town ruins, rich in energy, housed over 10 formidable demon plants. Along with Director Wang and several strong individuals clad in black armor, all engaged in secluded cultivation. Li Hao had not returned to Battle Heaven City to revive anyone. He was preoccupied and had no time for such endeavors. At present, thousands of soldiers remained in Celestial Star Town, with 5 in silver armor working to restore and reactivate the town. Many others were also cultivating in this energy-rich environment. Lu Long and his companions were among them. As this place was conducive to their training, Li Hao had consistently favored this first batch of demon hunting troops, often neglecting the notion of fairness. Meanwhile, beneath the ruins, the Imperial Guard swayed with newfound strength, having grown significantly more powerful, though still lacking the ascendance to immortality. Li Hao possessed some immortal wood that he intended to reserve for the Imperial Guard's advancement. A group of several individuals entered the ruins, making their way directly to the mines. Along the way, Yuan Shuo and others encountered remnants of the vanished super beings. In this sacred realm, several individuals, including those from the Dao Sword sect, engage in the pure practice of superpower cultivation, which necessitates an immense amount of energy. This place, for practitioners of superpowers, is indeed a sanctuary. Tianjin surveyed the surroundings and noticed a considerable number of people, some of whom appeared to be prisoners, confined within this location. He was aware that these individuals were likely brought back from the city of superpowers. Tianjin and his companions observed silently. Should an old scholar arrive, he might express dissatisfaction, but the martial artists of Silver Moon are merely common folk. To them, whether enemies are killed or imprisoned is inconsequential. At times, these martial artists are far more ruthless than Li Hao. At the entrance of the mine, Director Wang was in the midst of his training. Upon noticing Li Hao and his companions, he nodded curtly and departed, seemingly reluctant to engage with them further. Yuan Shuo paid this little mind, but Bei Quan murmured discontentedly about the lack of decorum. Li Hao shot him a glance. Recognizing that this old man was one who adhered to rules only when they served his interests, did he disapprove of Director Wang's behavior? After all, he was the one who had brought them from Silver Moon. Li Hao chuckled softly, remarking that everyone had their own motives. After all, Wang was a venerable elder, and it would be prudent for Bei Quan to exercise some courtesy. Bei Quan pondered this, grasping the implication. Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. He understood that old Wang had been in a foul mood lately, a consequence of discovering certain secrets, which led to his current state of depression, a sentiment Li Hao could empathize with. Meanwhile, He Kai was still acclimating to his new physical form, and Li Hao refrained from disturbing him. As for Li Hao himself, he had recently experienced a rupture in his spiritual consciousness that had yet to be reconstituted. His encounter with Ying Hongyue, where he failed to detain her, left him with a sense of regret. He believed that had he been at his peak strength, she might not have escaped. Gathering several esteemed elders to train alongside him was primarily aimed at reorganizing the martial arts system. Li Hao invited them to sit, and then settled into a meditative posture, as they all focused intently on him. He began. Martial arts commence from the realm of slashing 10, advancing to breaking 100 and fighting 1,000. At the fighting 1,000 level, the integration of momentum yields formidable lethality, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective. Prior to the resurgence of superpowers, fighting 1,000 was often referred to as the earthly immortal. The emergence of momentum signifies a revolution and is one of the most significant disparities between us and the ancient civilizations. The slashing 10 realm merely activates inner strength. Its manifestation indicates the slashing 10. Breaking 100 represents the external projection of this inner strength, both of which serve as the foundational nurturing of inner strength and the basis for a formidable physique. The audience nodded, recognizing these as fundamental concepts that Li Hao merely reiterated. Continuing, Li Hao elaborated, upon reaching fighting 1,000 and beyond, my master defined this as nurturing spirit, where momentum permeates the 5 internal organs. This is the essence of nurturing spirit. However, my teacher's understanding of nurturing spirit was somewhat limited. Yuan Shuo raised an eyebrow, silent but keen to hear Li Hao's insights. Li Hao continued, momentum manifests in myriad forms. It does not adhere to a singular interpretation. In truth, superpowers are also martial artists, and martial artists embody superpowers. This time, Yuan Shuo was displeased, frowning. Are you equating superpowers with martial artists? Li Hao affirmed. Superpowers are bestowed with tremendous advantages and possess innate momentum. I have previously stated that momentum exists in various forms. The cultivation of skills and the comprehension of momentum represent human momentum. Contemplating the universe, one recognizes the inherent forces bestowed by nature. When the heavens and earth endow humanity with innate power, it too constitutes a form of celestial influence. Techniques such as earth escape, wind manipulation, flight, insight, instantaneous movement, explosive force, and immense strength. Aren't they all manifestations of power? A few exchanged glances, pondering deeply, when Ba Dao, with a serious demeanor, opined, I believe so. However, these extraordinary abilities are not employed with finesse. They grasp the essence, but not the underlying principles. Nevertheless, it undeniably represents a form of power. Power, in essence, signifies mastery over the cosmos. Those who can harmonize with nature and transform into its myriad forms possess an innate gift, a celestial force that is inherently theirs. The group fell into contemplation. Li Hao continued, thus, superpowers and martial masters are fundamentally alike. The distinction lies in one aspect. Superpowers possess a limited understanding of this force. Lacking profound insight, they have inherent power but are unaware of its application. The modern human race, endowed with superpower locks, has these very locks sealing their innate force. Yuan Shuo and others merely listened, refraining from further interjections. Li Hao elaborated. Consequently, these two paths ultimately converge and interrelate, albeit with differing initial directions. Upon reaching the realm of combat, martial masters cultivate spirit, while superpowers embody the three yang energies. The similarities between these two are scant. However, as one progresses, martial masters integrate spirit, while superpowers radiate brilliance. Yuan Shuo raised an eyebrow. The commonalities are indeed few. Nay, Li Hao countered. In fact, the similarities are numerous. At this moment, the brilliance has unlocked the superpower locks of the limbs, while the martial master at the spirit integration stage is saturating these very locks. Though they appear to be diametrically opposed, they represent a complete development and utilization of the superpower locks. Li Hao continued, at this juncture, the two paths have already begun to merge. As one advances further, both are engaged in the development of the vital organs, transitioning into the martial master's unlocking phase. While superpowers also embark on the same journey, the group remained attentive. Li Hao further mused, thus, I entertain the notion that if one ignites the superpower's understanding of their innate force, could it not be said that superpowers are, in essence, pure martial masters? Of course, the so-called martial masters who cultivate their hearts and grasp the force may not necessarily be martial masters themselves, yet that is of little consequence. Today's discourse revolves around the development and application of power. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow. Please be direct. What outcome and conclusion do you seek? Li Hao smiled. The conclusion is that these two paths are, in truth, one. At their core, they revolve around the development of the superpower locks. And who decreed that these should be termed superpower locks? I believe they ought to be referred to as the Dao veins. Dao veins. The group felt a momentary shock. Li Hao affirmed. Indeed, the veins of the great path. The strong of the new martial era perceive our contemporary human race as feeble. However, they are mistaken. The people of this new era are, in fact, favored by the heavens and earth. I suspect this is connected to the birth of consciousness alongside the heavens and earth. If one were to consider it, our era's human race may very well be the original humanity born from the cosmos, each individual a natural embodiment of the Tao. Upon hearing this, the group could scarcely believe their ears. The human race of this era appears frail, their physical forms pitiful compared to those of the new martial race. Yet Li Hao asserts that the human race of this era possesses advantages unparalleled by any preceding age. Li Hao continued, strictly speaking, perhaps it should be considered in this manner. We can actually compare our current era with the initial martial age preceding the new martial era. Everyone has the opportunity to attain the great path and ascend to greater heights. The emergence of this new realm has unveiled the Tao veins within all of us, sealing our potential within. Heaven has endowed this era of humanity with distinct assets, a profound foundation of Tao veins. Yuan Shuo murmured. Everyone possesses the veins of the great path. Are you implying that the Tao veins are imbued with force and energy, which are the very essence of martial arts? Li Hao nodded once more. Thus, the martial arts of this era are termed the initial martial arts. Had the initial martial arts not been overshadowed by the era preceding the new martial age, perhaps this period would also be known as the initial martial age. Li Hao smiled. The new martial arts emerged many years after the initial martial arts, no longer created by the first generation of humanity possessing Tao veins. The future generations, through accumulation and refinement, have made the new martial arts truly magnificent and remarkable. In my view, the initial martial arts should possess even greater advantages. The crowd remained silent, merely listening intently. In the distance, others were also eavesdropping. Director Wang was listening. Even deeper, Zhang An was listening. The Tao veins, the initial martial arts. Alongside the burgeoning realm of humanity, the heavens and earth have gained consciousness, thus granting humanity of this era more advantages. What they perceive as weaknesses, Li Hao interprets as tremendous advantages. Is it not so? In this moment, even the monstrous plants were quietly listening. Li Hao's voice, carried by the wind, reached their ears. Even the black panther opened its eyes, ceasing its consumption of energy, and listened silently to Li Hao's words. These were not lofty declarations, merely a rebranding of superpowers. Yet, the implications were entirely different. The Tao veins, martial masters, and superpowers have two distinct approaches. Martial masters gradually extract energy from the Tao veins to nurture and strengthen them, whereas superpowers employ more violent methods, directly siphoning energy without nurturing or reciprocation. The heavenly sword spoke solemnly. According to the methods of divine script cultivation, everything can ultimately be integrated into the divine script. But what is the divine script? The divine script is a medium through which the Tao veins manifest in the world. Li Hao replied with a smile. Tao veins exist inherently, but remain concealed. Force is essentially a manifestation. Martial masters present it through force, while superpowers exhibit it through divine abilities. And now, what advantage do we gain by presenting it through divine script? Li Hao continued. The advantage lies in the fact that force is invisible and divine abilities are imperceptible. They are merely a subconscious application of perception. However, the divine script can be transformed into a tangible entity, materializing the abstract. This presents an immense benefit. If something exists only in theory, it is challenging to manifest. Yet, with a physical form, even imitation allows us to replicate it to some extent. This signifies that we can directly apply the Tao veins to martial arts. Yuan Shuo nodded. Recognizing that force, divine script, and divine abilities had been unified by Li Hao into a singular existence. The Tao veins contain everything. At that moment, Li Hao chuckled softly. And amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the fire energy within him suddenly vanished entirely. He gently instructed, everyone, perceive the force, do not look with your eyes. The crowd promptly closed their eyes, and the force manifested itself. At this moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. Li Hao's heart raced violently, and in that heartbeat, all the fire energy was compressed and converged into a singularity, ultimately coalescing into a fierce tiger enveloped in flames. In the next instant, a chain materialized. The once shattered super energy lock was suddenly reformed, and then it vanished, retreating into his heart, slipping into the void, and entering the realm of House Star. Do you see this? Yuan Shuo was momentarily taken aback. A super energy martial artist. Li Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this explains why certain super energies can still transform into martial artists. In truth, the two are interconnected and can naturally interchange. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow. No. Their transformation is not like this. How were you able to effortlessly revert it? Li Hao chuckled. The House Star realm. To me, it represents a relative universe. The ultimate sanctuary for every super energy lock, a universe of the Tao. Here, super energy locks can enter, and forces can also enter, allowing for seamless energy transformation and the intertwining of force and super energy. Because both are the Tao, Badeo appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had suddenly grasped something profound, the universe of the Tao. Gradually, a surge of super energy manifested within him, akin to spiritual power. In no time, this force transformed into pure momentum, switching between force and super energy, without the aid of inscriptions. After a while, a divine inscription blade materialized in his hand. At this moment, both super energy and momentum had vanished. Li Hao continued, "Thus, I now wish to revert to my original state, to become an ordinary person." As he spoke, the fragmented super energy locks began to restore themselves. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, these super energy locks gradually reintegrated into his organs and limbs before vanishing completely. Li Hao's aura suddenly dissipated, rendering him akin to an ordinary individual. At that instant, even the hidden observers were taken aback. Could it be that he truly managed to fully conceal his essence, transforming into an ordinary person? Yuan Shuo observed quietly for a long time before inquiring, "What advantages does returning to your original state provide, aside from concealing your aura?" Li Hao smiled and nodded. "Certainly, Master. This way, I can once again cultivate from the state of an ordinary person." Yuan Shuo frowned, questioning its significance. Li Hao stood up, saying, "Master, allow me to demonstrate for you. Pay close attention." With that, he leaped like a monkey, absorbing waves of energy that nourished his physical body. Suddenly, internal strength surged forth within him, enhancing his physique. In no time, Li Hao transformed into a martial artist of the 10th realm, manifesting internal energy. Yuan Shuo still perceived no notable difference, and at that moment, a super energy lock appeared within Li Hao's heart, suddenly disintegrating. A divine inscription slowly emerged, gradually revealing a fierce tiger. Yuan Shuo and the others frowned in confusion, still unable to comprehend what this signified. What could it possibly mean? At that moment, Li Hao felt an overwhelming urge to present his heart to them, and seeing their unwavering gaze, he could only helplessly state, "Gentlemen, you are not merely observing the aura. Rather, you should be focusing on the fluctuations of my heart. After achieving the status of a 10th level martial master, I shattered a superpower lock. Have you not realized that the energy released from this shattered superpower lock, through the transformation of divine texts, has completely integrated into my heart, thereby enhancing it?" The group was momentarily taken aback, prompting them to scrutinize him once more. Indeed, Li Hao's heart was beating at an extraordinary pace, simultaneously drawing energy from the superpower lock and absorbing internal force. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before articulating, "Are you implying that if we were ordinary individuals who first cultivated martial arts to strengthen our internal force, then manifested a superpower lock, subsequently shattering it, we could, as martial masters, cultivate both superpower and internal force, using divine texts as the foundation? Thus, in our weaker years, we could enhance our organs and physique?" Li Hao nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. It is an intertwined process. Internal force nurtures the physical body. In fact, I have discovered that this internal force is not solely a natural product of the human body. It also contains energy from the dual universe. At the moment of internal force's emergence, if we then shatter the superpower lock, previously, superpowers would engulf and consume internal force. However, by enveloping the superpower with divine texts and releasing it gradually, we can avoid such a scenario, allowing both to coexist. The shattering of the superpower lock opens a dual space, enabling internal force to absorb even greater energy, thus fortifying ourselves. This presents an entirely new method of cultivation." Yuan Shuo mused. However, the simultaneous cultivation of superpower and internal force may present a challenge, increasing the difficulty. Li Hao shook his head. "On the contrary, it becomes easier. As long as one masters the techniques outlined in the divine texts, it becomes simpler. They complement each other, making the process of cultivation more manageable and naturally. One would gain control over the aura. Consequently, everyone would be able to harness it, even if one lacks mastery over the manipulation of aura. As long as one can grasp the divine texts, the aura can be commanded. The aura is ephemeral, and so are the divine powers. Everything can be substituted with divine texts." Li Hao continued, "Thus, an individual need only master two types of techniques, one for cultivating the secrets of internal force, and another for consolidating the secrets of divine texts. Mastering these two will allow for the perfect development of oneself. For a cultivator, two techniques are not excessive." Yuan Shuo responded gravely, "So, from now on, can we entirely assess a martial master's strength based on the quantity of divine texts, or the strength of all cultivators? A direct path to the supreme realm? Quantity is but one aspect." Li Hao elucidated, "There is also quality." "Quality?" At this, The group turned their attention to Li Hao, who explained that the quality of divine texts is intrinsically linked to the superpower locks. There exist superpower locks of varying strengths, and the divine texts produced from locks of different intensities vary accordingly. The reason you have not perceived a difference is that all divine texts were formed only after saturating the superpower locks. Hence, the disparity in quality is naturally minimal. At this juncture, Li Hao smiled. However, after I manifested countless superpower locks, it becomes evident that the strength of these locks is distinctly different. The audience listened intently as Li Hao articulated his thoughts. He possessed many ideas, yet they had not fully crystallized into a cohesive system. Yuan Shuo and several others continuously interjected, either with inquiries or supplementary comments. In the end, Li Hao concluded, in summary, the distinction from before lies in the fact that prior to reaching the realm of divine powers, one could engage in dual cultivation, whereas upon attaining divine powers, one could practice mutual cultivation, culminating in unity. Martial artists must complete the supplement of momentum, while superpowers require the internalization of strength. Bei Quan expressed his frustration. This classification is overly complicated. For many, dual cultivation is not an advisable concept. Is there no simpler alternative? Both martial artists and those with superpowers actually desire a more straightforward, foolproof method of cultivation. Li Hao was taken aback. After a moment's reflection, he found merit in the observation. He then delved into contemplation, pondering for an extended period. Superpower locks, typically imperceptible to the average person, remain unobservable. However, these locks connect to a secondary realm. Each superpower lock is akin to a cavern. This, in fact, can be vaguely sensed. Whenever a devouring force manifests, careful observation reveals glimpses of its existence. Thus, as long as one can connect to the second space, the 5-animal breathing method could be employed. He recalled some previous experiments. Suddenly, Li Hao exclaimed, there exists an intuitive approach. Behind each superpower lock lies a dual universe, teeming with energy, connecting to the human body. A single superpower lock equates to a cavern. Once a secret technique is employed to extract energy, a devouring force can be generated. If we regard this cavern as a part of the human body, akin to acupoints, then each acupoint corresponds to a meridian and each acupoint to a lock. Unlocking one acupoint will yield a noticeable enhancement in power. Internal energy, vitality, momentum, and divine texts all reside within these acupoints. Drawing a deep breath, Li Hao continued, furthermore, there lies another advantage. One can segment a superpower lock. Through certain methods, a single superpower lock can undergo multiple divisions in cultivation. For instance, a single lock could open 9 orifices, extracting energy in portions without causing bodily rupture. The initial stages of cultivation could become significantly more manageable and accessible. Once all 9 orifices are unlocked, the superpower lock would be fully activated, releasing all its energy. The more he spoke, the more invigorated he became. For example, the 5-animal secret technique can indeed develop 5 organs, each represented by a superpower lock. However, to open them all simultaneously would be fatal. Opening one at a time is also challenging. By dividing a single lock into 10 orifices and unlocking them sequentially, once all 10 orifices are opened, a superpower lock will be completely developed. During this process, a challenge arises concerning the difficulty of segmentation. Yuan Shuo interjected. In fact, segmentation can be achieved. Divine text does not necessarily require the immediate consumption of all superpower locks. It can be delineated gradually. For instance, once a superpower lock is partially opened, one can sketch a bit of text to serve as a portal that seals the vulnerabilities of the superpower lock. Li Hao contemplated this for a moment, nodded in agreement, and refrained from further discussion, opting instead to experiment. He endeavored to slightly open a superpower lock, subsequently inscribing part of a character, discovering that it was indeed feasible. The divine text can effectively seal vulnerabilities while naturally releasing energy. In this manner, Li Hao became increasingly exhilarated, for it signified that the path of cultivation could be entirely deconstructed for individual practice. Ba Dao then spoke. Not all superpower locks will embody potential. For instance, the superpower locks of the limbs. Hence, in my view, the path can be divided into 2 categories, one that is purely strength, and another that encompasses both potential and divine abilities. Li Hao nodded once more, affirming, indeed, but is such a distinction truly necessary? Absolutely, Ba Dao countered, shaking his head. While they will eventually converge, it is crucial to differentiate them during this process. This differentiation can yield two distinct systems, one dedicated to the cultivation of attribute-less, potential-less superpower locks, which is considerably simpler, and another that involves superpower locks imbued with potential and attributes, which is slightly more challenging. You must strive to completely distinguish between these two types of superpower locks. Li Hao's mind was suddenly overwhelmed. He gazed at Ba Dao, and after a moment, grinned awkwardly. "Are you jesting, Senior Ba Dao? How could that possibly be done? There are so many superpower locks. Am I to sort through each one?" "Of course," Ba Dao replied with utmost seriousness. "In the realm of cultivation, there is no room for missteps. Since you have proposed this new system, it is your responsibility to refine it. You must identify all superpower locks, regardless of their strength, and categorize them. How many possess attributes, how many lack them, where each corresponds, how to cultivate them, and how to connect to the second universe. This is imperative." After a brief pause, he added, "Rest assured, we will assist you." Li Hao felt a throbbing headache. He had merely wished for a rough classification, something that would suffice in broad strokes. Yet Ba Dao insisted otherwise. Yuan Shuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Li Hao, martial practice can lead to fatal outcomes at any moment." Ba Dao's words held significant truth. If one were to dissect the matter piece by piece, otherwise, the unresolved issues of the present might become insurmountable for others in the future. As the discoverer and pioneer, if you do not clarify the overarching problems, others will find it challenging to resolve them. There exists a dichotomy. Attribute-less energy strengthens the physical body, while attribute-infused energy enhances divine abilities. Consequently, future cultivation paths could be broadly classified into two types: those endowed with strong divine abilities due to superior talent, and those pursuing the path of physicality, perhaps due to lesser talent or cognitive challenges. Yuan Shuo contemplated further and remarked, "Potential and divine text, no matter how clearly you articulate them, there will always be those who fail to comprehend. Some brutes prefer to resort to brawling. Regardless of how much you explain, they will remain oblivious. So what shall we do?" With a smile, he continued, "Then let them not practice divine text, but instead focus on the physical body and meridians, specializing in these relatively simpler superpower locks." Li Hao inhaled deeply. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. Over the past few days, he had contemplated extensively, but had not truly considered a thorough differentiation. Yet now, the Silver Moon martial artists were eager for him to identify and locate all superpower locks, categorizing them one by one. Was this truly a task for a mere mortal? Just as Li Hao hesitated, a voice emerged from the depths of the mind. "You may first materialize all the superpower locks within you, and I will assist you in constructing the model." A solitary figure stepped forth into the void. The black armor calmly declared, "Construct a human model. Create entities from the void, and precisely locate the super energy locks." Naturally, one individual may exhibit certain discrepancies. Thus, it is essential for others to contribute in refining the process, ensuring positional consistency. Let us commence with the locking of all super energy lock positions. At this moment, the black armor displayed remarkable initiative, adding, "Once locked, we shall differentiate based on attributes." The path of cultivation indeed follows certain principles. It is not a haphazard endeavor. Ultimately, there may emerge distinctive aspects that allow for the assessment of any errors that may arise. Regardless of the path taken, cultivation invariably progresses along a set of rules. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. "Why has the director emerged?" Zhang replied with a tranquil demeanor, "I find your discourse rather intriguing. The pursuit of new paths is a desire shared by many. My grandfather once delighted in such explorations. What you propose is, in truth, not overly complex. In the past, the Blood Emperor's former incarnation, the War Emperor, attempted countless combinations in pursuit of a martial strategy, secluding himself for millennia. You are merely in the initial stages of locking a few super energy lock positions. Surely, the super energy locks are not infinite. There must be a finite number, perhaps 10,000, 100,000. It merely requires time." Li Hao shook his head. "It is not merely time, it is energy. One must draw upon boundless energy to manifest the entirety. Do you lack it? My physical form is not sufficiently robust. In this process, you can absorb energy from what you call the second universe, simultaneously fortifying your physique." Li Hao chuckled, finding Zhang En's enthusiasm surpassing his own. Yet, Zhang En remained earnest. "This is a fortuitous opportunity. You previously mentioned that the Tao veins are birthed alongside the consciousness of heaven and earth. This concept alone is fascinating and likely holds truth. I ought not to underestimate the human race of this era. Perhaps you are correct in asserting that you are all inherently Tao bodies. If that is the case, in this age of innate Tao bodies, if you can bridge the connection between your so-called star realm and this era, dismantling the barriers between them, Li Hao, your future will be bright. At that moment, Director Wang gracefully approached, smiling broadly. Li Hao, should you not express your gratitude to your master uncle? He is a formidable figure at the Heavenly King level, and having him construct your model and establish a cosmic human entity will yield extraordinary results. This is an immensely significant opportunity for you to enhance your own system. Your master uncle is, after all, an educator and quite adept at guiding students. Director Wang continued. Now is the time to construct the human model of the new era's human race. Gather a cadre of powerful martial artists and super beings, including those from specialized systems, to perfect all model structures. Once this is accomplished, you will be recognized as the progenitor of the Tao. Li Hao now possessed both the conditions and opportunity. Delay might mean losing the chance. Li Hao glanced at the black armor and, after a moment's contemplation, said, I shall give it a try. Thank you, Director. But, the black armor interjected lightly, there is no but. If you conceive it, execute it. I am genuinely curious as to what the human race of this era would resemble if they truly reached the pinnacle of their potential. Will they indeed surpass the new Marshal? I find it hard to believe that the new Marshal could be transcended by you. It is merely a realm of small worlds. Li Hao smiled. The essence of the universe does not lie in its size, but in its completeness. The newly born realm is indeed superior. The path to enlightenment is more apparent, and the consciousness of this world is in its infancy, rendering many aspects more intuitive. In the years to come, such an opportunity may no longer exist. Is it complete? The figure in the dark armor pondered briefly before inquiring, is this realm whole? At that moment, Director Wang interjected, I cannot say for certain, but if we could entirely sever our connection to the main world, there is a possibility of achieving completeness. Yet, has that separation occurred? The 8 cities formation has been shattered, and the Star Gate has been sealed, which does indeed provide hope for a complete severance. With this thought, the dark-armored figure raised an eyebrow. However, there lies a prerequisite. The world must grow naturally. The Silver Moon realm is merely a reflection of the main world, and many elements are simply imitations, lacking true essence and spirit. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Li Hao, filled with curiosity, asked, what does it mean to possess true essence and spirit? The dark-armored figure explained. For instance, this world's Tsongshan mountain exists in the main world as well. Yet the Tsongshan here lacks spiritual energy. It is merely a pile of replicas. This is true for the entire realm, which is merely a facsimile. The same applies to other locations, such as the Forbidden Sea of this world, which is but a reflection. It is not the true Forbidden Sea. The true emergence of the Forbidden Sea is a different matter altogether. In that moment, Li Hao paused, as if he had forgotten something significant. After a while, he spoke. Previously, in Beihai, I heard a descendant of the demon subduing envoy mention that currently, in Silver Moon, the underground Forbidden Sea permeates the universe, exhibiting some unusual activity. The dark-armored figure was taken aback, and after a moment, turned to Li Hao. When did this occur? It seems to have been recently. Why did you not mention this sooner? I am unfamiliar with the Forbidden Sea and have never seen it. I only observed a pit where a celestial golden lotus grew, so I did not pay it much mind. A celestial golden lotus grew? The dark-armored figure was once again astonished. Gazing at Li Hao, how could a reflection of the Forbidden Sea bear a celestial golden lotus? Li Hao, taken aback, looked toward Director Wang, exclaiming, I believe I mentioned this to you. Director Wang also appeared stunned, taking a moment to respond. Indeed, it is quite normal for the Forbidden Sea to bear celestial golden lotuses, is it not? The dark-armored figure replied calmly. That was in the past. Now that the Star Gate is sealed, how could it grow? There is neither a source nor the power of the main world reflected here. The current Forbidden Sea ought to be akin to a stinking ditch. How could it possibly yield a celestial golden lotus? Do you not comprehend this as well? Director Wang's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that? The dark-armored figure sighed softly. The world has been opened. The main world has completely severed its ties. Director Wang trembled slightly, murmuring, does that mean we can never return? Perhaps the small world has entirely departed from the influence of the main world. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Some information has been inadvertently overlooked by us previously. The dark armored figure stated calmly. Perhaps so. For us, this is a calamity. Yet for Li Hao and his companions, it is a new opportunity. The world has truly been reborn. A new realm has emerged, a complete new world. Everything is in the process of renewal. Li Hao, this is your chance. At this point, there was a hint of bitterness in the air as he softly added. In the near future, the world may give birth to a plethora of celestial materials and treasures, generating abundant energy, as the consciousness of the realm may actively draw upon the power of the universe. This equates to the emergence of a newly opened world, akin to the era of the 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns, which will undoubtedly yield a new generation of extraordinary beings. Li Hao swallowed hard, remaining silent at that moment. For a long time, he finally spoke. Will there be other troubles? Of course, replied the black armor with calmness. The troubles are immense, and indeed, they are your troubles. The second revival will spiral out of control, and the Forbidden Sea will thoroughly upend the entire continent. Some deities from the Silver Moon world that were obliterated may seize the chance to resurrect. Ancient beings will emerge, and countless formidable forces will rise as the consciousness of the universe is reborn. Everything will begin anew. Li Hao, if you fail to seize this opportunity, you will become the cannon fodder of this era. A new age will dawn, a new world will be born. Perhaps a sovereign of the world will emerge. Along with a ruler of all beings, a new king of humanity, and a new demon king. All will have to start afresh. He raised his gaze to the heavens. The new martial realm has been entirely severed from this world. In an instant, the few present were stirred in their thoughts. Meanwhile, Black Armor, the demonic plants, and Director Wong were all beset by unease. The new martial realm is utterly isolated. Black Armor closed his eyes in silence. Was this an accident or a foregone conclusion? Or were those who orchestrated this event back, then deliberately waiting for an opportunity? The silver moon that has not detached is merely a subordinate world. A completely detached silver moon, however, is a different matter. That is a new world, even if feeble. It is a nascent realm with a different significance. No wonder the emergence of the second layer of the cosmic path of humanity. It turns out this world is forging a new path, a genuine new path, not the minor world path I previously speculated, but rather the path of a new universe. At this moment, Black Armor was overwhelmed with thoughts, pondering his own fate. Chapter 298. Joyful cultivation. Where Black Armor would go, Li Hao did not know. He only understood that the universe had gained consciousness and had completely severed ties with the main world. What follows may bring a series of upheavals, but it will also present a myriad of opportunities. As for whether Li Hao could grasp these opportunities, he was uncertain. The so-called resurrection of deities was something Li Hao had not truly considered. With so many powerful beings in the new martial realm, he hardly had time to concern himself with deities. As if sensing Li Hao's thoughts, as if being scrutinized once more, Black Armor abruptly awakened from his confusion and said, "Do not underestimate the deities of this world. In the past, they may have seemed insignificant, but now, with the world closed off and reborn, the old gods are revitalized. If the chance arises, they will become the deities of the new world, representing the essence of the cosmos." He spoke slowly. At that time, mountains and rivers will possess spirits, plants and trees will possess spirits, everything will have spirit. Isn't that the same as the demonic race? Li Hao questioned, perplexed. Is there a distinction? Black Armor shook his head. They are different. The demonic race is the demonic race. Spirits are spirits. Spirits may seize the essence of the world, commanding the path of the cosmos. For instance, in the newly born world, as myriad paths intertwine, perhaps spirits will become the sovereign of one of those paths, such as the fire god or the water god, these elemental spirits. Li Hao furrowed his brow. In the new martial era, are there such spirits? Or rather, did the initial martial era give birth to such deities? Black Armor replied calmly. The new martial realm has not seen such spirits that fully command a path. For even in the initial martial era, the consciousness of our world, the seed, had already gained awareness. Before this, no one knew if there had been another civilization's downfall. Unlike now, when the consciousness of the world has just emerged. In the era of the new martial arts, the consciousness of the world had long existed. Even before the dawn of the initial martial arts. Perhaps the initial martial arts was not the first era, In a time even more distant, civilizations had arisen, only to be obliterated. Yet, in this new world, this new consciousness, it remains the very first. Under normal circumstances, a world that is truly normal would have already developed consciousness, while the nascent world is one that few have experienced. Li Hao understood. The elder meant that the demon race must also cultivate, while spirits do not need to. Born to wield a certain path, to command mountains and rivers. To govern the earth, am I correct? Perhaps. The black armor shook his head. I have not experienced it, so I cannot be certain. However, I once ventured into another universe, lived in another world for a time, and fought there. In that realm, there were similar spirits, indigenous deities. Li Hao was taken aback. He glanced at him. Outside the new martial world, the elder has visited other worlds? Indeed. Li Hao was quite astonished. Unable to believe. Wasn't it said that the universe is vast? In the era of the new martial arts, for survival and the preservation of hope, under the guidance of the Sword Sovereign, a group of young people ventured into the chaotic universe, inadvertently entering a new world. What of that world now? Li Hao was astounded. He had thought the new martial world was the first great world known, though rumors spoke of an impending enemy, possibly the second. To his surprise, the elder before him had ventured into other realms. It has vanished. Vanished? Li Hao questioned, puzzled by the meaning. The black armor chuckled. That world faced certain crises, which we eventually resolved. Later, the human king sought to engage in dialogue with the world as consciousness, and they allowed us to depart. However, as fellow sovereigns of their respective worlds, there exists a notion of mutual devouring. The other party chose to retreat, disappearing into the vast expanse of the universe. Li Hao scratched his head. Is that so? A new world must have been highly tempting for the human king. Did he really allow them to leave? You are quite the gossip. The black armor laughed, noting that at that time, the human king may not have been able to rival them. Moreover, for the human king, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. There was no animosity between them, and thus the human king would not initiate an invasion. The possibility of not being able to rival them might indeed be the crux of the matter. At this moment, Li Hao felt a mixture of envy and anticipation. So, in this vast universe, many worlds still exist? Indeed. How intriguing. Li Hao expressed his hope. I also wish to one day venture forth. The black armor smiled. If one could become the sovereign of a world, there would naturally be opportunities to explore beyond. However, if one cannot achieve that, it becomes exceedingly difficult. For the consciousness of a world harbors a subconscious. One cannot carry away the energy of the world. What do you mean? It means that everything you cultivate now is energy bestowed upon you by the world. If you take away energy, the more powerful you become and the more you take. It signifies one thing. The energy of the world diminishes. The black armor continued. Thus, the stronger the consciousness of a world, the less likely it is to permit its powerful beings to leave. Otherwise, the world would weaken. Thus, in the year when the primary world birthed the silver moon, expending countless energies, it was expected that under normal circumstances, these energies would be reclaimed. Given the character of the human king, it would have been remarkable if he did not seize what belonged to others, let alone the fact that it was taken from him. Though it cannot be termed as theft, the loss of energy from the primary world was indeed due to the silver moon. To reclaim it was only natural. However, the human king relinquished this claim, choosing instead to allow it to remain, for he wished to bestow it upon the Sword Sovereign. This was something Li Hao was aware of. He had witnessed their dialogue in the City of War, observing the exchange between the Blood Emperor and his own ancestor. So it was. Li Hao nodded, suddenly exclaiming, in the new martial era, does your departure not imply that you also took away the energy of the primary world? Indeed. Black Armor affirmed with a nod. Yet we are not exceptionally powerful. What we took would not concern the human king. The world, in fact, draws energy from the cosmos itself. We are not supreme beings, and the energy we extracted is minimal, capable of natural restoration. However, the energy consumed in the creation of a small world is exceedingly vast, and its recovery is arduous, potentially requiring countless ages. Now it became clear to Li Hao. In that moment, he couldn't help but glance at Black Armor once more. This individual had once wandered through other realms alongside his ancestor, suggesting a close relationship. Yet, the apparent lack of enthusiasm towards him was curious. After all, he was merely a descendant of the Sword Sovereign from countless years past. Black Armor seemed to sense this again and remarked calmly, moreover, strictly speaking, the Sword Sovereign has no descendants. Li Hao was taken aback, casting a glance at Black Armor before finally asking, "What do you mean?" Black Armor explained, "The Sword Sovereign never married throughout his life. Even until the disappearance of the new martial era, he had no wife or children. Hence, how could there be descendants?" Li Hao was astonished. At that moment, he was not alone. Others were equally bewildered. What did this mean? If the Sword Sovereign had no descendants, then from where did the Li family originate? At this point, Director Wang himself appeared intrigued, seemingly unaware of this situation. Black Armor remained composed. The Sword Sovereign devoted his entire life to the new martial era. In his youth, he was filled with ambition. In his middle age, he fell into despair, reduced to managing a warehouse at the Demon Martial Academy, enduring great hardships. During the most radiant era of his life, he spent 10 years forging a single sword. He was devoted to the sword alone. And the Human King saved the Sword Sovereign, just as the Sword Sovereign saved the Human King. They supported each other through difficult times. All of this indicates that the Sword Sovereign had no interest in marriage or fatherhood. Li Hao swallowed hard. He felt a wave of despair. Not because of the significance of this revelation, but because he believed that this figure was his ancestor, and now he found himself in such a predicament. Black Armor continued. Of course, the Sword Sovereign was not without kin. He had brothers. The Sword Sovereign's biological brother had a granddaughter, the Sword Sovereign's niece, who was the only legitimate bloodline of the third generation of the Li family. The Sword Sovereign's nephew passed away early, leaving no children. And that one granddaughter was raised as if she were his own. Li Hao stood there, mouth agape, speechless. Suddenly, Black Armor laughed. "I almost forgot to mention. My sister and I, along with your ancestor and our principal, were all part of the same cohort of demon martial students." Li Hao's mouth fell open again. How fascinating this connection was. Heike chuckled once more. As for her husband, he is also one of our cohort, a fellow student. Thus, you may consider yourselves as the direct descendants of the Sword Sovereign. Though there may be slight discrepancies, it is almost indistinguishable. Li Hao gaped, taking a moment before responding. "So, you mean to say that our ancestor from the Li family is actually the grandniece of the Sword Sovereign, and not a true member of the Li family? How can that be?" Heike replied with a smile. "In a sense, yes. The Sword Sovereign did indeed treat her as if she were his own blood." "Very well." Li Hao sighed in resignation. "It turns out this lineage is not as direct as I had thought. I was under the impression that the Sword Sovereign was genuinely our direct ancestor. Shouldn't we refer to this individual as our great ancestor instead? How then do we carry the surname Li?" Li Hao posed the question, to which Heike responded with exasperation. "Isn't it quite normal for the grandniece of the Sword Sovereign, raised as a granddaughter, to bear the surname Li? Young man, we must embrace gender equality. Do you not understand?" Li Hao nodded, realization dawning upon him. "That makes sense. With such an illustrious ancestor in our midst, my female ancestor's husband, the male ancestor, would likely not dare to claim the surname." Heike was left speechless, while Li Hao lamented, "After all this, it seems we are not truly the descendants of the Sword Sovereign, which explains much." "Explains what?" Heike inquired. "Explains why the elders do not treat me with great courtesy," Li Hao replied. Heike felt a surge of frustration, thinking to herself, "Am I not courteous to you? If it weren't for the connection to the Sword Sovereign, I would have long since put you in your place. Moreover, even without that connection, your ancestor was still my classmate, which makes our relationship quite close." At that moment, Li Hao pondered, what about the Ninth Master and that rebellious Li Daoing? How are we any different? Are they a collateral branch? Having collateral branches implies a main lineage. Do we consider ourselves the main lineage? Heike nodded. Back in the day, the Sword Sovereign paid little attention to this side of Jian City. Primarily, it was your ancestor, my classmate, who was in charge. Eventually, a few children were born, with the eldest inheriting the title of Lord of Jian City, which constitutes the so-called main lineage. Others sought their fortunes elsewhere, giving rise to the collateral branches. The lineage of Li Daozong and his kin is, in fact, descended from the second son of my classmate, thus categorizing them as collateral branches. Continuing, Heike remarked, "Most families are alike. However, the distinction between main and collateral branches is merely a jest. In this new era of martial arts, opportunities abound. Remaining in the main city does not necessarily equate to superiority. It is merely a small world. Some collateral branches may thrive in the main world, finding greater prospects." "Oh, I see." Li Hao paused again. "But why do the 8 great families' main lineages reside outside the main city, in Silver City?" Heike cast him a glance and after a moment replied, "You ask me? How would I know? Li Hao quickly turned to Director Wang, who also belonged to a collateral branch of the Wang family. Expressing his confusion, Director Wang, you are in the main city. Why are we not? Director Wang chuckled lightly. It's quite normal. What? Director Wang replied incredulously. I mean, it's perfectly normal. Everyone knew back then that the main city was bound to perish, lacking energy. It would eventually seal itself off. Thus, the main family took their people and left, seeking to preserve a glimmer of hope by passing down the key. The main city was essentially a dead end, merely a waiting ground for death. The mission of the Battle Sky Army was to remain behind, but it was unavoidable. Those who stayed behind were left with no other choice. In order to ensure the continuation of the bloodline and to preserve the key to the Stargate, the 8 prominent families emerged. However, Li Hao harbored a lingering question. Why was the Wang family's key not taken outside? Was it that ancient tortoise? If the main city was deemed unsafe, all keys should have been removed, shouldn't they? Not quite, Director Wang elucidated. The essence of the ancient tortoise was exceedingly potent. Had it ventured out, its spirit would have been extinguished. The outside world lacked any energy, and once it departed, the divine weapons would fall silent, their guardianship utterly extinguished, making revival exceedingly difficult. The divine weapons of the other families bore less weight of spirit, thus their removal was of lesser consequence. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Simply because of this, they chose not to take it? What if it were to be lost? Given the tacit understanding among the 8 families, would the Wang family truly refrain from taking their divine weapon outside? Director Wang fell silent for a moment. Glancing at Li Hao suddenly inquired, who are we guarding against? Director Wang paused, then nodded slightly. The convergence of 8 divine weapons would facilitate the opening of the Stargate. Hence, as a precaution, the tortoise shield, with its strongest essence, was retained in the main city, just in case. Zhantian City is the safest. If the other 7 cities faced potential devastation, Zhantian City is less likely to fall, for it bears the inscription of the Blood Emperor himself. A feat even the Sword Sovereign could scarcely achieve. Should the other 7 weapons converge, they could seek the ancient tortoise in Zhantian City. Director Wang remarked. Li Hao suddenly interjected. There must be a trial, right? Director Wang remained silent. Indeed, since it was a precaution, it would be foolish to allow anyone carrying 7 weapons to simply claim the 8th and directly open the Stargate. That would defeat the purpose of the safeguards. The old tortoise serves as the final line of defense. However, Director Wang now sighed with a wry smile. At this point, it is rather meaningless. You have shattered the other weapons, and the opportunity for the 8 divine weapons to converge is lost. What nonsense! Li Hao was still puzzled. Shouldn't the Zheng family have sent someone out as well? The Zheng family rebelled. How could they still be permitted to bring their divine weapons out? At that time, why did the 8 families coexist peacefully without seizing the divine weapons from one another? Director Wang rolled his eyes. How would I know, being dead? We never ventured out. Only those who did could provide answers. The 8 families made their own decisions independently, purely as a precaution, not as a result of coordinated agreement. Perhaps the Zheng family sought to bait others, or for other reasons. Perhaps those who ventured out lost their powers, or the heavens simply did not support the revival of divine weapons. There were myriad reasons why possession would be futile. How could you expect me to know? Do you think I am omniscient? Li Hao nodded. So, it follows that those who went out must have perished, as there was no energy to sustain them, correct? Yes, Director Wang confirmed. Remnants of energy still linger in the ruins, but once outside, they would have withered away. Especially given the turmoil of the heavens at that time, with the source fading and the paths of existence fracturing at any moment. It was only safe within the city. The choice to depart was made in a desperate bid for survival. Li Hao continued. But previously, I heard that the Sword Sovereign took all the strong ones away. Why did the head of the Zheng family not leave? Director Wang rolled his eyes and inquired again. I am not in a senior position. However, He Kai chuckled at that moment and remarked, that's quite normal. I haven't departed either. Some individuals are designated for the second batch. The Sword Sovereign and his companions are in the first batch, while we are among those set to leave second. We merely lag behind. The others, like me, are also part of the second batch of combatants. However, before we could set forth, the Stargate was sealed. The top-tier powerhouses have already departed. The second batch consists of some weaker individuals who require a bit more time. Seeing Li Hao's expression, He Kai calmly continued, I am not referring to myself, but rather to those students. I need to escort them as we leave. The head of the Zheng family might have similar justifications, such as bringing along some descendants or slightly weaker powerhouses to depart subsequently, which could easily lead to delays. The sword's sovereign is not unreasonable if you have pressing matters. A slight delay would not result in a refusal of your reasonable requests. Li Hao sighed in relief and exhaled, "I thought so." Earlier, it was clearly stated that all strong fighters had left, and then a whole group emerged. I was beginning to think Director Wang and Commander Jiao were hesitant about battle. Director Wang was on the verge of an expletive. Meanwhile, He Kai remarked nonchalantly, "Wang Yi is indeed somewhat lacking, merely at the initial stage of immortality. It is quite normal for him to remain behind. At the time of deployment, the requirement was at least to be immortal. If one is at the initial stage, it is advised not to venture out, except for the military, of course. Wang Yi, being the head of the security office and responsible for internal affairs, is not a military personnel, so it is reasonable for him to stay." Director Wang felt somewhat helpless as he spoke. Commander Jiao is stationed here to guard the city. Wang Yi is responsible for ensuring safety within the city. These individuals are specifically retained for this purpose. Li Hao suddenly grasped the situation and inquired, "Where is the list of the powerful individuals departing in the second batch?" It is unlikely that there is no list allowing for arbitrary departures. If there is one, we should acquire it and examine who remained behind. This way, we can identify the traitors. After all, aside from those who must stay and those who delayed their departure, everyone else is suspect. The list is with the sword sovereign. You may seek it there. He Kai replied dismissively, "That is a redundant inquiry. Besides the commander of the main forces, the sword sovereign, this list will not be disseminated recklessly, although it is not of utmost importance." Li Hao felt somewhat embarrassed and opted to drop the subject. He quickly declared, "Never mind that. I shall continue to refine the new system. The director is willing to assist me in modeling." Upon saying this, he shook his head and added, "The director is not well versed in the new generation of humanity." He turned to Yuan Shuo and suggested, "Teacher, why don't you collaborate with the director to establish a new model when it comes to understanding the contemporary human race?" Li Hao believed that his teacher had the deepest insights, including aspects such as trends and dynamics. Although He Kai was formidable, one could never know how well he comprehended these matters. He Kai remained silent, yet Yuan Shuo smiled, casting an appreciative glance at Li Hao. Feeling gratified that his disciple understood him well, he was truly capable of anything. With this thought, Li Hao continued, "By the way, previously I conducted some preliminary research using certain superpowers and discovered something significant." After pondering for a moment, he stated, "It pertains to the Celestial Affinity Divine Masters. The Celestial Affinity Divine Masters naturally unlock their superpower locks and release energy. I deduce that they are inherently connected to the House-Star realm. Indeed, these individuals can be considered as possessing divine favor. Previously, I pondered whether the celestial favor was indeed a blessing. However, I later concluded that this celestial favor may inherently relate to the realm of the bright star. Thus, while I merely discovered the bright star realm, it had existed within the cosmic principles long before my realization." The black armor nodded, affirming my thoughts. "You speak wisely. The universe of the Tao has perpetually existed, and the essence lies in the act of discovery. Those so-called celestial favor masters should possess greater opportunities to unearth such truths, yet they have failed to do so. It is evident that this path, this grand cosmic journey, is meant for you." He then turned his gaze towards Li Hao, adding, "This also signifies that you are not a chosen one by celestial decree. Human determination can indeed triumph over fate. This may be connected to a singular truth. The descendants of new martial bloodlines seldom ascend to become celestial favor masters. Moreover, if one were to trace back through the generations, many of the current celestial favor masters' ancestors were either ordinary beings or the weak, thus resonating more harmoniously with this realm." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, nodding in understanding. Indeed, it is no wonder that Hong Tu sought to defy destiny and chose rebirth directly, as a new martial being. With the mark of the Tao still within him, it would be exceedingly difficult to become one favored by the heavens without relinquishing these remnants. Yuan Shuo interjected, "The universe of the Tao has always been present. It was not merely discovered in this era, but recognized long ago. It is simply that this age allows us to approach it more readily." Li Hao concurred, acknowledging this perspective. Perhaps it was indeed related to a certain resurgence. At that moment, the black armor added, "The extinction of celestial energy presents an opportunity. This era of extinction has entirely discarded the influences of the primordial Tao, sealing away all new martial beings, thereby stripping them of their dominion over the cosmos. In this time, it has granted the heavens a chance to birth themselves anew. Thus, whether the past extinction of the heavens was intentional or unavoidable remains uncertain. Perhaps some individuals awaited this very opportunity. The significance of the small worlds pales in comparison to the bright star realm you mentioned. Some aspire to emulate the celestial emperors of the new martial era, seeking to be the first to uncover the Tao's universe. Li Hao was momentarily startled, lost in contemplation. After a while, he inquired, "Is that truly possible?" "Indeed, it is possible," the black armor affirmed. "To you, it may seem improbable. However, for certain powerful beings unable to transcend and become kings, discovering a second Tao through the rebirth of worlds might offer them a chance at transcendence. If this is the case, betraying the new martial order becomes somewhat justifiable. Otherwise, such an act would be unnecessary, for the new martial order is immensely formidable, and the cost of treachery is steep." Who could it be? Li Hao suddenly pondered aloud. Could it be the Sword Sovereign? At that moment, Director Wang and the others nearly rolled their eyes, exasperated, as if to say, "So, if it's not your direct ancestor, you begin to concoct theories, do you?" Li Hao, with utmost seriousness, asserted, "The Sword Sovereign is exceedingly powerful, and this world is indeed meant for him." The black armor replied nonchalantly, "If you acknowledge that it is meant for the Sword Sovereign, then why engage in such elaborate conjecture? It could be a simple matter. Just inform the King of Men that he wishes to harness this world to evolve a second Tao. Do you truly believe the king would refuse?" Li Hao was taken aback, realizing the truth in those words. Heike remarked, "If the Sword Sovereign truly intends to evolve a second cosmic dimension, we would all be supportive. Making it so complicated is akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. Absurd indeed. It is quite audacious of you to even contemplate such a notion." Li Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "So, if we were to evolve a closed little world, could a second cosmic dimension genuinely emerge?" "Not necessarily," Heike replied coolly. "There are no precedents. Perhaps someone merely wishes to experiment, as it is not their own creation. If someone is truly contemplating this, it is likely just a mere trial, rather than a definitive plan. No one can be certain. Otherwise, it would have been attempted long ago. Yet, we must have a little world for that to happen." Li Hao mused. Indeed, the Sword Sovereign could not be the one behind this venture. According to their words, if the Sword Sovereign wished to proceed, it would merely require a single statement. He decided not to speculate further on who it might be. Given his own insignificance, even if he guessed correctly, it would merely lead to his demise. As for why he considered the Sword Sovereign, it was simply because that individual possessed both the strength and opportunity. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather troublesome. After all, it was inherently theirs, yet they sought to complicate matters. Unless this self-proclaimed pseudo-ancestor had lost their senses. Li Hao chose to refrain from further discussion and quickly stated, "For now, I will enhance the superpower lock on my person to its maximum potential. I will also gather a group of special type superpowers. This should enable us to discover more." Heike nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed swiftly to avoid complications. Since it has been confirmed that the consciousness of heaven and earth has begun to solidify, and the world is entirely detached from the main world's control, we must act with utmost urgency." Li Hao nodded, opting not to say more. He turned to the elders of the Heavenly Sword, "Respected seniors, I must trouble you to gather a batch of special type superpowers. The martial masters are equally important. Each type may represent a different superpower lock, which we simply have not recognized until now." The elders nodded, intrigued by the proposition. They shared a fondness for such endeavors. Woof! At that moment, an overlooked dog suddenly began barking, leaving Li Hao momentarily stunned. "What is it saying?" Heike seemed somewhat surprised and nodded slightly. "Indeed. Since the new humans possess a path vein, perhaps the new demon race does as well. New demon plants might follow suit, but currently, it seems the new generation of demons has them, while the plants do not yet." Woof! Heike glanced at the Black Panther and hesitated. "Do you also wish to open a path vein? What use is it to tell me, when I cannot assist you?" Woof! Woof! "Should Li Hao help you?" Heike chuckled softly. "Then you should directly communicate that to him." Woof! Heike was left speechless. "You, a beast, cannot communicate through mental waves. Is it truly that you cannot? Or are you merely pretending? Go and communicate on your own." Meanwhile, Li Hao stood there, dumbfounded, glancing at the Black Panther. Do you also wish to open a path vein? Do you even have one? Moreover, the elder is right. Everyone else can use mental waves to communicate. Why can't you? And only bark. The Black Panther looked quite innocent. Woof. Haika felt a strong urge to roll his eyes and stated flatly. It claims it cannot use mental power, only force. It is unable to convert the fluctuations of force into language. The new generation of demons is indeed different. Li Hao retorted with irritation. Nonsense. The Mountain Lord of Tianpeng Mountain is also a modern demon and can communicate through mental waves. This dog is merely deceiving people. The Black Panther appeared utterly aggrieved. Woof, woof, woof. The black armored figure remarked that those demon tribes could merely be classified as contemporary demons, rather than modern martial arts demons. It is one who practices martial arts, while those others cultivate ancient martial techniques. The black armored figure focuses on the flow of energy. While those beings strengthen their physical bodies and vital essence, they are fundamentally different. Li Hao cast a skeptical glance at the black armored figure, questioning whether such a wealth of information could truly be contained within. The black armored figure, somewhat fatigued, refrained from further discourse, asserting that if it contained so much, why would it bother to share it with him otherwise? Li Hao chose not to respond further, instead stroking his chin and glancing at the Black Panther. Indeed, this might be the only demon currently attuned to the flow of energy. Both the Lord of Tianpeng Mountain and the Serpent of Qishan do not seem to practice this. They appear to follow the ancient paths of demons, honing their physical might and vital essence, perhaps even enhancing their mental prowess. Yet they do not seem to harness the flow. Thus, it is possible that the black armored figure truly possesses a transcendent lock, or the pathway of enlightenment. If humans possess it, do demons possess it as well? Certainly, the world is not solely inhabited by humans. Myriad creatures exist. If dogs possess it, what of pigs? And cats? What about sheep? Must we seek to uncover the essence of all beings? Li Hao swallowed hard, recognizing the monumental endeavor this would entail. Perhaps one's entire lifetime would not suffice to achieve it. Furthermore, if humans and demons possess it, do the living and the dead possess it as well? For instance, can weapons such as swords, knives, and guns cultivate themselves? Do they possess a pathway of enlightenment? The more he pondered, the more daunting it became. Cultivation is indeed a vast realm, filled with wonders the more one reflects upon it. From that day forth, Li Hao, the black armored figure, Director Wang, Yuan Shua, and a dog began to construct a human model within the mind, a model that was not ordinary, but rather exceedingly unique. Akin to what the black armored figure described as a model of the human universe, Li Hao was even prompted to articulate a rough depiction of the Haostar realm, leading to compression of information that made him suspect whether the black armored figure was deliberately extracting his insights. Nevertheless, in pursuit of perfection in their creation, he acquiesced to share. As for the notion of cultivation, Li Hao cast it aside. This endeavor itself served as a form of cultivation, granting him a more intuitive and profound understanding of the human form. Within the cavern, it resembled another world. A colossal figure, akin to Li Hao, materialized in the void. Translucent in form, even possessing a smaller counterpart. Li Hao was vexed, questioning if modeling was truly necessary. The black armored figure calmly replied that the human form must be precise to the slightest detail, unless one does not exist in reality at all. Li Hao rolled his eyes. Yuan Shua chuckled, suggesting that this was a male model, and they would subsequently need to create a female model to compare the differences between genders, and perhaps even include the elderly and children for further comparison. Li Hao shot a glance at his teacher, pondering whether the teacher's intentions were genuinely academic or if his lecherous nature had been inadvertently exposed. The black armored figure, disinterested in their banter, maintained a serious and rigorous approach to the task at hand. He then solemnly stated that the human form is the most complex. He admitted his limited understanding of modern humans. They would need to employ the method of compressing the Haostar realm into it. Yet replicating the pathway of enlightenment proved challenging. He pondered deeply what could serve as a substitute for the pathway of enlightenment. Li Hao interjected, asking if it was necessary for it to be similar to be accurate. Li Hao pondered and remarked, "We could substitute with divine scripts. However, it necessitates a considerable number of individuals, each channeling distinct divine scripts to simulate the authentic Tao veins. This is feasible." The figure in black armor nodded. "Then, let us establish a fixed space where the divine scripts can be incorporated at any moment." A group of individuals resumed their efforts. A humanoid model. indistinguishable from Li Hao aside from its transparency, manifested. During this period, both the black armored figure and the others, Yuan Shua, Director Wang, and the like, repeatedly scrutinized Li Hao, who felt quite vexed by their incessant observations. It was as if they were counting the number of hairs on his body. In truth, they might as well have been. At this juncture, Li Hao was not absorbing vast amounts of energy or the life spring within the entire relic. 11 demon plants were solely providing him with the life spring, consuming an astronomical quantity daily. However, given the abundance of the mineral veins, Li Hao remained indifferent to the depletion. Moreover, he continuously drew energy from the Hao star realm to fortify his body, preventing the supernormal lock from manifesting excessively and causing his corporeal form to collapse. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown significantly stronger. He did not feel overly astonished, merely engrossed in the construction of the humanoid form, perpetually refining it. Furthermore, during this period, Li Hao was also developing his own divine script system, encompassing combinations, reconstructions, constructions, and deconstructions, experimenting with various dangers. After all, he could not perish. While Li Hao engaged in these relentless trials, subtle changes were occurring in the external world. The energies between heaven and earth seemed to have become exceedingly vibrant. Initially, energy was merely energy. Now, it appeared to pulsate with liveliness. In Silver City, Director Zhao had personally arrived amidst the rain. Ordinarily, rain in such a frigid northern region would be expected to be icy, perhaps even freezing upon descent. Yet Silver City's rain was different. Upon touching the ground, it remained rain, devoid of the expected chill, yet imbued with a hint of sanguinity. Director Zhao gazed skyward, brow furrowed. The rain over Silver City was peculiar, confined to a small area. He recognized its uniqueness, as the Red Moon organization had previously chosen the rainy season to confront the 8 great families. For it was during this time that they could strip their adversaries of their bloodline powers. Director Zhao ascended into the air, soaring upwards. Yet the source of the rain was not simply clouds converging and colliding. It was not mere moisture. He continued to rise until he encountered immense pressure that prevented further ascent, without ever discerning the origin of the rain. This was not ordinary precipitation. In the void, he gazed upward, allowing the rain to fall upon him, sensing a slight tremor of bloodline power within him. As a member of the Zhao family, he too possessed bloodlines from the 8 great families. What was the true nature of this rain? Director Zhao pondered. And could it be that the Red Moon had some connection to this rainfall? The rain had begun to fall once more in Silver City. What did this signify? At this moment, he also sensed the heightened energy within Silver City. The fluctuations were substantial. Strange indeed. In addition to being the location of the Stargate, does Silver City harbor other elements? And where lies Sword City? Perhaps in the upper void. Thoughts flicker through the mind. Suddenly, he turns his head. Not far away, a figure materializes. Director Zhao raises an eyebrow slightly and remarks, "Ing Hongyue, you possess quite the audacity." Ing Hongyue stands with hands clasped behind, gazing skyward, seemingly indifferent. After observing for a moment, he suddenly declares, "Do not return here. It would be wise for the 8 great families to stay away." Director Zhao chuckles. "And why is that?" "This place is sealed, containing something, be it a being or an object, that is rather sinister. The rainwater will strip the bloodline power of the 8 families, gradually merging it with the rain, drawing it back into the seal to facilitate its unbinding. The Li family's bloodline is particularly vulnerable. Convey this to Li Hao. He must avoid returning to Silver City, especially during rainfall, for should the seal be breached, it would not be just his life at stake." Director Zhao's expression shifts slightly as he regards him, and after a moment, he asks, "Are you certain?" Ing Hongyue lightly laughs. "Why would I not be certain?" Director Zhao, deep in thought, suddenly adds, "This rainwater serves another purpose." Ing Hongyue turns to him. Director Zhao smiles. "It dissolves the barriers of the 8 families' bloodlines, facilitating the merging of bloodline powers. Red Moon, I suggest you keep your distance. This place is not suited for you. Are you attempting to stop me? What do you think?" In an instant, Director Zhao vanishes. Ing Hongyue remains silent, suddenly brandishing a whip that shatters the void. He has no desire to engage in combat with this individual, yet he recognizes that this person has arrived earlier. He indeed requires some of the rain's power to aid in further integration, even though he understands that it may weaken the seal. Just as the whip pierces through the void, a laughter resonates throughout the heavens. "Ha ha! Ing Hongyue, I am right here. Ing Hongyue frowns, retaliating with a punch that produces a thunderous sound. Director Zhao reappears, only to vanish once more. Haha, I'm right here. Ing Hongyue furrows his brow again. A glimmer of divine light igniting in his eyes as he scans the surrounding void, which is besieged by countless attacks, one after another. He retaliates continuously, shattering the nearby void. The might is overwhelming. Yet, the laughter persists in his ears, increasingly vexing him. After a lengthy pause, he unleashes a punch, fracturing the void, causing Director Zhao's figure to materialize, amusement on his face. Alright, enough of the games. Continuing this fight serves little purpose. Why not return to our previous arrangement? You continue your misdeeds in distant lands, while I protect Silver Moon. Ing Hongyue narrows his eyes slightly and states calmly, I require this rainwater to merge my bloodline. Director Zhao chuckles, there are alternative methods, Ing Hongyue. You are too clever to be without options, are you not? Here, while bloodline integration occurs, the rain will also strip away a portion of it, merging it into the void, thereby liberating your so-called seal. This is inadvisable. Be a good fellow and seek another locale. A cold glint flashes in Ing Hongyue's eyes. Zhao Shuguang, do you believe you have me at your mercy? Director Zhao laughs heartily. How could that be? But do you not believe that with a mere command, 100 formidable beings near the pinnacle could emerge here to take you down? Ing Hongyue scoffs. Do you still think such tactics will intimidate me? Director Zhao chuckles. It appears you do not believe me. Bring him forth. Let us slay him. In that fleeting moment, figures emerged from all directions, exuding an overwhelming aura. The moonlit countenance of Zhao Shuguang shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. After a prolonged silence, a voice echoed, Zhao Shuguang. You are playing with fire. You lack the skill to handle it. Zhao, the director, chuckled heartily, patiently waiting for the voice to completely fade away. Casting a glance at the looming figures, he jovially remarked, esteemed elders, merely frightened him a little. We all should be on our way, no need to linger here. At this stage, it is unwise to act rashly, as it may lead to dire consequences for ourselves. One shadowed figure, with a voice tinged with age, responded, Director Zhao. We are but mere avatars of our true selves. Our demise bears little consequence. Yet, I am curious about your intent in summoning us at this moment. Zhao smiled. There is no ulterior motive. Dear elders, do not misconstrue my actions. My true self cannot appear, but it suffices to let these avatars express a thought. According to our agreement, I require a small favor from you. He continued, across this mountain lies a realm inhabited by a tribe of barbarians. I request that you take a brief sojourn there and return in due time. Barbarians? Are you referring to the descendants of the primordial warriors? Queried another voice. Descendants of primordial warriors? Zhao paused, and the aged voice spoke again. Indeed, this continent once saw a few such descendants, albeit in limited numbers. The king of men was accommodating and did not drive them away. Was it these individuals who founded a nation? Perhaps, Zhao replied uncertainly, smiling. Recently, there have been stirrings in Songshan, with individuals attempting to cross the mountains to investigate the situation. Thus, I seek your assistance. The ethereal figures regarded Zhao for a while. Then one of them stated, very well, but please specify a time frame. Once the second resurrection commences, you may return, Zhao affirmed with a smile. It is a mutual benefit. I shall also extend whatever assistance I can for your revival. The figures fell silent. After a moment, one coldly remarked, the new martial order feels no threat, Zhao Shuguang. You would do well to temper your approach. Cooperation and mutual benefit are achievable without extremities. Your ancestors, too, were once extreme in their ways. Yet it appears that the Zhao lineage remains unchanged after all these years. Zhao chuckled softly. What you say is quite the misrepresentation. I am not being extreme. I act out of self-preservation. With such formidable elders as yourselves, I cannot allow you to roam freely without bounds. As long as you fulfill my requests, I do not pose a threat to you. Moreover, we had previously agreed upon these terms. Had we not reached an accord, you need not have emerged. Now that you have, to accuse me of extremism seems rather misplaced. With a sigh, he continued, let us coexist amicably. Our interests do not significantly conflict. A new era beckons a fresh beginning. Should any elder be unwilling, you may return now and await the second resurrection, emerging on your own accord. I will neither hinder nor can I. Zhao Shuguang, perhaps you shall pay for your actions. A voice intoned somberly, and in an instant, all figures vanished. Once they had departed, Zhao chuckled to himself. Pay a price? What price? How is it that the notion of cooperation and mutual benefit eludes them? Besides, if I do not impose some limits, and you were to emerge and eliminate me, where would I seek justice? Truly, it is incomprehensible. Declining to comply, one may as well remain withdrawn. If one emerges, only to declare it unreasonable, it becomes quite a challenge to appease. Director Zhao, with a jovial demeanor, chose not to leave, awaiting the cessation of this reign before departing. That scoundrel Ing Hongwei, did he arrive solely to merge bloodlines, or does he harbor ulterior motives? As thoughts swirled in Zhao's mind, he sighed once more. The group from Silver Moon had become utterly unmanageable, refusing to return. It was rumored that both the 9 divisions and the city of superpowers had been overrun. Yet what of it? Merely an island. Silver Moon is the veritable center of the cosmos. Such ignorance is astounding. Just observe, even a mere fragment of the primordial essence unleashed here could easily dominate you all. The stability of heaven and earth is increasing. Who is orchestrating this? At this rate, it won't be long before a second revival occurs, far too swiftly. A sigh echoed within him. At this moment, a particular individual came to mind, Li Hao. Could that rascal be the one behind this? Otherwise, why would the stability of heaven and earth be established so rapidly? Chapter 299. The path ahead lies beneath our feet in the ruins of Tianqing Town. The human model had become increasingly refined. Numerous superpower locks, resembling tiny worms, had been marked by Li Hao. However, they were not yet agile. Lacking the nurturing of divine script within, the limbs and internal organs formed the most standard configuration of 9 superpower locks. Following that, there were the common locks of light, darkness, wind, and thunder. Additionally, a superpower lock emanating brilliance from the head was present. These 14 were all quite conventional. Yet, as refinement continued, Li Hao discovered that the head possessed far more than a single superpower lock. Moreover, the physical body housed an abundance of these locks. The black armor gazed upon the enlarged model, murmuring, "Is this a superpower lock or a Dao vein?" Initially, he believed it to be akin to the Sijiao Gate. Yet now it felt distinctly different. The two entities were entirely dissimilar, with scarcely any commonality. If one were to stretch, perhaps they both had the capacity to store energy. At this moment, Li Hao observed from the perspective of an outsider. It was his first instance of viewing the superpower locks from an external vantage point, akin to a sky filled with stars. Reflecting upon the Hao star realm, he recalled a similar celestial expanse. After observing for a while, Li Hao furrowed his brow, too chaotic. Beside him, Yuan Shuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite disordered. It seems a plethora of superpower locks remain unfilled. Observe the internal organs and limbs. They possess a certain elegance, akin to 9 colossal dragons soaring through the sky. Furthermore, these superpower locks can be classified into 2 types. One is formless and appears dull, while the other possesses form and radiates brilliance, reminiscent of dark stars and blazing suns. At this, he glanced at the superpower locks and pondered, have you noticed? The locks devoid of attributes and force tend to cluster around the tangible parts of the body, whereas those imbued with force and attributes seem more ethereal, often residing in some illusory space, such as the internal organs. The organs possess attributes, yet the superpower locks are not on the physical organs, but within their internal spaces. The superpower locks of the limbs, however, seem to attach directly to the physical form. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, the heavenly sword stretched its neck to observe, and after a moment, spoke. The human body embodies both reality and illusion, the tangible and the intangible. Yuan Shuo interjected. To put it simply, there are 2 distinct types of supernatural locks that can be differentiated, and for the time being, we shall categorize these 2 types of supernatural locks into separate systems. Li Hao nodded, sifting through the information to delineate the various supernatural locks. At that moment, others were tirelessly enhancing this model, as new supernatural locks continued to be discovered. Li Hao cataloged all known supernatural locks, refraining from lingering and promptly exited, where a multitude of supernatural beings awaited him, queuing for physical examinations. Naturally, Li Hao did not intend to inspect each one individually. A mirror floated before him, a vice of the winds and clouds. Each individual, upon standing beneath the mirror, would see an image of a human form materializing on the surface, with varying luminous points reflecting the intensity of their life force, while revealing the energy deficiencies in different regions of their bodies. This method allowed for a clear investigation of the locations within each individual where supernatural locks resided. Every supernatural being was required to pass before the mirror. This location represented only a fraction of the whole. Li Hao planned for an extensive examination across the entire city, and even the entire dynasty. It was a colossal undertaking, yet as long as the city of supernatural beings remained, the primary focus could be on it. With a larger population, the areas of repetition would increase, thereby diminishing the need for further examination in certain locales. Li Hao continued to refine his model. Meanwhile, the external world had entered the last day of the year 1730. Outside, fireworks illuminated the sky, despite the upheaval throughout the year. With turmoil across the continents and disturbances in the central regions, many still celebrated the new year with joy. For instance, the inhabitants of the central region felt relatively content. Previously, the area had endured relentless supernatural battles, leaving many places in ruins. However, in recent days, the once dominant supernatural beings had become quieter, and many of those who remained discreetly went about their lives. Those who had been apprehended were now often engaged in labor. Resistance and fleeing had occurred, albeit rarely. Capture led to certain death, yet working here not only spared one from demise, but also provided opportunities for cultivation resources, although it may not appear commendable on the surface. For some weaker supernatural beings, such a life was indeed tolerable, allowing them to live without constant fear. Furthermore, with the withdrawal of the three major organizations, the central region had effectively become Li Hao's domain. The Jusi and the royal family still possessed a number of supernatural legions, yet they too were currently undergoing suppression and transformation. Without leaders rising to resist, and lacking formidable opponents comparable to the Silver Moon martial artists, any attempts at rebellion were futile. Thus, this new year was spent by many supernatural beings on construction sites. It was a peculiar circumstance, yet many found it acceptable. While the central region fared reasonably well, the other areas experienced a bit more chaos. In the eastern continent, although the Su family has lost numerous members, it still endures. In the Duke of Dingguo's estate, one of Su Qing's brothers has taken the helm, leading the Dingguo army into conflict against several sovereign powers of the eastern continent. Besides the Su family, the east is also home to the Eastern Extreme province led by the Eastern Extreme Marquis, the formidable supernatural organization, the Divine Sun Society, and the Inspector General of the Homing province, Yu Qiao, commanding the region. Following the deaths of several formidable figures from the Su family at the hands of Li Hao and his companions, the eastern continent now finds itself embroiled in a fierce competition among four dominant factions. The once prosperous East has plunged into turmoil since Li Hao's departure, and he is acutely aware that he has inadvertently catalyzed this war. Despite the enmity between himself and the Su family, he cannot remain indifferent. On this New Year's Eve, the major provinces of the East are steeped in an eerie silence. The Dingbian province, where the Su family resides, has become a gathering point for powerful figures, with the three major factions surrounding it. Each of the 21 provinces in the East has allied with one of the factions. Though the Su family possesses a certain depth of resources, they have yet to unveil any top-tier warriors. Conversely, the three factions have begun to unveil their own elite fighters, placing the Su family in a precarious position. On this fateful night, the Su residence, once a grand estate, has been largely reduced to ashes by Li Hao. The rebuilt mansion now stands in stark contrast to its former splendor, appearing rather dilapidated. The current head of the Su family is Su Qing's brother, Su Huan. This robust man, nearing 40 and in the prime of his life, now bears an air of weariness, with dark circles under his eyes and a grave expression. Within the Great Hall, aside from Su Qing, several powerful figures are present, including two generals who have ascended to the realm of supernatural abilities. Among the 8 great generals, many have perished, including one at the hands of Li Hao, leaving only these 2 generals alive, having chosen to remain in command after their previous attempts to ambush Li Hao. Su Huan rubs his temples, reflecting on how the festive sounds outside fail to match the vibrancy of years past. The current atmosphere in Dingbian is one of desolation. After a moment of silence, Su Huan speaks. We have received news from the central region. Both the 9 offices and the royal family have been annihilated. Lin Hongyu has also capitulated from the city of supernatural powers. 11 out of the 12 noble families have been eradicated, and only a handful of Lin family supernatural beings remain. In her desperate bid to gain Li Hao's trust, Lin Hongyu has even sacrificed her own kin. Such a venomous woman. Her intentions are truly malicious. Now, with instability in the east, figures like Yu Qiao and the Eastern Extreme Marquis are using Li Hao's name to coerce us. Su Huan, having been thrust into leadership, finds the Su family on the brink of collapse, besieged by 3 factions and plagued by continuous unrest, leaving him utterly exhausted. He turns to the assembly and gradually states, "The relics under the Su family's stewardship have yet to be thoroughly explored. They are of significant importance." The town of Jinxing is rumored to be a sacred site of ancient civilization. At this moment, a general below cannot help but interject, "My lord, it is said that the Silver Moon world is merely a subsidiary realm of ancient civilization. Is there truly a sacred site here?" Su Huan replies thoughtfully, "Even if it is not, daring to claim such a title is no trivial matter. It cannot be compared to other relics. Thus, I have resolved to delve deeply into the Star Town. As far as I am aware, recent disturbances have arisen within the relics, from the depths. A formidable presence faintly emanates. I intend to lead a team for exploration, for this may very well be the final opportunity for the Su family." The gathered individuals exchanged glances. The relics can indeed be perilous. Over the years, the Su family has only dared to operate on the periphery of these ruins. Last time, Su Qing even sought to invite Li Hao to venture inside, but was met with refusal. Yet today, Su Huan can no longer afford such hesitations. Star Town is said to be a sanctuary of ancient civilization, a domain once graced by emperors. However, the true nature of Star Town in the Silver Moon realm remains shrouded in mystery. Whether it is genuinely a sacred site is uncertain, despite the general consensus leaning toward skepticism. Nevertheless, the mere act of constructing such a formidable city here is undeniably significant. The Su family, possessing such a powerful relic, nearly faced annihilation, which has left Su Huan exceedingly discontented. This time, he is resolute. Regardless of the dangers, what does it matter at this critical juncture? Should we manage to extract substantial benefits from the relics, it would herald the Su family's resurgence. Otherwise, all shall be lost. Su Huan proclaimed once more, "I intend to bring forth some formidable warriors from the Dingguo army. Should we succeed, the Su family may yet have a chance. Should we fail, our fates would be sealed, and the Eastern continent shall find new masters." He turned to the assembly. "Esteemed generals, shall you accompany me into the depths, or shall you retreat alongside the noble lord?" The assembly stood resolutely, uttering little, for they understood well that retreat was not an option. Su Huan smiled. "Excellent. Let us take advantage of Li Hao's preoccupation with matters in the central region. With the 3 major organizations having ventured north, today being the new year, the surrounding factions are unlikely to launch a swift assault. We shall enter the relics today." The response was unanimous. The assembly, now invigorated, prepared to follow Su Huan into the ruins. Star Town, a veritable ancient sacred site, ignited a flicker of hope among them. Perhaps the Su family indeed still possessed a chance for redemption. On this day, as the New Year's Eve arrived, no large-scale conflicts erupted across the continents or in the central region. Within the relics, Li Hao gazed upon the colossal human model before him, a smile gracing his features. After a week of diligent effort, tangible results had finally materialized. The model, nearly identical to Li Hao, shimmered like an ethereal starry sky, its interior brimming with cosmic essence. Stars twinkling within. At this moment, many gathered in the relics, observing intently. Among them were several female martial artists, scrutinizing the model and then glancing at Li Hao. Maintaining his composure, Li Hao, feigning ignorance of their expressions, smiled and addressed the esteemed director. "Is this considered completed?" "Not quite, though it is certainly in a condition suitable for use." The black-armored figure stepped forward, regarding the enormous model with a grin. "Give it a try." Li Hao remained silent, summoning a divine script that coalesced and descended into the model's heart. Within the heart, a super-energy lock materialized, merging with the divine script. As the script drew upon it, some life force was extracted from the void. The black-armored figure elucidated. "We are unable to input the power of the House Star into the simulated House Star realm, so we are substituting it with life force. The effects may not be entirely identical, but it remains functional." Li Hao nodded, and at that moment, the entire model began to stir. The heart, akin to a black hole, gradually erupted with a radiant golden light, beginning to extract the life force of the simulated Haoxing realm and assimilating it into itself. The onlookers were entranced, utterly astonished that a mere model could seemingly engage in self-cultivation. How could this be possible? At that moment, countless super-energy locks materialized. Li Hao infused them with divine inscriptions, glancing at the others. Everyone, possessing their own strengths and divine inscriptions, could select corresponding positions to integrate, operating in unison according to my command. In an instant, divine inscriptions manifested, merging into the human model. This would be impossible with a living person, yet the model, vast and encompassing, was capable of such integration. Each martial artist and practitioner was filled with intrigue. Li Hao began to manipulate these divine inscriptions, enveloping the virtual super-energy locks. With a commanding voice, he declared, "Divine inscriptions, penetrate the second space." Everyone hastily controlled their inscriptions, delving into the virtual Haoxing realm. In that fleeting moment, numerous super-energy locks vanished from the model. What remained were only some attribute-less super-energy locks. Along with a few attribute-based locks that lacked control, what was once a convoluted array of locks was now considerably simplified. Li Hao's gaze shifted to the model. Not only he, but also Yuan Shuo and others, were swiftly calculating and delineating. A sheet of paper appeared before Yuan Shuo as he rapidly scribbled and sketched, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Soon, he solemnly announced, "This is insufficient, esteemed elder. We must eliminate all attribute-based super-energy locks." The black-armored figure said nothing further. He swiftly controlled the ungoverned attribute-based locks, concealing them. At this moment, Bei Quan could not help but exclaim, "These remaining super-energy locks resemble something." Within the human model, many dim super-energy locks remained, all of which were attribute-less. The crowd began to scrutinize closely. Having eliminated the attribute-based locks, the attribute-less ones gradually formed a discernible shape. Li Hao observed intently, his eyes flickering. "Is that a sword?" "No, it appears to be a staff." "Nonsense, it is evidently a hammer." The opinions of the group varied widely, and Li Hao rolled his eyes, unable to contain himself. "This is clearly a sword. Look, the protruding section is where the hilt is, though it seems imperfect." Suddenly, Yuan Shuo spoke in a grave tone. "It is indeed imperfect. A part is missing. This portion may represent the super-energy locks we have yet to discover, but they likely exist in reality. If we could fill these gaps, it would indeed resemble a sword." The crowd exchanged glances. This entity was not something to be haphazardly filled. What exists is real, what is not, does not. One cannot choose to fill it indiscriminately simply to make it resemble a sword more closely. Yuan Shuo was unconcerned with such trivialities. He turned to Li Hao, swiftly condensing energy chains into the vacant areas. "Li Hao, absorb the life essence at these positions within your physical body, and see if we can manifest the super-energy locks." The human body is like the vast cosmos. Indiscriminately absorbing energy makes it challenging to distribute it evenly. If one absorbs too much, Li Hao may find himself unable to withstand it. At this moment, Yuan Shuo had pinpointed several locations, all of which were previously uncharted territories. If the manifestation of the superpower lock could be achieved, it would signify their ability to uncover more unknown superpower locks through comparative methods. Li Hao remained silent, swiftly drawing the fountain of life into his body. He began to absorb the fountain of life at the locations identified by Yuan Shuo. After a while, Li Hao furrowed his brow. Nothing had appeared. Undeterred, he continued to absorb the fountain of life, an immense quantity flooding into his body, something that an ordinary person might never uncover in a lifetime. After a considerable time, a murky wave of energy suddenly emerged within him. In the next moment, a superpower lock, frail and delicate, began to materialize. Li Hao's expression shifted, transforming into delight. "There is." This proclamation ignited a wave of cheers throughout the room. Even He Kai could not restrain himself from glancing at Li Hao and then at Yuan Shuo. Swiftly condensing a powerful virtual superpower lock at one of the locations Yuan Shuo had identified, exclaiming, "There is one here." Yuan Shuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly delved into the human body, marking each location with red dots. "Li Hao here, and here. Hurry, give it a try." Li Hao called out decisively, "Elder demon plants, provide me with the fountain of life." The surrounding demon plants, without uttering a word, began to pour forth the fountain of life into Li Hao's body. Following the positions indicated by his mentor, Li Hao rapidly absorbed the fountain of life. Gradually, more and more superpower locks began to take shape, revealing distinct edges at the pinpointed locations. They had appeared. Li Hao was elated, while the others were drenched in sweat from nervousness. Although mistakes could be tolerated, failing to manifest the superpower lock would imply that much of their initial work would have been in vain, wasting considerable time and resources. Now, the emergence of the locks signified that the construction of this human model was remarkably successful. Yuan Shuo was also overwhelmed with joy. It resembles a sword. By using the sword as a template, we can symmetrically fill in some flaws. Discovering one may lead to finding two. Li Hao was equally ecstatic. Is this a manifestation of my uniqueness, or is it a universal trait? A sword shape. Beside them, He Kai remarked gravely. This may indeed be quite normal. This realm originally belonged to the Sword Sovereign. The new era of humanity and the will of heaven have been profoundly influenced by the Sword Sovereign, especially the will of heaven, which has felt the Sword Sovereign's essence since its inception. If you claim these are the Tao veins and the innate Tao body, then the will of heaven must construct the physical forms of the new era's humanity based on what it perceives as the strongest existence. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's expression shifted. There was indeed a possibility. The new era of humanity had undergone transformation within the subconscious of the will of heaven, aligning more closely with the intent of the silver moon. The innate Tao body, undoubtedly the strongest, must be represented by the Sword Sovereign in the will of heaven's perception. Thus, the attribute-less superpower locks formed a sword. Li Hao's expression fluctuated as he quickly pondered. How intriguing. If these swords were to be interconnected, completely unlocking the superpower locks they possess, what would transpire? We shall find out through experimentation. At this moment, the mask of the black armor suddenly vanished, revealing a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as torrents of formidable energy surged into the superpower locks. Observing this, Yuan Shuo hurriedly cautioned, we must not hastily connect them. We must follow the sequence. The black armor nodded in agreement. I shall first infuse energy and will not recklessly manipulate it. With that, the previously dim superpower locks began to illuminate, each receiving energy as if stars were being lit. The instant they shone, a tremendous force erupted forth. The black armor's expression shifted in surprise. Simply infusing energy has led to such a change. Boom. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as a robust humanoid model suddenly shattered, leaving the onlookers in shock. The black armor murmured. The force from the explosion was too strong. It caused the model to burst. Yet, he suddenly chuckled. No need to worry. The modeling has succeeded and can be replicated at any time. With that, he reached out, gathering a multitude of energies to reconstruct another model, once more infusing energy and illuminating the superpower locks. Yuan Shuo, however, urgently interjected, wait. Some of the extremely important superpower locks have not manifested. The energy has not formed a foundational cycle, which is the key to the explosion. Even if we cannot completely lock it, we must first establish a general energy cycle. Senior, let us first illuminate the energy along the periphery of the sword. Understood. The black armor complied readily. Yuan Shuo swiftly approached to observe, filling in the vacant areas with virtual superpower locks. Meanwhile, several other martial artists also stepped forward. One of them solemnly stating, this area is incorrect, it should be slightly offset. I sense a gathering of energy here. Li Hao quickly urged, everyone. Let us work together to identify the places where we usually feel a strong accumulation of energy. Our teacher may not be able to find them all. Without further ado, they all advanced to search, lock in, position, and model. Thus, several hours passed. Outside, the atmosphere was lively, while the group of martial artists diligently refined this new system. Eventually, the outline of a sword was illuminated. As these outlines glowed, an overwhelming aura erupted from the humanoid model. The black armor's expression changed, and he shouted, stand back. Let me test the power. With that, everyone retreated. The sword's outline ignited, and in the next moment, the model threw a punch towards Director Wang. Initially indifferent, Director Wang responded with a punch of his own, but with a thunderous sound, he was suddenly sent flying, crying out in pain. The black armor's face paled. How could this be? I only infused power at the peak level. How could it possibly repel an immortal? Director Wang leapt up, incredulously stating, even if my physical body is not as strong as it once was, and I am not exerting my full strength, no peak level should be able to repel me. The black armor quickly clarified, no, that's not the issue. After these superpower locks were illuminated, the forces coalesced, even drawing forth some energies from the Haoxing realm. resulting in an eruption akin to an amplification of the source path, yet distinct. These powers are emanating from within. Director Wang's expression changed. The power of the great path. The new power of the path. Indeed, it was the force of the path. He nodded, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. It is the power of the new path, a singular path that can catalyze your metamorphosis and enhance your strength. That is the essence of the way. The mere connection of 360 superpower locks had led to the emergence of the new path's power. The crowd was swept into a frenzy. Li Hao was equally exhilarated. Does this mean that if we unlock all 360 superpower locks, a transformation of power will occur? Indeed, the crowd initially rejoiced, but in the next moment, their expressions shifted to frowns. Li Hao's joy vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. 360? Are you jesting? That is far too many. Who can possibly unlock 360 superpower locks? At this moment, Yuan Shuo revealed a glimmer of delight. Why the despondency, you fools? The power imparted by our esteemed senior is merely equivalent to that of a 7 system. There is no such thing as a 360 system of power. It is just a matter of lighting up the superpower locks, not completely unleashing them. This is merely a superficial development, and the force exerted on each lock may be less than 1/10. When recalibrated, it amounts to fewer than 36 locks. In truth, the difficulty of genuine development is even less than that of 10 locks, for development entails complete unlocking, while our senior has only illuminated 1/10 of the potential. The difficulty is not the same. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, unlocking a superpower lock is merely a slight enhancement. Yuan Shuo quickly added, if we segment each superpower lock into dozens of parts, unlocking just one portion would complete the cycle. Although we cannot fully develop them, as long as we achieve the cycle, it would result in a monumental transformation. Senior, please try imparting a lesser amount of power. Heian said nothing further and withdrew some power, stating, I am currently developing 1% of each superpower lock. Altogether, it is equivalent to the power of 3 systems. Who wishes to test it? The crowd exchanged glances, and Li Hao swiftly turned to one individual, Senior Brightsword. Would you care to give it a try? Me? Brightsword was taken aback. Why choose me? There are so many here. However, she thought nothing of it. With her current strength at 6 systems, 3 systems were of little consequence. Heian, without hesitation, unleashed a punch. Boom. The human model under the impact seemed to shatter the void, though it was somewhat exaggerated. The void did not break, yet Brightsword felt the pressure. With a low shout, she swung her sword. The moment she struck, the sky illuminated brilliantly. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as Brightsword stumbled back, her sword light dissipating, while the model's fist was severed. Yet Brightsword was left astonished and shaken. This is at least akin to 5 systems of power. The crowd erupted in wild jubilation. A mere equivalent to 3 systems of power had unleashed 5 systems' might. It was nothing short of extraordinary. And this was merely an experiment with the attribute-free superpower lock. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Unlocking each attribute-free superpower lock by just a fraction, at 1%, posed a challenge, yet was not insurmountable. It was perhaps less daunting than entering the realm of 3 systems, yet it could unleash the power of 5 systems. This was truly astonishing. The crowd was overwhelmed with elation. Yuan Shuo gazed at the shimmering lights, murmuring, the great path is vast, and this way is long. If 1% yields such results, what if 10%? What if fully developed? This is merely an outline, accompanied by a core area and undiscovered regions, as well as other attribute-less super energy locks, which could occupy our entire lives in pursuit. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, the outline alone comprises 360 super energy locks, merely the silhouette of the sword. Yuan Shuo murmured, how many super energy locks does this sword possess? 1,000, 2,000? This endeavor does not require force. It merely necessitates straightforward development, devoid of excessive intellect or profound insights. It is a simplistic eruption. As long as the operations do not falter during countless iterations, the transformation of the method can be achieved. For instance, in the sword's outline, if a mere 360 energy points can seamlessly connect without error, it constitutes a foolproof cultivation method. Once completed, anyone could rival the 5 systems during that period, easily circumventing some super energy locks and accomplishing a small-scale cycle. At this moment, a sense of awe enveloped the assembly. Black Armor solemnly stated. If we thoroughly complete the development of the 360 super energy locks, in my estimation, one's strength may very well be comparable to that of a king. The crowd was momentarily stunned. How could that be? Black Armor calmly continued. I refer to the kings of this era, excluding enhancements from the source path. Essentially, the saints of the new martial era. Li Hao furrowed his brows. Is it truly the case that 360 locks are required to rival a saint? He found this notion rather implausible. Up until now, he could only be regarded as having 9 systems. Yet, the 7 systems represent the pinnacle. Each tier presents a significant disparity. Black Armor remained unperturbed. From the current perspective, the 7 systems you speak of, extending to approximately 36 systems, are indeed considered the apex level. Based on my deductions, 36 systems to around 120 locks equate to immortality. From 120 to 360 systems, that signifies a saint. Completing the development of 360 systems should position one at the level of a king. As per the standards of this era, not the new martial. When facing the true source path of the new martial, one merely needs to lower a tier. The stronger one becomes, the more pronounced the disparity in strength. Li Hao, however, frowned slightly. The difficulty in developing 360 locks is likely immense. Black Armor replied nonchalantly, yet the path remains clear. Is the difficulty truly insurmountable? At your pace, developing 10 locks per year would take 36 years to complete. Bestowing you with the current strength of a king. Is 36 years a considerable duration? Human desires are insatiable. Even in the new martial era, aside from the initial phase, the human race did not progress at such a rapid pace. Could one really attain the strength of a king in a mere 30 years? Zhang felt despondent. Though he was regarded as a genius, he ultimately failed to ascend to the rank of a king. This level is not one that just anyone can attain. The king is second only to the imperial sovereign. Yet Yuan Shuo pondered aloud. What if all attribute-less super energy locks were to be fully developed? Black Armor replied calmly. Perhaps that would equate to the imperial sovereign. The crowd swallowed hard. Director Wang found this notion incredible, unable to believe. The imperial sovereign? Is it truly that simple? Can the path of the imperial sovereign be reached so effortlessly? Black Armor fell silent. Simple? Far from it. It is easy to speak without experiencing the pain of standing. The complete sword-shaped super energy lock may indeed encompass thousands of locks. Is it truly so simple? You ought to try it for yourself. The further one progresses, the more challenging it undoubtedly becomes. Yet at this moment, the crowd disregarded such concerns, realizing for the first time how remarkably close the emperor was to them. Suddenly, the heavenly sword spoke up in a low voice, stating, "We have trained in martial arts for many years, most of us for over 30. Presently, we possess strengths around the 6 realms, coupled with our 4 limbs. We have developed 10 superpower locks, one every 3 years. This means that to develop 360 locks, we would require a millennium." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, while Li Hao manages 10 locks a year, we do not. Setting aside the difficulty and the chances of future success, can we truly endure for 1,000 years? Li Hao, however, chuckled and replied, "That was in the past. The circumstances have changed. The energy is now abundant, and at this stage, it is not difficult for everyone to develop 3 to 5 locks annually. By this calculation, within a century, we could potentially confront the Heavenly King, and even stand against the saints of the new martial era. Merely a century. In comparison to the new martial era, it is hardly daunting. After all, they have lived for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years." Director Wang sighed in relief, reflecting, in the new martial era, for a genius, a century to ascend to the saint level is not extraordinary. This indicates that the gap is not significant. You are also the prodigies of this era. With this comparison, he found solace. One could say that time might be relatively equitable. In his lifetime, he had not even reached 100 years. However, he was still alive now, albeit in a dormant state for many years, which he did not account for. At this moment, a great weight lifted from him. Just moments ago, he was nearly terrified, fearing that these individuals could become saints in the blink of an eye. They could ascend to the Heavenly King. Such a thought was indeed daunting. Yet now, upon reflection, it seemed trivial. Even if Li Hao were to develop 10 locks a year and complete 360, he would merely be a saint of the new martial era. A Heavenly King at the age of 50, after over 30 years of effort. At that stage, he would only possess the strength of a saint. For the proud children of this era, the leaders of the new age, Possessing such strength at 50 would be rather ordinary. Director Wang mused. Do not compare me to them. Rather, compare me with those prodigious beings. For instance, the king of humanity from years past reached the pinnacle of imperial sovereignty in mere years. You, Li Hao, after decades, barely becoming a saint, one could effortlessly extinguish you. This thought brought him a sense of balance. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained unconcerned by such comparisons and joyfully remarked, the crux lies not in this, but in the prospects of the path ahead. Can it be sustained? Can we normalize this journey, allowing everyone to traverse it? As for time, it depends on talent, resources, and opportunities. These are not the focal points. As long as we can proceed step by step, there will be a path ahead. That is sufficient. The difficulties, the duration, perhaps one may never see the end. That is a personal matter, irrelevant to the path of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The heavenly sword expressed immense delight, stating, indeed, knowing there is a path ahead is paramount. Just as before, when we felt trapped atop a mountain, it was disheartening. However, if the road ahead is a grand avenue to the heavens, then no matter how arduous, there remains hope. The crowd collectively nodded in affirmation. Yuan Shuo continued his research, and after a period of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, it can be minimized. I have attempted some arrangements. Perhaps we can reduce it to 36 superpower locks, or even a smaller range. With some straightforward development, we could harness combat capabilities. We must not indiscriminately divulge all information. Some will find motivation, while others may succumb to despair. For them, an overwhelming amount of information is a distant dream. I believe we should publicly disclose no more than around 36 variations, each developed to differing extents. Once we have perfected these 36, as my predecessors have stated, we could attain the pinnacle of power in this era. The others pondered this, agreeing with him. They were all prodigies of their time, and hearing about 360 variations was indeed disheartening. That was merely a sketch. To this day, they remained unaware of the actual number. If 36 could be fully developed, it would represent the highest combat power of this era, albeit with significant challenges. Yuan Shuo continued. Moreover, these superpower locks possess no attributes, making them relatively straightforward. They can be forcefully developed without the need for profound insight. They are designed for those who lack intellectual prowess to practice. The difficulty is considerably less, and with the resurgence of energy in this era, it is possible that a new generation of unparalleled warriors will soon emerge. Upon hearing this, someone cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering whom he might be referring to. We shall not engage in such development. We aim to cultivate those with attributes. Meanwhile, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging, selecting the 36 that can operate flawlessly is no trivial task. Firstly, we must identify all the superpower locks. Secondly, we need to investigate the synergistic combinations of these locks. Examining various secret techniques. One technique may not suffice. Thirdly, we should develop techniques of differing levels, ideally encompassing all superpower locks. Fourthly, this pertains only to those without attributes. Those with attributes require separate research. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, then collectively inhaled sharply, turning their gazes towards Li Hao, urging him, you take the lead. We cannot. Li Hao, grimacing slightly in discomfort, realized the daunting challenge ahead. This endeavor might require a lifetime of dedication to perfecting cultivation techniques. Indeed, thus far, they had only sketched an outline. The vision was beautiful, yet the reality of refining it would undoubtedly take considerable time. Yuan Shuo interjected once more, furthermore. If this is the case, the entire martial arts system must be overhauled and rebuilt. The current framework is no longer applicable. The group was momentarily taken aback, then grew somewhat exhilarated. Rebuilding a new system. For anyone, this would be a momentous achievement, etched in history and remembered by countless generations to come. Is this truly feasible? Li Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. To completely dismantle the existing system and reconstruct it anew? Whether it is an attribute-less superpower lock or one with attributes. The disparity in development difficulty is not excessively vast. Certainly, certain attributes may pose greater challenges. However, in terms of combat strength, the differences may not be as significant. Thus, a mere reconstruction of the system could suffice. Yuan Shuo continued, stating that the framework, encompassing realms, techniques, secret arts, and superpower locks, presents formidable challenges. We are merely at the outset. To fully establish this system, it may require countless epochs. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, if I were confined in a dark room for several decades, perhaps that would be sufficient? The crowd regarded him, wondering if he wished to try. Meanwhile, He Kai remained silent, quietly observing the luminous points and the sword-shaped superpower lock, suddenly contemplating whether he should exchange for a new human vessel. After all, returning was not an option. Perhaps he could simply remain here. He glanced at Director Wang, who was preoccupied with his own body, seemingly attempting to extract a superpower lock, but alas, he could not. His restored flesh conformed to that of the new martial era. Not far away, He Bao was also scratching at himself, eager to experiment. The demonic plants too stirred restlessly, some anticipating whether they could manifest a superpower lock. Even if not, could it be fabricated? It felt as though, in this age devoid of origins, traversing a new path might be quite appealing. Moreover, the pioneers of this new path would undoubtedly encounter great fortunes. This notion was clear to all. Yet, Li Hao paid no heed to these distractions. Suddenly, he declared, let us set aside these thoughts and first examine the attribute-bound superpower locks. Senior, conceal all attribute-less ones, allowing us to manipulate the appearance of those with attributes and discern any differences. Is it still merely a sword? A tremor of excitement coursed through the crowd, their spirits ignited. Those with attributes would undoubtedly be stronger, possessing greater potential. In the next moment, they embarked on a new round of experimentation. On this day, these martial masters beheld flickers of hope, glimpsing a radiant future, one that promised the pursuit of new martial prowess, perhaps even transcending it. Even if that hope seemed diminutive in this era, the mere presence of a path forward was exhilarating. No longer were they chaotically developing superpower locks, nor were they confronted with a pathless expanse ahead. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they could at least envision an infinite future. Enthusiasm, excitement, and fervor enveloped everyone. No one pondered whether the world outside was celebrating a festival. For a fleeting moment, they contemplated whether to disregard the outside altogether. With a vast mind at their disposal and a newfound path illuminated before them, they could simply cultivate in seclusion, emerging a decade later as formidable beings. Who could deny the allure of mastering the world through cultivation? On the following day, when Lin Hongyu arrived in Tianqing City to fulfill her duties, she found herself utterly bewildered. Where is everyone? She suspected that the Silver Moon martial masters and Li Hao had fled. Indeed, throughout the city, the presence of the Silver Moon martial masters was nearly non-existent. Was I not appointed as the city lord? Yet where was I to go? She could not locate any of Li Hao's companions. In the vast expanse of Tianqing City, she had unwittingly become the strongest, yet when inquired, no one had a clue as to the whereabouts of Li Hao and the others. Chapter 300. Embracing the new era in the Tianqing governor's office, Lu Long was present. Although Lin Hongyu had assumed her position, there were no welcoming festivities or celebrations. Nonetheless, Lu Long understood the importance of focusing on serious matters. Tianqing City still had its governance. Unfortunately, Director Zhou had been preoccupied lately. As a result, Lu Long took it upon himself to personally accompany Lin Hongyu to various parties, introducing her to those in charge. It was at this moment that the various factions of Tianqing City became aware that Lin Hongyu, the representative of the superpower city, had arrived to take control. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions had vanished without a trace. The situation left many speechless and at a loss for words. Upon Lin Hongyu's arrival, she was immediately inundated with an overwhelming sense of pressure, as a multitude of responsibilities piled upon her shoulders. She was expected to manage everything. And ironically, everyone else seemed to have disappeared. Even the highly significant opening ceremony of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy was missing its key figure, Hong Yitong. His absence was not intentional. He had merely gone to witness something, only to become ensnared in it, forgetting his obligation to attend the ceremony. Fortunately, with Lin Hongyu's arrival and the support of Director Zhou and others, they managed to uphold the event. Although they could not help but express their frustration towards those who were absent, what could possibly be more important than this? Their behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Even if one were to enter seclusion, the world remained unsettled. It was unreasonable for everyone to retreat at once. Meanwhile, underground, a group of individuals toiled tirelessly, engaged in earnest discussions and work, entirely absorbed in their tasks. They were preoccupied with laying the foundations for martial arts, diligently organizing the classifications of new martial realms and establishing the fundamentals of martial cultivation. This was the true hallmark of a new era. At this moment, Yuan Shua's eyes were bloodshot. After taking a substantial sip of the essence of life to invigorate himself, he gasped and spoke. Martial arts have already established some foundational concepts. Or rather, a new martial paradigm. The crowd listened intently. Yuan Shua continued, the terms Zhan 10, 100, and Do 1000 can remain as they are. They are more intuitive and will facilitate the smooth promotion of martial arts. Otherwise, introducing entirely new realms may provoke resistance among some, who might feel that the new path pales in comparison to the old. He paused, then added, let us not even mention the attribute-based divine texts. We will categorize them based on the attribute-free superpower locks. The Zhan 10 realm, which previously signified the birth of internal energy, raises the question, why does internal energy manifest? Where does it originate? Now, I believe everyone will understand. Yuan Shua smiled. The emergence of internal energy in the Zhan 10 realm signifies the process of unlocking the superpower lock, or, in other words, the process of opening the Dao vein. We divide a superpower lock into 10 equal parts, transforming it into 10 acupoints. By opening one acupoint, one can connect to the Haoxing realm, extracting energy that leads to the birth of internal energy. This marks the commencement of the Zhan 10 realm. The crowd nodded in agreement. In the past, they had only understood the phenomenon without grasping the underlying principles. If asked why internal energy was born, they would have been at a loss. Because cultivation leads to the emergence of internal energy, they would reply, finding the question rather pointless. Now, everyone understands that by unlocking the pathways, one can connect to the celestial star realm, where power emanates and is born within the body, thus nourishing the physical form. This is the essence of internal energy. It is a process of enlightenment and understanding the way. Recognizing the reason behind this enables one to cultivate more effectively. In the past, many martial masters were oblivious to this principle, and it is evident that numerous top-tier martial artists lack this understanding. It is well known that internal energy can nurture the physical body. As for why this is so, we can only speculate. Has internal energy not always functioned in this manner since ancient times? Yuan Shua continued, stating that unlocking a specific acupoint on a super energy lock leads to the generation of internal energy, allowing one to transcend into the realm of the 10 slashes. This process can be further divided into 4 minor levels, providing a sense of progress to alleviate the hardships of the early stages of cultivation. The realm of the 10 slashes is categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak phases, with each level corresponding to the unlocking of 9 acupoints. Unlocking 36 acupoints completes a minor cycle, causing internal energy to surge and cycle to commence, thus advancing into the realm of breaking 100. This is the external manifestation of internal energy. At this stage, we establish 36 super energy locks as the foundation for our cycles, which we have determined to be the minimum number necessary to complete a full cycle. Each super energy lock, upon unlocking an acupoint, allows for the completion of a basic cycle, marking the entry into the level of breaking 100. The audience nodded in agreement. Yuan Shua further explained that these 36 super energy locks are not fixed. They can indeed be adjusted according to different cultivation methods. But that is a discussion for another time. For now, we shall base our practice on the breaking acupoint technique, which is the most stable and has been adapted from the 5 animal secret technique. Stability and balance are the first steps. If one wishes to create something unique, they must do so themselves. The super energy locks are numerous, and we are merely at the initial stage, yet to delve deeper into exploration. As time is of the essence, Yuan Shua continued, stating that unlocking the 36 acupoints on these super energy locks and completing the first cycle signifies the breaking of 100. This breaking of 100 is also divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Following the established pattern, 9 acupoints constitute one phase, and completing the cultivation of 72 acupoints leads to the peak of breaking 100. The audience nodded once more. Yuan Shua elaborated that upon reaching the realm of battling 1000, one would traditionally gain insights into momentum. However, at this stage, comprehending momentum is exceedingly challenging. So we shall temporarily exclude it and base our practice on a more rudimentary approach. Having completed the unlocking of 72 acupoints in the breaking 100 phase, we begin the realm of battling 1000 from the 73rd acupoint. Yet, at this stage, the division cannot remain at 9 acupoints per level. Instead, We will shift to 36 acupoints, creating a cycle and a minor stage. The mid-phase of battling 1,000 requires the unlocking of 108 acupoints, while the later phase requires 144, and the peak demands the unlocking of 180 acupoints. Yuan Shuo smiled slightly, remarking that at this moment, with 36 super energy locks and 360 acupoints, half have been developed. Although lacking the powers of the 18 divine abilities, I believe they will not be too weak. Presently, the strength of the martial artist should surpass that of those in the realm of battling 1,000. After reaching the peak of Do Qian, my previous definition of Yunshin no longer seems appropriate. At this stage, there is no need for Yunshin. The martial artist is still in a phase of strengthening the body. At this moment, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly and spoke. At the pinnacle of Do Qian, one opens 180 meridians. In the next stage, we cannot continue to open them in this manner. Yuan Shuo looked at him. Although Li Hao was his disciple, he was also the discoverer and promoter of this new martial path. For the past few days, Li Hao had been tirelessly identifying and addressing gaps. If he had an opinion now, it was worth hearing. Are you suggesting that the teacher will not prepare for the next stage and will continue to allow everyone to cycle through opening the 36 meridians? Yuan Shuo nodded. Yes, it is simpler to follow this cyclical pattern. No, Li Hao shook his head. Teacher, at this stage, we cannot proceed in this way. Half of a meridian has already been opened. If we continue in this manner, the meridian will collapse instantaneously. Once more than half is opened, continuing in the same fashion will render the remaining meridians uncontrollable, leading to the simultaneous collapse of all 36 meridians. Who can withstand the explosive force of 36 meridians? The teacher is being somewhat presumptuous. Yuan Shuo frowned. It will collapse? Surely not. I have tried this before, and the human model was still able to function. He was not acting recklessly, as doing so could be fatal. Li Hao shook his head. A model is not a real person. It is crafted according to my template. Just because I can withstand it does not mean others can. I had Elder Zhang weaken the model by half, and when attempting to open the meridians, I found that exceeding 180 meridians in this manner would cause all 36 meridians to collapse, as they lack momentum and cannot be contained. Yuan Shuo took a deep breath. Is it truly possible for such a turn of events? Li Hao smiled. Thus, beyond Do Qian, we cannot continue the cycle of opening meridians. Instead, we must release the remaining 5 meridians on each path one by one. Yuan Shuo raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't this disrupt the cycle? It will not. I experimented yesterday when the teacher was not paying attention. Everyone saw that there was no significant issue. Yuan Shuo looked at the crowd, who nodded in agreement. He was at a loss for words. You all saw this and did not inform me? I toiled for an entire night for nothing. Everyone was now in a state of confusion, their minds muddled, hardly remembering this detail. Li Hao, too, felt a headache coming on but managed to muster his spirit and declared, at the level of Do Qian, one should be able to walk through the air, engaging in battle while suspended in the sky. Above Do Qian, there exists the might of 10,000 foes, the power to break mountains, and the divine ability to part seas. This level should be referred to as Shanhai. Li Hao's smile was radiant. When we strike, we may shatter the mountains and seas. I possess the strength to break mountains and the ability to sever seas. What do you all think? A fiery passion ignited within the hearts of the crowd. Break mountains and seas. A martial artist, having reached this stage, can indeed break mountains and seas. This is the essence of myth, akin to terrestrial immortals. At this moment, the heavenly sword murmured, I can break mountains and seas, pluck the stars, and even seize the sun and moon. At this stage, one has truly ascended like an immortal. Li Hao nodded. Indeed, Shanhai consists of 9 layers. One opens 1 meridian at each layer, and 5 apertures at each level. Within Shanhai, we harness the power of 9 meridians. The 9 systems of divine powers, while the attributes may be slightly weaker, can still rival the absolute pinnacle. In fact, the 9 systems can contend with the previous 7 systems, and even the 8th system's physical prowess is likely to be even stronger. It is conceivable that they could stand against the true peak of the new martial 9th tier, even vanquishing them. Li Hao exclaimed, this realm, the Mountain Sea realm, the 9 heavens of Mountain Sea, the pinnacle of Mountain Sea, with all 9 meridians opened, and half the power of the Tao meridians remaining. This moment undoubtedly surpasses the 7 systems. The Mountain Sea has 9 levels. The crowd murmured, each filled with exuberance. I possess the power of the Mountain Sea. Indeed, at this moment, Everyone understood that according to Li Hao's classification, they all resided within the Mountain Sea tier, all capable of breaking through the Mountain Sea. The heavenly sword murmured. So we are all practitioners of the Mountain Sea. Li Hao nodded, indeed. Regardless of whether we are 7 or 8 system practitioners, my belief is that the attribute-less Tao Meridian, according to the combat standards of our era, should be classified as such, while attribute-based divine powers, like those of the new martial classification, pertain to the essence of the new martial system. Li Hao spoke with utmost seriousness. This means that divine script practitioners should be able to match the strength of their contemporaries in the new martial realm, not be relegated to a lower tier. We shall never be inferior. While pure martial practitioners may be at a disadvantage, we cannot afford to be. Even if we reach the 9 systems, we are still called Mountain Sea. However, our Mountain Sea, as divine script practitioners, should be able to combat even stronger foes. The crowd listened, their blood surging with excitement. So, the Mountain Sea realm encompasses all beneath the absolute pinnacle of the new martial, and we, with our 9 systems of divine powers, are stronger than those of the same level in the new martial realm, correct? Li Hao nodded. Nearby, the group in black armor remained speechless, a childish bunch. Why must they diminish themselves to compare with those beneath the absolute pinnacle? Is there any merit in that? Certainly, according to Li Hao's classification. The Mountain Sea 9 tiers of this era, if considered purely martial practitioners, indeed surpass some of the 9th tier strongmen from the past. And Li Hao's attribute-based 9 systems are undeniably more powerful than those at the 9th tier's peak. However, in this era, the 9 systems are clearly capable of contending with the absolute pinnacle, while even the 7 systems can manage. It is as if Li Hao and his peers insist on belittling themselves to make such comparisons. What more could be said? The others were overwhelmed with excitement. They did not care about such distinctions. As long as Li Hao believed it to be true, they found no fault in it. Moreover, previously, when the attribute-less 4 limbs of the meridian were opened, no one truly accounted for it, as there was no significant enhancement in strength. Now, with the opening of the 9 meridians, according to previous calculations, it would only amount to 5 systems of divine powers. Of course, with half of the other Tao meridians opened, it becomes quite complex to assess. We, at the Mountain Sea 9 tiers, can confront your absolute pinnacle, even those whose essence remains. We can battle beyond our tier. As for this level, it is inherently different. The systems are distinct, yet everyone still favors such comparisons. It feels good. Li Hao laughed. Having completed the 9 meridians, there remain 27 Tao meridians yet to be opened. From the 10th meridian to the 36th, once completed, we will be able to rival the absolute pinnacle of the new martial era. Pure martial practitioners must contend with the absolute pinnacle of this era, while we, as divine powers practitioners, adhere to the tradition of matching the absolute pinnacle of the essence era. At this stage, it is also divided into 9 realms. Each realm opens 3 meridians and the remaining 15 acupoints. The 9 realms collectively reveal 27 pathways. Upon completion, reaching the 9th realm allows one to confront any pinnacle of this era. This is indeed the truth. As practitioners of divine script, we can shatter the void, fracture the firmament, and rival the primordial peaks of the new martial era, which is our aspiration. At this juncture, Li Hao remarked, this realm should be called the sun and moon. With a smile, he added, the esteemed elder of the celestial sword spoke wisely. To pluck the stars and seize the sun and moon is the lofty ambition we martial artists should possess, competing for brilliance with the celestial bodies. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervent agreement, their spirits soaring once more. I can traverse mountains and seas, capture the sun and moon, shatter the void, and reign supreme across the world. With the emergence of new pathways, who dares to challenge the splendor of the new martial? Such thoughts had never crossed their minds before. I declare that divine script practitioners can contend with the formidable beings still rooted in their origins. At this moment, they have transformed divine script practitioners into a superior existence, and we shall undoubtedly recreate the glory of martial arts. Meanwhile, the figure in the black armor remained silent. The fact that Li Hao and his companions frequently spoke of the new martial is a positive sign. It indicates their reverence, their fear, and their acknowledgement of its formidable strength. This is a form of recognition. If one were weak, who would heed them? This also signifies that Li Hao and his companions are aware of the unparalleled brilliance of the new martial. They have merely ignited the ambition to pursue it, and need not dwell excessively on it. Li Hao chuckled, saying, "For now, let's delineate these realms. Higher classifications may venture into the realm of fantasy. Opening 36 meridians is exceedingly challenging at this stage, and few can achieve it. Even if we aspire to open 36 meridians, intertwining them with divine channels is no simple feat. To hastily construct higher realms without having experienced them is indeed a fanciful notion, devoid of theoretical support or foundation. Yet, the path lies ahead. Everyone understands that there are many roads yet to travel, a long journey awaits, and that is sufficient." Li Hao continued with a grin, slaying 10, breaking 100, and battling 1,000, each with its respective 4 realms. Mountains and seas, sun and moon, each possessing 9 realms. From the peak of battling 1,000, with 180 acupoints, to the peak of mountains and seas, with 225 acupoints, and finally to the peak of the sun and moon, with 360 acupoints. Ultimately, the 360 acupoints will coalesce into 36 pathways, resulting in fewer acupoints. At that time for us, each acupoint will represent a divine power, a divine script, and a combat technique. This is the true essence of cultivation. The crowd erupted in laughter. On this day, they felt it should be etched in history. The new path had emerged. They had deduced and integrated their ideas together. Despite its current superficiality, with only one method and one cycle of 36 meridians, it is merely in its nascent phase. However, even in this embryonic stage, the new path is already formidable. This is a doctrine that can be disseminated. It is one that can be popularized. Only a widely embraced path is the true great way. Moreover, the issue of the physical body has been thoroughly resolved during the acupoint opening process. The physical body will receive energy feedback from the Haoxing realm, alleviating their concerns regarding their corporeal forms. The group rejoiced with unrestrained ecstasy. They felt honored. The great way exists in the heavens. Humanity can conquer the heavens. We forge a new path, tread a new way. If the heavens do not choose us, we shall seize the will of the heavens. Li Hao erupted into a hearty laugh, an aura emanating from him, coalescing into a divine script. In this moment, a divine character spontaneously materialized, indeed, the character for Tao. Astonishingly, he conjured this divine script from thin air. Suddenly, this character transformed in myriad ways, revealing countless visages of formidable figures, Yuan Shua, Tianjin, Ba Dao, and Bei Quan, each imprinting their presence within. Even He Kai was depicted at that moment, alongside the Black Panther and the various demon plants present. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were undergoing a transformation. To innovate the Tao is to contend against the will of heaven. Outside, thunder rumbled, fierce winds howled, and lightning illuminated the darkened sky. To create the Tao is a task only the heavens and earth can accomplish. Some dare to forge the Tao, to seize the celestial path. The nascent will of heaven roared in confusion, pondering whether anyone would dare to usurp the heavenly Tao. Before the will of heaven took shape, had someone plucked the fruit of enlightenment? Yet, at this moment, the will of heaven was still too nascent, having just birthed a flicker of consciousness. Liberated from the constraints of the primary world, still grappling with its significance, and only capable of stirring the cosmos with its celestial might. The will of heaven cannot be defied. In my realm, I am the sovereign. From all directions, ancient ruins echoed with a thunderous resonance. At this moment, even these remnants exhibited signs of storm and tempest. Within the city of Zhantian, several leaders, including the 9th commander, appeared, incredulously murmuring, "Has the will of heaven invaded the ruins? Has the protection of the new martial world vanished?" This was not an auspicious sign, yet neither was it entirely detrimental. It suggested that perhaps soon, the ruins would no longer provide them refuge. But it also hinted that they might soon emerge from the ruins, as the remnants and the current realm fused into one. The world was awakening. Why has this process accelerated? The ancient turtle pondered, astounded. Why has the resurrection of the world hastened without the shattering of major minds? It was originally expected to take at least 3 to 5 years. Could it now be reduced to just 1? Why this relentless acceleration? Is the will of heaven so eager for the emergence of the new martial era as champions? Or is there some unforeseen circumstance at play? It was all too peculiar, too baffling for them to comprehend. At that moment, it was not only Zhantian City that felt the tremors. Major cities and ancient ruins across the land experienced similar fluctuations. In the land of the silver moon, thunder cracked and roared, and above Silver City, shadowy figures materialized, exuding immense power, as though separated by an entire universe and an epic. Some wielded long swords, while others shattered the firmament with their blades. War. A faint voice echoed between heaven and earth, and amidst the obscurity, one could glimpse countless armies, their fervor surging to the skies, their battle spirit breaking through the heavens. It resembled the grand campaigns of yore. Led by the Sword Sovereign, the Silver Moon Army, comprising millions, surged forth from Silver Moon, ready to subjugate the rebellious. Director Zhao, still stationed, beheld this scene in utter bewilderment, lost in a daze. Heavens! Who can tell me what is happening? Who can explain why the echoes of an era long past, when the new martial world marched forth, have re-emerged? Indeed, he discerned the truth. It was merely the projection of the powerful. Countless ages ago, the Sword Sovereign led the formidable Silver Moon Army across the cosmic gates to conquer the universe. Yet, why does this scene unfold before us at this moment? Within the subterranean ruins, the characters of the Tao flicker, thunder rumbles, and both the black armor and Director Wong wear expressions of shock and astonishment as they gaze skyward, where, astonishingly, thunder resounds. What divine script is that? Is it the script of the great Tao? The black armor scrutinizes it closely, finding it dazzlingly bright, so much so that even he feels its brilliance. After observing for a while, he murmurs, "The grand principles of the Tao." Li Hao, as the new integrator, participant, and discoverer of this path, is surrounded by those who believe that this new Tao must have been created by him. Thus, he has naturally given birth to a divine script, the grand principles of the Tao. Truly incredible. Can such a thing even exist? The black armor glances once more at the divine script, while Li Hao also observes it, a hint of confusion and peculiarity crossing his features. After a long moment, he suddenly smiles and says, "What a splendid treasure! With this, my path of formlessness and my formless divine powers can be integrated, akin to Master Hong's sword script. Who would have thought I could seize such an advantage? Master Hong, the ever-changing divine script, is no longer solely yours." As his words resonate, the Tao cultural divine powers unleash thunder, fierce winds, and torrential rains. The onlookers can hardly contain their envy and desire. The embodiment of the great Tao's divine script leaves Yuan Shuo and his companions spellbound with admiration. It is indeed enviable. Even Hong Yitong can only manage a wry smile, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Yours seems to encapsulate all the momentum of discovery and the path of discovery. I dare say it holds greater promise than mine." Li Hao chuckles, "Nay, this is born of heaven and earth. While it is remarkable, human determination can surpass celestial forces. In the Silver Moon world, this is a treasure, but beyond its confines. It is merely an ordinary divine script." At this moment, Li Hao experiences a profound realization. This divine script may serve him well within the Silver Moon world. Yet beyond its borders, it bears no significant distinction. It is a product of this realm's essence, but once outside, it loses its extraordinary qualities. Should he remain in Silver Moon, this divine script would be astonishing, perhaps capable of mastering myriad paths. But would Li Hao regard Silver Moon as his lifelong ambition? No, he would not. "I have witnessed broader expanses of existence. Why should I confine myself to this place for eternity? This is my homeland. And like leaves returning to their roots, I am still young and must venture forth to explore the vast universe, to encounter the invincible kings, to behold the revered sovereigns, to meet the emperor of the Tsang who governs half of the primary world, and to witness the blood emperor who shatters realms with a single strike. Perhaps I might even see the principle that Zhang has long cherished. How fascinating it all is. I yearn to explore the cosmic chaos." Thus, while he is joyful about this divine script, he does not succumb to madness. It is merely a manifestation of the grand principles of the Tao, condensed from a small world. What significance does it truly hold? With a smile, Li Hao puts away the divine script and continues, "How can we promote this new Tao? What about the new and old martial masters, the new and old super beings?" The martial masters can adapt swiftly, particularly those above the 1,000 level, who possess significant advantages. But what of the super beings? Li Hao continued, stating that the extraordinary abilities had broken the extraordinary locks, and perhaps this was one of the 36. The challenge lay in restoring them without starting anew, but rather integrating the existing strengths into this process. This was the next issue we needed to contemplate and address. Otherwise, It would be unjust to those involved and detrimental to our own interests. The crowd nodded in agreement. Li Hao further elaborated that there were indeed methods available. At this stage, most of those who had broken the extraordinary locks possessed attribute-based divine powers capable of gathering divine texts. The powers of starlight, moonshade, sunlight, the three suns, and dawn had shattered the extraordinary locks of the limbs, in addition to a lock pertaining to the organs. Non-specialized extraordinary abilities, when the limb locks were broken, could be regarded as an advance in developing the early stages of the mountain and sea realm. However, we must devise a solution to the issue of breaking the cycle. And as for the organ extraordinary locks, it sufficed to condense a single divine text. Once again, the crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Shua spoke up. Noting that the limb extraordinary locks were indeed among the 36 locks, merely broken in advance, albeit with an unstable cycle. However, having reached this juncture, their physical bodies were more robust than ordinary individuals, having endured eruptions and disruptions in the cycle, which posed no significant problems. They were not mere mortals. They could withstand greater levels of destruction. Extraordinary abilities inherently possessed immense destructive power, striking the physical form from both internal and external forces. And extraordinary individuals could endure the pain of mysterious energy impacts. Therefore, the issue was not severe. It was merely the need to condense a divine text for dawn, which would necessitate the passing down of that divine text. He looked toward Li Hao and inquired, "Shall we pass it on?" The five-animal secret technique had transformed into the breakthrough technique, which he was willing to pass on to cultivate a group of martial practitioners. However, if the method of condensing divine texts were also disseminated, it would lead to the cultivation of a multitude of divine text practitioners, which was their advantage. Li Hao smiled and asked, "What do you think, Master?" Yuan Shua contemplated for a moment before responding, "It is indeed feasible. However, given that we have yet to eliminate formidable foes, I believe we should first disseminate the breakthrough technique to transform the practitioners under dawn into martial artists devoid of power and divine abilities. As for dawn and divine powers, they are merely a minority. We can afford to wait. Moreover, at this level, they are neither our enemies nor friends. Friends would receive the teachings, while foes need not be concerned." Yuan Shua believed that at this stage, both dawn and divine powers were already dominant forces. He felt there was no need for widespread dissemination. As for other practitioners, they would also possess a series of divine abilities. For instance, even the weakest starlight practitioners would exhibit powers related to the organs. However, this was of little consequence, as it merely pertained to one lineage. The organ lineage was temporarily excluded from the 36 locks and could be set aside without significantly affecting combat strength. Only in the case of dawn and divine powers. If one lineage were lost, the disparity in combat strength would become considerable. This was also the rationale behind Yuan Shua's reluctance to share the method of divine text condensation. The loss of one lineage from the three suns, which transformed into dawn, represented a weakening in strength. However, by disseminating the breakthrough technique, these individuals could quickly catch up, making the issue relatively minor. Upon hearing this, Li Hao smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "Your words, Master, are indeed wise and hold merit, whether it be dawn or divine powers. They are either foes or allies, with hardly anyone remaining neutral. Thus, not sharing the method of divine text condensation will not have any adverse effects." After speaking, he continued, "The technique for breaking through will spread, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, heralding the revival of the world. However, once millions engage in cultivation, and the energy is consumed, I shall achieve a second revival, prolonging the process once more." Upon finishing, Li Hao remarked, "Yet, with an increase in practitioners, martial artists will require replenishment of their vital energy, the fortification of their physical forms, and the sustenance of their nourishment. Although the sacred rice is formidable, its supply is too limited, and it necessitates blood and flesh. One cannot subsist solely on rice. While demonic plants can cultivate crops, they cannot provide meat." Li Hao pondered for a moment, glancing at the Black Panther. The Black Panther looked innocently back. "What is it you want from me? Are you in need of meat? I am but a dog. Even if you wish to consume me, it would not suffice for the entire world." Yuan Shua interjected, "Although the House Star realm can feed back energy, it also requires external forces for guidance and necessitates an initial phase of cultivation. At this stage, indeed, some nourishing items are essential." He chuckled. However, it may not be necessary to resort to blood and flesh. In this new martial era, it is said that there are elixirs to saturate vital energy, which are purportedly concocted from various herbs, thus reopening the path of elixirs. Suddenly, Heikai remarked, for replenishing vital energy, elixirs are quite effective, and their production is relatively simple. If you were to access the Lucian Research Institute, you would find numerous records, for the vital energy elixirs were developed by Minister Liu. Since the early days of the new martial arts, he has been their proponent. However, he added thoughtfully, this era, with its recent revival of the world, bears a striking resemblance to the early days of the new martial world. There should be no shortage of these herbs, only that some may differ slightly, requiring your own substitutions. Li Hao was stirred. The Lucian Research Institute conducts research in this area? Indeed, replied Heikai. The vital energy elixirs were derived from his work. Minister Liu, the father of Master Ren Wang, is also our predecessor, a top-tier researcher in the early days of the new martial arts. Even if this place is merely a branch led by his students, these items are merely foundational. Li Hao displayed a glimmer of joy. Thus, the issues at hand seem to find resolution. Yet Heikai remarked, from your words, it appears you wish to popularize martial arts, to establish martial prowess throughout the realm? Li Hao nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Regardless of strength, fostering robust bodies, extending lifespans, and reducing ailments. If everyone is versed in martial arts, they will possess greater strength for labor, will not succumb to illness, and will not burden their families. If all can master martial arts, then the extraordinary shall no longer be an exception, and true equality can be achieved. While martial arts may exhibit disparities in strength, if all can engage in martial practice, then such distinctions shall dissolve. The boundaries between the mundane and the extraordinary will be shattered, enabling anyone to become a formidable force, with hope for greatness. This is how a bright future is envisioned. How monopolies can be dismantled. Li Hao, with earnestness, declared, I have been recently studying the new martial arts, pondering why the later stages did not yield significant disparities in class. Because everyone has the opportunity, whether commoners or emperors. Every family's youth possesses the potential to become a strong individual. Martial science universities are spread across the land. With commendable grades, one gains admission, cultivates, and emerges as a powerhouse. This is the essential core of the new martial arts, and I hold deep admiration for it. The existence of martial science universities grants everyone an equal opportunity. Those who establish them are the true sovereigns of humanity. Heike paused momentarily, casting a glance at Li Hao, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Director Wang, unable to contain himself, interjected, the martial arts university is indeed the legacy of my master's grandfather, Zhang Zhizuan, who championed the spread of knowledge. Initially, the martial arts university did not exist, but after Zhang Zhizuan ascended to the position of Minister of Education, he laid the foundation for the rise of the common people. Both the King of Humanity and the esteemed Emperor of Zhantian City, as well as the Blood Emperor, once emerged from the ranks of the commoners, having walked out of the martial arts university. Li Hao's demeanor turned solemn. Zhang Zhizuan? Remarkable. I too aspire for someone to aid me in this era, to assist this world, to establish a path of literary and moral enlightenment, to set forth the principles of heaven and earth, to define the way for all ages. He turned to the assembly, esteemed elders. Who among you can assist me in this noble endeavor, to aid the world and the populace in establishing this grand path? Silence enveloped the gathering. Faces shifted, as if new martial arts were to be disseminated across the realm, as if the martial arts university would flourish universally, and education would transcend barriers. Within the crowd, Hong Yitang's expression shifted dramatically. Li Hao's ambitions were monumental. He could create academies, establish schools, and promote education, and indeed, he was already undertaking such efforts. Yet, Li Hao sought more than mere reform. He yearned for a figure akin to Zhang Zhizuan of this era, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to pave the way for peace across the ages, to lay the groundwork for the Silver Moon, and to carve out a legacy for the new epoch. Beside him, Heike's countenance fluctuated. That was his grandfather. The King of Humanity revered him, and now, the most promising individual of this new era expressed his desire for a similar paragon. Someone to innovate alongside him and usher in a new age. Who could fulfill such a role? Such a person, who had never met his grandfather yet held him in such high esteem, left Heike both satisfied and contemplative. Who could match his grandfather's greatness? At that moment, Hong Yitong raised his head and spoke softly. Though I dare not compare myself to the illustrious Zhang Zhizuan, I, Hong, am willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. To spread the doctrine across the world, to diminish the impact of class divisions, and to clear the path for the new era. Beside him, Yuan Shuo, whose expression was one of turmoil, suddenly sighed and said, I too am willing to take on this weighty task, to compose textbooks on martial arts, to promote new martial disciplines, and to establish a martial arts research institute, ensuring that the world of martial arts is no more. A wave of nostalgia and reflection swept through the crowd. The world of martial arts was fading, yet this was his disciple. This was also their era, their realm, their world. Li Hao, however, smiled. No, dear teacher, the world of martial arts exists within our hearts, within this realm. I have said before, wherever one looks, there lies the world of martial arts. What we see and what we do, we are all wanderers and practitioners of this realm. You all in this era are so unaware, so ignorant, so backward. Shall we not transform it into a world of martial arts? In the next moment, the assembly stirred with renewed vigor, collectively exclaiming, May the martial arts flourish, may the world of martial arts endure, may the era shine bright. We are the architects of this new age. Together, we shall embrace this monumental responsibility. At that instant, it seemed as though each individual experienced a metamorphosis. The world of martial arts encompassed all, and within the bounds of their strength, they would promote education, martial arts, technology, and elevate the very essence of life. Indeed, martial arts transcended mere combat. If everyone were extraordinary, the world would undergo a profound transformation. Power would no longer be monopolized, and all would achieve greatness, shattering the confines of class distinctions. At this moment, beside him, those demonic plants, the Black Panther, Director Wong, and even the Black Armor all appeared somewhat dazed. The light persists. In this new era, perhaps it is only now that the brilliance begins to unfold. Leading this new epoch towards enlightenment are the individuals present, Mo Jian Li Hao, the Beast King Yuan Shuo, the earth-shattering sword Hong Yitong, the heavenly sword, the Overlord blade, the Northern Fist, the sword of light, the sickly ghost, and the man-eater. The Black Armor silently observed. His heart that had been extinguished and blood that had cooled began to gradually stir with fervor. I had never dared to assert that I would become the second grandfather. Here and now, a group of weak and ignorant souls dared to proclaim that while they might not match in prowess, they would strive to spread their teachings across the world and gallop through the rivers and lakes. Is this the strong heart of which you often spoke, grandfather? Strength does not solely reside in power. A strong heart is strength as well. In this moment, myriad thoughts raced through the Black Armor's mind. And he suddenly spoke gravely. I once taught at the Martial Arts University. Anything that you do not understand or cannot grasp, feel free to inquire of me. My students, too, possess knowledge. Though new martial arts may fade, the way endures, and the heart remains. Li Hao was taken aback and turned to look at him, while Zhang smiled and instantly vanished, declaring, I shall go cultivate. He was gone. Director Wong, too, wore a face of struggle and suddenly said, I have failed to catch the era of fierce competition in new martial arts. And I have missed the rise of the kings of men. Li Hao, I wish to exchange my physical form. I long to partake in this era. Li Hao gazed at him, and Director Wang's expression was serious. I am a practitioner of new martial arts, immutable in that regard. Yet a practitioner is not a villain. I wish to engage in this era. Practitioners, in any age, shall seize every fleeting opportunity. The martial path is one of contention. The opportunity lies before us, and I yearn to grasp it once more. Li Hao smiled, pondering for a long while before nodding in agreement. Very well. However, I need to contemplate further. A new physical form may necessitate rebirth, and my strength may diminish significantly. Yet that matters not. Director Wong grinned broadly, suddenly radiating joy like a blooming chrysanthemum. I, a practitioner of new martial arts, shall embrace this era and welcome the dawn of a new age. Chapter 301. The curtain rises at this stage. The cultivation system has been clearly defined, establishing the foundational technique, the breaking through technique, and determining the path forward and the objectives to pursue. In this moment, Li Hao and his companions found their anchor, as well as their aspirations and beliefs. The silver moon represents their realm of martial arts. Let this realm be infused with vitality and luminosity. May martial arts flourish and the rivers and lakes endure. However, This silver moon is not merely a singular domain. The dreams of the martial realm ought to be realized in this world, not confined to the silver moon alone. Perfecting other systems is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. At this juncture, the crowd regained their senses, realizing that considerable time had elapsed. Hong Yitong suddenly remarked, "Have we entered the year 1731? Is the martial arts academy not about to commence?" At this moment, an unexpected silence fell over the gathering. From the fervor of moments prior to the present awkwardness, it seemed so. Moreover, everyone had pressing responsibilities, yet they had lingered here for many days, forgetting that they had duties awaiting them outside. Has Lord Lin arrived? Perhaps. The group exchanged glances, each feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had forgotten these matters. Li Hao chuckled softly. "Let us proceed. There is no need for haste. The refinement of our cultivation system is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. We have merely laid the initial groundwork, and as our strengths develop, we shall gradually delve deeper into it." He then added, "Moreover, it is imperative that everyone, including myself, engages with this system." My tone grew solemn as I continued. "All that we have now is speculation. Theoretically, it is feasible, and the model is functional. Yet there may still be discrepancies that require adjustment. As pioneers, we must strive for thorough perfection. As our mentor has suggested, the flourishing of diverse, smaller cycles is the true beauty of our craft. In my view, every secret technique harbors the potential to cultivate its own cycle. There is no need for imitation, as each individual's circumstances differ. I hope that in the future, within our silver moon, numerous martial academies will emerge. And I wish for each of you to become the founders of your own sections. Assimilation may enhance strength, yet it risks diminishing the vibrant diversity of the silver moon martial world. The 36 veins need not be uniform. They can vary, perhaps serving different functions." Li Hao continued. "Additionally, there exist both attribute-based and non-attribute-based pathways. How they can coexist and integrate, or perhaps a single attribute pathway paired with 35 non-attribute ones, is worth exploring. There are myriad paths to traverse. Currently, we are merely promoting the simplest, most direct, and easily cultivated method, yet each of you, as wanderers of this era, retains the freedom to express yourselves creatively. As long as one persists in their endeavors, even in the face of adversity, one can thrive." This declaration elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. At that moment, Li Hao turned to Black Panther and remarked with a grin, "Humans possess human veins, and demons have their own. The grand path does not discriminate between them. From the dawn of consciousness, I believe that fate does not favor humanity alone. You too are a martial beast, and communication may be challenging, yet you can seek knowledge independently. Theories are universally applicable, do you understand?" Black Panther nodded eagerly. Perhaps representing the first of its kind in the Silver Moon realm to master the vast knowledge of humanity and excel in martial prowess. Li Hao then addressed the surrounding demon plants. "Esteemed predecessors, there is no necessity for you to adopt our ways. You are the strong ones of this new martial era. And I believe that this new martial path will not be so easily extinguished. Presently, confined within the Silver Moon world, you may find it difficult to perceive the original Grand Path. However, the cosmic expanse of the Grand Path is not easily obliterated. The newly born Star realm has likely either displaced or coexisted with the original universe, albeit in isolation. You venerable beings can still pursue the new martial way, strengthening both body and spirit. The original source may have dimmed, but it does not signify the absence of paths. Continue forging ahead, and when the Stargate opens, perhaps you shall encounter the original source and transcend your limits once more." The difficulty of progress for the demon plants was acknowledged. Transitioning to a new form could lead to regrettable consequences. Upon hearing this, those demon plants that had been previously enticed fell into a momentary silence. A voice resonated, asking, "Does Lord Li imply that demon plants cannot cultivate pathways like the Lord?" Li Hao shook his head. "Perhaps they can, but it may not be advantageous. The Stargate will inevitably open. However, there is no guarantee of my survival until then. As long as I am alive, the Stargate shall indeed open. Whether it is sending esteemed predecessors back to their homeland or allowing fallen leaves to return to their roots, I shall do so. Perhaps it will not take many years. By that time, should one return to New Martial, the paths of the Haoxing realm and the primordial path may not differ greatly. In such a brief span, the predecessor's transition would be an unwise endeavor for the demon plants, which require centuries or even millennia for cultivation. After contemplating this reasoning, the demon plants came to a similar conclusion. Should the star gates truly reopen, granting access to the primordial path once again within the silver moon? Or should they choose to diminish their strength and reconstruct their bodies? It may not yield greater benefits than their current state. Li Hao spoke without deceit. Indeed, the demon plants pondered whether they were concerned about becoming weaker, fearing a lack of the fountain of life to sustain them. These beings have recently consumed the fountain of life as if it were mere water. While the existence of the Haoxing realm suggests that following the new methods of cultivation would render the fountain of life no longer a constraint for the powerful to ascend, it remains a means to accelerate cultivation, albeit not a necessity, and certainly does not imply the fountain's obsolescence. Nonetheless, the demon plants refrained from voicing such thoughts at this moment. Li Hao may have had a point. By continuing their cultivation, strengthening their true selves and spirits, upon re-encountering the primordial, perhaps they could experience a sudden surge forward in their understanding of the primordial path. At this juncture, Director Wang could not help but interject. As a new martial practitioner, I cannot even be certain of new martial S existence. Yet you seem so resolute. Li Hao appeared to possess even more confidence than the new martial practitioners themselves. He replied, "It is highly probable that new martial still exists. Why? Because I believe that those who have traversed thorns will not be easily defeated. In any era, when they tread through numerous dangers towards success, as long as they do not forget their original intent, they shall not perish. Even if their physical forms are lost, their spirits endure. As long as humanity persists, new martial shall endure." Director Wang paused momentarily. At that moment, deep within the minds, Zhang An also found himself momentarily stunned. Indeed, those who have walked through thorns, who among the human kings has not emerged from such adversity? Each step, a testament to their journey. Breaking through countless barriers and facing myriad dangers, from nothingness to creation, they forged an era that has flourished for thousands of years. Could they truly face extinction? Yet, the new martial practitioners, surprisingly, did not possess as much faith in themselves as Li Hao did in them. Li Hao, however, chose not to elaborate further. He believed that having endured so much hardship, the words of new martial's populace reflected a resilience that, even in later stages, the human kings and the supreme ones remained unchanged, steadfast as ever. Could such a group be so easily deemed defeated? Could they be declared extinguished? It was inconceivable. Perhaps formidable foes existed or other challenges arose, but as long as life persisted, such a group would never succumb easily. He felt a deep resonance with their plight. He considered his own experiences to be far less than theirs, yet even now, he sensed much, feeling that he was 100-fold stronger and more resilient than during his time in Silver City. The heart is powerful. Difficulties, adversaries, the unknown, and fear cannot shatter me. If I can withstand this, how could they possibly be vanquished? Truly devastated, one could only conclude that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that they left no opportunity for retaliation, instantaneously obliterating them. Yet, if that were the case, there would be little left to discuss. However, is such a scenario feasible? Li Hao pondered that the Silver Moon realm might not remain detached from the main world for long. Its previous connection implied that it still resided within the sphere of new martial arts, suggesting that new martial arts was still alive. After enduring for so many years, it would not simply fade away. At this moment, Director Wang contemplated all of this and did not deem his choice to be erroneous. He remained a practitioner of new martial arts, yet he chose to embrace this new era. Even if it became more powerful, he would still be a part of new martial arts. The paths may diverge, but differing paths do not necessitate a severance of emotions and identity. Li Hao sought to comfort the beings of this new martial age. His recent seclusion had granted him a greater sense of tolerance and understanding towards these entities, or perhaps a degree of acknowledgement. Different eras and diverse factions exist, yet it is possible to seek common ground while respecting differences. In the vast universe and the myriad of worlds, annihilation is not a feasible solution. Furthermore, new martial arts and Silver Moon fundamentally share a relationship of inheritance, akin to a river flowing into the sea. Even if Silver Moon becomes independent, it could still develop as an ally or as two parallel, unrelated civilizations. It was precisely for this reason that Li Hao chose to soothe these ethereal plants at this moment. Had he not taken precautions earlier, he might have relished the notion of these mystical beings abandoning their true forms, as it would have increased his collection of wondrous plants. In high spirits, Li Hao tidied himself up, rose, and declared, "Let us all step outside for some fresh air. Relentless cultivation is not beneficial. We should meet with Lord Lin and discuss how to swiftly promote the dissemination of martial arts." Excellent. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, making no delay as they proceeded outdoors. From behind, Zhang En's voice resonated. The principles are manifest. The great path has become considerably more stable, and the world is beginning to solidify. We must act swiftly to extract energy. Otherwise, the second resurrection is imminent. Additionally, this method cannot be prolonged indefinitely. It can only be delayed. With more individuals engaging in cultivation, the balance of absorption and expulsion will actually lead to greater stability in the world. In the initial phase, we draw upon the power of the heavens and earth, while in the later stage, it will reciprocate back to the world. This is a cycle. The presence of strength, through absorption and expulsion, actually refines the very fabric of existence. For the energy extracted from the Star realm is significantly greater. It is the energy of the Tao principle universe. The world will flourish as a result. However, in the early stages, primarily drawing energy from the intrinsic world may lead to a depletion of that energy. Li Hao understood. I comprehend. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. The onset of the second resurrection is inevitable, and Li Hao could not afford to delay for long. Once it commenced, there might arise immortal beings, sages, or even entities of the celestial king level. At that juncture, Li Hao would face his true crisis. This was a reality known to Li Hao and to all. Thus, the 9 divisions, the imperial family, and the 3 major organizations had been anticipating the arrival of the second resurrection. It seemed that Li Hao and the Silver Moon inhabitants were not inclined to use new martial arts to confront new martial arts, but rather wished to stand independently against it. Since they were unwilling to compromise, it was highly probable that a significant conflict would ensue. Stepping out of the ruins, Li Hao let out a chuckle. This time, Zhang En underwent a transformation. This character from the early stages of martial arts, the grandson of the Supreme, seemed less despondent than before. As the group emerged from the ruins, a peculiar sensation enveloped them all. Hong Yitong suddenly remarked, "Indeed, the world feels more stable. Moreover, upon our return, it seems we have developed a deeper connection with the cosmos. A fervor is brewing." Yuan Shuan nodded in agreement. The energy is more vibrant. The momentum, or perhaps I should say, is clearer. The great momentum of the universe feels more intimate with us now, blending with the essence of the world, evoking a stronger sensation. Li Hao also took a moment to experiment. In an instant, the divine script merged with the void, gathering the grand momentum of the cosmos. As the Tao character manifested, energy surged from all around, frantically rushing into Li Hao's body, resembling famished demonic flora. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. For his capacity to absorb energy seemed more terrifying than that of the demonic plants. Li Hao gazed skyward, and in a fleeting moment, it appeared as if he sensed something, suddenly exclaiming, "How intriguing! The will of heaven seems to be in turmoil. Does it feel slighted by my presence?" Yuan Shua snorted dismissively. Heaven's will is subordinate to human intent. What does it matter if it is displeased? Yet, Li Hao chuckled, "Teacher, one must not dismiss it so lightly. The will of heaven has isolated the main world, granting Silver Moon the opportunity to develop independently, which is, in essence, beneficial to us. Perhaps we should tactfully align ourselves with the will of heaven. We might even reap some rewards." The group paused, then erupted into laughter. "You truly dare to dream." Li Hao, however, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "The will of heaven can indeed be deceived. Its nascent essence is hardly perceivable and lacks the vitality of sentient beings. Yet, it can sense the grand trends, and when these trends merge with the cosmos, they can indeed be manipulated." Upon concluding, he suddenly infused the Tao script into the void, and a nebulous intention emerged, allowing everyone to grasp a sliver of understanding. The will of heaven is everlasting. To believe in it, to nurture its growth, and to assist Silver Moon in its ascent. This life, we devote ourselves to the cosmos. This was Li Hao's contemplation, deliberately revealed for the group to sense. In the next moment, they discerned something extraordinary. A surge of immense power erupted from the void, instantaneously flooding into Li Hao's being. With a broad smile, he devoured it. Casting a glance at the astonished crowd, he cheerfully remarked, "What are you staring at?" The current will of heaven is no more clever than a child. It is merely an elusive subconscious. By harmonizing with the grand trends, rewards will naturally follow. Previously, I mistakenly believed that the will of heaven manipulated human hearts. In truth, it is still quite feeble. Otherwise, it would have long since dominated the cosmos, and we would not have the opportunity to discover the Haoxing realm. However, the benefits are limited. Li Hao continued, of course, some energy is not indicative of much. The crux lies in combating formidable foes. When we merge with the cosmos, we can draw upon greater celestial power, a notion you have long espoused, teacher. Merging with the cosmos necessitates aligning with the will of heaven. When confronting adversaries, we must learn to harness the power of the world to suppress them, conveying a message to the will of heaven. Our enemies are undermining the development of the cosmos. The will of heaven, in essence, will protect the world. The group was left speechless. Is this truly the case? Merging with the cosmos could indeed allow for the drawing of greater celestial power? Is that even possible? Li Hao nodded seriously. At this moment, the others were eager, each one merging with the heavens and earth, chanting fervently, Heaven, you are our parents. We shall protect the cosmos, foster peaceful development, strengthen our world, expel formidable foes, and annihilate our enemies. Waves of power surged into the universe. As Lin Hongyu stepped forward, she imagined she had entered a cult, a gathering of lunatics worshipping an evil deity. She was momentarily taken aback. Even the righteous Tianjian, whom she revered, was now reciting prayers with utmost devotion, paying homage to the heavens and the earth. What madness is this? Her composure faltered, and a flicker of fear crossed her mind. Could these fanatics be worshipping some malevolent god? In this world, deities do exist. At the western edge, a divine kingdom stands, reputed to house some indigenous deities eradicated in the age of new weaponry. Countless souls there pay homage. As the master of a city of superpowers, she was aware of this. Furthermore, she knew that the deities in the Western divine kingdom might be awakening. Could Li Hao and his companions be similarly entangled? Just as she pondered, Li Hao gracefully approached, smiling. City Lord Lin has arrived. My apologies, I was preoccupied and lost track of time. I failed to extend a proper welcome. Lin Hongyu swiftly suppressed her thoughts and smiled. It is only natural for the governor to be busy. By the way, she glanced at the group surrounding Tianjian, feigning curiosity. What are you esteemed seniors engaged in? Li Hao replied with a chuckle. They are attempting to deceive the heavens and earth, seeking to draw upon greater power from the cosmos. Lin Hongyu nearly burst into laughter. Are they mad? This bunch of old men, so naive? Deceiving the heavens to garner more strength. Are they jesting? Everyone speaks of the Silver Moon warriors as formidable, yet no one has ever claimed they are this childish. Just as she contemplated delivering a dismissive remark, Tianjian suddenly bellowed, unsheathing his sword with a fierce intent that enveloped the universe, still reciting, The demon lurks among men. My sword shall sever the evil. Boom. An overwhelmingly fearsome sword aura manifested, gathering energies from every direction, cleaving through the firmament. The monumental sword intent tore the sky asunder. Boom. The clouds above were pierced and shattered by this strike. In an instant, the sword's essence encompassed all around, a tempest roaring past, ruffling Lin Hongyu's hair. Staring in awe, she was utterly dumbfounded. Tianjian wielded a peak power of 6 elements, likely on par with her own. In terms of strength, she did not consider herself inferior to Tianjian. Yet at this moment, the momentum of Tianjian was unstoppable, his power unparalleled, the heavens splitting apart. This strike even approached the might of 7 elements. She was rendered speechless, disbelief washing over her. Was Li Hao's assertion truly not a jest? Deceiving the heavens to gain power, was this not mere folly? She was completely astonished. Is this really possible? After a prolonged stupor, she struggled to observe the others still attempting this, swallowing hard, disregarding her image. She exclaimed in a frenzy, "Why is the governor capable of such feats? How can this be?" Li Hao responded with a smile. "Perhaps sincerity begets power." Lin Hongyu murmured to herself, "Sincerity begets power?" In the next moment, as the forces of nature converged, she wielded her curved blade, intent on demonstrating her mastery. Unable to contain her excitement, she murmured, "I sever the wicked with my sword. The heavens are my sovereign, and the heavens are my progenitors." With that, she unleashed a silent strike, devoid of any ripples. Staring blankly at Li Hao, she inquired, "Does the governor require additional means of collaboration? Why is there no reaction? Li Hao sighed. This individual appeared astute, yet at this moment seemed quite foolish. He chuckled softly, patting her shoulder, only to recall that she was a woman, withdrawing his hand with a smile. Do not bother. Your attempts are futile. What is needed is the enhancement of a new path. Lin Hongyu paused, quickly grasping the implication. The path of words? Indeed, and yet not quite, Li Hao replied with a smile. I will explain later. Let us conduct some experiments with these elders. We shall visit the Lord's mansion, which I have arranged for you. It is within the imperial palace. However, many have perished there, and I am reluctant to go. If you find it displeasing, we may choose another location. That is unnecessary. As she spoke, Lin Hongyu could not help but glance at the others, unable to contain her curiosity. Governor, does this not bear some resemblance to the legendary enhancement of the source? Not quite, Li Hao shook his head. It is merely a trivial technique, effective only within Silver Moon. Beyond that realm, it holds no value. The source is the augmentation of the cosmic principles, applicable even in the chaotic universe. It is only because Silver Moon has entirely isolated itself that it cannot be utilized. What they possess is not a true enhancement. It is merely a matter of aligning with the will of heaven, receiving certain local privileges. The two concepts remain fundamentally distinct. Hearing Li Hao dismiss it so lightly, Lin Hongyu found herself unable to restrain her astonishment. Do you realize that what you refer to as a trivial technique has enabled these individuals to achieve invincibility at their level, surpassing anyone of their tier? Is this truly a trivial technique? What, then, would not qualify as such? Governor, you are truly. Lin Hongyu struggled to articulate her thoughts regarding the young man before her, finally stating, Governor, let us visit the Lord's mansion. I have never been there before. It is my first time visiting the imperial palace of the Tianqing dynasty. Li Hao laughed and nodded in agreement. As they proceeded towards the palace, Hong Yitong quickly caught up. Moments later, Yuan Shuo also hurriedly followed, casting a glance at Hong Yitong. Why do you constantly follow my disciple? Hong Yitong was speechless. I am discussing serious matters. Yuan Shuo, the elder, seemed intent on competing for his wife. Choosing to ignore Yuan Shuo, he promptly addressed Li Hao. Governor, Lin Chengzhu is present. I believe we should thoroughly investigate the matter we discussed previously. Yuan Shuo quickly concurred. I believe so as well. Lin Hongyu looked at them, puzzled, and turned to Li Hao, who smiled and explained, We aspire to emulate the martial science university of the new martial era, establishing a comprehensive educational system to promote martial arts and its philosophies. It is not merely about martial prowess. Strength is secondary. The key lies in a transformation of thought. As they walked, Li Hao elaborated, What is the purpose of martial practice? Once everyone possesses strength, I believe it is essential to emphasize a few points. First, martial practice is for physical health. Second, it is to enhance one's quality of life. Third, strength should serve to maintain peace, not to disrupt it. Fourthly, let the nation rise, let civilization ascend. In the vast cosmos, the silver moon is but a grain amidst the ocean. What significance does it hold to remain stagnant? The new martial way serves as the finest template. At this juncture, we may be distant from the new martial way, yet we can aspire to follow its footsteps and inherit its spirit. Every individual should embody the essence of a dragon, rather than merely gazing in awe without action. Lin Hongyu was momentarily taken aback, silently nodding in agreement. Promoting martial arts and transforming ideologies is no trivial matter. She spoke solemnly, Governor. With formidable adversaries yet to be vanquished and chaos reigning, perhaps it is too early to advocate for these changes? No, it is not premature, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Even if I were to fail, even if everyone were to falter, initiating this promotion at this stage is crucial. Regardless of whether the radiant moon prevails or the proponents of the new martial way emerge victorious, once the populace awakens, they cannot suppress the wisdom of the people. That is untenable. When one has glimpsed a new world, one does not wish to remain in darkness. Those who have witnessed the light can no longer find beauty in the shadows. This is the seed of civilization. Li Hao felt a surge of emotion. I have encountered certain individuals and artifacts of the new martial way, and in that moment, I realized my heart had transformed. My vision extended further, and my desires grew greater. Your lack of aspiration stems from your ignorance. However, once you have seen, you will no longer feel complacent with mediocrity. Thus, promoting these ideals should not be hindered by the turmoil of the world or the eventual supremacy over the silver moon. Of course, I shall triumph. Li Hao grinned with determination. Those individuals are merely jesters. True proponents of the new martial way, those who embody its spirit, will not oppose me. Those who do are merely products of the new martial era. Do not call them practitioners of the new martial way. A mere troop of jesters cannot stir the tides. Li Hao continued. Therefore, at this stage, we must commence our promotion. The reason I strive to enlighten Tianqing City is to provide everyone with the means and opportunity to engage with a broader spectrum of knowledge, enabling at least a basic understanding. Even if comprehension eludes them, it matters not. Once the framework is established, I will find ways to present films from the new martial era, correct? Yuan Shua nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Li Hao smiled. By utilizing these materials for promotion, playing them on a loop to invigorate the populace, we shall reveal what true civilization entails. If one's inner desires are not fervent enough, it is insufficient. We must yearn for beauty. Lin Hongyu was somewhat shaken, and after a pause, she remarked, Governor, this endeavor demands countless human resources and time. I am aware. Li Hao affirmed with a nod. However, it is not futile labor. Rather, it is a foundation for establishing a peaceful sanctuary, a garden where everyone longs for tranquility, strength, and beauty. Thus, our soldiers will dare to fight and willingly engage in battle. Consequently, our citizens will support our reign, for they will recognize who can bestow upon them a life of prosperity. Lin Hongyu listened intently, casting a glance at Li Hao, who, in that moment, seemed to radiate a refreshing vitality. He had transformed since their previous encounters, and she found this new version of Li Hao comforting. A man with ideals, goals, purpose, and profound thoughts. Li Hao continued, of course, everything hinges on the premise of not worrying about food and drink. Furthermore, a beautiful life is not merely about existing without purpose. It is a journey of collective struggle. Only the first generation of pioneers embodies such a spirit. It is not simply about being provided for. True happiness is forged through effort. He emphasized, this applies to the dissemination of martial arts as well. Things obtained too easily are often taken for granted, and we must instill in them the understanding that these achievements are not effortlessly attained, but are the fruits of one's own labor. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement. Yuan Shua added, indeed, even you endured several years of hardship when you first began learning martial arts, barely scratching the surface. We cannot allow immense benefits to be easily acquired. Otherwise, we are not transforming humanity for the better, but rather fostering parasites. Lin Hongyu listened quietly. She had initially expected to hear grand ambitions upon arriving in Tianqing City, talk of conquering the continents, resolving conflicts among nations, unifying the Silver Moon, or vanquishing the new martial order. Yet, none of this was discussed. The core figures of the Tianqing governor's office, Li Hao, Hong Yitong, Yuan Shua, were not engaged in such lofty rhetoric. Instead, they were deliberating on how to awaken the populace and plant the seeds of civilization in their hearts. Lin Hongyu found herself lost in thought. There were no grand aspirations, no fervent declarations, only mundane exchanges. Were these individuals truly unconcerned? Though she had not intended to speak, she felt compelled to voice her opinion. Governor, at this stage, I believe that cultivating a strong cohort of warriors is crucial. Li Hao nodded, indeed. That is why we have been training, including now. Now, she inquired. Yes, he affirmed, now is the time for cultivation. In truth, you still do not grasp that the world does not belong to one person, but to many. Even the tiniest of ants possess thoughts and strength. Li Hao had experienced numerous insights recently and continued. The sudden eruption of power from senior Tianjian, merging with the cosmos, is essentially a manifestation of the heart's strength. Furthermore, sometimes we focus on actions rather than intentions. When you fulfill your responsibilities and allow the people to recognize you as their support and guide, they will reciprocate. Reciprocate how? Lin Hongyu murmured. Perhaps with the title of human king, Li Hao replied with a smile. This too is a form of strength, an embodiment of faith in the birth of divinity. Having traversed the Haoxing realm, I understand that the people's faith is also a path. The Haoxing realm? Is that the great Tao universe? Lin Hongyu pondered, finding Li Hao at this moment to be particularly enigmatic and exceptional. Though her understanding was not entirely clear, she grasped the essence and asked, so, if the populace thrives, we will also grow stronger? Li Hao contemplated before responding, not necessarily. Lin Hongyu felt a surge of frustration. Not necessarily? Then what of this talk of the power of faith? Li Hao chuckled. It will strengthen your inner self. Governor, this is no jest. Previously, I spoke of martial artists cultivating their hearts. Now I must emphasize that the strong must also cultivate their hearts. Only with a sufficiently robust inner self can one attain true strength. Otherwise, one remains forever shackled by certain burdens. As the conversation unfolded, Li Hao remarked, "Recently, we have derived a novel method of cultivation. Would you care to try it?" "Oh, that sounds intriguing. Cultivation is indeed a fascinating means of alleviating stress," came the response. "Is it a divine art?" "It could be considered so, yet it is not entirely accurate." Lin Hongyu found herself perplexed, questioning the true meaning behind his words. As they engaged in casual banter, they entered the palace, which was now under the control of the demon-hunting army. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, Li Hao casually suggested, "Make yourselves comfortable. You, as the city lord, should take a seat at the head. The general should sit in the higher position." Li Hao chuckled, "That is merely a stereotype. While it is essential to adhere to certain customs, we need not be excessively rigid. We must be accommodating towards exceptional talents." Reluctantly, Lin Hongyu acquiesced, hoping to integrate herself into this group of enigmatic individuals. At that moment, Li Hao broached a significant topic in Lin Hongyu's eyes. Currently, the four corners of the continent are experiencing unrest. Some nefarious individuals, those from the new martial era, can no longer contain themselves and wish to emerge. The world has stabilized considerably, and the three major organizations have even relocated northward. The neighboring four nations are also stirring with activity. However, matters of war and peace are not to be taken lightly. It is through the strength of the people that we shall vanquish our foes. He continued, "The promotion of martial arts must be expedited. Even if there are certain drawbacks, it must be disseminated swiftly." Li Hao further stated, "Previously, I eradicated 5 demon plants from the 12 noble families. Besides the redwood, 6 have survived. Initially, I intended to eliminate them, but I now realize it would be a waste. Let us collaborate." Li Hao quickly added, "We shall cultivate food, not only with them, but also with the 11 demon plants in Tianqing Town. Additionally, the 5 demon plants that have migrated from Battle Town must also be included." After a moment of contemplation, he calculated, "That totals 21 demon plants. Each one can provide sustenance for 100 million people for a year, thus accommodating only 2 billion individuals. Currently, our food reserves are somewhat sufficient, yet still lacking. I wish to capture more demon plants from the central region. There must be more than just these few, and I aim to relocate them together. Tianqing Town would be an ideal location. Therefore, various tasks must be undertaken. Allowing the 3 major organizations to flourish unchecked will not yield results faster than us. Once the martial world achieves its second revival, it will inevitably be delayed again. Should those behind the scenes wish for an early revival, they must release a substantial amount of energy, which could serve as a means to weaken them. Throughout this process, we can also refine our new martial arts." Having concluded his thoughts, he turned to Lin Hongyu. "As for you, City Lord Lin, there are several crucial tasks ahead. First, gather intelligence on all relics in the central region. Second, address the issues of public welfare. Third, seek out talents for governance. Fourth, oversee publicity. Of course, these are merely my suggestions. How to proceed is at your discretion." Lin Hongyu nodded in agreement. Li Hao then added with a smile, "Well, having discussed serious matters, let us speak of other topics." Lin Hongyu was left speechless, pondering, "What have we even discussed? Allow me to demonstrate the cultivation method of the new martial arts, and simultaneously assess the severity of the issues at hand," Li Hao proposed, instantly piquing Lin Hongyu's interest. Yuan Shuo and Hong Yitong quickly turned their attention to Li Hao as well. At this moment, Li Hao refrained from further elaboration, revealing 36 extraordinary locks of energy before the onlookers. Such a feat is unattainable for most, requiring gradual development. However, I shall bypass this step to save time. Lin Hongyu swallowed hard, astonished by the sight before her. What is this? Extraordinary locks? So many. My heavens. Li Hao, adhering to his previous deductions and the breakthrough technique, commenced the operation of his cultivation method. Soon, the 36 extraordinary locks began to shimmer with a radiant glow. In an instant, one of the locks illuminated, captivating Lin Hongyu's gaze as it appeared to unveil a pit, from which a faint energy was drawn by Li Hao. Subsequently, that particular lock manifested numerous pits akin to those of a flute, yet Li Hao focused solely on one, patiently refining it. Before long, this pit was successfully penetrated. releasing a surge of energy. The breakthrough is accomplished. This is the first aperture, the initial meridian's first opening. Next, I shall proceed to open the other meridian apertures. Swiftly, he continued his endeavor, and in the blink of an eye, he activated 9 more, exclaiming, "I have reached the pinnacle of the initial phase of the 10th realm." In no time, each extraordinary lock's apertures were unlocked. In an instant, all 36 were activated. With 36 successfully opened, I have achieved the zenith of the 10th realm. Now, I merely need to establish connections and complete the cycle to transcend the 100, unleashing my internal strength. With that declaration, the 36 apertures glimmered, swiftly completing a cycle of cultivation. A soft thud resonated as an internal force erupted forth, leaving Lin Hongyu dumbfounded. What manner of martial cultivation is this? Traditional martial arts do not operate in such fashion, yet the manifestation is indistinguishable from conventional practices. Li Hao pressed on, initiating a second cycle. As before, in the blink of an eye, another 36 apertures were opened, culminating the second cycle. I have completed the cultivation of 72 apertures, reaching the peak of the 100, he proclaimed, and without pausing, he continued to unlock more. In an instant, the third cycle was completed. With a resounding boom, his energy surged. With 108 apertures opened, I have entered the mid-stage of the Douqian. He delved deeper into his cultivation, quickening his pace. Shortly after, 144 apertures were activated, marking the late stage of Douqian. Following closely, another cycle commenced. 180 apertures have been unlocked, achieving half of the extraordinary locks. Now, I stand at the pinnacle of the Douqian. Li Hao persisted in his training, his energy growing ever more formidable. After a while, a thunderous sound reverberated as the remaining 5 apertures in one meridian were wholly opened, the challenge proving no less formidable than that of the initial 36. Li Hao's energy surged once again. This signifies the first level of the mountain and sea realm, completing the full activation of a meridian. The division of apertures is essential for the optimal functioning of the meridian, ensuring the cycle remains unbroken. He continued to press forward, unfaltering in his quest. In the blink of an eye, the second meridian was activated, followed swiftly by the third and fourth. Within moments, Li Hao had unlocked 7 meridians. He furrowed his brow, feeling a considerable amount of energy being consumed, along with the absorption of a great deal of the life spring, and he remarked, "The further I progress, the more challenging it becomes." At this juncture, with 7 complete meridians alongside others partially activated, his power rivaled that of the previous 7 divine abilities. He contemplated whether he could continue, but the difficulty was overwhelming. Turning his gaze towards Lin Hongyu, he declared, "At present, I shall rely solely on the strength of these 7 meridians, the 7 layers of mountains and seas, to strike you with a single punch. What say you?" Lin Hongyu, momentarily stunned, eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well." With a resounding bang, his fist shattered the void. Lin Hongyu barely had time to react before witnessing a rift forming in the air, and in an instant, Li Hao's fist appeared, delivering a powerful blow that sent her sprawling. She found herself pinned against the wall, staring blankly at Li Hao. Yuan Shuo and Hong Yitong sighed inwardly, pondering the utter lack of appreciation for delicate beauty. Li Hao, however, chuckled, "The defense of the city lord is not to be underestimated. I am currently at the 7 layers of mountains and seas, wielding the strength of 7 meridians, and I can contend with those at the pinnacle lacking a foundational essence. Astonishingly, I merely knocked you back instead of breaking through you." He continued, "This epitomizes the new martial arts. Is it so simple?" Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Hongyu's mouth as she took a moment to process the situation. "Is this truly the new martial arts?" she murmured in disbelief. With a foolhardy maneuver, Li Hao had completed the activation of 7 meridians in a mere hour, achieving what he referred to as the 7 layers of mountains and seas, and had defeated her with a single punch. "Is it possible to unlock all 36 meridians?" she inquired. "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed. "However, this power is purely elemental, or one might say, physical strength, devoid of any divine abilities, which slightly diminishes its lethality. Yet, it remains formidable. Of course, my rapid progress does not imply that everyone can advance at the same pace. I have already manifested the 36 super abilities, while others must gradually cultivate and awaken their potential, which will undoubtedly take time." Li Hao reflected. To complete the first round of 36 meridian cultivation typically requires nearly a year, assuming no external aids. However, given the current abundance of energy, perhaps 6 months would suffice. At that point, one would reach the pinnacle of the 10th realm. Lin Hongyu, thoroughly astonished, eventually rose from the ground and gazed at Li Hao. Have you been preoccupied with this for the past few days? Indeed, Li Hao replied. Lin Hongyu, now filled with trepidation, exclaimed, this could revolutionize the entire realm of the extraordinary. Having witnessed it for the first time, she found it astonishingly simple and effortless. Although Li Hao was exceptional, it suggested that for others, profound understanding would not be overly demanding. The sensation felt even more accessible than the extraordinary abilities. What then constitutes your current array of divine abilities? Lin Hongyu inquired, knowing Li Hao possessed additional powers. Li Hao smiled and responded, the truly effective powers are essentially the 5 elements, the wind and thunder of the 7 series, combined with the strength of these 7 meridians, totaling 14. To be precise, the other 7 series have yet to form a comprehensive cycle, which pales in comparison to the singular cycle of 14 meridians. The 9 meridians represent the mountains and seas, while above them lie the sun and moon. By unlocking 3 meridians in one layer, the 14 meridians equate to the dual layers of the sun and moon. Upon this, he remarked, however, in reality, one may find oneself somewhat weakened. Of course, as a conduit of divine powers, the distinction between the realms of sun and moon is negligible, merely placing one among the ranks of the extraordinary. True pinnacle mastery should possess the might of 9-fold celestial bodies. Li Hao lamented, at present, I could likely handle some exceedingly feeble beings of the pinnacle alone. Yet, those immortal entities, even in their diminished state, pose considerable challenges. However, Lin Hongyu was oblivious to these musings. The duality of sun and moon? A new realm. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that Li Hao, at this moment, can contend with those at the pinnacle single-handedly. This is astonishing. Previously, although Li Hao had intervened against the frail immortals, it was not solely by his individual strength. Lin Hongyu took a deep breath. Are you truly intending to disseminate this across the world? Indeed, this is not prudent. Lin Hongyu exclaimed hastily. If that is the case, our adversaries will become aware. Li Hao chuckled. Let them cultivate. This is even better. It will deplete their energy more effectively. Lin Hongyu was left speechless. After a moment of silence, she inhaled deeply. Commander, if this must be the course, I suggest we proceed with caution, exchanging our new techniques for certain advantages before making them public, leaving our foes in a state of silence, suffering in silence. Exchanging for benefits? Lin Hongyu nodded. Absolutely. Not just him, but all the regional governors are in a similar situation. We should secretly dispatch envoys to negotiate, perhaps for 10 million divine energy stones. Or even a lesser amount, 1 million. If we can sell the techniques swiftly, we should arrange for numerous individuals, including Silver Moon martial artists, to conduct on-site teachings. Akin to what the commander has done, it would surely leave a lasting impact. Whether it is 10 million or 100 million, we should focus on volume. Her eyes sparkled. Once each faction has invested, we can promptly announce our findings. Revenue will flow, loyalty will be secured, and our enemies will be weakened while we grow. The challenge lies in whether they will believe we would sell them such formidable techniques. However, we have methods to dispel their doubts. Live demonstrations are the most effective approach. Across the vast continent, a multitude of local rulers possess remnants and still hold divine energy stones. In the 99 provinces of the realm, aside from the central and northern regions, there are still dozens of factions. Even if each were to contribute 3 million, it would not be a significant burden for them. And the divine energy stones could exceed 100 million. If the commander were to send individuals to Super Energy City, I would initially be skeptical. Yet, should the commander arrange for a demonstration, I would observe closely, even if I remained hesitant. I would still be inclined to invest several million divine energy stones to study the techniques further. Nearby, Yuan Shua and others regarded her with admiration. Inwardly, they acknowledged her cunning. Li Hao chuckled softly. Indeed, although I currently lack for divine energy stones, weakening the various factions while reinforcing ourselves is advantageous. Moreover, there will be many forthcoming uses for divine energy stones. Lin Hongyu, pleased that her suggestion was embraced, added, for those without funds, it matters not. We require various materials that can be converted into divine energy stones. Such individuals will prioritize cultivation resources above all else. The governor possesses a myriad of desires. such as paper mills, local specialties, machinery, and even formidable weaponry that can be exchanged with them. Even certain armors they have unearthed, which are of no use to them, can be bartered for whatever quantity the governor desires. I recall the governor mentioning that you are capable of facilitating exchanges, correct? Li Hao's eyes sparkled with realization, and he hurriedly nodded. What a talent! This was something I had not considered before, as I had been preoccupied with forging items myself or procuring them from the War-Heaven City. Seeing Li Hao's agreement, Lin Hongyu felt elated and continued, alternatively, we could acquire some special abilities, as the other party would likely not mind, given that these special abilities are not particularly formidable. Is it not the governor's aspiration to obtain more of these unique powers? We could even have these individuals capture superhumans within the territory and send them to the central region, whether for labor or to maintain peace among factions. It would be advantageous to utilize others to help fulfill the governor's strategies. Li Hao inhaled deeply, gazing at her, and after a while, he urged her to continue. Lin Hongyu, noticing his lack of opposition, elaborated, the benefits derived from this set of martial arts techniques would undoubtedly extend far beyond our current discussion. The governor could employ alternative methods to promote martial arts, such as encouraging them to establish hundreds of academies, promising to provide martial arts techniques for free once they are completed. Let us not merely speak of martial arts academies, but also of cultural institutions. These individuals would not concern themselves with the distinction, who would not be eager to exchange the construction of 100 academies for techniques. This approach would save a tremendous amount of time. Once we secure the Four Corners continent, we could swiftly commence recruitment. We could even have them apprehend some scholars and skilled workers from within their territory in exchange for martial arts techniques. Lin Hongyu grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Thus, the teacher would not lack disciples. Their relatives and friends could all be sent to the central region, who would care about mere common folk. After all, the central region comprises only 22 provinces, while the population of the Four Corners continent is far greater. Concentrating them in the central area would expedite and facilitate the promotion process. Li Hao swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. It was indeed a valid point. One martial arts technique had been ingeniously transformed by this woman. Observing his nod of approval, Lin Hongyu beamed and added, moreover, does the governor not require supernatural plants to assist in cultivating food? The governor could also exchange with them for specific locations of relics. They possess knowledge of certain relics that they are unable to develop, which could be converted into currency. Li Hao took a deep breath, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Indeed, harnessing the strength of the entire world would accelerate my promotional efforts. Precisely. Lin Hongyu smiled, continuing. We could even utilize this martial arts technique to persuade the southern and western kings to lead their troops across the sea to the western and southern continents, employing both coercion and enticement. If they are wise, they would seize the techniques and depart. Lin Hongyu enumerated her points, while Li Hao attentively absorbed her insights. The prospect of utilizing a publicly available martial arts technique to achieve such a multitude of outcomes intrigued him immensely, prompting him to consider the feasibility of this venture. According to Lin Hongyu's assertions, it would not require much time. Approximately 10 days would suffice, including travel time. Upon arriving, negotiations and transactions could be swiftly executed. If the various overlords are indeed astute, they would be inclined to exchange. This method would prove ineffective with fools, as the more intelligent ones would be easier to ensnare. Even the three major organizations could be approached for this endeavor. One need not seek out the Red Moon. Instead, engaging with Yin Luo and Fei Tian would be preferable, as Li Hao's animosity towards the Red Moon runs too deep. However, these two factions may also be amenable to an exchange. Li Hao nodded repeatedly, a broad smile gracing his face as he remarked, excellent. Let us proceed with your method. I was also contemplating how to expedite the transformation of the Silver Moon warriors, while simultaneously showcasing their prowess. By the way, during the transformation process, we could have the other party provide divine energy stones. It would be a clever ruse. Lin Hongyu chuckled softly, recognizing that this was not an insignificant sum. However, if the other party wished to observe, it was only natural for them to supply some divine energy stones, and it was highly probable they would not refuse. Li Hao felt elated. This arrangement would save a considerable amount. On this day, a multitude of Silver Moon warriors began their journey to various destinations. With the advent of the new year, these warriors had much to attend to, yet no one expressed discontent. Rather, they were all brimming with excitement, heading towards every corner of the continent, including the north. Within a few days, several overlords from various continents, some of whom bore animosity towards Li Hao, were greeted by envoys from the central region, sent by the Starry Sky Governor's office. This scene left many in shock. Li Hao had actually dispatched envoys. The crux of the matter, however, was that the Silver Moon warriors intended to trade a new martial art, breaking the aperture technique, which amalgamated countless Silver Moon warriors and the 5 animal secret techniques from the current phase. Despite the disbelief and skepticism regarding Li Hao's intentions, the arriving Silver Moon warriors were willing to demonstrate the technique on the spot, requiring only a modest amount of divine energy stones and life springs. Although this was not a trivial expense, the overlords were inclined to pay the price to gain insight into their objectives. They believed Li Hao would not send envoys merely for the sake of such a meager sum of divine energy stones and life springs. Upon witnessing the demonstration, countless overlords were struck with profound terror. They were astounded by the realization that this was an invincible technique that reached the power of the 36th order of divine abilities. It was simply unfathomable, bordering on madness and despair. Could it be that someone on Li Hao's side had cultivated to the 36th order of divine abilities? Otherwise, why would they disseminate such a technique? This implied that they might possess even more advanced martial arts. Regardless, this technique captivated many, leaving them in awe and shaking with excitement, as it was the most suitable martial art for the inhabitants of Silver Moon continent in the current world. In an instant, the overlords were both astonished and fearful. Their fear stemmed from the potential multitude of 36th order experts on Li Hao's side, as per their claims. There were 9 layers of the sun and moon. To them, this equated to a plethora of 36th order experts. Their astonishment lay in the fact that such an invincible technique was willing to be passed down at such a minimal cost, akin to being given away for free, which sent shockwaves throughout the realms. Li Hao's demands were as varied as they were numerous: establishing schools, capturing superhumans, purchasing scholars and artisans, and exchanging for relic locations. To the overlords, these requests seemed trivial. The martial art, the invincible martial art, was the crux of the matter. If they could save some divine energy stones, they would gladly trade these resources, even though they understood that such items would be essential for future stabilization of the world. However, with the world on the brink of being subdued by others who still cared about such matters, in a fleeting moment, a plethora of supplies and personnel began to flow towards the central region. Many of the literati and craftsmen who were sent displayed faces of profound sorrow, believing that their journey to the center would likely be a one-way trip, destined to become slaves, or worse, mere fodder for others. The air was thick with lamentations from all corners of the land, leading some to erroneously assume that Li Hao had taken to cannibalism. Amidst this turmoil, a multitude of academies began to emerge in the central region, and even the celestial canopy swiftly spread across various locales. Without this canopy, it would be exceedingly challenging to execute the plan for martial dissemination. In pursuit of this goal, Li Hao had resolved to activate the Illusion Research Institute, thereby accelerating the promotion of the celestial canopy. In the first month of the year 1731 in the star origin calendar, the high-end combat forces in the central region remained relatively quiet, yet below the surface, chaos reigned. A new era was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 302. Divine beings. Silver Moon martial masters were dispatched to various locations to impart their techniques. Meanwhile, Li Hao embarked on a new journey, opening relics and the Illusion Research Institute. The Yun family had long desired for Li Hao to initiate this, but he had previously harbored reservations about the spirit revival techniques within the institute, feeling unsatisfied and thus delaying the process. The spirit revival method, such as the Yun family's Yun Yu Ming, exhibited a troubling tendency of blending ancient and modern human spirits, even hinting at signs of possession, an outcome Li Hao was keen to avoid. Although Zhang and had asserted that the new martial practitioners disregarded the corporeal forms of this era's humanity, Li Hao remained cautious until today, ultimately deciding to proceed. The celestial canopy was in short supply. Although Tianqing City was currently in production, the pace was sluggish, and its quality was mediocre. It was said that the ancient celestial canopy could even reflect the tiny freckles on one's face, whereas the ones produced today fell short of such standards. The technological disparity rendered contemporary individuals unable to surmount these challenges. The celestial canopy was just one aspect. The second concern was the blood essence elixirs of the new martial era, which posed another dilemma. In this new age, elixirs were not prevalent, at best. There were some purely energetic mixed elixirs, with vague classifications. All of this required Li Hao to seek support, making the Luxian Research Institute an exceedingly vital establishment. Outside Tianqing City, near a small hill, Li Hao, along with Yun Yuming, Yun Yao, and Yun Yuqi from the Yun family, had gathered, accompanied by Yuan Shua, an archaeological expert. In addition, Li Hao brought along one more person, Director Wang. Director Wang was preparing to reverse his physical form, but he was still in the preparatory stages and had not yet succeeded. The Dao veins were not easily manipulated unless through possession, which he was reluctant to pursue. Thus, his visit to the Luxian Research Institute was also motivated by a desire to seek opportunities. Of course, Director Wang's presence was also a precautionary measure. Although the Yun family claimed there were no formidable presences within, merely a research institute, Li Hao's arrival prompted everyone to desire assurances of safety. With the immortal Director Wang present, at least for the time being, his combat prowess would surpass that of Li Hao. Li Hao aspires to truly possess the combat prowess of Director Wang, which likely necessitates reaching the 9th sun-moon level and opening more than 30 meridians. In modern times, this is a formidable task. Were it in the past, even with 36 meridians opened, he might not measure up to his opponent. At this moment, Yu Ming, a young lad, exhibited a somewhat complex expression. Yun Yao, on the other hand, remained as tranquil as ever. Since she personally took the life of the 7th princess, she had been quietly executing missions in the demon hunting army or engaging in cultivation, and now she had ascended to the 3rd yang level, distancing herself significantly from Li Hao and the others. Nevertheless, Yun Yao has always maintained an unperturbed demeanor, exuding a calm and serene disposition. Li Hao genuinely admires this quality. After all, not everyone can ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Maintaining a positive mindset is crucial, and he cannot cater to everyone. For those lagging behind in martial arts, it is best to approach matters with tranquility. Few can achieve this, as it is easy to succumb to an imbalanced mindset, necessitating personal adjustment. At this moment, Yuqi was her usual self, chattering away. Yu Ming, is this the place? How did you know it was here? Don't lead Governor Li astray. Yu Ming glanced at his sister. Ever since she learned that the grievances of the Yun family had been avenged, her spirits had lifted considerably. Yet, there was something Yu Ming hesitated to disclose, such as his own uncertainty about his identity, whether he was truly Yu Ming or a remnant of the new martial era. However, his sister treated him exceptionally well. 5 years ago, when Yuqi was still quite young, she had taken him under her wing in Tianqing City, ensuring he was well-fed and clothed despite their dire poverty, often finding ways to provide him with a bit of extra money for books and to assist others during their time in the slums. It was Yu Ming who brought back those children from the courtyard, but it was Yuqi who cared for them. Although those children sought out their own means of survival, over the past 5 years, Yu Ming felt that his sister had always favored him, even as he harbored memories of an ancient past. Upon hearing his sister speak, Yu Ming smiled and replied, "Sister, this is the place. I want to lead us astray." "Great," Yuqi responded, seemingly unperturbed by his words. She felt that life was quite satisfactory. Her aunt was still alive, her brother was naturally intelligent, and he had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the governor, reportedly even becoming a member of the Tianmu team, working alongside some seasoned veterans from the academy to install the celestial canopy. Those elders were contemporaries of their grandfather and treated her brother with great care and respect. She found contentment in such circumstances. As for her own aspirations, she had few. Currently, at the Tianqing governor's residence, she had not been assigned any specific duties, merely undertaking small tasks within her capacity, which she accepted with gratitude, knowing that they would be exploring the Yun family's relics. She had come along specifically because it was she who sought out Li Hao initially to avenge the Yun family, trading the relics for justice. Yuqi understood that commitments made must be fulfilled. Failing to do so would tarnish the Yun family's reputation. With the 9 Sui royal family now gone, most of those noblemen who had slain members of the Yun family had been executed, while a small number who were implicated had either been exiled or imprisoned, which pleased Yuqi greatly. As for restoring the Yun family's name, that was unnecessary. The Yun family, even in death, bears no stain upon its name. It has merely been the victim of slander from the 3 major organizations. There is no implication of collusion between the Yun family and these factions. Thus, the step of restoring their reputation is rendered unnecessary. Governor, With the opening of the ruins, I have fulfilled the promise I made to you. Yuchi exclaimed with a glimmer of mischievous delight in her eyes. Should there be no rewards, it is of no concern to me. I merely stated that the ruins are yours. I never claimed that treasures would be found within. In her perspective, the Yun family, once so feeble, is now under the governance of a formidable leader who may not even covet mere treasures. Should the spoils be scant, she cannot be held accountable. Li Hao smiled and nodded, affirming that upon entering the ruins, our initial agreement would be considered fulfilled. He then turned to Yu Ming, inquiring whether they should wait outside or venture in together. Before Yu Ming could respond, Yu Qi interjected, "Let us enter together, otherwise, should any danger arise, others might believe the Yun family has betrayed the governor. I recall my grandfather mentioning that these ruins pose no threats." Yu Ming was about to speak when Yun Yao calmly added, "Let us proceed together, Yu Ming. You possess some understanding of this place. It should be safe, correct?" Yun Yao glanced at Yu Ming, aware of certain underlying truths. Perhaps Yu Ming has inherited fragments of ancient memories. If there were a plot against Li Hao, this would be the perfect opportunity. Should such treachery occur, the Yun family would indeed be shamed. If real danger lurks, though Yu Qi and I might lack strength, perishing together within the ruins would demonstrate our innocence to Li Hao. In truth, Li Hao was indifferent to this matter. It held no significance for him. These two were undeniably weak, and entering could pose some risks. Contemplating this, Li Hao spoke. "You two remain here. Yu Ming can accompany us inside, as he is familiar with the circumstances." Yun Yao wished to voice her thoughts, but Li Hao reassured her with a smile. "It is of no concern. If we have not emerged by tomorrow, you may inform others. For now, it suffices for you to remain outside." After considering, Yun Yao chose silence. Meanwhile, Yu Ming was engulfed in frustration, remaining mute, clearly sensing the lack of trust in him. Li Hao refrained from further discussion as the ground split open, revealing a passageway through the earth, conjured by earth-based sorcery. At the end of this fissure stood a door, which required a key to unlock. A key that Yun Yao had already bestowed upon Li Hao. The quartet stepped forward, this time without the dog, who was preoccupied with seeking its own path. Yuan Shuo, an archaeological expert, surveyed the sides of the path and remarked, "This was established by the Yun family. The ancient ruins lie at its end." Upon reaching the door, he noted, "This is the isolation gate of a former military alert zone." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Director Wang cast a glance at Yuan Shuo, recognizing that he possessed considerable knowledge, likely gained from excavating the graves of their generation. Li Hao retrieved the key and inserted it into a slot on the door. Turning the key, the iron door swung open, and in that instant, light blazed forth. An automatic sensing system. Yu Ming quickly elucidated. The Research Institute possessed an automatic sensing system, which had previously malfunctioned. However, with the resurgence of the world, some energy has reactivated it. As they entered, a lengthy corridor unfolded before them, illuminated brilliantly. As Li Hao was about to take a step forward, the other three simultaneously exclaimed, "Stop!" Instantly, Li Hao came to a halt. Yu Ming promptly remarked, "Previously, this place was desolate. It was inconsequential to leave. However, now that it has regained some vitality, the passage is surrounded by energy cannons designed to combat invading foes, which poses a certain degree of danger." Director Wang nodded in agreement, clearly aware of the situation. Yuan Shuo, relying purely on his experience, remained silent. Only Li Hao appeared somewhat inexperienced. He had explored few ruins, and those were typically guarded by botanical creatures, devoid of such chaotic elements. "Let us utilize the Lord's seal of the main city," Yu Ming suggested, glancing at Director Wang. Wang nodded and revealed the mysterious turtle seal at the entrance of the passage. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice emanated from the screen at the entrance. "Detected arrival of the Lord of Zhantian City. Facial recognition error. The individual is identified as Wang Yi, director of the Zhantian City Guard. Source probe error. Not the Lord of Zhantian City. Network search initiated. Network fault detected. Transfer of the Lord's seal completed. Wang Yi temporarily assumes the position of Lord, possessing secondary authority, and is granted entry." Li Hao listened in astonishment. Director Wang explained, "Previously, there was a nationwide information network system that allowed for instant communication, with 9 primary stations managing operations. However, the 9 stations have since gone offline. Specifically the area where the redwood tree is stationed, the network connection has been severed and communication with other locations is impossible." Li Hao nodded. Curious, if the 9 primary stations were restored, Could it be accomplished again? Indeed, it is feasible, Director Wong affirmed. Last time, I inquired with the redwood tree and learned the locations of the other 8 stations, which are likely still operational. If we can capture them and reactivate the 9 stations, we should be able to restore network coverage. This would greatly enhance the sky curtain system. Otherwise, issues are likely to arise. Presently, the stations laid out by Yu Ming are quite rudimentary and easily susceptible to damage. Yu Ming concurred. Indeed, the absence of the 9 primary stations is quite troublesome. As their conversation continued, the lengthy passage seemed to lift some unseen danger that had lingered. Just as they were preparing to move forward, Li Hao suddenly approached the screen, contemplated for a moment, and revealed the starry sky sword. A probing force emanated forth, and soon the machine announced detection of fluctuations from the starry sky sword. Not the sword sovereign, but the sword sovereign's heir has arrived, granting the research facility primary authority. Li Hao's heart stirred, and Director Wong expressed a hint of exasperation. It appears that the assessment is quite discerning. The sword sovereign has not even arrived. It is merely the fluctuation of the starry sky sword. Yu Ming elaborated. The research facility possesses 3 levels of authority. Generally, researchers hold tertiary authority, allowing them to enter and exit freely. Some leaders have secondary authority, enabling them to activate special devices. The director possesses primary authority, granting control over most machines or archives within the facility. The sword sovereign holds special authority, capable of commanding the entire research facility. Evidently, the special authority is not included within the 3-tier system. Li Hao nodded. He recalled that there had been rumors circulated by the Red Moon, suggesting that the starry sky sword could command numerous ruins, although he had never tested this theory. It seems that commanding them may indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet it undoubtedly carries a significant prestige. At this moment, the starry sky sword began to resonate gently. Li Hao cast a glance and smiled. Ever since he opened the Haoxing realm, it seemed to have awakened considerably and become much more obedient. Previously, he had to rely solely on the 5 animals breathing technique to operate it. Now, such measures were no longer necessary. With Li Hao and Director Wong endowed with authority, the 2 led Yu Ming and Yuan Shua through the passage. Yu Ming began to introduce. This is the entrance passage to the Research Institute. The institute comprises 8 experimental divisions, primarily responsible for research in 8 specific areas pertaining to the Silver Moon. These areas include the spiritual reincarnation method of the Silver Moon region, studies related to deities, distinctions between primary and secondary worlds, the mapping range of the primordial path, the construction of cosmic passages, the research on the sealing properties of star gates, the transmission of void signals, and the impact of detachment from small worlds. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. The research conducted here seemed quite sophisticated. Yet, was this merely a small division? Director Wong appeared somewhat surprised as well. Is this the primary focus of the division? I had thought the task was to research the new generation of armor. That falls under the purview of the Weapons Research Institute. We are not responsible for such matters. Upon hearing this, the group instantly turned their gazes toward Yu Ming. Yu Ming sighed in resignation. Do not look at me. Since my arrival here, my memories have been resurfacing, leading to greater susceptibility to influence. I am currently embodying the persona of an esteemed elder. Li Hao frowned slightly, finding this troubling. Yu Ming let out a sigh, saying nothing further. Li Hao's reaction was entirely reasonable. The ancient individual had seized the body of a modern person, and while this was not a complete form of possession, the resurgence of ancient memories was encroaching upon Yu Ming's consciousness, causing him to gravitate further toward that ancient identity. This was an inevitable circumstance. Does your behavior pertain to the spiritual reincarnation method? Yu Ming nodded. In the primary world, there exists a division between the realms of yin and yang. This was achieved after the King of Humanity opened the world. Within his inner realm, such transformations can be accomplished, but in the Silver Moon, we lack the capacity for such feats. Hence, we seek to experiment here. I know of someone who has done something similar. Hongtu from the Fengyan Pavilion. Yu Ming pondered for a moment and responded. His approach likely followed the yin and yang reincarnation method of the primary world, which has many drawbacks. Memories can become isolated. One does not truly become the same person. It is akin to watching a film. It does not equate to fully immersing oneself in the experience. The disadvantages are substantial, to the point that one may not be considered the same individual. The reincarnation method of the Research Institute aims for complete memory integration, where you are I, and I am you, indistinguishable from one another. He continued, however, the Research Institute also faces certain challenges and drawbacks, as this world is fundamentally imperfect. The path of life and death is incomplete, making such reversals exceedingly difficult. He elucidated further, these drawbacks manifest as they do for me now. I must rely on the spiritual energy of this world, which is what the governor refers to as possession. True reincarnation does not necessitate such measures. The reversal of life and death, and the inversion of yin and yang, consume only energy, specialized energy, rather than this rudimentary method of possession. Do you acknowledge that it is possession? Li Hao let out a hum, and Yu Ming, feeling helpless, responded, if the governor thinks this way, I can only say so. In truth, I do not wish for this to happen. My mental energy has always resided within the Research Institute, granting me a considerable degree of freedom. However, Yun Haoran, my grandfather, insisted on drawing my mental energy into my body, thereby initiating an irreversible reincarnation process, which leaves me quite helpless. Li Hao refrained from further comments and continued onward. At this moment, having traversed the passage, he found himself before a vast expanse of buildings, ablaze with light, reminiscent of daylight, in stark contrast to the dimness found in other ruins. Were there any other formidable entities with mental energy present here? It remained uncertain. Yu Ming shook his head. At that time, within the institute, there was a director, 3 deputy directors, 8 department heads, and around 200 to 300 researchers, alongside over 1,000 guards. Later, when the Sword Sovereign set out for battle, the director and 2 deputy directors accompanied him, and several of the 8 heads also departed. 2/3 of the guards were withdrawn, leaving the remaining personnel to maintain the Institute's operations. My previous responsibility was overseeing the reincarnation method of mental energy. Are you one of the 8 department heads? Li Hao inquired. Yu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the weaker mental energies have long since dissipated. If anyone has survived, they would likely be among the upper echelon of department heads. As for the guards, if any remain, they, like those in other cities, would only exist as lingering remnants. Wang Yi suddenly interjected, as one of the 8 department heads, why do I not recognize you? Yu Ming remained speechless. Director Wang. Aside from knowing our director, do you know anyone else? Wang Yi, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I do know one of your deputy directors, Lu Pingho. After contemplating, Yu Ming retorted, we do not have such a deputy director. Director Wang, you truly are a policeman, always trying to set traps. Lu Pingho, if I recall correctly, was a vice commander among the guards at that time. Li Hao glanced at Wang Yi, who smiled sheepishly and coughed. I must have been mistaken. My apologies. Yu Ming found himself at a loss for words and continued, the fundamental items the governor seeks, such as the heavenly canopy and blood chi pills, are all located in the first warehouse. It contains various sundries that should still be there, as they pertain to lower-tier research. They were merely conducted during leisure time for relaxation purposes. Well, Li Hao sighed. It appears that what we deem significant is, in fact, inconsequential. At this juncture, Li Hao expressed newfound interest in the 8 departments. Do you possess a divine being research institute? Indeed, Yu Ming confirmed with a nod. When the small world first opened, some native deities were born. A portion was slain, some dissipated entirely, while others left behind their remains. Here lies the corpse of a deity, and we have been studying these native spirits. What sort of deity? The earth god, Yu Ming elucidated. It wields immense power over the earth and possesses a remarkably robust physical form. Thus, after its demise, the corpse remained. At the time of its death, its combat prowess was formidable, even reaching the pinnacle of a sage. One must realize that during that period, the source path could still radiate. Hence, it was a true pinnacle sage, unlike the current sages devoid of the source path. It will not be resurrected, will it? Li Hao suddenly remarked. The revival of the world might lead to the resurrection of some deceased deities. Just because the old gods have perished does not imply they cannot be brought back to life. With the rejuvenation of the cosmos, it is conceivable that these ancient deities could return, and that would spell significant trouble. Although today's sages do not match the caliber of those from yesteryears, Wang Yi of the present is not the same as the Wang Yi of the past, even though both parties differ vastly in their realms of power. Yu Ming shook his head, saying, that is unlikely. The adversary was personally eradicated by the Sword Sovereign. As long as the Sword Sovereign's intent remains unextinguished, the foe shall not resurrect. Even if new gods emerge, they will not be this particular one. Do not underestimate the strength of the new martial emperor. The formidable beings they have vanquished cannot return unless this realm reaches a power comparable to that of the main world. Otherwise, no one can achieve such a feat. Very well. As they conversed, the group had already entered the confines of the research institute. 8 grand edifices were scattered throughout the campus, with 8 distinct departments operating independently of one another. Yu Ming cast a wistful glance, reminiscing about the days when they all conducted research here. When disaster struck, the institute was sealed, leading to their eventual demise within these walls. Li Hao frowned, knowing full well that death awaited. Why did no one attempt to escape in search of survival? We could not leave, Yu Ming explained. Once the institute was sealed, only the director had the means to open it. Unlike the main city, where one could venture out to explore, we were entirely confined. Li Hao nodded and turned to Director Wang. At that time, you all must have known you were doomed. Did none of you consider taking a risk to venture outside? Some did manage to escape. The main branch was not entirely absent. However, a portion had to remain behind, Director Wang replied with a smile. Those who chose to stay could not wander aimlessly. Otherwise, should a crisis arise without strong defenders, it would create further complications. Such rigidity, Li Hao thought. He believed that had he been in their position, he would have chosen to venture out, even if it meant facing death. Yet, Director Wang and his colleagues opted to remain, perhaps out of a sense of duty. Those who are not martial artists might not grasp the weight of such feelings. The 8 buildings were brightly illuminated at this moment, yet devoid of any occupants. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Li Hao glanced at Yu Ming, suggesting, "You might as well call out. Perhaps some old friends are still around. It would prevent any misunderstandings. Otherwise, if a few individuals appear with intentions to seize our bodies, we shall not show mercy." After contemplating, Yu Ming acknowledged the logic in his words, and although he had never previously discovered any survivors, he raised his voice. "Are there any colleagues still alive? I am Hu Shao from the Spiritual Reincarnation Department. If anyone is here, step forward." Silence. The stillness persisted. Director Wang surveyed the surroundings. There are not many formidable beings within the institute. They may have all completely perished. Let us proceed to the first storage room and retrieve what we need before we explore this place further. The group nodded in agreement and, under Yu Ming's guidance, headed toward a series of small, low buildings. Soon, a modest structure came into view, with a massive door obstructing their path. "The governor can open it himself." Li Hao possessed the necessary permissions. Li Hao refrained from idle chatter and drew forth the starry sky sword, revealing it before the doorway's screen, which promptly slid open, showcasing a remarkable display of advanced technology. Upon entering the storeroom, it was far from the disorganized chaos one might expect. Rather, it was meticulously categorized and remarkably clear, with various small storage compartments clearly labeled with their respective inventories. As Li Hao scanned the surroundings, his gaze soon halted before a small room. Sky canopy projector. Remaining stock, 13,260 units, he noted. Yu Ming, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This is it. I never anticipated there would be over 10,000 left. I thought only a few thousand remained." Li Hao smiled in agreement. Indeed, over 10,000 units for the Celestial Star Dynasty, with more than 3,000 cities, meant that, on average, each city could receive a few units. Quite satisfactory, eliminating the need for extensive production. However, Yu Ming shook his head, asserting, "These devices are easily damaged. The more we have, the better. Moreover, having merely 3 per city is far too few. Ideally, every small town and even every village should possess one for basic coverage. To achieve comprehensive coverage, they would need to be in every household, utilized like a television." Li Hao raised an eyebrow, pondering the enormity of such an undertaking. That would require billions of units at a minimum. With 3 people per household, we would need 30 billion just for that. The dynasty might not sustain such a burden. Of course, this could serve as a long-term goal. For now, having one in each city is commendable. His gaze wandered to other small rooms, and he found himself increasingly intrigued. Blood chi pill, bone refining pill, bone strengthening pill, and organ forging pill formulas, with 127 copies preserved. Li Hao was taken aback by the sheer quantity of elixirs. Did ancient people truly have such an affinity for consuming pills? At that moment, Yu Ming, emerging from an obscure corner, retrieved a small screen and, with a smile, declared, "Lo and behold, this still works. It's a record of the warehouse reserves. Whatever the governor seeks, it's all documented here." Curiosity piqued, Li Hao leaned in for a closer look. though much of the information eluded his comprehension, even with names. He was uncertain of their purposes. Yuan Shua also leaned in, glanced at the screen, and suddenly remarked, "This is a remarkable find." He pointed decisively. "Blueprint for a level 1 energy vehicle. I've encountered descriptions of this in an ancient text. It boasts a speed of up to 1,000 miles per hour, an astonishing feat. If it were to be implemented across the Silver Moon realm, one could traverse the distance from Baiwest City to Tianqing City, a staggering 22,000 miles, in just 22 hours. This vehicle can accommodate 30 carriages, with each holding around 50 passengers, roughly 2,000 people per trip. One could journey from the north to Tianqing City in a single day." Li Hao's eyes flickered with intrigue. So swift? Previously indifferent. Yu Ming now noted Li Hao's interest and nodded. 1,000 miles per hour, equating to 500 kilometers per hour, is not excessively fast when considering energy-driven speeds. While it may seem rapid to the average person, for the powerful, such velocity holds little significance. In the event of a battle, if it takes 22 hours to arrive, the conflict would likely be concluded by the time one gets there. Nevertheless, it would facilitate ordinary travel somewhat. I surmise this blueprint was intended for the establishment of such tracks across the Silver Moon, but ultimately, the endeavor was unsuccessful. Director Wang nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware of this." Subsequently, many proposed directly constructing a portal, leading to a temporary halt in this avenue of research. Li Hao, intrigued, contemplated, "What a splendid idea. With our plethora of superpowers, we could certainly establish a network spanning the continents. If we could create such a mode of transportation, reaching the central region from any corner of the continent would take merely a day. In such a scenario, the entire Tianqing dynasty would achieve seamless communication among its populace. A mere day, indeed. The speed is astonishing. Even when I fly, without accelerating, my pace hardly surpasses that of a leisurely journey. Previously, regardless of haste, it would take nearly a week to arrive. Walking? That would be a death sentence. Covering over 20,000 miles in a year would be a feat. Even for the most resilient, a typical individual would struggle to traverse such a distance in a year." In high spirits, Li Hao mused, "Let us retrieve the manufacturing blueprints and ascertain whether our current technology can facilitate their creation. Even if not, utilizing superpowers to substitute certain machines or technologies may yield potential." The advantages of superpowers became evident at that moment. For instance, if a metal lacked sufficient hardness, one could wield metal-based superpowers to enhance it. Anything below standard would simply not exist. If technology falls short, superpowers can compensate. In the new martial era, the variety of superpowers far exceeds that of the past. During that time, the physical body, spirit, and vitality were predominant. There were no peculiar superhuman abilities. Yuan Shua also nodded, his gaze fixated on various items, his expression brightening. "This place, a treasure trove. We should have arrived sooner." Clearing out this location would resolve numerous technical challenges. With such support, he was confident that Li Hao's ideas would soon materialize. In this moment, Yuan Shua felt a mix of joy and regret. Regrettably, new Marshall's investment in Silver Moon was not substantial. Many concepts existed only in theory and had not been formally implemented. Director Wang shook his head. "It is not that we did not attempt. Rather, the time was limited, and our tenure in Silver Moon has been brief. Additionally, at that time, this area was considered the domain of the Sword Sovereign, who believed in a hands-off approach. After all, those who migrated from the primary world were not weak. Even the common folk possessed some degree of strength, rendering certain efforts unnecessary." Li Hao surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a smile, "The items in these storerooms are wasted here. They should be relocated. They are all valuable." Yu Ming, observing his somewhat brigand-like demeanor, refrained from comment. "If they must be moved, let them be moved. Shall we visit the mental rebirth department?" Yu Ming inquired. "There are specialized instruments that are capable of achieving mental rebirth." Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded, since they were already here. It would be worthwhile to take a look. The group did not linger in the storeroom for long and swiftly exited, heading towards a large building. The building, however, was firmly shut. Once again, it was Li Hao who used the starry sword to unlock the door. Yu Ming entered quickly, wearing a nostalgic expression. "This is the mental rebirth department. Initially, there were 34 members in the department, though now it is likely that none remain. Among the various departments, the most significant is the Transmigration Division, which is solely responsible for the reincarnation of spiritual energy. I shall take you all to see it. Although the others were not familiar with this, they were all quite intrigued, especially Director Wong. At this moment, the group ascended in the elevator together. Upon reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened. At that instant, Yu Ming's expression changed slightly. Li Hao furrowed his brows, and Director Wang's countenance shifted dramatically as he abruptly reached for Yu Ming. Yu Ming hurriedly exclaimed, "It has nothing to do with me." However, Director Wang was not inclined to heed his words and swiftly apprehended him. In that very moment, within the vast hall, a figure arose from a machine, exuding a formidable and intense aura. Like a deity, golden light flickered in his eyes. He gazed at the group across from him, his voice resonating with authority and a hint of indifference. Is it not rather inappropriate to trespass in another's domain? Yu Ming's expression transformed repeatedly, now captured by Director Wang. He made no attempt to resist, but merely looked at the figure, his face paling. "Who are you? You vile creature, you have usurped the body of that deity, employing the method of spiritual reincarnation to seize the vessel of another. You are not one of my transmigration division." Li Hao furrowed his brows as well. To seize the body of a deity? So, this deity must be the corpse of one who had been slain. Yet someone had used the method of spiritual reincarnation to take control. The figure, enveloped in earthy hues and emanating golden light, glanced at Yu Ming, falling into a momentary silence before finally inquiring, "And who might you be?" Yu Ming, who had managed to restrain himself before, could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "I am Hu Shao. Who are you? Who permitted your presence in my transmigration division? How did you gain entry? When I departed from this place 5 years ago, it was sealed off. How did you come here?" Li Hao remained silent, his inner spiritual inscriptions circulating, revealing a series of extraordinary locks. Yu Ming had previously asserted with great conviction that no one remained here. Yet suddenly, a deity had emerged. Before this presence, Li Hao sensed something unique, as if an immensely powerful earthy force was resonating, causing the earth inscriptions within him to tremble. Furthermore, his own earthy force, his towering mountain, quaked in response. The earth deity? This thought caused Li Hao to frown. Is this what deities are? Yet, in the presence of this being, his earthly abilities faced significant hindrance. Fortunately, the inscriptions of the Tao within him were radiating light, dispelling these influences, and gradually, his earthly powers began to restore. The Tao inscriptions are a gift from the heavens, a reward for Li Hao's mastery of the great Tao. They are not subject to the control of these deities. The divine realm of the Western gods weighs heavily on Li Hao's mind, as it is uncertain how many deities have been revived there. If they all possess such abilities to manipulate spiritual powers, it would impose tremendous constraints on Li Hao and his companions, especially for those adept in spiritual techniques. Should a specific technique encounter its corresponding deity, it would pose an immense challenge. Of course, the 36 meridians would remain unaffected, as they are devoid of attributes. This, at least, is a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. At this moment, the formidable figure cloaked in earthy hues descended from the machine, casting a glance at Yu Ming before finally speaking. "Hu Shao, have you usurped the body of an outsider? I merely occupied a useless corpse, which would serve no purpose left untouched, and yet you dare to reproach me." Yu Ming, somewhat irked, retorted, "I did not usurp anything. It was all an accident. The spiritual reincarnation department is under my purview, while the divine corpse department is overseen by the deity division. Who are you to brazenly seize the assets of our research institute?" Director Wang remained silent, observing discreetly as he sought to assess the opponent's strength. The divine body in question had once belonged to a being of saintly caliber. This individual was not a practitioner of the original path, but rather a unique lineage from the Silver Moon realm. Given the current isolation of the Silver Moon territory, it was plausible that this entity retained the might of its prime, a veritable saint. For someone like him, devoid of the original essence, this posed a nearly insurmountable challenge. Director Wang silently regretted not having summoned his master uncle earlier. In the past, the institute had lacked any top-tier powerhouses. Even the head of this facility had only reached the pinnacle of immortality. Without the original essence, the opponent remained a research scholar, and even in this predicament, Director Wang felt no fear. However, the emergence of an individual who had usurped a divine body changed the stakes entirely. Meanwhile, Li Hao had been diligently observing the figure before him. The earth energy surrounding this entity was extraordinarily dense. The physical form bore no golden sheen. distinguishing it from the strong of the new martial era, suggesting it was not a product of their cultivation method. The act of usurping a divine body, combined with the spiritual reincarnation technique to merge one's consciousness with the body, was indeed a clever approach, preserving one's strength. Yet, it was rumored that such a process would weaken one's spiritual power, potentially rendering the individual incapable of wielding formidable earth-based forces. At that moment, a suit of earthen armor materialized upon the figure's surface. Addressing the group, the figure regarded Yu Ming calmly and stated, "Very well, Minister Hu, in times of urgency, we must be pragmatic. Occupying a divine body contravenes the regulations of the Research Institute, yet given all these years, with your absence, I had no choice but to proceed in this manner." With that, he continued, "I am Qi Yun." Yu Ming was taken aback, gazing at the figure for a moment before exclaiming, "Director Qi, you are still alive? Is it so surprising that I live while you do?" Yu Ming promptly informed Li Hao and the others. "This is the only remaining deputy director of our institute, Qi Yun." Director Wang raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with this individual. They were not of the same system, and thus, he could not be expected to know them all. Li Hao observed for a moment before speaking. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Director Qi. This is Wang Yi, the director of the Battle Heaven City Guard and acting city lord. I am Li Hao, heir of the Li family and wielder of the Celestial Sword, as well as the commander of the 11th Division of the Battle Heaven City Reserve Guard." Continuing, Li Hao stated, "To prevent any unnecessary conflicts, I must request, in accordance with wartime regulations, that Director Qi submits to military oversight." He paused for emphasis. "I ask that Director Qi temporarily withdraw his spiritual power from the divine body and relinquish control over it." Qi Yun arched an eyebrow. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? Your identities cannot be confirmed at this moment. The Research Institute is a place of great significance, and we cannot casually relinquish our resistance, allowing the enemy to invade with ease." Li Hao smiled, the starry sky sword hovering before him. "Are you acquainted with the starry sky sword, Director Qi? Is this not sufficient to validate my identity? Or do you believe, Director Qi, that the regulations of the new martial era have become obsolete with time?" Suddenly confronted by a formidable adversary who has seized the divine body took everyone by surprise. However, this opponent is a powerhouse from the new martial era, and unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to provoke a significant conflict. Director Wang interjected, "Director Qi, during wartime, we must accept military oversight. All strong individuals possess military ranks. Your rank is merely that of a captain. Currently, the commander of the 11th Division holds a general's title, so you must obey orders." Yu Ming also spoke up. "Director Qi, your encroachment upon the divine body is somewhat understandable given the passage of time. However, it would be prudent for you to temporarily relinquish control over the divine body. The mental reincarnation method is not yet perfected, and recklessly infusing your consciousness into the divine body could lead to severe repercussions." The other party fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, upon seeing the insignia of the city lord appear above Director Wang, which shimmered with brilliance, he sighed, "I have no intention of disobeying military orders. It is merely that a few individuals have recently arrived, their identities unclear." With that, a wave of mental energy emanated outward, swiftly transforming into a shadowy figure. Albeit somewhat ethereal, the divine body lost some of its luster. Qi Yun's intangible form quivered slightly. "I have now relinquished my control over the divine body. How do you wish to deal with me?" Director Wang found himself in a difficult position, yet Li Hao remained unfazed. He communicated telepathically, and Director Wang promptly focused on the other party's mental energy, while Li Hao stepped forward, approaching the divine body. He reached out, and initially, Director Qi did not pay much heed, but in the next moment, he paused, turning to gaze back. At that moment, Li Hao was adorned with a divine script, the character Dao manifesting. As he conducted his examination, he was struck with astonishment. The divine body was extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, its interior lacked various superpower locks, possessing instead a single, remarkably thick Dao vein that traversed its entirety, an Earth-type Dao vein. Without uttering a word, the character Dao swiftly merged into the Dao vein, and Li Hao radiated brilliance as a unique force surged forth. In the blink of an eye, under the astonished gaze of Director Qi, Li Hao severed the connection between the Dao vein and the Haoxing realm. Utilizing the character Dao, he sealed off the entrance to the Haoxing realm. The divine body's aura diminished instantaneously. Only at this moment did Li Hao let out a subtle sigh of relief, looking towards the other party with a faint smile. Regardless of what the individual had been contemplating moments prior, there was no room for further thoughts now. Encountering him was a fortuitous surprise. The divine body. Furthermore, the individual was the deputy director of the research institute, and Li Hao harbored many questions. Perhaps this person could assist in clarifying them. As for Yuming, his memories were not particularly vivid, and given that the other party had only been responsible for the mental reincarnation department previously, he might not possess as much knowledge as this deputy director, who currently presided over the entire research institute. The director Qi was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "How did you achieve this? The power within the divine body is boundless and cannot be contained. It has been continuously absorbing energy from an unknown source. How is it that you conceal it?" Li Hao smiled, responding, "Director Qi will come to understand in due time. Are there any other living beings here? Apart from yourself?" "None." Director Qi shook his head. At that time, there were very few researchers at the immortal level. Those who did not reach immortality after so many years have long since decayed. That Hu Shao is still alive is quite a surprise. His mental strength must be slightly stronger than that of others. I managed to cross into immortality, which granted me the chance to survive. But the revival of consciousness has only occurred in recent years. I discovered that while the people had perished, the divine body remained intact, showing no signs of deterioration. In fact, in recent years, this body has exhibited some signs of revival, prompting my decision to inhabit this cadaver. Revival? Li Hao felt a stir in his heart. When did this begin? It happened several years ago, Director Qi replied. I am unsure of the exact time, but when I revived, this corpse already showed signs of coming back to life. To suppress its revival, I opted for a mental rebirth and took over the body as a precaution. Li Hao pondered, realizing that this could mean the deities in the Western realms might indeed be undergoing a revival process. This was far from good news. Furthermore, since the second revival had not commenced, other ancient civilizations' powerful beings could not emerge. Yet what about the deities? Perhaps they could. After all, they are part of the very fabric of the universe. While it may be difficult for others to manifest, they might still be able to. Feeling a headache coming on, Li Hao muttered to himself, what a hassle. Yet, it could be seen as a stroke of luck. Here, I unexpectedly acquired a divine body, which could provide significant insight for the development of the Dao veins. Let us leave for Tianqing Town, Li Hao declared. He did not elaborate further, and Director Qi mused. If we cannot leave, I can take you out. Do not worry. That is how Director Wang arrived. Director Qi regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. Very well. Li Hao chose not to dwell on other matters, deciding to leave this individual in the care of Zhong'an. He found no need to discern whether the person was good or bad. Perhaps they were merely employing a temporary tactic, or perhaps they sought to catch everyone off guard. Regardless, it was of little consequence. By sealing the power of the Haoxing realm, he had managed to control the strength of the divine body. Even if this individual had ulterior motives, they would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, it was astonishing that the divine being possessed only a single Dao vein. Li Hao was taken aback. A solitary Dao vein capable of saint-level combat prowess was indeed groundbreaking news. This divine body might very well be the most significant gain from this encounter. Chapter 303. Like-minded souls within the Research Institute. Director Qi chose to compromise. And Li Hao and his companions said little. Li Hao sealed the divine body with divine script and, along with the spiritual projection of Director Qi, exited the institute. The items within could be retrieved later. After all, the current Tianqing city was all under Li Hao's dominion. Outside, the two members of the Yun family remained. Li Hao, however, remained silent. Some still believed that Li Hao was displeased because of Yuming, feeling that Yuming had deceived him. Yuming hesitated several times to speak. Yet Li Hao paid him no mind. He was not angry about this matter. In fact, he harbored no thoughts of anger at all. At this moment, he pondered a particular issue. The rebirth of spiritual power necessitates a physical body. How is the body of Hong Tu formed? Or is it reborn from infancy? His method of rebirth is not conventional. Would it require reincarnation like Director Qi and the others? Can spiritual power be harmoniously stabilized? Or even maintain a minor decline in strength? What if Director Wang now seeks to acquire a body of the new era? Is it feasible to fabricate one out of thin air? Could one truly create an immensely powerful human body? The human body is exceedingly complex, with countless superpower locks. How could one possibly fabricate it? An abundance of thoughts flooded Li Hao's mind. leading him to perceive the intricate structure of the human body, particularly in this era where the human race possesses innumerable innate meridians, making it even more challenging to replicate. If one could manufacture a human body, it could be deemed a creation of the world, perhaps even a creation of the Tao. Yet, the myriad paths of the Tao are exceedingly difficult to emulate. What about a singular path? Can one cultivate a single spiritual script to perfection? For instance, this divine body. Would a single path be capable of reaching its utmost potential? Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. With countless meridians in the human body, he had previously considered cultivating all paths, and now he had selected only 36, which still posed a challenge. Could one possibly cultivate a single one? To what extent and realm could it be developed? One meridian seems too weak. Yet why can divine beings be so powerful? The body of a sage. An abundance of thoughts surged in Li Hao's mind. Is it possible that the Tao cannot solely be cultivated as he suggested? Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo, observing his disciple's furrowed brow, sensed that Li Hao was preoccupied with something. And he speculated that Li Hao was not angry due to Yu Ming or Director Qi. Sometimes, his disciple could be quite petty, yet at other times, he was not. Seeing that even Director Wang was too shy to speak, Yuan Shuo felt compelled to inquire, "What is troubling you?" Li Hao was jolted from his reverie. He glanced at his master and suddenly exclaimed, "Master, if a single meridian is cultivated to its utmost, wouldn't that represent the power of the path? Wouldn't it embody the strength of one meridian? Shouldn't it be limited to the pinnacle?" Yuan Shuo was taken aback and looked at Li Hao, reflecting on the divine body without probing further. After a moment, he replied, "Not necessarily. Meridians have varying strengths. For instance, a newly discovered meridian cannot possess the same strength as one that has been cultivated to saturation." He gazed at Li Hao, continuing, "Thus, meridians can certainly become powerful, continually growing until the physical body cannot bear it." Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Yuan Shuo added, "Moreover, a meridian traversing the vast starry skies, devouring the cosmic void and the power of the Tao, can surely continue to expand, even engulfing other meridians. You are familiar with the 5 animals breathing technique, are you not? Ultimately, wouldn't that lead to the unification of the 5 meridians?" Li Hao was once again taken aback. Yuan Shuo chuckled. "Are you suggesting that a single meridian can be cultivated to the point of rivaling a sage or a heavenly king? I cannot say for certain, but it is not impossible. However, achieving that level with just one meridian poses an immense challenge." Yuan Shuo expressed his sentiments. The development of a single path is fraught with challenges, as it can easily lead to the collapse of one's physical form. This is one aspect. Secondly, when a path reaches its ultimate potential, how do we define that pinnacle? Such inquiries naturally arise. Li Hao suddenly shook his head. No. Teacher, are you suggesting that one path can absorb others?" "Indeed." Yuan Shuo paused. "It can also be described as fusion. Is there an issue with that?" Li Hao stood in contemplation. "There is no issue. I understand that it is indeed possible. Hence, the cultivation of divine abilities may diverge, presenting its own set of challenges." Li Hao murmured, "Teacher, each individual possesses their own strengths and favored divine abilities. Not everyone is like me, capable of utilizing all forms of divine arts. If we adhere to our projections, ultimately, everyone would master all paths. However, individuals have their own specialties. Some excel in swordsmanship, while others in boxing. If all were to cultivate in the manner we propose, they would be proficient in everything, yet lose their unique characteristics." Yuan Shuo nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, one may lose their distinctiveness, yet such a path would allow for greater collective strength. However, can one truly cultivate without losing their unique traits?" Li Hao's eyes flickered with insight. "Teacher, one path harmonizes with myriad paths. By pursuing one's strengths, it becomes possible to develop all paths, ultimately selecting the most suitable one as the primary path, absorbing others, and achieving unity in diversity." "Precisely." Li Hao suddenly gazed at the divine entity. This being may not be limited to a single path. Rather, it has absorbed other paths, thus amplifying its earth-based abilities, creating the illusion of singularity. Just because it excels in earth-related divine arts does not imply it wields only a singular force. The strength of one path can enhance the prowess of another, and that is also a form of divine ability. Li Hao, caught in a moment of ecstatic revelation, murmured, "Yes, that is indeed the case." Divine abilities should not be cultivated in the manner I previously described, nor is such a method feasible for everyone. It is the domain of supreme geniuses and formidable beings. Otherwise, if everyone attempted to master numerous techniques and divine arts, it would be utterly impossible to progress infinitely. Only by assimilating myriad paths, while following one's own strengths, can one truly reach the pinnacle. Ultimately, one could even absorb paths devoid of attributes and those imbued with them, unifying them into a single path, thus achieving harmonization. Li Hao quietly proclaimed, "Yes, harmonization." He turned to his teacher, his eyes shining with clarity. "Teacher, if the sun and moon can follow our proposed path, can we then take the next step towards harmonization?" Yuan Shuo was taken aback. "Harmonization? Teacher, this refers to the fusion of meridians within the 5 animals breathing method. It can also be seen as the merging of spirits. Only in this way can we continue our journey. Otherwise, progression becomes exceedingly difficult." Li Hao, overwhelmed with joy, asked, "What do you think, teacher?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Shuo nodded. "It is indeed possible to approach it this way. This is not solely about divine abilities. In fact, the physical form can also pursue a path of harmonization. However, this would mean relinquishing other divine arts." Li Hao responded with a smile, "No, teacher. They are indifferent to that. Even someone as strong as you only excels in the 5 elemental divine arts. Can you cultivate myriad transformations such as light and darkness, wind and thunder, life and ice? An individual's energy, after all, is finite, as is life itself. Therefore, one must tread the path they are most adept at." Li Hao spoke with increasing excitement. "The issue of merging the Tao of attributes is not significant, but will there be conflicts with the Tao of attributes? The 5 animals breathing method could initially prevent conflicts among the 5 attributes, so it should be possible. However, at this stage, it is challenging to ensure that other attribute Taoists do not clash." At that moment, Director Wang was utterly astonished. This fellow Li Hao was completely unconcerned with the relics and had begun to ponder these profound matters. Suddenly, Li Hao asked, "Teacher, can the physical body that is created traverse the Haoxing realm?" Only a physical body that can pervade the Haoxing realm is a true body. Otherwise, it is merely a puppet. How can one create a Tao vein out of thin air to traverse the Haoxing realm? Yuan Shuo felt his head throb. He believed his student was contemplating matters far beyond his comprehension. Creating life. This was truly beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, the previously silent Director Qi suddenly interjected. "Haoxing realm? Is it a different kind of cosmic Tao space?" Li Hao's eyes brightened as he nodded. "Yes." Director Qi continued. "The divine body draws power from a singular location. Is that the Haoxing realm you mentioned?" "Indeed." Director Qi understood. "So you wish to create a true physical body to traverse the Haoxing realm, using the Haoxing realm for cultivation?" "Correct." Director Qi seemed to exhale in relief and remarked, "Regarding this matter, I might have a few insights to share. Though I cannot guarantee their accuracy, nonetheless, it is worth a try." "What?" Director Qi explained. "It is fundamentally akin to the creation from the source. It parallels the concept of yin and yang rebirth in the primary world. In the primary world, the essence is primarily from the source universe. Within the source universe, one can create a source to guide the essence of the deceased and facilitate rebirth, thus occupying a major star within the source universe. In this way, one can achieve death and rebirth, provided that the essence of the individual still exists. Death and rebirth are not spontaneous. They require the essence to be retrievable." He elucidated to Li Hao, "Your aspiration to create a physical body is neither excessively difficult nor overly simple. Can you enter the Haoxing realm?" Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly. "Yes." Director Qi was equally astonished. "You can actually enter? That simplifies matters. This is akin to the great emperors of yore, who could traverse the source universe. If you can navigate the Haoxing realm, it becomes straightforward. First and foremost, you need to locate an entrance and exit there. Forge a vessel equivalent to a source star, and then utilize your so-called Tao vein to facilitate the connection. Creating a physical body is quite simple. Flesh, vitality, and bones can be easily fabricated. The essential element lies in the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can be reborn. Who does not possess a modicum of spiritual energy? At this juncture, it becomes a matter of the Tao vein." Speaking further, he added, "The Tao vein you refer to should be akin to the source Tao, a vessel that embodies the power of the Tao. Am I correct?" Li Hao nodded. Director Qi continued, "That makes it even simpler. While creating multiple Dao veins is exceedingly challenging, producing a singular Dao vein is relatively straightforward. Replacing it with the source Dao essentially involves transferring the source Dao into the Haoxing realm. It is indeed transferable. The origin avenue can withstand the input of primordial power, which implies it can also endure the influx of strength from the Haoxing realm. Only then can we consider the transformation of the Dao vein to be officially completed. Li Hao's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he gazed at the somewhat ethereal figure before him, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Are you suggesting that the origin avenue and the Haoxing Dao vein can be interchangeable? I am uncertain of the specifics, came the response from Director Qi, shaking his head. However, based on your assertion, it should be feasible. Both are conduits for the power of the Dao, so why should there be limitations? It is not merely the origin avenue that can accommodate this. I believe numerous entities can serve as vessels, such as formidable treasures or weapons, all capable of functioning as carriers. Carriers? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that a carrier can bear the power of the Dao? Precisely. Director Qi nodded again. As long as your weapon is sufficiently powerful, yet you worry that opening the Haoxing realm or the Dao vein might harm your physical form. Why not employ a carrier to alleviate the burden? Li Hao was utterly stunned. The concept of a weapon serving as a carrier had indeed been broached before, and Lin Hongyu and her companions had implemented it. However, they did so prior to the opening of their Dao veins, which is why it had not occurred to Li Hao until now. In that moment, upon hearing the other's words, he instantly grasped the notion. Director Qi continued. You mentioned that during the process of harmonizing with the Dao, there might be instances where the physical body cannot endure. In such cases, if there exists a powerful weapon, serving as a lifeline for cultivation, it can not only withstand the pressure but also enhance the weapon, potentially endowing it with unparalleled prowess. Even the ability to cleave through the Dao. Director Qi chuckled. In fact, the Sword Master should be well aware of this. The Sword Master's cosmic sword once functioned as a carrier, embodying the Sword Master's might, merging myriad paths into one. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly grasped the essence of the divine body, his expression brimming with eagerness. Senior, let us converse within the body. The previous misunderstanding was unintentional. Directors Wang and Yu Ming silently cursed. Damn, this troublesome fellow. Director Wang felt a surge of frustration. If this being were to enter the physical form, it would be difficult to suppress. Naturally, this was an external matter. Even if the individual were a divine body, it might be more readily accepted by the cosmos. Yet at this stage, it might not be able to unleash its full potential, so he refrained from voicing any concerns. Director Qi, however, appeared unfazed. No rush. I am not well acquainted with this physical form, as my fusion was interrupted by your actions. He was not in a hurry to return, but instead expressed further interest. Could you elaborate on the matter of the Dao vein? Ahem. Yuan Shuo cleared his throat, cautioning against speaking indiscriminately. Li Hao contemplated briefly and, while not entirely placing his trust in this individual, felt compelled to share. Since the Dao vein had been mentioned, given this person's insights, it might expedite research into the topic. Seizing the opportunity while the other was still unfamiliar, he hoped to engage in dialogue that could yield the desired outcomes. Once Li Hao finished speaking, Director Qi mused. I see. He pondered for a moment and said, we have been studying the divine body for many years. It appears that this locale may have possessed a Dao vein in the Haoxing realm long ago. Yet the inhabitants are aware of its existence, but do not truly comprehend it, having not genuinely discovered the Haoxing realm. It is known that this power is a gift from the heavens. However, it is, in truth, the essence of the new path. Regrettably, despite having once vanquished deities, we failed to comprehend its depths. Li Hao shook his head, stating, at that time, it was likely not apparent. And our mastery over the concept of force was nowhere near as refined as it is now, thus making it nearly impossible to uncover. This phenomenon necessitates a profound understanding of force to discern the existence of the Haoxing realm. Therefore, unless you delve deeply into the study of force, even if you do stumble upon it, you will be unable to access or explore it, confined only to superficial observation. That makes sense. Director Qi nodded in agreement. Thus, it stands to reason that your understanding of force has reached a pinnacle, rendering the Haoxing realm more vibrant. Force is the core of the Dao pulse, which signifies that an abundance of force breathes life into the Haoxing realm, which may have previously been in a state of desolation. Li Hao's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, that is precisely the case. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Is it feasible to use weapons as vessels?" "Absolutely," Director Chi confirmed. "Weapons forged with a life essence, provided they are of solid foundation, can be refined gradually through your so-called opening the orifice method, polished bit by bit, tempered piece by piece. Even if they are not powerful at the outset, they will undoubtedly grow formidable over time. Once the foundational training of the 36 meridians is completed, opting for the Tao alignment at that juncture will ensure that the life essence-infused weapon becomes the preeminent vessel. In the later stages, the physical body can continue to strengthen, rendering full reliance on the weapon unnecessary." Li Hao nodded vigorously, appreciating the wisdom of the elder. "Weapons. This old man is indeed remarkable. The minds in the Research Institute are truly sharp." Director Chi continued, "Furthermore, if I interpret your words correctly, there are individuals in the new martial era seeking to transition to modern martial arts. Am I right?" "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed. "You are reluctant for them to usurp their souls and wish to create physical bodies for them. However, the multitude of meridians in the physical body is quite troublesome, isn't it?" "Precisely," Director Chi chuckled. "Then, instead of creating countless meridians, let us limit it to 36 or even 360, sufficient for a lifetime of cultivation, with weapons as the primary vein or the source Tao as their main conduit. By connecting the lifeless source Tao to the Haoxing realm, although the challenge is considerable, this approach could save them a great deal of time while simultaneously providing you with significant assistance. As for the limitation of potential, once they reach the threshold of 360, won't they find ways to mend their own paths? When the road is blocked, won't they forge a new one themselves?" Li Hao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, at that juncture, they would have already breached the Haoxing realm, enabling them to rectify any deficiencies without further concern. Yet, he furrowed his brow again, pondering, "But how can we create stable openings within the Haoxing realm? Establishing a fixed entity to anchor their source Tao?" Director Chi contemplated for a moment before responding. "Currently, the human body is naturally connected to it. However, a naturally endowed Tao body cannot exist indefinitely. In the future, everyone may have to devise means to connect with the Haoxing realm, with force being the key." With this thought, he inquired, "You mentioned you have created divine scripts. May I have a look?" Without further ado, Li Hao produced a divine script. Director Chi examined it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. After a brief pause, he pondered and remarked, "Divine script, the breathing method of force." Upon this, he pondered for a moment before articulating, "What if we utilize the same fluctuations, the breathing method fluctuations, to accomplish the guidance? Within the realm of the bright star, we could fabricate an artificial divine script, enabling those who cultivate the same breathing method to perceive that fluctuation, thereby locating themselves and refining their practice to its zenith." Li Hao was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "That is quite challenging, to place a natural divine script within the bright star realm." At this juncture, Li Hao paused slightly, contemplating. "If I were to become formidable in my divine script cultivation, could my script, serving as an artificial divine script, elicit the perception of those employing the same breathing method within the bright star realm?" Director Chi, momentarily stunned, reflected before responding. "If you were to relinquish limitations, allowing the divine script to traverse the void, it might indeed be feasible." Li Hao's eyes sparkled. "If that is the case, could we not bypass even this step?" "But what if you were to perish?" Director Chi stated candidly. Li Hao was momentarily speechless, eventually saying, "If I die, can the divine script not persist?" This left Director Chi momentarily dumbfounded. He observed Li Hao, rendered speechless for a while. Meanwhile, Li Hao exuberantly continued, "In that case, I could cultivate countless divine scripts, all incorporated into the bright star realm. Henceforth, even if my innate Tao body were to vanish, as long as others are willing to cultivate the secret arts or breathing methods I pass down, they would eventually reach a level of power sufficient to sense the existence of the bright star realm. Thus, as long as the cosmic Tao endures and the lineage remains, the Silver Moon people will forever perceive the presence of the bright star realm, will they not?" Li Hao was almost euphoric, exclaiming, "Therefore, I must cultivate an array of divine scripts, each serving as a positioning coordinate. For each divine script, I shall associate it with a breathing method, allowing individuals to sense and locate until they reach that level of cultivation, thereby breaking through the barriers connecting to the bright star realm. Is that correct?" Director Chi remained silent for a while, nodding. "It should be." When he first encountered Li Hao, He was even unaware of his name. Li Hao had introduced himself, but it had slipped his mind. At this moment, as Li Hao proposed such an idea, he could not help but glance at Director Wang and Yu Ming. Could this person be a madman? A martial maniac? Not in terms of personality, but in his fervor for the Tao. How could one conceive such a method? Using one's divine script as a cosmic coordinate, as a cultivation reference, ensuring that even in death, the divine script persists, thus guaranteeing the continuity of the lineage and the unyielding nature of the Tao. Consequently, even if countless years hence the Tao vein were to vanish or lose connection with the bright star realm, it would not matter. As long as one continues to cultivate and reach the pinnacle, they will inevitably sense the existence of the bright star realm. In this manner, the bright star realm may indeed become the exclusive domain of the Silver Moon people, granting them a cosmic Tao for generations to come. At this moment, Director Qi felt a surge of emotion, suddenly recalling someone, and chuckled. You are quite intriguing. If that day truly arrives, with myriad divine scripts converging, I believe you could publish a book. Publish a book? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Director Qi laughed. In one's lifetime, the words discovered, created, and employed are, in truth, only around 10,000. When one gathers 10,000 divine scripts and constructs a tome from them, akin to the educational records left behind by the esteemed Zhang. How delightful it would be. Indeed, he thought of Zhang, despite the vast disparity in strength between the two. At this moment, Director Qi remarked, a tome of the great Tao is a hallmark of Zhang. Yet, even Director Zhang has not succeeded in collecting 10,000 paths. He has merely gathered a selection of conventional strategies, far from the myriad required. If you could successfully cultivate 10,000 divine scripts into a singular volume, a great Tao tome placed within the Haoxing realm, it would surely resonate through the ages. Future practitioners, upon reaching such heights or entering the Haoxing realm, would encounter your tome, enduring for millennia, tens of thousands of years, even millions of years. Your name would echo throughout the world. Generations would know of the invincible figure in the Haoxing realm who once inscribed coordinates of the great Tao to guide posterity. In that moment, you would be the master of 10,000 paths, the Tao master. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. He had jokingly mentioned to others that one day he would unify the celestial stars and proclaim himself the Tao master. Yet today, he had not broached such topics with this individual, who had nonetheless articulated the very title he coveted, Tao Master, Master of 10,000 Paths. With the great Tao tome placed within the Haoxing realm, future generations, upon reaching their zenith and traversing the realm, would discover the tome. Witnessing all that they aspired to be, suddenly stirred with excitement. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo and the others were already astounded. One dared to speak, another to dream, yet another to take it seriously, and one to extol, cultivating the myriad paths, transforming them into divine scripts, and crafting a tome of the great Tao for future generations to behold. My heavens! This Qi Yun, could he be a flatterer by nature? How skillfully he praises. How long have you two known each other? Perhaps an hour? And Li Hao, having known him for such a brief time, why engage in such extensive conversation? At this moment, Li Hao entertained a fleeting fantasy, only to quickly shake his head. It is far too distant. Certainly, it can serve as an aspiration, but at this current stage, it remains too remote. Upon this reflection, he excitedly continued, of course, I now know how to forge physical bodies for Director Wang and the others. The primal great Tao, the best vessel, still poses challenges. Although the primal great Tao and the primal universe have severed their connection, the fact that the primal great Tao has not collapsed signifies that the primal universe still exists. The moment of severance carries great peril. Should it crumble, we would be doomed, and that would be problematic. Director Qi furrowed his brow in response, contemplating. He muttered, indeed, the present moment is perhaps the best time to sever ties with the primal universe. If a powerful being of the primal great Tao were present, or if certain means could stabilize the projection of the imperial palace, would that be feasible? Li Hao suddenly inquired, catching the other off guard. After a moment, he nodded. Of course it is possible. What about the celestial king? Can it stabilize? That can certainly be done. Li Hao exclaimed, what about the starry sword? Can it stabilize? Director Qi cleared his throat. It's fortunate if it doesn't sever. As for stabilizing, that would be ill-advised. The starry sword is a weapon of slaughter and not a suitable option for stabilization. I recommend against using it for such purposes. In his embrace, the celestial sword trembled, seemingly quite displeased. Yet, Li Hao had already devised a plan and remained unperturbed, smiling as he inquired, "Does this mean we can switch paths?" Nearby, Director Wang exhibited a hint of excitement, asking, "How significantly will our combat strength be influenced upon transitioning to the House Star realm?" Director Qi shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain. It depends on the strength of the House Star realm and its capacity to accommodate your essence. If it can fully embrace your power, then concerns regarding diminished strength would be moot." Director Wang was overjoyed. In such a universe, could it truly be incapable of containing my modest immortal power? Does this imply that I could directly ascend to immortality? However, Li Hao interjected, it would be prudent to sever a portion of that strength, commencing from a weaker state to better acclimate to the new path. Otherwise, starting too high may hinder my comprehension and perception of this new avenue, making further advancement challenging. A partial sealing would suffice. At this moment, Director Qi remarked, "Did you not previously seal a portion of your divine form's power? Employing a similar method to seal it now could facilitate a smoother integration into this realm, eliminating the need for your continual maintenance of this protective domain. He can self-unseal. Although at that juncture, he shall not be in harmony with the cosmos. Nevertheless, the current realm is fundamentally capable of withstanding the initial peak of power." Li Hao nodded in agreement. Director Wang, increasingly delighted, exclaimed, "Does this mean I can move freely? My heavens! Not only can I connect with the new path, but I can also act with liberty. This is simply exhilarating." He quickly expressed his gratitude, asking, "Old Qi, what did you mean earlier about the weapon's capacity? Could you elaborate?" Director Qi chuckled, "I merely suggested a method, as I am not well versed in this area. How to proceed is, of course, up to this esteemed friend. I observe that he possesses profound insights into the great path, is well acquainted with the new path, and has an intricate understanding of sealing divine beings. Modesty begets modesty." Li Hao replied humbly, "I have merely begun to explore the vastness of the great path. To claim understanding would be premature." Director Qi sighed. "Such is the nature of a cultivator. Should you find yourself in the new martial realm, encountering Supreme Zhang or Blood Emperor Zun, you would surely engage in enlightening discourse. However, it would be wise to steer clear of the human king, for he is a ruthless entity who revels not in such discussions." Director Wang could not restrain himself, remarking, "Outside of the ruins, how can one dare to speak of the emperor's name? While Supreme Zhang may remain unspoken, Blood Emperor Zun is indeed a true title of imperial stature." Director Qi, taken aback, responded, "Foolishness. Blood Emperor Zun is no indiscriminate slayer. If he were to sense us, it would be a boon, for he could rescue us. The same applies to Supreme Zhang. However, one should refrain from mentioning the true names of the human king and the emperor. Their enemies are many, and they are prone to eliminate threats without hesitation. Speaking of them, if they are alive, poses a risk. Yet, mentioning others bears no consequence." Li Hao felt a stir within, a blend of surprise and amusement. It seemed that this individual implied both the human king and that emperor, the one guarded by the imperial sentinel, were formidable presences difficult to provoke. To mention them could lead to immediate peril, whereas referencing others might not invoke such danger. Indeed, it might even summon assistance. Director Wang, too, was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in those words. Director Qi sighed. "You are a descendant of the Blood Emperor's collateral lineage, and your ancestors hailed from Battle Sky City, sharing the same origins as the human king and the Blood Emperor. How could you doubt the benevolence of the Blood Emperor?" Li Hao was taken aback. "The Blood Emperor is benevolent?" Director Qi nodded. "In comparison to other emperors, the Blood Emperor is indeed more reasonable. His previous incarnation, the Battle Emperor, was an exceptionally rational individual who would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. However, there are a few emperors known for their impulsive and bloodthirsty nature, including the Sword Emperor. Therefore, it is best to speak of them sparingly. If one truly perceives their presence, they may not distinguish between friend and foe, feeling a distance. They might resort to certain means to eliminate strong adversaries directly." Director Wang was at a loss for words. "Is this what your research institute studies?" "Of course," Qian exclaimed. "In fact, we once sought to study the Sword Emperor's physical form, but regrettably, he was unwilling. Otherwise, we would have been eager to dissect him. The Sword Emperor's unity of myriad paths diverges from the ordinary. If we could dissect him, it would be extraordinary." Li Hao remained silent for a moment. These people from the research institute must be mad. Dissecting the Sword Emperor? Truly audacious. However, At this moment, he could not concern himself with defending his ancestors, but rather felt exhilarated, quickly stating, "Then let us return and attempt this. Let us use Director Wong as our test subject. As the first batch of path changers." Li Hao continued excitedly, "If it fails, it matters not. Director Qi, can I use this divine body as a contingency? If the path change fails and Director Wong is near death, can we transfer this divine body to him?" "Certainly." Director Qi was unfazed. "I have only recently integrated and have not fully merged. Separating it is feasible. We can treat him as a test subject, as a pioneer. Preparations for the first pioneer are indeed necessary. I am quite curious about the path lineage, especially regarding the Haoxing realm, and I hope to witness whether the transition of the great Tao universe will induce any special changes." Director Wong looked on in disbelief. "What are you two discussing? What test subjects and pioneers? You both are remarkably candid." Moreover, he had not anticipated that Li Hao would engage so amiably with this individual upon their first meeting. He had previously worried that a conflict might arise between them. Suddenly, Yu Ming, who had been mostly silent, spoke up. "It would be best to bring along the spiritual reincarnation machine from the ruins. It can accelerate the integration process, allowing the physical body and spiritual essence to be remade into a cohesive whole. Otherwise, there will be a sense of estrangement." Director Qi also nodded. "That is indeed possible. But in doing so, if the physical body sustains damage, it will be akin to its original form, making restoration difficult. The sensation of pain will remain the same." Yu Ming shook his head. "That is true, but if the physical body is treated as a disposable item, it will never truly merge with the essence." "That is something Wang Yi could indeed consider," Director Qi acknowledged. "However, once the physical body shatters, one must endure the pain of that fragmentation." Yu Ming smiled. "Director Wang is immortal and will not be troubled by such matters." "That is not certain," Director Wang replied. "In the first experiment, I believe it is unlikely to succeed without shattering dozens of times." "Dozens?" Yu Ming remarked. "I believe it will require at least that many. Isn't that akin to killing him dozens of times?" "Indeed, I believe there is no need to employ the spiritual reincarnation device initially. Perhaps the issue lies in the lack of integration. I would suggest utilizing it consistently, as it would facilitate the discovery of underlying problems." "That makes sense." At this moment, Director Wang's face turned pale. He glanced at Li Hao, wishing to express his reluctance to proceed, feeling quite well as he was. The indestructible physical form, after all, was quite commendable. Listening to the conversation among these individuals, one could only exclaim. Each time requiring fusion before experimentation would likely result in explosive failures, akin to being killed repeatedly. Yet, Li Hao paid him no heed. The first pioneer, the proverbial guinea pig, was none other than Director Wang himself. Currently, he was engaged in conversation with Yuan Shua. "Teacher, do you believe it is possible to replicate a complete modern human body? One with countless Tao veins, similar to the template from last time?" Yuan Shua frowned. "With an abundance of Tao veins, it becomes troublesome." At this juncture, he conveyed to Li Hao, "We might attempt other methods. Since experimentation is the goal, let us explore various options. I propose creating multiple backups. The first, with 36 attribute-less Tao veins. The second, with 72. The third, with 108, and so forth. Subsequently, we should compare them with individual divine channels, elemental channels, thunder and wind channels, and various independent divine channels. Additionally, we ought to create more combinations of divine and attribute-less Tao veins for comparative experimentation. After all, he is indestructible. Even if we face a few dozen explosions, we can ascertain which variant suits him best." This suggestion was communicated through thought. However, his strength was considerably inferior to Director Wang's, making it easy for Wang to grasp the implications, and his complexion grew increasingly ashen. Goodness, are these individuals truly human? Intentionally subjecting themselves to dozens, if not hundreds, of experiments? Yet, there is some merit in evaluating which option is indeed suitable for oneself, reflecting a sense of responsibility. If it does not align, would it not be in vain? Nevertheless, the thought sent a chill down his spine. Would I really experience the sensation of dying dozens or hundreds of times? Li Hao too felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, comparative experimentation is essential. As the first participant, Director Wang must bear the responsibility, while others may endure a degree of compromise. However, for Director Wang, we must secure first-hand data. He then turned to Directors Qi and others. If the essence of indestructibility undergoes violent fluctuations, would enduring dozens or hundreds of such disturbances result in complications? Director Chi pondered briefly before shaking his head. As long as it is stabilized properly, there should be no issues. It may be somewhat painful with each fluctuation, but one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Wang Yi, being of the Wang lineage, is capable of enduring. Otherwise, would it not tarnish the reputation of the Blood Emperor? Initially, Wang Yi was immensely apprehensive, but at this moment, with determination etched upon his face, he declared, of course, as a member of the Wang family. The spirit of battling the heavens courses through my veins. How could I cower in fear of death? Very well. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, he shall be the subject of experimentation. Director Wang, upon concluding his statement, felt a pang of regret, wavering in his resolve. However, it was Li Hao who, in a moment of clarity, quickly interjected, Director Wang, for the first time, we shall certainly provide you with the finest vessel. Additionally, this initial instance offers ample resources for selection. Once I deplete the fountain of life and exhaust the treasures, subsequent transformations will likely be mere superficial endeavors. If you are dissatisfied, I could consult with Colonel Jiu instead. Absolutely not. Director Wang promptly replied, it is I who will proceed. I am not jesting. Li Hao's assertions were indeed irrefutable. Each creation of a corporeal form necessitated the consumption of precious resources. Once depleted, how could one procure better materials? At that moment, he steeled himself, affirming, it is I who shall embrace this new era, even if it entails countless trials. Meanwhile, Li Hao chuckled, casting a glance at Director Chi and the others, nodding in acknowledgement. Although we may not be well acquainted, it matters not. We shall engage in experiments together, and familiarity will come naturally. There is no need to postpone. We shall commence upon our return. Director Chi, too, revealed a smile. Initially, he had perceived this venture as potentially perilous. The unfamiliarity among these individuals, particularly with Li Hao and his companions, who hailed from a different era, raised concerns about their compatibility. Furthermore, it appeared that Wang Yi and his associates were still under his influence. Yet now, he found himself pleasantly surprised by the distinctiveness of this new generation of the Li family, realizing they were unlike the brash warriors he had known. He had anticipated that the Li family members would be reckless, sword-wielding fanatics. Yet here was a member who exhibited a genuine interest in research. It dawned on him that the Li family had indeed evolved. He briefly entertained doubts about their lineage, but the presence of the starry sky sword suggested otherwise. Regardless, it mattered little. After countless years, the distinction was inconsequential. At this moment, an enthusiastic group hastened towards the ruins of Tianqing town. Li Hao was unconcerned about others. His focus was on the creation of life. In the ruins of Tianqing town, a bold assembly prepared to embark on the endeavor of creating life. Zhang Yan, who had been in seclusion, was once again summoned. Qi Yun, recognizing Zhang Yan, felt a surge of surprise. Although their interactions had been limited, Qi Yun approached with considerable respect, bowing slightly but refraining from further conversation. Meanwhile, Li Hao began preparations for the creation process, starting with the corporeal form. Crafting such a form was not inherently difficult, yet the quantity required for this endeavor was substantial. The optimal material for creating corporeal forms was the precious pool found within the mineral veins, which had originally been designated for enhancing the physical bodies of the group. However, Li Hao believed that utilizing the mineral veins for corporeal creation would yield superior results. At this juncture, he intended to repurpose this resource for creating life. Director Wang, do you prefer to manifest as a man or a woman? Li Hao inquired. Seated beside the precious pool, Director Wang appeared somewhat exasperated and, after a moment's contemplation, responded, as a man. And what age do you wish to embody? Approximately 30 years old. With a sigh, Director Wang added, is that a reasonable question to ask? Do you have any specific requirements? None. Director Wang nearly rolled his eyes, exasperated at the implication that he should articulate any special requests. Let us commence the creation of life, beginning with the fundamental 36 meridians. Li Hao felt a surge of excitement. It was his inaugural experience in the art of creation, granting him a sense akin to that of a divine architect. Should my efforts result in an unseemly figure, I beseech the director's forgiveness. With that, he began to extract the essence of life, amalgamating diverse energies to forge a human form. The process of constructing a human body is not inherently complex. For one who possesses strength, The crafting of flesh and blood poses no significant challenge. Rather, the true intricacy lies within the pathways of life, which are of paramount importance. At this moment, the others merely observed, refraining from participating. Intrigued, Li Hao decided to take the reins himself. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo had dispatched others to retrieve machinery and treasures from the research institute, thus absent from the scene. Several peculiar botanical beings gathered around to witness the spectacle, and even the Black Panther emerged from its meditative state to observe. The act of creating life, particularly with the intent of manifesting a true corporeal form, is indeed a form of cultivation in itself. Li Hao commenced the delicate task of shaping the human body. However, after a brief period, he furrowed his brow, abruptly abandoning his endeavor. The nearly formed figure was shattered, its energy dissipating into the air, causing Director Wang's heart to flutter in dismay. Witnessing the destruction of a corporeal form so reminiscent of his own felt akin to self-destruction. How cruel! Li Hao, eyes closed in contemplation, soon began anew, reimagining the human form. Vital energies surged forth, and to the surprise of the onlookers, he initiated a process of disassembling and reorganizing these energies, as if transmuting them into a humanoid shape. Zhang observed, his gaze shifting with intrigue. The technique recorded in the Chronicles of Round Ping came to mind. Li Hao eschewed conventional methods of crafting a crude body, aspiring instead to utilize the reassembly of vital energies to form a tighter, more powerful entity, devoid of numerous flaws. Yet, the question lingered. Could Li Hao achieve this? His prowess was not particularly formidable. Could he truly perform a reorganization of vital energies to create a corporeal vessel? Uncertain yet resolute, he decided to attempt it. After all, it was his first foray into creation. If he succeeded, it would be commendable enough. Why set the bar so high? This rare opportunity also served as an excellent moment for martial artists to deepen their understanding of human anatomy. Before long, a silhouette began to materialize. First, the body formed, followed by the internal organs. After pondering the 5 vital organs, Li Hao turned to Director Wang. Director, if you could spare a few drops of your essence, it would facilitate a more harmonious synthesis. With a resigned expression, yet driven by a commitment to their cause, Director Wang acquiesced to the request. Drops of his essence were extracted, accompanied by a glance of apprehension. Please use it wisely. My corporeal form has only just begun to recover, and I cannot afford to falter again. With Director Wang's essence at his disposal, the 5 organs began to rapidly take shape. Each organ within the body was meticulously crafted by Li Hao. Though he jested, he understood that each creation of flesh was a significant expenditure of resources, which he regarded with utmost seriousness. The fear of failure loomed, for the depletion of resources could not be sustained indefinitely. Once the construction of the bodily organs was complete, Li Hao turned his attention to the matter of the pathways of life, which are crucial for connecting to the realm of the Haoxing. Weapons and the primordial paths can serve as vessels, yet at this moment, it is imperative to establish foundational pathways. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering how to construct these pathways. A mere energy framework could suffice, but it would be too fragile. Consequently, even if the pathways were successfully opened, they might not draw sufficient energy from the Haoxing realm, rendering him inherently weaker than others. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes once more. Director Wang, release some indestructible material. I shall endeavor to combine it with the spring of life and precious elixirs to create the pathways. Director Wang's expression shifted subtly. Indestructible material was now exceedingly difficult to regenerate. Providing too much could result in his own physical ruin, as this material had only been restored through the gathering of 5 immortal plants. With a sigh, he said no more and summoned forth a surge of indestructible material. Li Hao grasped it, meditating briefly before nodding slightly. The indestructible material was remarkably sturdy and resilient. Utilizing it to construct the pathways should yield favorable results. At this juncture, Li Hao regarded Director Wang as a test subject. If it failed, he could always regenerate 5 immortal wooden bodies. It was not a matter of great consequence. One by one, the pathways began to materialize, arranged according to Li Hao's recollections. Without the influence of the Haoxing realm, the emergence of energy posed little issue. Soon, several bodies manifesting 36 pathways were artificially created by Li Hao. Observing the figures before him, the onlookers noted their peculiar resemblance to Director Wang, albeit appearing younger. However, at this moment, They exuded no semblance of life. Li Hao spoke, to prevent any errors. Let us first test the initial body to see if it can connect with the Haoxing realm. If it cannot, it would be a waste to create further ones. He then turned to Director Wang. For the first attempt, there is no need for excessive caution. You need not sever the primordial path. But it is essential to transplant your mental energy and procure a formidable weapon to serve as a vessel connecting to the Haoxing realm. A weapon? Director Wang pondered, conjuring a pair of gauntlets in his hands. I can only use the City Lord's seal sparingly. Li Hao examined them, finding them acceptable. Let us proceed with this. Without further ado, he took the gauntlets and began to manipulate them. At this moment, more onlookers gathered. Yuan Shuo had returned, bringing with him Hong Yitong and others. They remained silent, watching intently, awaiting a miracle to unfold. Li Hao toiled for a while, forcibly integrating the gauntlets into the pathways through intricate inscriptions. After a moment's consideration, he added, it would be prudent to also incorporate a channel of divine power to serve as a conduit for drawing the energies of the Haoxing realm. Director Wang, which type of divine power do you prefer? Director Wang was taken aback. Could he truly choose? This was intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, what about the thunder path? Li Hao smiled. The thunder attribute? Its destructive capability is indeed formidable. Given your proficiency in martial arts, the thunder fist would be quite effective. The thunder attribute, the thunder path, would form the backbone of the pathways. Li Hao did not waste any time, forging a pathway within his spine, yet it lacked the formidable power of thunder. He spoke, initially, the conduit will undoubtedly be devoid of such force. However, each part of the human body corresponds to a specific pathway that should connect to different regions of the Haostar realm, thereby enabling the channeling of thunderous energy. At this juncture, the most significant challenge emerged. Li Hao needed to traverse the vast expanse of the Haostar realm to establish these connections, which was paramount. Yet, the realm was boundless. How could he locate a specific site for positioning and subsequently forge the necessary link? This was indeed a conundrum. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, aware that losing himself in the Haostar realm would spell disaster. As he pondered, Yuan Shuo suddenly interjected, allow me to assist. I will venture inside. He turned to Li Hao with a jovial smile, having previously roamed the Haostar realm himself. Li Hao's endeavor was not merely to create a vessel for Director Wang. Its significance was profound. The artificial forging of pathways throughout the Haostar realm, if successful, would be a miraculous event in the annals of cultivation history. It would also expedite the exploration of the Haostar realm, enhancing understanding of new avenues in the field. However, the risks were substantial. Li Hao took a deep breath and shook his head, declaring, no, I shall go. This time, I will utilize the starry sky's sword to maintain an external position, directly anchoring it within this body. My master also has a task to perform, assisting Director Wang in manipulating this corporeal form, employing the 5-animal technique while simultaneously executing the wind and thunder secret art. I must determine the positioning. If my perception is too weak, I may fail to locate the pathways, necessitating my master's help to establish a connection between the internal and external realms. Yuan Shuo furrowed his brow, expressing concern. All of this is mere conjecture. If the internal and external communication fails and you stray too far, you could become utterly lost within the Haostar realm. Allow me to take the lead. No, I shall undertake this, Li Hao replied with a smile, summoning the starry sky sword, which manifested as a small dragon. Swirling around him, Li Hao softly intoned, you are the foremost sword in this realm. You must steadfastly secure the location of this world, continually emanating the strongest aura to serve as my beacon for return. Otherwise, I may become lost within the Haostar realm, and you too shall fall into silence once more. The starry sky sword trembled slightly, releasing a piercing aura. Li Hao could not afford to become disoriented. If he were truly lost within the Haostar realm, he might not perish, but such disorientation could span countless years. The passage of time is irrelevant in the grand scheme of the Tao. Once he vanished beneath the silver moon and entered the Haostar realm, his return could very well be after millennia. At that moment, Director Wang could not restrain himself, exclaiming, this is far too perilous. Perhaps we should reconsider. The thought of becoming lost in the vast cosmos of the Tao is daunting. For some time, the formidable warriors of the Battle Heaven City had harbored doubts about whether the human king and his companions had indeed become lost in the cosmic expanse of the Tao. Of course, it was not necessarily the primordial Tao, but rather the enemy's Tao universe. The cosmic expanse may be vast, yet the human king, accompanied by a cadre of powerful allies, would not likely succumb to disorientation in the starry cosmos. However, should the human king succeed in vanquishing formidable foes, seeking to utterly obliterate their beliefs and paths of cultivation, he might penetrate the Tao universe, thus risking becoming lost. Certainly, this issue is one that many prefer not to ponder deeply. To invade the vast cosmos of the enemy signifies a singular objective, to eradicate the very roots of their cultivation, an endeavor far more arduous than annihilating an entire world. Would the king of men undertake such a course? Who can say? Yet, Li Hao did not linger in hesitation. With a smile, his physical form gradually dissipated from the spot. At that moment, not far away, Zhang let out a soft sigh. This individual often left him in a state of uncertainty. He reflected upon many figures. Li Hao resembled numerous people, yet he was also distinctly different. When he was ruthless, he surpassed all in ferocity, yet in moments of tenderness, he appeared more vulnerable than anyone else. Contemplating the rulers of his era, he realized that the king of men was indeed merciless and fierce. He thought of his grandfather, a figure of compassion, yet also one of iron resolve. Responsible for countless slaughters, Li Hao too had taken lives, once aspiring to emulate the king of men, determined to eliminate all adversaries. Gradually, however, he veered off course, influenced by unknown forces, adopting the so-called mercy that others spoke of. Among the million superhumans in the city of extraordinary abilities, Li Hao had not claimed many lives. A multitude of thoughts drifted through Zhang En's mind. He was uncertain whom Li Hao resembled. Perhaps he resembled no one at all. Li Hao was, perhaps, simply himself. Nevertheless, every successful individual possesses their own unique allure. In this moment, despite being vastly superior, he could not help but feel a lack of the boldness and resolve that Li Hao exhibited. As he ventured alone into the expansive cosmos for the sake of the Tao, the great path, and the transmission of legacy. In the boundless Haoxing realm, Li Hao appeared solitary. He gazed into the distance, where the stars shone brilliantly. A smile graced his lips. He had long desired to wander through the void, but had hesitated until now. This time presented an opportunity to traverse the starry expanse, ostensibly to seek an understanding for Director Wang, but in truth, it was also a form of self-encouragement. He yearned to behold the grandeur of this universe. What, indeed, was the great Tao universe like? Confined to this small patch of land, Li Hao found himself unsatisfied. A new path emerged, yet as its discoverer, he lacked comprehensive understanding. How could he instill confidence in others? Today, he would first embark on exploration. Transforming his body into a fierce tiger, he lunged forward. Still unable to perceive the coordinates left by Director Wang's corporeal form, and thus began to wander aimlessly. Within the starry expanse, Li Hao surged towards the nearest large star, which gleamed like a sharp sword. He had long suspected this to be the Tao vein of Hong Yitong, yet lacked confirmation, having not investigated previously. At this moment, he approached without reservation, drifting towards that direction. The universe was vast, and although Li Hao moved with remarkable speed, the distance to the star remained considerable, taking him quite some time to draw near. It stood in the void like a formidable sword. Li Hao guided his tiger form closer to the sword-like star. Curiosity piqued by the numerous sword marks etched upon its surface. Was this truly the Tao vein of Hong Yitong? He approached swiftly, but the great star erupted in a dazzling display of sword radiance, as if repelling intruders. Simultaneously, in the external world, Hong Yitong suddenly furrowed his brow. With a slight frown, he seated himself, and within his eyes, a vision of a universe seemed to materialize, faintly revealing the image of a fierce tiger. The essence of the sword revealed itself, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Soon enough, it captured the attention of others, leaving them somewhat perplexed. In an instant, Hong Yitong opened his eyes and solemnly remarked, "I wonder if Li Hao has approached my vicinity. I can faintly sense a fierce tiger about to strike." Yuan Shua's gaze shifted, and without further ado, he uttered a low command. The newly formed body erupted with a brilliant radiance as he called out, "Director Wang, channel your spirit and activate the 5 animals secret technique, quickly." Director Wang, not daring to delay, hastily infused his mental energy into the new flesh. Controlling this body for the first time, he was still somewhat unaccustomed. However, he was familiar with the 5 animals secret technique, which had been disclosed during their previous discussions. This technique was not solely focused on the locks of the 5 organs, exhibiting some differences from before. As Director Wang activated the technique, Yuan Shuo assisted in guiding him. Simultaneously, within the Haoxing realm, the great star began to transform in wondrous ways, shifting from a golden hue to an earthy tone. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart leapt with joy. It seemed indeed to be Hong Yitang's Dao vein, the ever-changing vein. How intriguing it was. A thought flickered in Li Hao's mind. What if he were to destroy the opponent's Dao vein here? In the primordial universe, it appeared that such a feat was possible. To annihilate the opponent's fundamental path would result in their ultimate demise. Would the Haoxing realm be the same? Yet, distinguishing friend from foe was a challenge. Unless it was a Dao vein as recognizable as Hong Yitang's, one needed to tread carefully to avoid mistakenly harming one's own. The Dao is indeed fascinating. Li Hao chuckled softly, refraining from further discourse as he turned to depart. He wandered through the boundless void, yet he could not sense the presence of any shared techniques. Li Hao felt a twinge of frustration. How could he possibly locate anything in this infinite expanse? In that fleeting moment, inspiration struck him, and he conjured a divine script. Shimmering like the stars, a convergence of myriad paths, radiating like the blazing sun, manifesting a great star in the void. Dao. At that moment, the divine script of the Dao unveiled itself, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, transforming into a sun that illuminated the surrounding void. In that instant, the great star trembled slightly. Li Hao remained silent, activating the 5 animals' secret technique. Soon, his figure appeared upon the great star, the technique in motion, beginning to ripple and draw forth, seemingly probing for the source of the shared vibrations. Uncertain how much time passed, Li Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light sparkling within. In an instant, the great star shifted, moving toward a specific direction as he pondered. The paths of the Dao are far too scattered, making them difficult to locate. They ought to be organized. The Thunder Dao should be designated as the Thunder Dao area, while metal, wood, water, fire, and earth should each be distinctly categorized. This would make them easier to find. The Haoxing realm likely had not existed for long, in the grand scheme of the Dao universe. A span of countless years might merely represent the beginning, currently appearing rather chaotic. If he had the time and strength, he should assist in clarifying the paths of the Dao. Of course, if the Haoxing realm could not be organized, then he should delineate his own Dao. Clearly distinguishing his own path would facilitate cultivation. Otherwise, with the Dao in disarray, cultivation would become exceedingly challenging. As it stands, locating Director Wang's physical form proves to be an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, Li Hao faintly perceives a subtle shift. Perhaps due to the scant number of individuals attuned to the Hao Star realm. Only those of substantial might can sense it, rendering the cosmos eerily tranquil. This tranquility grants Li Hao a fleeting opportunity. With a mighty leap, he propels himself into the void, hurtling in a singular direction. In the external realm, time drips away, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. At this moment, even the starry sword seems to exhibit signs of restlessness, having lost its connection with Li Hao. Its aura becoming tumultuous. Silence envelopes the assembly. As Director Wang's mental energy merges with his new corporeal form, his expression grows grave. Li Hao, in pursuit of enlightenment, forges a new body and ventures alone into the Hao Star realm. The thought of becoming irrevocably lost and unable to return is one he dares not entertain. Conversely, Yuan Shuo remains remarkably composed. In a low voice, he advises, do not indulge in reckless thoughts. Continue to operate the 5 beasts secret technique. Guide Li Hao's path. The universe is vast, and searching requires time. What are a few hours in the grand scheme? Though he espouses such reassurances, a twinge of anxiety gnaws at him. A few hours' deviation could lead to uncertainty about Li Hao's whereabouts. Can he truly return, relying solely on the starry sword to guide him back? Amidst the mounting tension, Yuan Shuo suddenly raises an eyebrow. Do you sense anything? Director Wang, puzzled, inquires, what sensation? Yuan Shuo solemnly replies, the fluctuation of the same source technique. Do you perceive it? Not at all, Director Wang admits, though he feebly adds, perhaps a hint of something, attempting to calm both himself and others. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo closes his eyes. Silently attuning himself, he senses it. Perhaps Li Hao has arrived. He has indeed found his way. In the abyssal cosmos, Li Hao finds himself suspended in an expanse devoid of celestial bodies, of forces, only darkness, an infinite void. Yet, at this moment, the dark emptiness seems to ripple. The Tao star also quivers ever so slightly. Two currents of fluctuation appear to be of the same origin. In that instant, Li Hao's heart stirs. But how does one traverse the Hao star realm? The resonance of the same source technique, if aligned, might breach the divide. He contemplates. Perhaps it is achievable. This is his inaugural attempt at such an endeavor, and he feels somewhat inexperienced. After a brief reflection, as the Tao star manifests, other great stars emerge, each inscribed with divine symbols, transforming into celestial bodies. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, along with wind and thunder, all reveal themselves. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent emanates. Each great star morphs into a reflection of Li Hao, initiating the five beasts breathing technique. Taking a deep breath, he inhales a reservoir of extraordinary energy. However, at this juncture, he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. The prolonged duration in this void has begun to reveal troubling signs. The tenuous connection to the outside world is waning. Should he linger too long, he risks being assimilated by the Tao itself, losing any chance of return. Numerous stars tremble simultaneously within the void. With each successive tremor, he hopes to channel the same source technique, guiding the other's Tao vein into alignment. Eureka! At this moment, Director Wang perceives a sensation, his face alight with astonishment. It seems something is beckoning me. Yuan Shua spoke in a deep voice. Li Hao has been located, yet this corporeal form is not a naturally born Tao body. Thus, it cannot inherently penetrate the Haoxing realm. The only option is to achieve breakthroughs through acquired efforts, which poses a dilemma for future human cultivation. If one cannot naturally traverse the Haoxing realm, one must explore it incrementally. With this, he inhaled deeply. Director Wang, accelerate and fully mobilize the techniques. Utilize the resonance of shared origins to open the Haoxing realm. Understood. Boom. The vitality surged, as the newly birthed body fervently drew energy from all directions. 36 Tao meridians were in operation. On the spine, the Thunder Tao meridian commanded the energies, unleashing powerful waves of energy. Thrum, 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 like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Ripples emerged upon the new body, shaking the void. Simultaneously, outside, the heavens seemed to breathe, subtly trembling, stirring waves of disturbance. In that moment, those outside gazed skyward, faintly perceiving what appeared to be a second sun. In the distant western realms, within the divine nation, a group of beings confined within ancient ruins suddenly opened their eyes. Shimmering like stars, gazing at the sky, murmuring, "What is this?" It seems a second sun has manifested. Such anomalies surely herald some malevolent force. Who is orchestrating the transformations across the entire Silver Moon region? In recent days, these phenomena have occurred repeatedly, each time bringing forth unique developments. Within the vast ancient city of the Silver Moon, another pair of eyes opened, surveying the outside world. At this moment, even within the ruins, the semblance of heaven and earth seemed to materialize, a star resembling the sun surrounded by faintly pulsating stars. The awakened individual murmured, "Is the great Tao undergoing a transformation? Has a new path emerged? Peculiar. Why such extraordinary changes?" At this moment, the awakened one gently inquired, "What disturbances occur in the outside world?" Soon, a voice echoed in response, reporting, "My lord, there have been no significant upheavals recently. The heavens and earth have stabilized somewhat. Some primordial avatars have emerged. Yet the realm is still insufficient to accommodate the true forms of the strong. What of the humans of this era? In this generation, there are no exceptionally powerful individuals. However, it is said that Li Hao of the Silver Moon Li family may have encountered a great opportunity, reportedly achieving mastery over the 7 systems of divine power, rivaling the pinnacle. From the Li family, is it? The awakened one fell into silence for a moment, then slowly declared, "Send someone to sever the source and eliminate Li Hao." Understood. Swiftly, figures ascended and vanished into the ether. The awakened one closed their eyes once more. Did Li Hao's mastery of the 7 systems originate from him? Unlikely. Perhaps it is the manifestation of destiny stirring the winds and clouds. Regardless, the priority remains to eradicate this individual. On this day, it seemed as though a second star had emerged in the Silver Moon region. Countless martial artists, having grasped the essence of power, felt a profound sense of bewilderment as they gazed at the sky, sensing that star in the heavens, yet also within their hearts. Indeed, It was an exceptionally unique sensation, as if it were the sun residing in their very souls. This was the perception of others. Meanwhile, at this moment, within the ranks of the Tiger Wing Army in the Silver Moon, some individuals gazed upward at the sky, including the couple, Hu Dingfong and his wife, who were both engaged in their cultivation practice, the 5-animal breathing technique. Their energy began to swell with increasing potency. Hu Dingfong murmured, "The sudden appearance of this celestial body is extraordinary, yet why do I sense a connection to the 5-animal sect?" Beside him, Qin Yuhua took a deep breath and replied, "I am unsure, but I share this feeling. Perhaps it relates to our master or my junior apprentice." Hu Dingfong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, how could this star manifest so abruptly, akin to the sun, while I feel it is linked to the other? How could that be possible? In another location, Director Zhao also looked skyward, his expression growing serious as he observed without a trace of a smile. Something unusual was afoot. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to glimpse a divine figure. Indeed, a deity. The being was seated atop a grand star, surrounded by numerous celestial bodies, emanating an aura of supremacy that was awe-inspiring. Even though it was merely a vision, it left him profoundly shaken. Why did that figure resemble Li Hao so closely? How could this be? Wasn't Li Hao still engaged in his grand endeavor of public construction in Tianqing City? Director Zhao shook his head repeatedly, attempting to convince himself that it was merely an illusion. He never anticipated that the appearance of this great star would lead to such hallucinations. His form flickered, and before long, he entered an ancient city. At that moment, shadows moved within the ancient city, and upon noticing his arrival, one individual spoke solemnly, "Director Zhao, what changes have occurred outside? Do you know what has transpired?" Director Zhao shook his head. "I was about to inquire the same of you." Just then, in the heart of the city, an immense tree radiated a gentle glow, and a frail voice resonated. "The great star reflects upon the world. This may herald the emergence of a new path. As the lineage awakens, the source vanishes, the heavens and earth transform. A new era is upon us." A spectral figure materialized, resembling an aged crone, who gazed skyward, staff in hand, murmuring, "Who among us can forge a new path after countless epochs? Or is it that the transformation of heaven and earth will naturally unveil a new path?" Director Zhao spoke gravely, "Esteemed one, what do you mean by this?" "The emergence of a new path heralds the arrival of an initial martial force for the new era, or perhaps the reign of the celestial emperor is imminent. Henceforth, the world may teem with opportunities. Who can seize them and ascend to greatness? Unfortunately, for us who tread the path of the source, our chances may be fleeting. From today, the new race of the era may find their fortunes." Director Zhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That may not necessarily be the case." The crone said nothing further, casting another glance at the sky before finally stating, "Regrettably, you still possess a chance. Have you sensed any peculiarities?" Director Zhao pondered for a moment. "Nothing much, just that my cultivation has been progressing with greater ease of late." "Then that is indeed a sign," the crone intoned. "The new path may be linked to martial practitioners." Director Zhao felt a stir within his heart, but chose not to elaborate further. He soon declared, "Since you are all unaware, I shall venture outside to investigate. Moreover, as the world stabilizes, the energy of heaven and earth has grown increasingly rich. Even the esteemed ones are naturally reviving. It seems that powerful figures from every faction will soon awaken, once the realm is secure. I hope you all will lend your support to Silver Moon. That is only natural." The elderly woman nodded slightly and remarked, "By the way, some time ago, we sensed that several of the 8 divine weapons may have encountered mishaps, making it challenging to reopen the stellar gate. Do we have any clues or information regarding this?" It is worth noting that Han Yue and Li Hao clashed, resulting in both sides detonating their divine weapons, possibly leading to the destruction of the 8 divine weapons. Director Zhao chuckled. "They are all formidable individuals. We cannot provoke them, so we must wait until everyone emerges from seclusion." After saying this, he cupped his hands in farewell. "I shall take my leave now." Once he vanished, the guardian spirit whispered, "It seems this individual does not trust us." "Understood," a golden warrior replied solemnly. "This person has consistently restricted our revival speed. Even the recently awakened War Heaven City has seen General Huai revived long ago. Had it not been for the recent resurgence of celestial energy, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Venerable One to revive this individual." The group fell silent, and the ancient city descended into tranquility. At that moment, within the remnants of the celestial star town, A brilliant light enveloped Director Wang's new physical form. At this instant, Director Wang let out a low roar, and it seemed as though a universe materialized behind him, revealing several grand stars. Zhang swiftly appeared, gazing at the ethereal image behind him, his expression shifting. Quick, invoke the primordial path. First, stabilize the passage, with the gauntlets serving as the shell of the primordial path. A look of agony crossed Director Wang's face. This is merely the first physical form. Do not concern yourself. Just present the primordial path and stabilize the grand universe. Understood. Director Wang ceased further discourse as a grand path emerged. At this moment, Zhang also manifested the grand path, aiding in its stabilization. Imperial Guard, Imperial Palace Suppression. Meanwhile, the little tree remained silent, instantaneously materializing the illusion of the Imperial Palace. At that juncture, Director Qi and Yuming appeared, carrying a colossal machine. Director Qi wore a faint smile. Director Wang, with the separation of the grand path and stabilization of the passage, we shall assist you in merging your spirit with your physical form for greater cohesion. A look of terror crossed Director Wang's face. What? This is merely the first trial, and we are already commencing? Ignoring his protests, the two seized him and thrust him into the enormous machine. Director Qi exclaimed with excitement. The unification of essence, spirit, and the transposition of the grand path. Once stabilized, he can transform into a being of the new era. Yu Ming was equally exhilarated. I never anticipated witnessing the rebirth of mental energy and even the transmutation of the grand path. This is incredibly thrilling. Director Wang struggled momentarily, but suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ouch. Master, what are you doing? In the void, Zhang held a book, summoning a figure wielding a large blade. Slicing through the primordial path, Zhang, filled with excitement, reassured him, Fear not, I shall assist you in severing the grand path. Endure this. Pain is inevitable, akin to dying once. However, rest assured, we will preserve your life. He then commanded, all guardian spirits, channel the fountain of life to stabilize his life signs. Several captains of the Celestial Star Army collaborated with the Silver Moon Warriors to ensure he remained still, preventing any struggle. In an instant, several silver-armored figures emerged, followed by a multitude of Silver Moon Warriors, securing him firmly in place. Director Wang roared in agony. It hurts so much. Heaven, these people are trying to kill me. At this moment, the great path was severed, the physical form was locked down, and the mental force was forcibly merging with the body, causing excruciating pain as if the body were on the verge of explosion. A peculiar force surged into him through the shadow behind, almost leading to his annihilation. He cried out in agony, I can no longer endure this. Master Uncle, please release me. The sensation of a dull knife slicing flesh was unbearable. Moments later, he screamed, Master Uncle, cease the cutting. I cannot withstand such relentless blows. Zhang suddenly turned to him. You mentioned it. I was previously concerned that you might not endure. With those words, he struck down with a blade. A sharp crack echoed as the great path shattered, and in that instant, a scream erupted, only to be followed by an eerie silence, as if life had been extinguished. The Imperial Palace suppressed the great path to prevent its collapse. Zhang presented the great path scroll, forcefully pushing the essence of Director Wang into the boundless void. Simultaneously, in Zhantian City, several powerful figures felt a tremor within their hearts. The ninth master suddenly manifested, while the two elders had already appeared, gazing solemnly at the sky. It seemed Wang Yi had perished. The ninth master spoke gravely. Has he truly fallen? The two elders remained silent. At this moment, they too sensed the gravity of the situation. The old tortoise, after a period of silence, slowly remarked, He may be dead. The great path has likely shattered. The essence I left behind has completely severed its connection with me, and his great path essence has vanished. The group fell into a heavy silence. He was gone. Wang Yi had ventured forth to protect Li Hao. With Wang Yi's demise, what would become of Li Hao? Few had awakened in Zhantian City. Wang Yi had presided over it for many years. Even if they were once unfamiliar, today, he was one of their few comrades. Now, the heavens had shifted, and it seemed Wang Yi had met his end. At this moment, the three powerful figures felt a profound sorrow. On the city walls, thousands of soldiers suddenly struck their chests. Several commanders, overwhelmed with grief, shouted loudly, Bid farewell to Director Wang. Another has departed. The sound echoed like war drums. A sense of solemnity permeated the air. Zhangtian's city trembled as its long-standing leader had perished. At this moment, the ninth master bellowed in fury. To those who have slain our warriors in Zhangtian, to those who have murdered our city as commanders, this vendetta shall be avenged. To those who have slain my comrades, my peers, there shall be no mercy. I intend to sever my avatar and venture forth. Soldiers of Zhangtian, march with me. A deafening roar followed, the armor rattling. In the next moment, a golden warrior emerged from the ninth master, brandishing a longsword, and proclaimed fiercely, out of the city. The guard shall become the vanguard. Let us march. The clangor of battle armor resonated as thousands of soldiers appeared, an aura of slaughter overwhelming the atmosphere. The two elders wished to dissuade them, but found themselves at a loss. In the next instant, the golden warriors led their forces toward the ruins. In an instant, under the silver moon, amidst the chasm, a legion of several thousand Zhangtian soldiers materialized. The patrolling night watchmen were taken aback. A golden warrior's voice reverberated across the heavens. For the murder of our guard commander in Zhangtian city, this vendetta shall be avenged. Those who rebelled in the past shall be eradicated. The 8 main cities shall unite in vengeance. Take heed. With a thunderous roar, the army surged forth, heading straight toward the celestial stars. At this moment, in the land of the silver moon, some ruins began to tremble restlessly. Has the head of the battle heaven city guard been slain? Could the upheaval of the heavens be connected to this man's demise? The crucial question remains, how did the perpetrator escape? Where was the murder committed? Presently, it appears that the formidable warrior of yore from Battle Heaven City, Li Daozong, has resurfaced. This individual, notorious for countless slaughters, wields the legendary longevity sword, having inherited the true teachings of the Li family. Even amidst the celestial constraints, his mere avatar signifies unmatched prowess among his peers. The unparalleled warrior of carnage has, astonishingly, led his forces out of the city today. At this moment, Director Zhao in the distant Baiyu city stands utterly astonished. This is disastrous. What has transpired? Battle Heaven City has actually mobilized troops. After countless years of dormancy, under the command of a master, thousands of undead soldiers have emerged from Battle Heaven City, a truly unfathomable occurrence. How can these soldiers retain their sentience even after exiting the city? Meanwhile, Director Wang remains oblivious to all of this, consumed by a singular thought. Just let me perish. Endless agony creeps in, and this is merely the beginning. The primordial path spreads toward the Haoxing realm. Within the Haoxing realm, Li Hao is teetering on the brink, grappling with discomfort, struggling to maintain stability. What to do? While he can penetrate through, solidifying his presence poses a monumental challenge. At this moment, it seems the Haoxing realm is also in turmoil. Perhaps Li Hao's intrusion has unsettled it, prompting the realm to reject him and attempt to expel the primordial path. After much contemplation, Li Hao grits his teeth, leaving the great star in place, and with a fierce roar, he seizes the primordial path, connecting it to the great star above. Let it be. First, he must stabilize the passage. Boom. Above the Tao star, resplendent lights materialize, and the Tao star trembles violently. Li Hao, overwhelmed by the force, disregards many concerns. He must return. He cannot linger for too long. Regrettably, it seems he cannot exit through the passage created by Director Wang. Otherwise, how splendid it would be to simply walk through. Pondering this, Li Hao resolves to leave the Tao star in its place, transforming into a blazing tiger, vanishing in an instant. He traverses the void. Time becomes an enigma, until a low growl escapes his lips, and with a punch, a small sword pierces the void. Following the path forged by the celestial sword, Li Hao abruptly disappears from the Haoxing realm. When Li Hao's figure reappears, Director Wang has already been extracted from the machinery, his face ashen. The torment has rendered him numb. I am dead. Let no one disturb me. Yet Li Hao, casting a glance, reveals a hint of a smile. Sensing an essence belonging to himself emanating from Director Wang, the essence of the Tao star, the passage has been successfully stabilized. At this moment, the primordial essence on Director Wang rapidly undergoes metamorphosis, gradually transforming into the essence of the Haoxing realm. Director Wang seems to regain some awareness, gazing at Li Hao, murmuring, "Father?" Li Hao is momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, Director Wang awakens with a start, followed by a surge of fury. "What have you done to me? Why do I see my father when I look at you? Damn it! What has Li Hao done to himself? This cannot be tolerated." Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding. I have left behind the star of the great path as a connection point for you. Thus, for the time being, you are temporarily linked to my divine script of the Tao. Once you have stabilized, I will withdraw it, so during this period, you may find yourself quite affectionate towards me. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback, and the next instant, he looked to the heavens with a sorrowful exclamation. Ah, no wonder. I thought it felt like seeing my father when I looked at Li Hao. Now it all makes sense. In the void, Zhang gazed at Li Hao with a peculiar expression. The transformation of the great path was indeed astonishing. Moreover, Li Hao exhibited remarkable courage in leaving behind his own divine script of the Tao. Meanwhile, the others, oblivious to these intricacies, erupted in ecstatic cheers. It worked. It truly is possible. The primordial great path has indeed intertwined with the Hao Star realm. At this moment, even the demonic plants began to entertain certain thoughts. What if our primordial great path were also grafted onto the Hao Star realm? As for Director Wang, his physical form was beginning to crack, and he paid no heed to anything else. Gazing at his fractured body, and then at Li Hao, he finally remarked, "It seems I might not be able to endure this." Li Hao nodded in agreement. That is to be expected. Your physical body is not particularly robust, but the pathway opened by your primordial Tao is quite formidable, leading to an overwhelming influx of energy that you find somewhat difficult to bear. No worries. This is just the beginning. We will continue to create different physical forms for you to experiment with. In an instant, Director Wang wished he could simply perish. Yet, this was merely the commencement of their journey.